Chapter 1. The Inception of the Innate Sacred Body Daoke. Wudong City, the rear mountains of the Jiang family. A striking young man, clad in a blood-stained white robe and with a pallid complexion, sat upon a mat. Where's this place? He gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, engulfed in confusion. Before he could grasp the situation, a torrent of memories suddenly surged into his mind. Have I truly traversed worlds? Jiang Daoxuan rubbed his swollen temples. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the patriarch of the Jiang family, one of the 4 prominent clans in Wudong City. According to the memories, his predecessor had lingered in the pinnacle of the innate realm for an extended period, and in a bid to transcend his limits, had resolutely ventured into the forbidden grounds of the rear mountains to enter seclusion. Yet on the very first day of his retreat, due to the tampering of the breakthrough elixir by someone else, he had suffered a catastrophic failure, leading to his untimely demise. However, these were merely secondary concerns. The gravest issue was that, as a result of this failed breakthrough, he now found himself devoid of any cultivation, rendered a powerless wretch. This bodes ill indeed. Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew solemn. This realm is a transcendent world, a confluence of immense powers. It is a paradise for the strong, where the mightiest can move mountains, fill seas, pluck stars, and command all. Yet for the weak, it is a veritable hell. The weak are like chaff, and with a moment's carelessness, they may be obliterated by the aftermath of a strong one's battle. In such a chaotic world, given his current state of utter helplessness, his personal safety is far from guaranteed, and this is not even the worst of it. The memories reveal that the other 3 major families have long cast their covetous eyes upon the Jiang Clan. How long has he been in seclusion? What is the current state of the Jiang family? Jiang Daoxuan furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with anxiety. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly resonated within his mind. The Supreme Family System has been activated. Anomalous status detected in the host and novice gift pack has been automatically unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Chaos Dao I, the innate sacred body Daoke, and the totality of the clan. Chaos Dao I. Born from the primordial chaos before the separation of heaven and earth, this Eye of the Great Path will gradually unlock as the host's strength increases. Currently, the insightful Eye has been unsealed, allowing the host to perceive life forms within 2 major realms of their own. Innate sacred body Daoke, an unparalleled physique formed from the fusion of the ancient sacred body and the innate Daoke, immune to all evils, capable of countering anomalies. It possesses an indomitable, fleshly form and proximity to the Tao. Upon fusion, the system will reconstruct this body to align perfectly with the host's soul as the innate sacred body Daotai physique. Totality of the clan grants a permanent accumulation of all clan members' cultivation levels. The stronger the clan members, the more potent the effect of the totality. Note, should any clan member perish, it will not affect the host's cultivation, and the totality of the clan does not conflict with the host's own cultivation, existing in a state of perfect synergy, allowing the host to continue their training. Jiang Daoxuan was initially taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy thereafter. This truly is a case of finding light in the depths of darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began to merge with the innate sacred body Dao. In the next instant, a faint golden aura began to emanate from Jiang Daoxuan's skin. The powerful physique resonated harmoniously with the great Tao. Countless strands of Taoist rhythm descended from the void, enveloping him and guiding him into a state of profound enlightenment. In the realm of heaven and earth, an indistinct chorus of Taoist sounds resonated, and auspicious multicolored phenomena emerged, giving birth to golden lotuses from the earth. An immense force of the Tao surged through his being, revitalizing his once decayed body with a resplendent vigor. His skin shimmered like divine jade, emanating wafts of fragrance akin to celestial elixirs that permeated the air. After a considerable time, as Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes, his body was now suffused with an overwhelming vitality. He raised his hand, discovering it had transformed into a translucent, flawless, gem-like form. Having successfully fused with the innate sacred body and completed the rebirth of his flesh, this corporeal vessel had become more attuned to his soul, achieving a harmonious unity of spirit and flesh. Though his appearance remained unchanged, a monumental metamorphosis had transpired within. In a certain sense, this body belonged entirely to him, akin to a corporeal traversal rather than a transference of the soul. Yet this was for the best. After all, utilizing another's body could be somewhat disconcerting. Fortunately, upon the completion of his bodily reconstruction, all such concerns had dissipated. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. He then gathered his focus, dispersing the surrounding Taoist phenomena, and invoked the totality of the clan. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy erupted, clamoring to enter his body. A torrent of spiritual essence coursed through his limbs and bones, fervently cleansing every fiber of his being. His realm ascended rapidly, until the innate true essence accumulating within his dantian began to undergo a qualitative transformation through quantitative change. Strands of true essence compressed and metamorphosed into primordial power. With a resounding boom, an abundance of primordial energy coalesced, instantaneously creating a void within his dantian. Within this void, purple mist swirled, nurturing his spirit and manifesting his consciousness. Innate realm perfected. First layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Second layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Third layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Jiang Daoxuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze electrifying and captivating. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, which shot forth like an arrow, instantly piercing the ground and leaving a small crater. Is this the spectacle of the Purple Mansion realm? In my former life, I would have been akin to a small superhero, wouldn't I? Jiang Daoxuan felt a deep sense of reflection. In this world, realms are categorized as body refinement, blood consolidation, bone forging, postnatal, innate, purple mansion, primordial sea, star wheel, moon wheel, sun wheel, myriad forms, primordial spirit, celestial being, sage, sage king, great sage, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Now, having successfully breached the Purple Mansion realm, he not only opened the space of the Purple Mansion capable of storing external objects, but his true essence had completely transformed into primordial power. Once he wielded primordial power, he could directly achieve flight. To the eyes of mortals, such a realm would be indistinguishable from that of an earthly, celestial being. Ding Ho status has returned to normal, and the investment return function has been activated. Investment return. The host can invest in clan members, triggering varying levels of critical returns for rewards. Investment levels comprise black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow, with higher levels providing more abundant rewards. Investing in clan members? Jiang Daoxuan was initially taken aback, then a peculiar expression crossed his face. The emotional system is set to lead one further down the path of benevolence and assistance. However, there's a certain charm in the sensation of nurturing the sheep while also shearing them, is there not? At this moment, an ethereal panel quietly materializes before me. Name: Jiang Daoxuan. Cultivation: Purple Mansion Realm, 3rd level. Root Bone: Celestial Talent Originally Superior. Comprehension: Celestial Talent Originally Superior. Innate Gift: Innate Holy Body Tao Embryo. Family Fortune: 444. Detection indicates that the host's family is in distress. The host is advised to intervene promptly. The family is in distress? Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly glimmering with a cold light. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Jiang family, numerous members had gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. All were acutely aware of the significance of the day's events, maintaining a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of labored breaths. Facing the entrance stood a group of uninvited guests, clad in gray attire and wielding glistening long knives, members of the rival Tang family. At the forefront was none other than the Tang family patriarch, Tang Jingyang, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. At this moment, Tang Jingyang appeared unperturbed, casually surveying the hall's layout before shaking his head. Is this truly the meeting hall of the Jiang family? How can it be so diminutive, hardly surpassing the size of my Tang family's latrine? I was anticipating a place worthy of producing an exceptional talent like Jiang Daoxuan, yet I find myself sorely disappointed. It would have been better not to have visited at all. Moreover, as one of the 4 great families, to be reduced to such penury is a disgrace to us all. Therefore, I shall generously offer your Jiang family 10 taels of silver to aid in your renovations. What say you?" Upon hearing Tang Zhengyang's shameless remarks, the elder of the Jiang family felt a vain throb on his forehead. "If it were not for your relentless pressure, how would my Jiang family have fallen to such a state?" Though his heart simmered with indignation, the elder suppressed his anger to avoid escalating the situation and replied solemnly, "This matter is of our own concern. There is no need for Patriarch Tang to trouble himself." Your own concern? That sentiment seems a bit misplaced. After all, your Jiang family once sought refuge under the Tang family's wing, thus establishing a bond between us. Have you truly forgotten this history, believing that your Jiang family has completely extricated itself from our influence? Is that why you regard us as outsiders, dismissing us entirely? Tang Jingyang raised his head, his gaze cold and laced with derision. Realizing the adversary's intent to provoke trouble, the elder's expression darkened instantly. Patriarch Tang, the Jiang family has not been a vassal of the Tang family for several centuries. What is the purpose of resurrecting old grievances? Is it merely to humiliate my Jiang family? Tang Jingyang crossed his arms, a smirk of disdain gracing his features, his tone dripping with mockery. "Ah, feel free to take it as humiliation." His words ignited a fiery glare from the members of the Jiang family. "This is utterly unacceptable. How can a pack of household dogs bare their teeth at their former master? However, I find a certain satisfaction in witnessing your pitiable state, where you clearly resent me, yet remain powerless to harm me," Tang Jingyang remarked with a shrug. In the past, when Jiang Daoxuan was still present, he would have refrained from such audacity, but now, those concerns had vanished. As Tang Jingyang displayed his arrogant disdain, the fury within the Jiang family members surged rapidly, igniting their anger to the point of trembling. In an instant, the crowd was incensed, and many voiced their outrage loudly. The elder clenched his fists, barely able to contain his wrath. Amidst his internal resentment, a hint of sorrow arose. If only the patriarch were still here, how much better it would be. Had their leader, Jiang Daoxuan, still been alive, the Tang family would never dare to act with such impunity. Yet now, the patriarch had entrusted the family to him and had been in seclusion for 6 years, with no word of his fate. As the strongest member of the clan, he himself possessed merely the cultivation of the 7th level of the innate realm. How could he possibly contend with the formidable might of the Tang family? Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Innate Sacred Body Daoke. In the city of Wudan, upon the secluded mountains of the Jiang family, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a blood-stained white robe, his complexion pale as death, sat upon a meditation mat. "Where am I?" He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, enveloped in confusion. Before he could ascertain his situation, an overwhelming torrent of memories suddenly surged into his mind. Have I truly traversed realms? Jiang Daoxuan rubbed his throbbing head, grappling with the reality that in the brief moment of closing and reopening his eyes, he had become the patriarch of the Jiang family, one of the 4 prominent clans in Wudan City. According to the memories, his predecessor had lingered at the peak of the innate realm for an extended period. In pursuit of a breakthrough, he had resolutely ventured into the forbidden grounds of the back mountain to enter seclusion. Yet, it was on the very first day of his retreat that a treacherous act concerning the breakthrough elixir led to his failure, ultimately resulting in his untimely demise. Yet, that was not the gravest concern. The most pressing matter was that, due to the failed breakthrough, he had lost all his cultivation, rendering him a powerless wretch, devoid of even the strength to fend for himself. This predicament was certainly dire. Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew grave. This realm was one that amalgamated myriad formidable powers, a world of the extraordinary. Here, the strong could move mountains and fill seas, seize stars and moons, and dominate all that existed. Conversely, it was a hell for the weak. The feeble were mere chaff, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise by the residual forces of the mighty. In such a tumultuous world, given his current state of utter vulnerability, his personal safety was far from guaranteed, and that was not even the worst of it. In his memories, the other 3 great families had long been eyeing the Jiang family with predatory intent. How long had he been in seclusion? What was the current state of the Jiang family? Furrowing his brows, Jiang Daoxuan was engulfed in anxiety. At that moment, A chilling voice echoed within his mind. Ding, the Supreme Family System has been activated. Anomalous host state detected, automatically initiating the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received the chaotic Dao I, the innate sacred body Daoke, and the sum of the clan. Chaotic Dao I. Born in the primordial chaos before the division of heaven and earth, the eye of the great Dao will progressively unlock as the host's power increases. Currently, the insightful eye has been unsealed, allowing the host to perceive beings up to 2 major realms below their own. Innate sacred body Daoke, an unparalleled physique formed by the fusion of the primordial sacred body and the innate Daote, impervious to all evils, countering anomalies, possessing an indomitable body and an innate power. Once fused, the system will reshape this physical form to align perfectly with the host's soul. Sum of the clan permanently grants the total cultivation of all clan members combined. The stronger the clan members, the more potent the effects of the sum of the clan. Note, should any clan member perish, it will not affect the host's cultivation, and the sum of the clans synergizes flawlessly with the host's own power, allowing for a perfect cumulative state, enabling the host to continue their cultivation. Jiang Daoxuan was initially taken aback, only to be filled with exuberance. This truly was a moment where the clouds parted to reveal the sun. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began to merge with the innate sacred body Dao. In the next instant, a faint golden radiance began to emanate from the surface of Jiang Daoxuan's skin. The formidable innate physique resonated with the great Dao. Countless strands of Dao rhythm descended from the void, enveloping him and aiding his entry into a state of profound understanding. In the realm of heaven and earth, faint echoes of Dao sounds reverberated, and auspicious signs in myriad colors materialized, giving rise to a golden lotus upon the earth. An immense force of the great Dao surged and washed over his body, revitalizing it as if it were a withered tree, now brimming with vigorous life. His skin gleamed with the brilliance of divine jade, and a fragrant aura reminiscent of celestial herbs wafted through the air around him. After a while, when Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes, his body was already infused with an overwhelming vitality. He raised his palm and found it transformed into a lustrous, flawless, gem-like form. Having successfully integrated the innate holy body Dao fetus and completed the rebirth of his physical form, this body became increasingly attuned to his soul, achieving a harmonious union of spirit and flesh. Though his appearance remained unchanged, the internal transformation was monumental. In a certain sense, this body now wholly belonged to him. It was akin to a physical transcendence rather than a spiritual one. Yet, this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. After all, utilizing another's body could be somewhat disconcerting. Fortunately, upon the completion of his bodily rebirth, all such concerns had vanished. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. Then he focused his spirit, dissipating the surrounding Dao rhythm manifestations, and invoked the totality of the clan. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, rushing into his body in eager haste. A torrent of spiritual essence coursed through his limbs and bones, fervently cleansing his entire being. His realm ascended rapidly until the innate true essence gathered in his dantian began to undergo a qualitative transformation through quantitative accumulation. Strands of true essence compressed, metamorphosing into primordial power. With a thunderous explosion, a vast amount of primordial power coalesced, instantaneously creating a void within his dantian. Within this void, purple energy swirled, nurturing his soul and revealing his consciousness. He had reached the consummation of the innate realm. Purple Fujing, first level. Purple Fujing, second level. Purple Fujing, third level. Jiang Daoxuan abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze electrifying and captivating. With a breath, he expelled a cloud of turbid air, akin to an arrow, which instantly pierced the ground, leaving a small pit. Is this the manifestation of the Purple Fujing? If placed in my past life, it would certainly resemble that of a minor superhero. Jiang Daoxuan felt a swell of emotion within. In this world, realms are classified as body refinement, blood condensation, bone forging acquired, innate purple fu, primordial sea, star wheel, moon wheel, sun wheel, myriad forms, primordial spirit, celestial being, sage, sage king, great sage, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Now, having successfully broken through to the purple fujing, he had not only opened the space of the purple fu, capable of storing external objects, but his true essence had entirely transformed into primordial power. Once he unleashed his primordial power, he could soar through the skies with ease. In the eyes of mortals, such a realm was indistinguishable from that of an earthly immortal. B-Post status restored to normal. Investment return function activated. Investment return. The host may invest in their kin, triggering varying levels of critical returns, thus obtaining rewards. Investment levels are categorized as black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow, with higher levels providing more abundant rewards. Investing in kin? Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback. Then a peculiar expression crossed his face. The emotional system is meant to guide one further down the path of benevolence and assistance in times of need. However, the sensation of feeding the sheep while simultaneously shearing them seems rather delightful, does it not? At that moment, an ethereal panel quietly manifested before me. Name: Jiang Daoxuan. Cultivation level: 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Bone quality: celestial talent originally superior. Comprehension: celestial talent originally superior. Innate gift: primal sacred body, Tao embryo. Family fortune: 444. Detection indicates that the host family is in distress. Please address the situation promptly. The family is in distress? Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback, his eyes suddenly glinting with a chilling light. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Jiang family, a multitude of clan members had gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. All were acutely aware that the events of the day were of great significance, leading them to maintain a profound silence, only the sound of heavy breathing filling the air. Before them stood a group of unexpected visitors, clad in gray attire, wielding glistening long swords, members of the rival Tang family. Leading them was none other than Tang Jingyang, the head of the Tang family, who had reached the pinnacle of the innate 9th layer. At this moment, Tang Jingyang wore an expression of indifference as his gaze casually swept across the hall's layout. He shook his head, saying, "Is this truly your Jiang family's conference hall? How is it so diminutive, scarcely larger than my Tang family's privy? I had imagined that a place capable of producing a talent like Jiang Daoxuan would be extraordinary. Yet now, I find myself greatly disappointed. It would have been better not to have seen it all." However, as one of the 4 great families, to be in such a state of penury is nothing short of a disgrace to us all. Therefore, I shall graciously offer your Jiang family 10 taels of silver to assist in refurbishing this place. How does that sound? Upon hearing Tang Jingyang's shameless remarks, the elder of the Jiang family felt a vain throb on his forehead. Were it not for your relentless pressures, how could the Jiang family have fallen to such depths? Though seething with indignation, the elder suppressed his fury to avoid escalating the situation, responding in a grave tone. "This is a matter for our Jiang family alone, and we require no assistance from the Tang clan." A matter for your own family? That sentiment seems somewhat misplaced. After all, your Jiang family once sought our Tang family's protection. As a vassal, there exists a bond of kinship. How then can you act as if you have severed all ties? Or have you, having ascended to one of the 4 great families, completely forgotten this shared history, believing your Jiang family to have entirely liberated itself from our Tang family's influence? Is that why you regard us as outsiders, dismissing us so easily? Tang Jingyang raised his head, his gaze icy, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Realizing the sudden confrontation was a deliberate provocation, the elder's countenance darkened. Tang clan leader: "The Jiang family has not been your vassal for centuries. Why resurrect old grievances? Is it merely to humiliate us?" Tang Jingyang crossed his arms, a disdainful expression upon his face, his tone dripping with derision. "Ha ha ha. Consider it humiliation, if you wish." At these words, the members of the Jiang family glared furiously in response. This is simply unacceptable. How can a pack of domestic dogs bare their teeth at their former master? However, I must admit, I find a certain satisfaction in witnessing your pitiable state, knowing you despise me, yet remain powerless to eliminate me. Tang Jingyang shrugged nonchalantly. In the past, When Jiang Daoxuan was still present, he would have dared not be so audacious. But now, those concerns had dissipated. As Tang Zhengyang displayed his arrogant demeanor, an overwhelming fury surged within the hearts of the Jiang family members, their anger intensifying to the point of trembling. In an instant, the crowd erupted in outrage, vociferously rebuking him. The elder clenched his fists, unable to contain his wrath. Amidst the seething resentment, a twinge of sorrow welled up within him. Oh, how wonderful it would be if the clan leader were still here. If only our esteemed leader, Jiang Daoxuan, were present. The Tang family would not dare to be so brazen. Yet now, the clan leader had entrusted the family to him and had been in seclusion for 6 long years, with no word of his fate. As the strongest member of the family, he himself possessed merely the cultivation of the 7th level of the innate realm. How could he possibly contend with the formidable Tang family? P.S. As this new book embarks on its journey, reader engagement is crucial. I implore you, dear readers, not to abandon this work. Please, do not let it languish. Due to the mechanisms of the platform, if too many readers neglect this book, it may face an untimely demise. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Innate Sacred Body Tao. In the city of Wudong, amidst the tranquil hills of the Jiang family, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a blood-stained white robe sat upon a mat, his complexion ashen. Where am I? He gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, engulfed in confusion. Before he could grasp the situation, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Have I truly traversed into another realm? Jiang Daoxuan rubbed his throbbing head. In the brief moment he had closed and opened his eyes, he had become the patriarch of the Jiang family, one of the 4 prominent clans in Wudong. According to his memories, his predecessor had remained at the pinnacle of the innate realm for an extended period, resolutely seeking a breakthrough. This pursuit had led him to the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain, where he commenced his seclusion. However, on the very first day of his retreat, a tampered breakthrough elixir had led to failure, resulting in an untimely demise. Yet, that was merely the beginning of his troubles. The most pressing issue was that, following this failed breakthrough, he had lost all his cultivation, rendering him a powerless individual. This predicament was rather dire. Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew grave. This world was an extraordinary realm, a confluence of countless formidable powers. It was a paradise for the strong, where mightiest could move mountains, fill seas, pluck stars, and command the cosmos. Conversely, it was a hell for the weak, where they were akin to mere blades of grass, easily crushed by the remnants of battles fought by the powerful. In such a chaotic world, given his current state of utter vulnerability, his personal safety was far from guaranteed. And this was not even the worst of it. His memories indicated that the other 3 noble families had long been eyeing the Jiang clan with predatory intent. How long had he been in seclusion? What was the current state of the Jiang family? Jiang Daoxuan's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze filled with anxiety. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The Supreme Family System has been activated. Anomalous status detected, automatically initiating the novice gift package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Chaos Dao Eye, the innate sacred body Dao, and the total power of your clan. Chaos Dao Eye, born from the primordial void before the division of heaven and earth. This eye of the great Dao gradually unlocks as the host's power increases. Currently, the insight eye has been unlocked, capable of perceiving the information of beings not exceeding 2 major realms above the host. Innate sacred body Dao, an unparalleled constitution forged from the fusion of the ancient sacred body and the innate Dao, invulnerable to all evils, capable of countering anomalies, possessing an indomitable physique and near-pathic strength. Upon fusion, the system will reshape this body into the innate sacred body Dao, perfectly attuned to the host's soul. Clan totality permanently grants the cumulative cultivation of all clan members. The stronger the kin, the more potent the effect of the totality. Note, the death of clan members does not affect the host's cultivation, and the clan totality does not conflict with the host's own cultivation, existing in a state of perfect synergy, allowing the host to continue their own training. Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback, then elated. This truly was a situation where, amidst the depths of despair, hope emerged like a glimmering light. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began to merge with the innate sacred body Dao. In the next instant, a faint golden glow began to emanate from his skin, resonating with the powerful near-pathic constitution and the great Dao. Countless strands of Taoist resonance cascaded from the void, enveloping him and aiding in his attainment of enlightenment. Faint echoes of Taoist melodies resonated throughout the cosmos, and auspicious signs in 5 colors manifested, giving rise to a golden lotus upon the earth. An immense force of the Tao surged through his being, revitalizing his once-decayed body, infusing it with a formidable vitality. His skin radiated a brilliance akin to divine jade, while an ethereal fragrance, reminiscent of celestial herbs, wafted through the air. After a while, as Jiang Daoxuan gradually opened his eyes, his body brimmed with an overwhelming vitality. He raised his hand, noticing it had become as translucent as jade, immaculate and pure. Having successfully merged with the innate holy body and completed the remaking of his physical form, this body now resonated harmoniously with his soul, achieving a union of spirit and flesh. Although his appearance remained unchanged, a profound transformation had already occurred within him. In a certain sense, this body wholly belonged to him, akin to a traversal of flesh rather than of soul. Nevertheless, this was a welcome outcome. After all, inhabiting another's body inevitably brought discomfort. Fortunately, upon completing the remaking of his body, all such issues had dissipated. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, then gathered his focus, dissipating the surrounding Taoist phenomena and summoning the collective power of his lineage. In an instant, the spiritual energy around him surged violently, rushing into his body. A torrent of spiritual essence coursed through his limbs and bones, fervently cleansing every fiber of his being. His realm ascended rapidly until the innate true essence accumulating in his dantian began to undergo a qualitative transformation through sheer quantity. Threads of true essence compressed and metamorphosed into primal force. With a resounding explosion, a vast amount of primal force coalesced, instantaneously creating an expansive void within his dantian. Ethereal purple energy swirled in the void, nurturing his spirit and revealing his consciousness. Innate realm perfected. Purple mansion realm, 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level. Jiang Daoxuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze like lightning, captivating all who beheld it. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he released it like an arrow, instantly piercing the ground and leaving a small crater. Is this the state of the purple mansion realm? In his past life, it might have been akin to becoming a small superhero. Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of emotion. In this world, realms are classified as body refining, blood condensation, bone forging. Acquired, innate, purple mansion, Yuan Si, star cycle, moon cycle, sun cycle, myriad phenomena, Yuan spirit, celestial being, sage, sage king, great sage, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Now, having successfully broken through to the purple mansion realm, not only had he opened the space of the purple mansion for storing external objects, but the true essence within him had also entirely transformed into primal force. Once he unleashed the primal force, he could directly achieve flight. In the eyes of mortals, this realm was indistinguishable from that of terrestrial immortals. Ding. Host status has been restored to normal. The investment return function has been activated. Investment return. The host can invest in their kin, triggering varying levels of critical returns, thus reaping rewards. Investment levels are categorized as black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow. The higher the level, the more bounteous the rewards. Invest in kin? Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback, then his expression turned peculiar. The emotional system seems to lead one further along the path of benevolence and assistance, akin to providing warmth in the midst of snow. However, this sentiment of nurturing the sheep while shearing them appears rather pleasing, does it not? At this juncture, an ethereal panel quietly materializes before me. Name, Jiang Daoxuan. Cultivation, Purple Mansion Realm. Level 3, Root Bone, Celestial Talent, Original, Superior. Comprehension, Celestial Talent, Original, Superior. Talent, Innate Holy Body Tao Embryo. Family Fortune, 444. Detected that the host's family is in distress. Please resolve the issue promptly. The family is in turmoil? Jiang Daoxuan paused for a moment, and a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Jiang family, a multitude of family members gathered, the atmosphere tense and heavy. Everyone was acutely aware that the events of the day were of great significance, thus silence reigned, broken only by the sound of their labored breaths. Standing towards the entrance were a group of uninvited guests, all clad in gray attire and wielding gleaming long blades, members of the rival Tang family. Leading them was Tang Jingyang, the patriarch of the Tang family, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate ninth level. At this moment, Tang Jingyang wore an expression of indifference, casually surveying the layout of the hall before shaking his head. Is this truly your Jiang family's conference hall? How could it be so diminutive? Barely larger than my family's restroom? I had imagined that a place capable of producing a talent like Jiang Daoxuan would be extraordinary, but having seen it, I am profoundly disappointed. Better to have not seen it at all. He continued, yet, as one of the four great families, how could you be so impoverished? To speak of this is to bring disgrace upon us all. So be it. I shall graciously offer your Jiang family 10 taels of silver to assist you in renovations. What say you? Upon hearing Tang Jingyang's shameless remarks, the elder of the Jiang family felt a vain pulse at his temple. If it were not for your relentless pressure, how could my Jiang family have fallen to such a state? Though seething with indignation, the elder restrained his fury to avoid escalating the situation, replying in a deep voice, "This is a matter for our Jiang family alone. There is no need for Patriarch Tang to concern himself. Your own matter?" This sentiment was somewhat misplaced. After all, your Jiang family had once been a vassal of our Tang family, seeking our protection. With such history, how could it become so estranged? Or have you, now elevated to one of the four great families, completely forgotten this connection? Believing your Jiang family has severed all ties with us, thereby treating us as outsiders, disregarding us entirely? Tang Jingyang lifted his gaze, his eyes icy, his voice laced with mockery. Realizing that the other party had come specifically to provoke trouble, the elder's expression darkened abruptly. Patriarch Tang, my Jiang family has not been your vassal for centuries. What purpose does resurrecting old grievances serve? Is it merely to humiliate my Jiang family? Tang Jingyang crossed his arms, displaying disdain, his tone dripping with derision. Ha ha ha, consider it humiliation if you wish. His words incited the Jiang family members to glare furiously. This was indeed unacceptable. How could a pack of hounds bare their teeth at their former masters? However, I do not despise witnessing your pitiful state, where you clearly detest me yet remain incapable of eliminating me. Tang Jingyang shrugged. In the past, when Jiang Daoxuan was still present, he dared not be overly audacious. But now, those concerns have dissipated. Confronted with Tang Jingyang's arrogant demeanor, the fury within the Jiang family members surged rapidly, igniting their anger to the point of trembling. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with indignation, and the crowd began to voice their ire loudly. The elder, fists clenched tightly, was unable to contain his rage. Amidst his deep resentment, a hint of sorrow arose within him. Oh, how fortunate it would be if our clan leader were still here. If only Jiang Daoxuan were present. The Tang family would not dare to act so brazenly. Yet now, the clan leader has entrusted the family to him and has been in seclusion for 6 years, with no knowledge of his fate. As the strongest member of the family, he himself only possesses the cultivation of the 7th level of the innate realm. How could he possibly contend with the formidable Tang family? The second chapter, the Wang brothers' betrayal on the battlefield. The situation was spiraling out of control, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. For the safety of his kin, the elder suppressed his inner fury once more, directing his gaze at Tang Jingyang. What does the Tang family truly intend? At this juncture, with the truth laid bare, Tang Jingyang sneered. Today, I have come solely to annihilate your Jiang family. The city of Wudan is far too small to accommodate 4 families. Thus, you must first endure the indignity of death. Upon hearing this, the elder felt as though struck by lightning, his body involuntarily quaking. He could hardly fathom that matters had devolved to such a dire state. Yet, our Jiang family still holds a glimmer of hope. The elder mustered his resolve, gesturing for the clan members to quiet down. He then addressed Tang Jingyang. Even if your Tang family is powerful, do not forget that our genius, Jiang Clan, is currently studying at Qianshan sect. If you intend to obliterate my Jiang family, what face will you present to Qianshan sect? Should they hold you accountable, how could your Tang family bear the consequences? Jiang Clan? He could be considered someone of note, but if he were still an inner disciple, we would indeed show some respect to Qianshan sect. But now, what do you mean by that? The elder's heart sank, sensing impending doom. Ha ha ha, it seems you are still unaware. Your family's genius, while undertaking a mission for Qianshan sect, was ambushed by the falling Maple sect. Now, his Dantian has been destroyed, rendering him utterly useless. Moreover, he was recently expelled from Qianshan sect. In an instant, the Jiang family was thrown into an uproar. All members present wore expressions of disbelief. They could scarcely imagine that the once promising prodigy, the very youth who held the potential to revive the Jiang family, had vanished like a shooting star, leaving only a fleeting memory. Not only had he lost all his cultivation, but he had also been expelled from the sect, losing their protection. At this moment, even the elder's complexion shifted dramatically, filled with trepidation. If Jiang Clan truly has been expelled from Qianshan sect, then who remains to safeguard the Jiang family's safety? Alone, Tang Jingyang stood resolutely, rendering them incapable of resistance. Amidst the crowd, the Wang brothers, beneficiaries of the Jiang family's patronage, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Should the Jiang family manage to contend with the Tang family, it would be reasonable to offer their assistance, motivated by past kindness and the prospect of training resources. However, with the clan leader in seclusion, uncertain of his fate, and Jiang Clan, who had joined the Qianshan sect, now rendered powerless and expelled, they pondered whether it was prudent to commit themselves to such perilous endeavors. After a brief exchange of glances, the Wang brothers made a silent agreement and approached Tang Jingyang. Wang clasped his fists, bowing respectfully as he addressed Tang Jingyang, clan leader Tang. We have long admired the renown of the Tang family and have yearned to align ourselves with you. Alas, we lack the means to do so, yet today, we find ourselves fortunate enough to stand before the illustrious and formidable clan leader Tang. Might you consider our meager capabilities? If you deem us worthy, we are prepared to abandon the shadows and serve the Tang family henceforth. Upon hearing such audacious remarks, the elders of the Jiang family erupted in indignation, pointing fingers and chastising the trio. Wangda, has the Jiang family ever wronged you? In times of great peril, we do not ask you to share our fate. Yet how could you betray us so treacherously, repaying kindness with malice? Their contempt was not merely for the Wang brothers' cowardice, but for the blatant defection to the Tang family, which they perceived as a grievous affront to the Jiang family's honor. Faced with the furious accusations, Wang De and his companions, fully aware of their moral failing, lowered their heads in silence. Nevertheless, their resolve remained unchanged. They recognized that this pivotal moment would not present another opportunity to ally with the Tang family. Fully cognizant of the Jiang family's dwindling resources, they understood the necessity of seizing this chance to secure their future. Excellent. A bird chooses a fine tree to perch upon. Those who recognize the shifting tides are indeed wise. Fear not, should you join the Tang family. Your treatment will be akin to that of other beneficiaries, with access to resources far superior to those here. For the Tang family is not as destitute as the Jiang family. Tang Jingyang boomed with laughter. The three brothers, filled with elation, immediately knelt before Tang Jingyang, expressing their gratitude. In a display of sincerity and loyalty, they revealed, "We have not seen Jiang Daoxuan for 6 years. Traitors, ungrateful wretches." The higher-ups of the Jiang family could scarcely contain their fury upon hearing the brothers divulge such critical information. Realizing their untenable position, the Wang brothers swiftly retreated behind Tang Jingyang. Tang Jingyang listened intently to their revelation, nodding in satisfaction. Though he had already surmised that Jiang Daoxuan would not make an appearance, the confirmation from the brothers lent the information greater weight. He then turned to the members of the Jiang family, his gaze suddenly sharp and menacing. Today, the Jiang family shall be annihilated. In that instant, the entire courtyard grew frigid, as if the temperature had plummeted by several degrees. However, just as Tang Jingyang prepared to strike, a voice as warm and gentle as jade suddenly resonated from a distance. To extinguish the Jiang family? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a feat? Chapter 3. We beseech the clan leader to arbitrate for us. At these words, all present instinctively turned, seeking the source of the voice. There, at the entrance, stood a striking man clad in white, with a commanding presence, a visage akin to a refined jade, and piercing brows that resembled stars. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his long black hair cascading casually over his shoulders, and the white robe he wore, stained with blood, hinted at an aura of relentless slaughter. As the crowd discerned the man's features, the pupils of the Jiang family members dilated in disbelief. They recognized the identity of the newcomer, none other than their long-cherished clan leader, Jiang Daoxuan. It is the clan leader. He has emerged from seclusion. I was fortunate to have seen him 6 years ago. There can be no mistake. The clan leader possesses unparalleled strength, and now we are saved from despair. We implore you, clan leader, to act on our behalf. The Tang family intends to sever our Jiang family's lineage, an act of utter arrogance. With Jiang Daoxuan's appearance, the Jiang descendants felt a renewed sense of hope. Their spirits, once plummeting, soared once more. Many among them had grown up hearing tales of Jiang Daoxuan, the man who had single-handedly suppressed all innate talents in Wudong City, rendering them unable to raise their heads. Indeed, It was Jiang Daoxuan's unparalleled prowess that enabled the Jiang family to stand alongside the Tang, Sun, and Gao families as one of the four great clans. As they reveled in the resurgence of their leader, the members of the Tang family, initially perplexed, quickly fell into a state of shock. Jiang Daoxuan. How could this be possible? Was it not said that he had been in seclusion for 6 long years? How could he still be alive? What shall we do now? Jiang Daoxuan is someone even our ancestors regard with trepidation. Can we truly contend with him? Should we not retreat? We have our ancestor to safeguard us. We have not truly annihilated the Jiang family, merely compensating them with resources at most. Many among the Tang family, already seized by fear, wore expressions of dread. As members of the 4 great clans, they were well acquainted with Jiang Daoxuan's formidable reputation. He had been hailed by the current lord of Wudong City as the most promising candidate to become the 3rd peak genius of the Purple Mansion in the city. Now, with such a figure descending upon them, it felt as though an insurmountable mountain loomed before them, instilling a sense of despair and intimidation. Thus, the question had shifted from whether they could annihilate the Jiang family to whether they could escape unscathed. The Tang family members were still reeling from shock. The Wang brothers, formerly loyal retainers of the Jiang family, were utterly horrified. The clan leader? They could hardly believe their eyes. Jiang Daoxuan, presumed dead after 6 years in seclusion, had reemerged. Suddenly, regret washed over them. Had they known Jiang Daoxuan would return, they would not have so brazenly changed allegiances before the crowd. They had truly made themselves pariahs. Yet, considering their years of service to the family, surely the clan leader would not hold it against them? Jiang Daoxuan? Tang Jingyang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He never anticipated that the voice he had just heard belonged to Jiang Daoxuan, a figure long presumed dead. Confronted by this formidable presence, who instilled fear throughout Wudong City, he felt a surge of panic despite having attained the pinnacle of innate mastery among the Jiang clan. The elder glanced at Jiang Daoxuan, his lips parted in astonishment. Though his heart brimmed with countless words, he found himself at a loss for where to begin. The entire situation felt surreal, leaving him deeply concerned that it was merely a figment of his imagination. Do not fret, rest assured. From here on, I shall take charge. Jiang Daoxuan gently assured the elder. His words, like the caress of a spring breeze, soothed the hearts of the Jiang clan, dispelling their anxieties and revitalizing their spirits. Turning his gaze towards Tang Jingyang, their eyes met, and the icy glint in Jiang Daoxuan's gaze sent a shiver down Tang Jingyang's spine. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His throat felt parched, and he instinctively swallowed. Under such immense pressure, thoughts of retreat began to take root within him. Clan leader Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. Please, allow me to explain. At this juncture, thoughts of any plans to usurp the Jiang clan had long been cast aside. Survival was of utmost importance. Explain? Jiang Daoxuan's expression hardened. With a mere flick of his hand, a surge of primal energy erupted forth, piercing through Tang Jingyang's body and reducing him to a mist of crimson. Blood rained down like a torrential downpour, staining the surrounding walls a deep red and forming a pool upon the ground. The scene was horrifying, striking terror into the hearts of all the Tang clan members, leaving them pallid and shaken. Their leader had been effortlessly slain by Jiang Daoxuan. No one could have predicted such an outcome. Even the Jiang clan members stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Jiang Daoxuan as if he were a mythical beast. To think that Tang Jingyang, a genuine master of innate perfection, could be dispatched as easily as one would a mere chick. Could it be that the clan leader had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm? The mere possibility sent shivers of excitement coursing through the onlookers. Under the adoring gazes of the Jiang clan, Jiang Daoxuan remained impassive, casually withdrawing his hand. Your demise serves as the most fitting explanation for my authority as clan leader. As his words echoed, a tremor of fear rippled through the Tang clan, silencing them into a state of fearful stillness, not daring to even breathe. Chapter 4. Those who dare to intrude upon my Jiang clan shall not be spared. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Jiang Daoxuan's piercing gaze swept over the Tang clan before settling on the 3 Wang brothers. How long have you 3 been serving the Jiang clan? Reporting to the clan leader, we have been part of the Jiang clan for 10 years, they replied, visibly startled, nodding fervently as if they were rattling drums. They feared that any delay in their response might provoke his displeasure. 10 years. Has it truly been so long? Jiang Daoxuan mused. Yet, in all that time, one would expect even a dog would have formed some attachment, while some among you are not even worthy of being regarded as livestock. Would you not agree with my sentiments, esteemed clan leader? At this, the 3 brothers trembled even more, their heads bowed in silent shame, unable to meet his gaze. Wang De, fully aware of his guilt, gritted his teeth and fell to his knees with a thud. The patriarch spoke. This matter was improperly handled by the three of us. We chose the wrong side, and we shall not dare to repeat such folly again. However, acknowledging one's mistakes warrants punishment. A decade ago, your cultivation was merely at the postnatal stage, yet due to your entanglements with vengeful foes, you sought refuge within the Jiang family. The Jiang family resolved your troubles, sheltered you, and provided various resources to aid your ascension to the innate realm. Yet this is how you repay us? At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice turned chilling, laced with an undercurrent of murderous intent. Under this oppressive aura, Wang Er and Wang San paled instantly, their legs trembling, and they fell to their knees in unison. Patriarch, we were in the wrong. We were foolish. However, considering our years of service to the Jiang family, I implore you to show mercy. Ridiculous. You should have perished at the hands of your enemies a decade ago. Now, allow this patriarch to reclaim what is due. Upon finishing his words, the pupils of the three narrowed to pinpricks. In the next moment, a cold wind swept past them. They had no time to resist before they expelled mouthfuls of blood, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Jiang Daoxuan waved his sleeve, retracting his hand, and turned to face the remaining members of the Tang family. Witnessing the complete lack of mercy shown to former family vassals, the Tang clan felt an overwhelming dread. Suppressing their fear, they spoke in unison. Patriarch Jiang, are you truly intent on severing all ties with the Tang family? Do not forget that our ancestor still lives. Is the Jiang family declaring open war against us? At this, Jiang Daoxuan remained unresponsive. Instead, he gestured to the members of the Jiang family behind him. Jiang family disciples, heed my command. Anyone who dares to intrude upon the Jiang family shall be met with no mercy. Kill them all. Yes. Instantly, all the Jiang family disciples erupted with fervor, raising their arms in unison, echoing the call. Thus began a relentless slaughter. Under the joint efforts of Jiang Daoxuan and his kin, the Tang family, now devoid of Tang Zhengyang, crumbled effortlessly. The air was filled with incessant pleas for mercy and curses. Before long, the commotion subsided. The courtyard of the Jiang family was strewn with corpses, and many Jiang disciples, exhausted from the fierce battle, gradually succumbed to fatigue. Nevertheless, their faces radiated a deep joy. Jiang Daoxuan stood with hands clasped behind his back, the center of a grim tableau surrounded by a multitude of bodies. Each corpse bore a single wound, indicative of a swift demise. Ding. Crisis averted, fate altered, allowing the family to survive. Family fortune 300. Family fortune? Jiang Daoxuan pondered. Thus far, he remained uncertain of the precise effects of family fortune. Unable to decipher its significance, he dismissed the thought with a shake of his head, preparing to approach his kin. Just then, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Green-tiered family member detected. The host may initiate investment. Invest 1 solidifying essence pill to receive 1 bottle of cleansing marrow pill. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes brightened. From his memories, he recalled that the cleansing marrow pill was an exceptional Xian-tier elixir. Once consumed, it would cleanse impurities from the body, significantly accelerating the user's absorption of spiritual energy by at least 3-fold. Moreover, it possesses the remarkable ability to mend hidden injuries and restore the foundational strength of martial artists below the Yuan Sea realm, while also slightly enhancing their innate potential. Such a precious object has never been acquired by anyone in the entirety of Wudong City. Its existence was merely known by name, yet never witnessed. Now, not only has it been seen, but the opportunity to obtain an entire vial is truly astonishing. A warmth surged within Jiang Daoxuan's heart, prompting him to follow the system's guidance and approach the Grand Elder. Greetings, Patriarch. Upon noticing the Patriarch's arrival, the Grand Elder instinctively prepared to bow. However, dismissing the formalities, Jiang Daoxuan expressed concern. I appreciate your efforts over the years, stepping forward to offer support. Familiar with the memories of his predecessor, he recognized that during his seclusion, the Jiang family relied heavily on this elder's steadfastness. Without the Grand Elder, the Jiang family might have perished long ago, leading to the complete failure of the system's entire clan functionality. As the Grand Elder was assisted to his feet and looked up, he immediately perceived several peculiarities due to their close proximity. The Patriarch's features appeared more refined, his skin more delicate, and his aura ethereal. Recalling the formidable power just displayed by his leader, the Grand Elder's expression shifted as he cautiously inquired, Patriarch, have you attained the Purple Mansion level? At the utterance of these words, the entire assembly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the Jiang disciples perked up, sharing the Grand Elder's acute curiosity. Under the scrutiny of numerous eager gazes, Jiang Daoxuan casually remarked, fortuitously, "I have broken through. I am now at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion." A unique aura characteristic of the Purple Mansion realm quietly emanated from him, permeating the surroundings and filling every crevice of space. In unison, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure that was almost suffocating. The pressure arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, vanishing in an instant as Jiang Daoxuan retracted it. Once the members of the Jiang family regained their composure, they erupted like boiling water, their excitement palpable. "The patriarch has broken through to the Purple Mansion realm? Ha! Our Jiang family now boasts a Purple Mansion cultivator. Who would dare to underestimate our clan now? Fortune has turned, indeed. It is a blessing from our ancestors to witness the emergence of the second Purple Mansion cultivator in centuries during such a critical time for our family. Given the current circumstances, the city lord, being a person of the court, would not meddle in the affairs of noble families. However, with the Tang family's elder already advanced in age, their time may be limited. Who can now stand in the way of our Jiang family's rise?" In that moment, the entire courtyard was filled with the joyous laughter of Jiang family disciples. Their exuberance was not due to a lack of composure, but rather an understanding of the significance of a cultivator at the Purple Mansion level. Despite the Jiang family's establishment in Wudong City for centuries, only their ancestors had reached such heights, and now they were fortunate enough to give birth to a second cultivator of this caliber, a being of such strength. Should they venture to the formidable Qianshan sect, could easily assume the esteemed position of elder and be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Even if they were to join the court, they could wield considerable power, becoming the lord of a distant city. The prospect of another powerful entity emerging from their Jiang family is nothing short of exhilarating. At this moment, even the usually composed Grand Elder could not maintain his calm, trembling with excitement. His lips parted slightly as he murmured, "Fortune has truly favored us." Under the fervent gaze of the onlookers, Jiang Daoxuan remained composed, merely producing a dark, black pill from his robe and offering it to the Grand Elder. "The burdens of these past years have left your foundation unstable. Take this Guyuan Dan and consume it." Guyuan Dan. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. He was no stranger to this item. It was a premium yellow-grade elixir, exceedingly valuable. Even with the Jiang family's substantial wealth, acquiring many of these was a challenge. Its effects were remarkable, accelerating healing and stabilizing one's foundation. Years ago, before entering seclusion, Jiang Daoxuan had expended considerable resources to purchase one. "Thank you for your generous gift, Clan leader." The Grand Elder was overwhelmed with emotion, trembling as he carefully accepted the pill, cradling it in his palms. He then swallowed it whole, allowing it to settle within him. Before long, the pallor on his face began to fade at a visibly rapid pace, replaced by a healthy flush. Ding! Investment successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of Shisui Dan. It has been automatically placed in the system's repository and can be retrieved at any time. Quite considerate, Jiang Daoxuan nodded approvingly. He then turned to the Grand Elder and inquired, "How long has it been since I entered seclusion? What events have transpired during this time?" Having just utilized his divine sense to detect a crisis within the courtyard, he had hastened here, yet remained unaware of the specific circumstances. Upon hearing his clan leader's query, the Grand Elder promptly concealed his inner joy and began recounting recent events. Reporting to the clan leader, "It has been over 6 years since your seclusion commenced. During this time, news of your retreat has spread, leading many to speculate that you had perished following a failed breakthrough. Consequently, the Tang family has grown increasingly brazen, encroaching upon our Jiang family's lands and instigating various conflicts to test whether you are still among us. As the years passed without your appearance, the Tang family cast aside all restraint, allying with the Sun and Gao families to brazenly seize our mining territories and disrupt our family's businesses within the city, resulting in numerous customer complaints and significant loss of market share, thus exacerbating our plight. However, 2 years ago, we engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Tang family, during which your cousin Dowling was slain at their hands. Subsequently, Dowling's son, Jiang Clan, revealed his cultivation talent. Our clan sold several shops and restaurants, converting 30% of our assets into resources to leverage connections, allowing Jiang Clan to join the Qianshan sect and become an inner disciple. Under the protection of the Qianshan sect, the actions of the Tang, Sun, and Gao families have been somewhat restrained. Yet, The Tang family seems to have acquired intelligence from an unknown source, claiming that Jiang Clan encountered an ambush from the Luofeng sect during a sect mission, leaving his Dantian shattered and resulting in his expulsion from the Qianshan sect. This revelation has emboldened the Tang family, with Tang Zhengyang personally leading their kin to our doorstep, intent on annihilating our clan today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew contemplative, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of intrigue. The actions of the Tang, Sun, and Gao families did not catch him off guard. However, the experiences of Jiang Chun inexplicably stirred a sense of déjà vu within him. Once a prodigy of the family, he had joined a sect, undertaken its missions, and then suffered a surprise attack from a rival sect, leading to the shattering of his Dantian and eventual expulsion from the sect. Could it be that? Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. Such grave karmic retribution could hardly befall the Jiang family. After all, it was the Yi, Lin, Xiao, and Su families that faced such fates. He quickly dismissed the thought and began to contemplate his next course of action. Having already annihilated the members of the Tang family and severed ties with them, why not seize the initiative and strike first? Who would dare to sleep soundly beneath his bed? He must eradicate the threat in its infancy. Shattering the eggs of the Tang family and scalding their anthills, no one must escape. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was solidifying his resolve, a sudden notification rang in his mind. Ding! The dignity of the family cannot be trampled upon. A family mission has been triggered. Annihilate the Tang family and instill fear in the miscreants of the city. Mission reward, based on score. Higher scores yield greater rewards, and achieving a perfect score grants a mysterious reward. A family mission? Jiang Daoxuan's heart leaped with joy. Excellent. This system task aligns perfectly with my intentions. The Tang family is destined for annihilation. With a cold smile, he raised his gaze to the assembly. The Tang family has acted with such impunity. How can our Jiang family endure this? Such a profound enmity must be avenged with blood. Are you willing to follow your patriarch to the Tang family, to exact blood for blood and seek justice? His words resonated throughout the courtyard, momentarily stunning those present. However, as they grasped the significance of his declaration, excitement illuminated their faces, and they raised their arms in a thunderous uproar. My elder brother and second uncle perished at the hands of the Tang family. This blood feud can only be resolved with their destruction. Now that we have a patriarch to lead us, we willingly march forth. The Tang family dares to bully our Jiang family. This is truly intolerable. We shall undoubtedly seek justice. Aha! Our patriarch has attained the Purple Mansion realm, while the elder of the Tang family is but a frail old man. What fear should we have of such a Tang family? Surely, they will crumble before us. At that moment, every Jiang family disciple clenched their fists, their spirits ignited. The Grand Elder observed this scene, and it appeared as though flames flickered within his pupils. The debt owed by the Tang family to the Jiang family is now due for collection, having taken in the fervent display of his kin. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction before addressing the crowd with a solemn voice. Let us depart. As his words fell, he turned and strode towards the entrance of the Jiang residence. All followed closely behind, forming a lengthy procession. Soon, Jiang Daoxuan reached the threshold of the Jiang manor. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly paused, a look of surprise crossing his face, causing those behind him to halt in confusion. The reason for his sudden stop was simple. A notification from the system had appeared. Ding! A Golden Tier family member is present. The host may initiate an investment. Golden Tier? Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback. Even the esteemed elder, possessing the cultivation of the seventh realm, has merely been assessed by the system as a green rank. Now, the sudden emergence of an individual of golden rank must be nothing short of extraordinary. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Daoxuan surveyed his surroundings and, following the system's guidance, swiftly identified his target. 100 meters away, on the street, stood a disheveled young man clad in tattered gray garments, his emaciated frame, unkempt hair, and pallid complexion painting a picture of despair. He staggered forward as if on the brink of collapse at any moment, laboriously making his way toward the Jiang family. Who is this? A frown creased Jiang Daoxuan's brow, his eyes reflecting confusion. The unfamiliar visage did not resonate with any memory he possessed. However, before his bewilderment could deepen, the members of the Jiang clan, following the gaze of their patriarch, turned to behold the young man. Upon closer inspection, they gasped in unison. Jiang Clan. Is it truly Jiang Clan returned? Indeed, it was Jiang Clan, yet why did he appear so destitute? Could it be that what Tang Zhengyang had claimed was true? That Jiang Clan had been expelled from Qianshan sect? Such an injustice. How could they cast out someone so young? If he had returned even a moment later, he might have perished on the streets. Qianshan's sect was so far from Wudong City. Could it be that he had walked all the way back? The members of the Jiang family murmured among themselves, their faces alight with indignation, rallying in solidarity for Jiang Chen's plight. How could they allow outsiders to trample on their kin? Chapter 6. The first Destiny Clan member, the reincarnation of the Great Emperor. Hearing the discussions around him, Jiang Daoxuan understood the situation and, in a flash, vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. His vision was blurred, and he struggled to discern the path ahead, relying solely on instinct to find his way home. Yet, his body was utterly exhausted, severely depleted of energy. Ultimately, he stumbled, losing his balance and falling to the ground, just as the back of his head was about to meet the earth. A refreshing breeze swept past him. Suddenly, the sensation of falling ceased as a strong arm caught him. With great effort, he opened his eyes, and before him stood a strikingly handsome man clad in snow-white garments, exuding an ethereal grace. In this close proximity, Jiang Chun could clearly discern his features. Gazing upon the familiar visage, distant memories were quietly awakened. The patriarch. Jiang Chen's spirit surged, his eyes rekindled with a glimmer of disbelief. In his youth, he had been fortunate enough to accompany his father and meet the patriarch on several occasions. The patriarch's illustrious deeds had long rendered him an idol in Jiang Chen's heart. Yet, had it not been said that the patriarch had secluded himself for 6 years, perhaps even passed away? How could he possibly appear here now? The immense shock led Jiang Chun to briefly question his own senses. However, the tangible warmth of reality, as Jiang Daoxuan grasped his hands and hoisted him back to his feet, snapped him back to awareness. In that moment, feeling the warmth radiating from the patriarch's palms, Jiang Chun was overwhelmed, tears welling up in his eyes, reflecting upon the astonishing transformation from genius to a mere shadow of oneself. Jiang Chun found himself overwhelmed with pent-up emotions and grievances in the presence of his elder and idol, the family patriarch. In an instant, his suppressed feelings erupted, and he could not suppress his sobs. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxuan, embodying the role of an elder, gently patted Jiang Chen's back and offered soft words of comfort. "It is good that you have returned." As he spoke, he utilized the Chaos Dao to glean information. Name: Jiang Chun. Cultivation: half-waste, original. First layer of postnatal realm. Constitution: half-waste, original, superior. Comprehension: genius, fate. Golden: from extremity to prosperity. Talent: mortal body. Opportunities: reincarnation of an ancient emperor. After the Dantian was shattered, he was expelled from the sect. While wandering outside, he fortuitously encountered celestial fire descending from the heavens, currently undergoing transformation, which will be completed in 1 day. In that moment, Jiang Daoxuan was finally convinced of his younger kin's extraordinary fate. The shattered Dantian of a reincarnated emperor, combined with celestial fire, such fortuitous circumstances were indeed remarkable. Ding. Current objective: investment can trigger golden level returns. Investing 1 cleansing pill will yield 10 bottles of diamond pill. Investing in the low-level Xian technique Thunder Palm will yield the top-level Earth technique Purple Thunder Palm. Investing in the low-level Xian skill Qi induction technique will yield the top-level Earth skill Pure Yang technique. Gazing at the abundant rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan inhaled deeply. He then discreetly revealed his wrist from beneath his sleeve and retrieved a cleansing pill from the system's repository. "Take this. It will aid in your recovery," he advised, though unspoken. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun accepted the cleansing pill and swallowed it whole. Immediately, the cleansing pill entered his abdomen, transforming into a pure stream of medicinal energy coursing through his limbs. Jiang Chen's pallid complexion began to visibly blossom with color. Although his Dantian remained unrepaired, the various internal injuries had miraculously returned to their original state. This revitalization filled Jiang Chun with vigor, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. Savoring the transformation within his body, a smile of joy graced Jiang Chen's face as he promptly adjusted his attire and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift, Patriarch." Although he was unaware of the cleansing pill's true worth, the fact that it could restore him so swiftly was unprecedented to him, even within the Thousand Mountains sect. He had never heard of such a miraculous elixir with effects so immediate. Realizing this, a wave of warmth surged within Jiang Chen's heart. Though he had seemingly lost the ability to cultivate and had become, as his fellow disciples had lamented, a mere waste, it was a stroke of fortune not to be scorned by his family. The fact that the patriarch would employ such a precious pill for his healing was inconceivable. At this moment, observing Jiang Chen's deeply moved demeanor, Jiang Daoxuan spoke solemnly. The Thousand Mountain sect, blind to the gem before them, has indeed lost their sight. In the future, I shall visit that sect and seek justice on your behalf. As soon as the words fell, an uproar erupted among all the members of the Jiang family present. It is imperative to recognize the unparalleled and formidable status of the Qianshan sect. Its leader is a renowned practitioner of the Yuanhai realm, whose immense power instills fear across several surrounding cities. Many families tremble at the mere mention of it, considering it an honor for their kin to join the Qianshan sect. Besides the sect leader and the esteemed elder, numerous elders of the sect, all formidable figures of the Zifu realm, maintain a stronghold within. Such a powerful force is one that even city lords dare not provoke recklessly. Yet, the family head intends to seek justice for Jiang Chen, aiming to confront the Qianshan sect for redress in the future. This audacious act has left everyone profoundly shaken. However, the crowd soon rallied with renewed vigor. If Jiang Chen, despite being rendered powerless, could inspire such loyalty, what of others? Should they face oppression, it is likely the family head would similarly rise to defend them. The thought filled everyone with pride for having such a protective leader. Amidst this, Jiang Chen, the very subject of concern, stood in stunned silence. His eyes glistened with tears, his heart stirred. He never anticipated that the family head would be willing to risk everything for him, a seemingly useless individual. Overwhelmed with emotion and contemplating the current strength of their family, Jiang Chen could not bear the thought of the family head putting himself in peril. Esteemed leader, let this matter of seeking justice rest for now. The Qianshan sect is too powerful, and I am merely a broken vessel. There is no need for you to take such risks. If anything were to happen to you, my heart would be troubled. Broken vessel? How absurd. Who decrees that a shattered dantian signifies a wasted life? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen was left utterly speechless. Following this, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated once more. A shattered dantian does not necessarily mark the end for an individual. It may also herald a new beginning. As the saying goes, one must break to rebuild. As long as the fervor within one's heart remains undiminished, fortune shall surely follow. Allow me to impart a message, not just to you, but to all members of the Jiang family. At this, every member of the Jiang family perked up, eager to listen. Chapter 7. The Resurgence of Jiang Chen's Fighting Spirit, Pure Yang Yuan Power. The true adversary is not the disparagement or ridicule of others, but rather the negation of oneself. Great wisdom transcends the ordinary. Great benevolence requires no aid. Why fear solitude? Why fear slander? Can you awaken to this truth? Upon hearing these words, a warmth surged within every heart, igniting a fervor. Jiang Chen, however, remained rooted in place, repeatedly murmuring to himself, a new beginning, break to rebuild. The true adversary is the denial of oneself. Why fear solitude? Why fear slander? In that moment, the previously dim light in Jiang Chen's eyes began to shine brightly, akin to a roaring flame igniting within. He clenched his fists, his heartbeat growing fervent and robust. Indeed, it was merely a shattered dantian. He was not dead. How could he allow himself to succumb to despair? The family head was right. He should live according to his true self, free from self-doubt and indifferent to external opinions, choosing to persist in his authentic identity. Esteemed leader, I understand now. As Jiang Chen's resolve was reignited, Jiang Daoxuan displayed a look of satisfaction. Truly, he is the chosen one. With just a gentle nudge, he naturally awakens to understanding. Ding. Detected that the chosen one Jiang Chen has regained his fighting spirit. Family Fortune 100. Jiang Daoxuan was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. With a smile, he produced 2 books from his possession and presented them before Jiang Chen. Take these manuals, the Thunderclap Palm and the Qi Induction Technique, and cultivate them. Others may doubt you, viewing you as merely a fallen waste who cannot rise again. But I, the clan leader, believe otherwise. I await the day you, like your father, become a stalwart protector of our family, rather than the waste others claim you to be. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart ignited once more, yearning to commence his training immediately. However, as he processed the names of the 2 techniques, his pupils suddenly constricted, filled with disbelief. How could a scion of the Jiang family not have heard of the illustrious Thunderclap Palm and Qi Induction Technique? It is said that these 2 techniques were passed down by the first ancestor of the Jiang family, who reached the Purple Mansion realm hundreds of years ago. Their profound nature has made them the clan's treasured techniques, accessible only to the clan leaders and elders of each generation. To have such precious techniques laid before him so readily was indeed a source of astonishment for Jiang Chen. He understood that techniques were typically within the grasp of those in the Purple Mansion realm, even during his time as an inner disciple at Qianshan's sect. The techniques he encountered were primarily of the yellow tier. Techniques above the level were entirely beyond his reach, reserved for exceptionally talented inner disciples or true inheritors. Contemplating the myriad wonders of techniques, Jiang Clan's heart surged with excitement as he tremulously extended his hands to accept the manuals. Thank you for your generosity, clan leader. I shall strive relentlessly henceforth, living up to your expectations. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving 10 bottles of diamond pills. Diamond pill, Earth Tier Supreme Elixir. Consuming it will enhance physical prowess. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Earth Tier Supreme Martial Art Purple Thunder Palm. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Earth Tier Supreme Technique Pure Yang Technique. With the rewards received, Jiang Daoxuan sought to avoid any mishaps during his visit to the Tang family. He promptly retrieved 2 techniques from his system's repository and imparted them directly into his mind. Within moments, Jiang Daoxuan successfully mastered the Purple Thunder Palm at a perfect level. When executed, it could condense a highly penetrating purple thunder in his palm, if unleashed. Even a typical Purple Mansion adept would meet a grim fate, reduced to a cloud of blood mist. As for the Pure Yang technique, it transformed the essence of his internal energy, making it extraordinarily pure and robust, capable of repelling all wickedness and forming pure Yang energy. Though his cultivation level had not yet advanced, the quality of his pure Yang energy already surpassed ordinary energy by several folds. In combat, if he faced an adversary of equivalent rank, a casual strike infused with pure Yang energy would suffice to shatter the opponent's energy defenses. Feeling the torrent of power coursing through his body, a glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. In the present day, it is no exaggeration to assert that he could effortlessly surpass 10 versions of his former self. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan gradually gathered his thoughts and turned to face the members of the Jiang family at the entrance. Having made the exceptional decision to impart the clan's foundational techniques to Jiang Clan, he resolved to treat all Jiang descendants equally, to prevent any feelings of jealousy or unnecessary misunderstandings among the others. Henceforth, after this battle, all members of the Jiang family, regardless of whether they are direct or collateral descendants, shall be permitted to cultivate the Thunderclap Palm and the Qi Induction Technique. With the acquisition of the Purple Thunder Palm and the Pure Yang Technique, he had little regard for these initial stage mystic techniques, adhering to the principle of resource optimization. It was indeed appropriate to offer them for the training of his kin. As for the 2 Earth-grade techniques he currently mastered, he would not be foolish enough to disclose them widely before achieving a certain level of strength. After all, Earth-grade techniques are coveted even by those at the Stellar Will realm. To divulge them carelessly would be akin to a child parading gold through the streets. And should it provoke the greed of a Stellar Will master, the Jiang family, in its current state, would not withstand such turmoil. At this moment, as Jiang Daoxuan's words echoed, all Jiang descendants raised their voices in unison. Thank you, clan leader. Long live the clan leader. Initially, upon witnessing Jiang Clan's acquisition of 2 mystic techniques, some felt a twinge of discomfort, but now they had come to terms with it. With 2 mystic techniques in hand, what was there to envy? The cacophony of voices continued, and it was only then that Jiang Clan noticed a throng of clan members gathered at the entrance. Perplexed, he turned to Jiang Daoxuan and quietly inquired, "Clan leader, what is this all about?" "Our objective is to obliterate the Tang family," Jiang Daoxuan replied casually. His tone is nonchalant, as if discussing an everyday matter. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Clan could not maintain his composure. As a member of the Jiang family, he was well aware of the Tang family's formidable reputation, not to mention the Tang family's ancestor at the Purple Mansion realm. The 4 tigers of the Tang family were no trifling adversaries either. The eldest, Tang Jingyang, was at the peak of the innate realm, while the second brother was at the 6th level, and the remaining 2 brothers were also formidable at the 4th level of the innate realm. This formidable lineup appeared far beyond the Jiang family's capacity to contend with. Contemplating this, Jiang Clan's face involuntarily reflected concern. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed that every clan member present was radiating a profound sense of confidence, devoid of any trace of worry. Realizing this, Jiang Clan quickly understood that the unfolding events seemed to diverge from his previous assumptions. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice rang out. "Your current cultivation is insufficient. Accompanying us to the Tang family would be exceedingly perilous. Best for you to return for now and await our return. Although Jiang Chun possessed golden fortune, making it unlikely for him to meet his demise in such a small place as the Tang family, considering various factors. It was indeed wise for him to remain at the Jiang family's stronghold for the time being. Understood, Jiang Chun did not insist on following along. Aware that he had lost all cultivation and had become an ordinary person, he recognized that any attempt to venture into the Tang family would only hinder rather than assist, and could potentially distract his kin who might feel compelled to protect him. This realization was particularly difficult for his once proud self to accept, prompting him to forego the journey. Chapter 8. The Calamity of the Tang Family. Summon the Ancestor. Following this, Jiang Chun walked past Jiang Daoxuan. Upon entering the residence of the Jiang family and passing by the assembled crowd, a youth of similar age to Jiang Chun exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Jiang Chun, just wait for our return. The clan leader has transcended to the Purple Mansion realm, and the Tang family stands no chance in this battle." Initially engrossed in his thoughts as he walked, Jiang Chun's body involuntarily trembled upon hearing this news. The Purple Mansion realm? His lips parted slightly in disbelief. At that moment, he finally comprehended the confidence exuded by his kin. The elder of the Tang family was frail and aged. How could he possibly contend with their clan leader? Yet, Jiang Chun silently lifted his gaze, watching the backs of his departing relatives. He clenched his teeth, vowing to himself, "This is the first time, and it shall be the last." Faced with a fierce battle that would determine the survival of both families, he found himself unable to partake due to his lost cultivation. This sense of helplessness was unbearable for him. As a member of the Jiang family, how could he not desire to contribute to their cause? As the figures of his kin gradually faded from view, Jiang Chun took a step forward, resolutely continuing inward. He was eager to practice the two profound techniques he had acquired, yearning to pursue his own miracle. Not long after, at the Tang family estate, in a pavilion by the pond, the atmosphere was lively and joyous, filled with music and dance. 3 gentlemen were indulging in appetizers and sipping on fine wine, admiring the graceful movements of the dancers and relishing the soothing melodies. The mood was lighthearted, and they engaged in casual banter. "Ha ha, judging by the time, I reckon my brother has already obliterated the Jiang family, hasn't he? The Jiang family is likely finished. Have you all thought about how to divide their lands, mines, and assets? I've already informed my brother. I'll take the Fonlai Tower. The rest is yours to choose." "Second brother, why are you so eager? Is it possible that the courtesan from the Fonlai Tower has truly captivated you? You would forsake all else for this place of romance?" Tang Laosi chuckled, sipping a warm cup of wine. Tang Er, with a look of infatuation, smiled in response. "You cannot fathom the sincerity that Yenner holds for me. She is unlike the women I've encountered before. She is utterly flawless, not after my wealth, but longs for a life of companionship, growing old together. How could she be compared to those superficial courtesans?" Upon hearing this, Tang San and Tang Si could not help but shake their heads. A mere woman who could be bought with money. Only their foolish second brother would believe such words. However, despite their understanding of this truth, they refrained from voicing it, as criticizing their second brother could impact the distribution of assets. After all, if Tang Er were to forego resources, it would mean a larger share for the two of them. With this thought, Tang San and Tang Si exchanged amused glances. The 3 of them engaged in jovial conversation. And before long, 6 cups of wine had been consumed. Just as Tang Er felt the small cup was insufficient and began to quench his thirst from the wine jar, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Tang Er furrowed his brow and casually tossed the empty wine jar to the ground. Tang San and Tang Si also ceased their chatter, turning to discern the source of the noise. Under their watchful gaze, a flustered family servant clad in gray hurriedly approached, only to stumble and fall to the ground in his haste. Tang Lao Er immediately expressed his displeasure with a sharp rebuke. "What a disgraceful display. Are you so careless?" His voice thundered like a storm, startling the servant considerably. Tang Lao San's eyes flickered momentarily before he rose and moved to stand before the servant. "Speak. What has transpired to render you so frantic?" The servant finally recollected the urgent matter at hand. "It is the Jiang family. Many of them have arrived. They are killing anyone in their path and have slain numerous brothers of ours." Upon hearing this, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck, darkening the expressions of the 3 men instantly. Bang! Tang Lao Er's brows furrowed in fury as he slammed his palm down, shattering the dining table in 2. How dare the insignificant Jiang family come to our Tang family and wreak havoc? Tang Lao San appeared contemplative. It was strange. His elder brother had already gone to the Jiang family. Logically, they should not have survived. let alone come to our Tang family. Tang Laoxi's mind raced. Third brother. Could it be that our elder brother arrived at the Jiang family only to find it deserted? Is that why the Jiang family managed to escape? But that didn't make sense either. If they had chosen to flee, it would not surprise him. But why would they come to our Tang family to meet their demise? The old ancestor is still with us. The multitude of uncertainties left Tang Laoxuan and Tang Laoxi increasingly perplexed, unable to connect the dots. However, Tang Lao'er was uninterested in pondering such matters. He abruptly rose, casting his gaze upon the treasured blade resting nearby. With a hand calloused from toil, he grasped the hilt firmly. He swung the great sword a few times with ease, the wind howling around him, leaving a powerful impression. Why dwell on trivialities? Since they dare to invade our Tang family, I shall ensure their blood stains this ground today. With that declaration, he prepared to leave the loft. Seeing this, Tang Laoxuan quickly stepped forward, grasping his elder brother's sleeve. Hold on, second brother. Noticing the ominous expression on Tang Lao'er's face, he halted his actions and turned to the messenger servant. This situation appears rather peculiar. For caution's sake, you must relay this news to the old ancestor. At once. Third master. The servant hurriedly rose, clasping his hands in salute, and promptly dashed off towards the Tang family ancestral hall. At that moment, Tang Laoxuan finally released his grip on his elder brother's sleeve. Come, let us go see what audacity the Jiang family possesses to dare invade our Tang family. Tang Lao'er snorted coldly, gripping the great sword with unwavering resolve as he left the loft and headed towards the front courtyard, with Tang Laoxuan and Tang Laoxi following closely behind. Before long, the trio, nearing the front courtyard, could faintly hear the sounds of a fierce struggle. A few steps further, they were met with an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood. The intensity of the odor darkened their expressions even more. How many lives have been lost ahead? With that thought, they quickened their pace and swiftly arrived at the front courtyard. Gradually, the scene before them came into focus. Numerous kin, dressed in family attire, lay sprawled across the ground. Corpses littered the area, and blood painted a grim tableau. The surrounding grass and trees were stained with a myriad of crimson splatters. The battle raged on, and upon witnessing a family member being slain by a Jiang family sword, they were left in stunned horror. The fury within Tang Lao'er surged uncontrollably, igniting like a wildfire. Veins bulged menacingly at his temples. His eyes burned a furious red, resembling a frenzied beast. I shall kill you all, he bellowed, brandishing his treasured blade. With a swift stride, he plunged into the crowd, confronting the nearest member of the Jiang family. He raised his sword high, intending to cleave the unfortunate soul in two. Confronted with the weighty blade, the young Jiang scion was instantly paralyzed with terror, his legs buckling beneath him, resulting in a clumsy fall to the ground. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan, who had been mingling among the crowd, suddenly caught sight of the unfolding chaos. His eyes narrowed, and he raised an arm, pointing decisively. With a flick of his finger, a pure yang force erupted from his fingertip, piercing through Tang Lao'er's skull in an instant. The head exploded like a watermelon, sending blood splattering everywhere. The wound at his neck gushed forth like a fountain. With a dull thud, Tang Lao'er's headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Tang Laoxi turned pale with fright. He could hardly fathom that his brother, who had reached the 6th level of the innate realm, was no match for the individual before him. What kind of cultivation did this person possess? Tang Laoxuan's countenance darkened, seemingly drenched in shadows. He scrutinized Jiang Daoxuan's face, feeling an unsettling familiarity grow within him. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Jiang Daoxuan. After many years, he recalled that nightmarish figure. As the realization dawned, Tang Laoxi's pupils constricted in terror. He hastily scrutinized Jiang Daoxuan's visage, which perfectly aligned with his memories of that haughty face. How could this be possible? Are you a ghost or a man? You should not still be alive. Tang Laoxi was overwhelmed with horror. Then, as if struck by another thought, his heart sank. No, where is my elder brother? At this point, if Jiang Daoxuan still lived, then Tang Zhengyang's situation could not be optimistic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan merely shook his head, unwilling to engage in further banter. With a leap, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger pouncing upon its prey, sweeping through the air with a force that could consume mountains and rivers. Faced with such overwhelming might, Tang Laoxi was paralyzed with fear, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. In contrast, Tang Laoxuan's instinct was not to push his dim-witted brother aside, but rather to hastily retreat. Seeking distance, Before long, the paralyzed Tang Laosi became Jiang Daoxuan's target. With a chilling swish, the icy, sharp blade captured all attention. It glided effortlessly, sealing his throat in one swift motion, blood splattering in all directions. Tang Laosi's eyes widened, filled with a burning reluctance, his expression gradually fading into darkness. Then, his body collapsed, lifeless. At that moment, witnessing Jiang Daoxuan's ruthless dispatch of two men, treating innate cultivators like mere animals, the Jiang family members fighting fiercely felt invigorated, growing bolder in battle. In stark contrast, the Tang family members appeared ashen, their spirits utterly crushed. Barely clinging to life, Tang Laosan collapsed onto the ground, lifting his head with trepidation as he gazed at Jiang Daoxuan. "You, be silent," Jiang Daoxuan replied coldly. Their gazes locked. And as Tang Laosan stared into those pitch-black eyes reminiscent of a shadowy abyss, he felt an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. It was as if uttering another word would lead to his demise, transforming him into a lifeless corpse. Drip. Drip. Blood droplets coalesced at the tip of the sword before cascading downwards, as if the specter of death was drawing near. Tang Laosan lowered his head, his expression contorted in a grimace. He still yearned for the splendor of life. How could he resign to perish here? Realizing that remaining in this predicament would lead only to death, he steeled himself, casting aside all dignity and pride, and begged for mercy before the many onlooking members of the Tang clan. "Please, do not kill me. I still wish to live. If you spare my life, I am willing to lead the Tang family as a vassal of the Jiang family. With my elder brother, second brother, and fourth brother gone, I am the sole candidate for the next clan leader. I can become your loyal servant, obeying your every command. Whoever you wish for me to bite, I shall bite." Perhaps fearing that a delay might result in a swift fatal blow, Tang Laosan spoke with astonishing rapidity. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Daoxuan maintained an impassive demeanor, though his eyes glimmered with mockery, as if he were relishing the performance of a jester. Just as this spectacle reached its climax, an unexpected guest interrupted. A venerable elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, suddenly appeared on the scene. "You dare disturb my Tang family and slay my kin? Such audacity! You shall take your own lives to atone for your transgressions, lest you sully my hands." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear present. Upon hearing such brazen words, the members of the Jiang family immediately grasped the implication. Elder? Could it be that this individual is the esteemed ancestor of the Tang family, who has attained the Purple Mansion realm for many years? Simultaneously, upon hearing the elder's voice, Tang Laosan's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. Realizing that there might be a turn of events, he felt an immense relief for having summoned the elder. Quickly, he raised his head to look at the elder, his eyes brimming with expectation, his lips moving as if to speak. Yet, before he could utter a single word, he felt a chill at his neck. And in the next moment, he was lifted high into the air. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, his eyes reflecting the image of a headless figure. "Is that me?" The last thought flickered through his mind as his consciousness plummeted into an abyss of darkness. Outrageous. Witnessing one of his clan's most promising descendants being slain before his very eyes ignited the elder's fury. His internal energy surged forth, radiating outward and creating a powerful wave that compelled everyone present to cease their fighting and retreat in unison. The elder's gaze sharpened as he locked onto his target, his toes barely touching the ground before he shot forward. Covering a distance of several dozen meters in an instant, he unleashed a palm imbued with boundless fury, channeling his immense spiritual power. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan appeared unruffled. In mere moments, he discerned the elder's strengths and weaknesses. Though possessing the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, the elder was constrained by age and physical decline, his vitality having waned significantly. Against such an opponent, a single strike would suffice. In Jiang Daoxuan's eyes, a glimmer of icy light suddenly emerged as he quietly invoked the purple thunder palm, gathering strands of violet lightning within his palm. In an instant, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, he raised his arm and struck out swiftly. Chapter 10. Completion of the Family Task, Nuwa Visualization Diagram. Bang! The two palms collided, their primordial energies intertwining, unleashing an astonishing force. Strands of purple light flickered, illuminating the surroundings, accompanied by faint rumblings of thunder. "This is bad." Sensing the sting emanating from his palm, the elder of the Tang family suddenly changed countenance. Before he could react, the power of lightning contained within the purple thunder palm and the pure yang primordial energy erupted once more. In that fleeting moment, it tore through the elder's skin, surging violently within his body. At that instant, The elder of the Tang family widened his eyes, his pupils filled with disbelief. The forces of lightning and pure yang primordial energy rampaged within him. Eventually, unable to withstand the onslaught, his body erupted with a resounding bang, shattering into pieces. Simultaneously, Jiang Daoxuan deftly retreated a few meters, dispersing the power clinging to his palm and withdrawing his hand behind him. The entire process lasted less than 3 breaths. Executed with an ease that was almost incredible. Witnessing the death of their patriarch, the Tang family members, who had been struggling to resist, were rendered utterly dumbfounded. The patriarch is dead? Impossible. The elder was a formidable practitioner of the Purple Mansion. How could he perish so easily? Is there anyone who can tell me this is but a deception? The members of the Tang family stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, forgetting even to flee. The illustrious name of their patriarch had resounded throughout Wudong City for decades. Even they regarded him as a pillar of spiritual faith. Yet now, the very foundation of their belief had suddenly crumbled. Realizing this, many Tang family members displayed panic, at a loss for what to do. However, for them, the true despair was just beginning. Jiang Daoxuan turned to face the eager family members before him and coldly declared, "Send them on their way." As his words fell, the Jiang family members, who had been immersed in shock, quickly regained their composure, raising their arms in unison and charging forth. Faced with the fervent battle spirit of the Jiang family, the Tang family, stripped of all support, instinctively began to flee in a panic. However, due to their overwhelming anxiety, many stumbled and fell to the ground. Yet, driven by a fear of death, they scrambled to their feet and continued to run. Their movements were, alas, far too slow. Before long, the Jiang family surrounded them completely, leaving no escape. Kill. Immediately, one Jiang family member after another drew their weapons, unleashing a massacre upon the Tang family. Jiang Daoxuan mingled within the crowd. For him, this level of combat was akin to child's play. Recognizing the importance of accumulating practical experience for his kin, he chose to observe rather than intervene. However, should any Jiang family member find themselves in peril, Jiang Daoxuan would step in directly to influence the outcome. Under the coverage of his Purple Mansion consciousness, he held dominion over the unfolding events, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Thus, the entire Tang family became a mere tool for honing the combat abilities of the Jiang family members. Before long, the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, lingering persistently. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and dismembered arms, a scene both harrowing and grotesque. As the last anguished cry echoed into the air, the entire Tang family lay vanquished. In that moment, the faces of the Jiang Clan's youth flushed with fervor, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. Thanks to Jiang Daoxuan's intervention, they bore only minor wounds, mere scratches upon their skin, without any serious injuries. As silence enveloped the surroundings, admiration radiated from every gaze directed towards the silhouette of their clan leader. Grateful for the blessings of their ancestors, they felt reassured by the presence of such a formidable patriarch. What was there to fear? Yet, Jiang Daoxuan, unsatisfied with this triumph, turned to address the assembly. To rid the Jiang family of the humiliation endured over centuries, this is but a mere beginning. Today, we shall make it abundantly clear to all within Wudong City the cost of provoking the Jiang family. Now, scour the entirety of the Tang estate and locate every survivor, along with their livestock. I desire that not a single living creature remains. We shall eradicate them to their roots. To leave even a trace is to invite resurgence. Mercy towards our enemies is nothing short of cruelty towards our own kin. Upon hearing their leader's decree, the Jiang youths immediately bowed in reverence. Yes, in their hearts, there was no discord. The thought of the audacious threat posed by the Tang family, who had come intending to annihilate them, sent shivers down their spines. Had their leader not appeared, they would have surely become mere specters beneath Tang Xingyang's blade. Such a profound enmity could not be easily resolved. Thus, fueled by righteous anger, the Jiang youths surged forth, beginning to purge every corner of the Tang residence. Soon, the air was filled with curses, pleas for mercy, and the sounds of barking and honking. In a short while, the entire Tang household fell into a hushed stillness. At this juncture, the Tang family had been irrevocably erased from Wudong City. As each Jiang youth returned, regrouping, Jiang Daoxuan remained poised, seemingly awaiting something. Then, a chime resonated, and a system notification appeared before him. Ding! The annihilation of the Tang family has been detected. Family mission accomplished. Settling rewards now. Ding! Based on your performance, the mission rating is A. Full score. rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 points of family fortune. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Earth-level Supreme Technique Great Sun Body Refinement Method. Congratulations, host. You have received a Cultivation Acceleration card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Scroll of the Silent Sword Manual. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious reward, Inwa Visualization Diagram. Gazing at the bountiful rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Simultaneously, the system's notification confirmed the total obliteration of the Tang family, allowing him to finally collect his thoughts. Subsequently, he led the others in raiding the Tang estate. Understanding that the growth of their family necessitated a wealth of resources, they promptly began extracting treasures. Before long, numerous Jiang youths emerged, transporting wooden chests filled with gold, silver, jewels, martial techniques, and property deeds. After thoroughly ensuring that the Tang estate had been completely stripped of all resources, they collectively hoisted the boxes and exited the Tang residence, retracing their steps onto the bustling streets. Along the way, the commotion created by the Jiang family attracted a multitude of onlookers. A strong scent of blood permeated the air. Who were they? Those are Jiang Yongmian and Jiang Yongyu. I recognize them as members of the Jiang family. Observing their heavy steps, one wonders what those boxes contain. Yet, that is not the focal point. The crux of the matter seems to lie in their emergence from the Tang family. The Tang family? Could it be that the two families? The crowd buzzed with speculation, each voice contributing to an array of conjectures. At that moment, one individual noticed the man in white leading the procession. Who is this leader of the Jiang family? I have never seen him before. When did the Jiang family produce such a figure? Some of the younger spectators, unfamiliar with Jiang Daoxuan's appearance, expressed confusion. However, it did not take long for several elderly residents, who had lived in Wudong City for many years, to recognize Jiang Daoxuan. Within the crowd, a martial artist clad in formidable attire suddenly gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is that really Jiang Daoxuan?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, igniting a monumental commotion. Chapter 11. The shocking news sweeping Wudong City. A family meeting. What? Is that the Jiang family patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan, who swept away his peers years ago, only to retreat into seclusion and then vanish? Was he not rumored to be dead? How could he suddenly appear here? Wait, they emerged from the Tang family? The onlookers were engulfed in astonishment. Soon, a bold individual stepped forward to investigate the situation at the Tang residence. Gazing upon the horrific scene within, all present were left pale and retching. Before long, the news of the Tang family's annihilation spread, sending shockwaves throughout Wudong City. It was as if a thunderclap had struck the peaceful city, heralding a cataclysmic change after decades of stability. Upon hearing this news, numerous ordinary citizens, martial artists, and scions of noble families wore expressions of disbelief. It must be noted that this was the Tang family, the foremost among the four great families. Not only did they possess numerous experts, but they were also guarded by the four tigers of the Tang family, each a formidable force in the innate realm. And their ancestor had achieved the Purple Mansion realm years ago. Yet, such a powerful assembly was unable to withstand the Jiang family. The chilling reality was that within the Tang estate and among the Jiang family members traversing the streets, no corpses were discovered. This meant that the Jiang family had successfully obliterated the entire Tang family without a single casualty. Such a sensational and terrifying achievement immediately sparked suspicion among many. Could it be that Jiang Daoxuan not only survived, but also managed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? The thought sent a tremor through their hearts. With the Tang family's patriarch deceased, if Jiang Daoxuan truly attained the Purple Mansion realm, the title of Wudong City's premier family would likely shift to the Jiang family. As the news spread from one person to another, it quickly engulfed the entire Wudong City. Shortly thereafter, at the city lord's estate, in a separate courtyard, City Lord Ding Xian stood by a pond, scattering crumbs of food into the water, whereupon a frenzy of fish surged forth. At this moment, his attention was not focused on the school of fish. Rather, he wore a grave expression, patiently listening to the report from his subordinate. Once the subordinate concluded the account of the Tang family's demise, Ding Xian scattered the remnants of his meal and slowly withdrew his hand. While the downfall of the Tang family was a minor issue, the deaths of the three Tang brothers by a single sword strike, along with the demise of the elder Tang, was indeed significant. Achieving such feats required more than mere innate prowess. Are you suggesting this is the work of Jiang Daoxuan? The commander asked quietly, bowing his head in surprise. If his assumptions were correct, Jiang must have attained the Purple Mansion realm, a truly formidable talent. It is a rarity to encounter a purple mansion cultivator under 50, even among the major sections. It is indeed a pity that one with such remarkable gifts would settle for the position of a mere clan leader, willingly burdened by trivial matters, a complete squandering of such extraordinary potential. Were he to abandon his family and align himself with a superior force, he might have aspired to reach even higher realms beyond the Purple Mansion. Alas, it seems he has exhausted his family's resources to achieve his current status. And with the encumbrance of familial duties, further progress appears unlikely. The Purple Mansion may very well be the pinnacle of his achievements in this lifetime. Ding Xian's face revealed a sense of regret, feeling profoundly disheartened by this realization. Upon hearing this, the commander was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the city lord would hold Jiang Daoxuan in such high regard. He then nervously inquired, "In the matter of the Tang family? Their complete annihilation within Wudong City is a grave issue that requires your decision." Upon hearing this, the city lord closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. These aristocratic families show no respect for the court, refuse to be disciplined, and dare to undermine the interests of the court for their own gain. A true nest of parasites. A mere squabble among these parasites is of no concern to me, nor to the court. This matter need not be mentioned again. However, the Tang family does have some ties to the Tiandu Tang family, and since their destruction has occurred under my jurisdiction, I owe it to them to provide an explanation. I shall set out tomorrow to personally visit the Jiang family and ascertain the truth of the matter. Understood, came the response. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family's assembly hall, the senior members were gathered, surrounded by numerous family members, all of whom wore expressions of excitement. They exchanged whispers, sharing in their collective joy. Jiang Chun, keeping his head down and blending in with the crowd, gleaned the details of the situation from their conversations. Listening to the clan leader's grand exploits, depicting the innate as mere animals and recounting the glorious slaying of the Tang family's ancestor, Jiang Chun felt invigorated, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, as if he were witnessing the events firsthand. His fervor swelled, yet a tinge of regret lingered within him for not having been present. Under the gaze of countless eager eyes, Jiang Daoxuan gradually rose from his seat, facing the assembly. In that moment, he noticed several new potential investors among the crowd. Upon discovering the green-ranked clansman, the host may initiate an investment. By investing 1 washing marrow pill, one may acquire 3 essence enhancement pills. The essence enhancement pill, a superior grade elixir of the Xian tier, significantly accelerates the user's absorption of spiritual energy. By investing 1 washing marrow pill, one may also obtain a single washing marrow pill. Upon identifying white-ranked clansmen, the host may initiate an investment. By investing 10 low-grade spirit stones, one may receive 100 low-grade spirit stones. By investing 3 chi induction pills, one may procure 10 bottles of chi induction pills. After careful observation, Jiang Daoxuan noted that these green-ranked investors had performed commendably during the conflict with the Tang family. Contemplating this, he solemnly announced, "Now that the Tang family has been vanquished, it is time to reward those deserving. I will now call forth the names of individuals from our clan." As he called out the names, Jiang Yongyan, Jiang Yongping, Jiang Daohua, the individuals summoned, filled with excitement, stepped out from the crowd to stand before Jiang Daoxuan. Once the naming concluded, over 20 individuals stood proudly, their spirits high as they basked in the envious gazes of their fellow clansmen. Although they maintained a calm demeanor, internally, they were elated, nearly bursting into laughter. Once the most industrious among them had gathered, Jiang Daoxuan produced a bottle of washing marrow pills and addressed the assembly. "Your exemplary performance has not gone unnoticed by this clan leader. Here, each of you shall receive 1 washing marrow pill." At his words, their eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that they had misheard? The washing marrow pill? The very legendary elixir of the Xiantier? It was said that the washing marrow pill required the meticulous blending of 9 rare medicinal herbs, along with complex preparation steps, making it a rare treasure even within the entire Tiandu prefecture. In the past, even a single pill would have been beyond their financial reach. And even if they exhausted the entirety of Jiang family's wealth, it would scarcely suffice to purchase just 1. Yet, astonishingly, this divine artifact was now being distributed, 1 to each individual. As they received the washing marrow pills, their hearts trembled with excitement. The surrounding clansmen erupted in astonishment. Regret began to wash over them. Had they known such rewards awaited those who exerted themselves, perhaps they too would have fought fiercely to earn their share of the washing marrow pills. In that moment, they lowered their heads, feeling as if they had bitten into a sour lemon, their hearts heavy with discontent. Resolving silently, they vowed to exert their utmost efforts for the clan in the future, striving for recognition from their leader. Jiang Daoxuan, observing their expressions, smiled warmly. Upon discovering blue-ranked clansmen, the host may initiate an investment. By investing one washing marrow pill, one may acquire a bottle of superior purple spirit pills. The superior purple spirit pill, a lower-grade elixir of the earth tier, significantly increases the probability of a perfected innate practitioner breaking through to the purple mansion realm by 90%. By investing in pure yang skill, one may receive a superior calming herb. The superior calming herb, a lower-grade spiritual herb of the earth tier, can nurture the residual soul of a practitioner. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes brightened, and he promptly approached the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I sincerely appreciate your hard work over the years. The Jiang family has endured for so long, and your contributions are indispensable. Upon hearing this, a mist of emotion clouded the Grand Elder's eyes, as if the validation of his years of effort stirred a profound resonance within him. After regaining his composure, the Grand Elder's voice emerged hoarsely. The Jiang family belongs to all of us. As the Grand Elder, it is my duty to do all of this. There was no need for modesty. As the family leader, he was always clear about rewards and punishments. If there is a reward, it must be given. I see your vital energy is weak and your foundation compromised. Here, take this cleansing marrow pill and a vial of vitality-enhancing elixirs. In addition, here is a martial art manual for you as well. Jiang Daoxuan retrieved the newly acquired vial of vitality-enhancing elixirs and the cleansing marrow pill, presenting them alongside the pure yang technique to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, with trembling hands, accepted the two items. Gazing at the cleansing marrow pill, he was overwhelmed with emotion. He was acutely aware of his physical condition. Repeated failures to break through had led to a damaged foundation, leaving him with little hope for future advancements. However, at this moment, the miraculous possibilities of the cleansing marrow pill ignited a flicker of hope in his eyes. The bottleneck that had confined him for years now seemed within reach of being shattered. Moreover, the vial of vitality-enhancing elixirs filled him with exhilaration. Although their value was slightly less than that of the cleansing marrow pill, their remarkable ability to rapidly enhance the cultivation of innate realm practitioners rendered them an exceedingly rare treasure. Such elixirs, in the past, would have been unattainable even at the cost of the entire Jiang family's wealth. Yet, here he was, fortunate enough to receive an entire vial of these precious elixirs. In the midst of his jubilation, he picked up the martial arts manual. Initially, he had thought it merely to be one of the techniques cataloged by the family, thus not paying it much mind. However, as he began to peruse its contents, the Grand Elder's pupils constricted and his breath quickened. This was indeed a supreme martial art of the earth grade. The Grand Elder was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that the technique bestowed upon him by the family leader was such an advanced one. Even more astonishing was the fact that the leader, possessing such a formidable martial art, had selflessly chosen to grant it to him. Thank you, esteemed leader. The Grand Elder's joy brought him to tears. As one who had devoted everything to the family, he did not dwell on the immense opportunity the leader must have encountered during his seclusion. His only concern was whether the family could thrive under the leader's guidance. Simultaneously, he grasped the leader's unspoken wisdom regarding the technique's classification. Should the existence of a supreme earth-grade martial art be leaked, the Jiang family, given its current strength, would undoubtedly be unable to safeguard it. For the sake of prudence, it was better to practice it in secrecy. Once their strength was sufficient, they could unveil the technique without hesitation. Seeing that the Grand Elder understood his intentions, Jiang Daoxuan refrained from saying more. He nodded and then approached a wooden chest, effortlessly shattering it with a wave of his hand, revealing a trove of spirit stones within. He proceeded to destroy an adjacent chest, unveiling a collection of black elixirs. Jiang Daoxuan turned to face everyone present. All clansmen participating in the battle to obliterate the Tang family shall receive 10 spirit stones and 3 chi-attracting pills as rewards. This occasion is not the last. Henceforth, anyone who merits recognition shall be treated equally by this clan leader, regardless of whether you belong to the direct lineage, collateral branches, or subsidiary lines. Rewards will be generously bestowed without prejudice to your status. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers, as if they might lift the roof with their exuberance. Long live the clan leader. Initially, many had thought they would not receive any rewards, yet unexpectedly, A twist of fate had befallen them. Although the rewards pale in comparison to the cleansing pills, for them, 10 spirit stones and 3 chi-attracting pills hold substantial value. In earlier times, such resources would have required over a year's accumulation to obtain. Shortly thereafter, once the rewards had been distributed and the remaining materials transported to the family treasury, Jiang Daoxuan, having received the system's bestowal, declared the assembly concluded. The numerous members of the Jiang Clan, filled with contentment, collected their rewards and gradually departed for their residences. As the crowd dissipated, Jiang Daoxuan did not linger. He retraced his steps along the familiar path to his chamber. Fortunately, despite his prolonged seclusion, his room was regularly maintained and remained spotless. The cleansing power of spiritual energy had kept his skin remarkably smooth and clean, free from any blemish, despite years without cleaning. However, recalling the bloodstains on his garments, Jiang Daoxuan decided to change into a fresh white outfit. He then approached his bed and sat down, beginning to examine his recent acquisitions. First and foremost, he had acquired the cultivation method for the Great Sun Body refining technique through the system's importation. This technique channels the power of solar starlight to refine the physical body, causing one's vitality to surge like a roaring sea. A regular person, upon reaching a perfected state, could withstand the might of Earth-grade magical artifacts, becoming a veritable mobile talisman. Should he cultivate to perfection, given the innate strength of his sacred body, resisting heaven-grade artifacts would likely pose no challenge. Following the cultivation steps, Jiang Daoxuan commenced his attempt to absorb the first wisp of solar starlight that permeated the air. The moment he activated the Great Sun Body refining technique, his body underwent a tremendous transformation, resembling a colossal vortex that voraciously absorbed the surrounding solar starlight. It merged entirely within him, cleansing his sinews, bones, and flesh, causing his vitality to swell dramatically. In less than 10 breaths, the concentrated solar starlight enveloped him in a faint golden aura, rendering Jiang Daoxuan akin to an ethereal being descended to the mortal realm. After completing a cycle of the Great Sun Body refining technique, Jiang Daoxuan paused momentarily to sense the changes within his body. Though the duration was brief and the effects not yet pronounced, he could already perceive a slight enhancement in his constitution. Satisfied, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in approval, acknowledging the unparalleled strength of this earth-grade body refinement technique. Merely completing a single cycle had yielded such remarkable results. The long-term benefits from consistent practice would undoubtedly be substantial. Meanwhile, he found himself contemplating further. The techniques of the Great Sun Body refinement and the pure yang skill both embody the essence of utmost yang and unyielding strength in the path of cultivation. Given this, could they not complement each other, yielding a result that is twice as effective with half the effort? Concerning this matter, due to the brevity of his cultivation time, he was uncertain. However, after a night of practice, he would surely arrive at a conclusion. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan focused his mind and prepared to retrieve his next reward. In an instant, a yellow medicinal vial materialized in his hand. This was the diamond pill, acquired after investing in Jiang Clan. Jiang Daoxuan lifted the vial and poured out a pill of vibrant orange hue into his palm. Its fragrant aroma filled the air, invigorating his senses. Observing its extraordinary nature, his anticipation heightened significantly. He raised his hand and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into pure medicinal liquid that coursed through his limbs, igniting an intense warmth throughout his body. Sensing this unusual sensation, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze flickered, and he instinctively began to channel the Great Sun Body refinement. Streams of solar starlight surged into his being, swiftly merging with the pill's potency. After completing 9 cycles of the Great Sun Body refinement, the medicinal essence of the diamond pill was entirely refined. With a sigh, Jiang Daoxuan expelled a breath of turbid air. He then slowly opened his eyes, brilliance gleaming within them. Truly, as a top-tier earth-grade pill, its effects were remarkably potent. Jiang Daoxuan marveled inwardly. Under the rapid refinement of the Great Sun Body refinement, the potency of the diamond pill not only remained undiminished, but was utilized to its fullest extent, perfectly absorbed by him. In merely a brief moment, he felt his physique enhanced by over 20%. Although the effects would diminish over time, the magnitude of this enhancement surpassed Jiang Daoxuan's expectations. He could not help but ponder how formidable his physique would become if he were to consume all 10 vials of diamond pills he possessed. Chapter 13. The True Essence of Sword Dao, Jiang Qin's Transformation. After a wave of joy, Jiang Daoxuan began to extract the mysterious reward from his task, the Nuwa visualization diagram. The moment he retrieved the reward, a brilliant golden light enveloped his entire sea of consciousness. When the radiance dissipated, the true form revealed itself. It was a woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a serpent. She stood amidst heaven and earth, her aura flowing in harmony with the natural rhythms, exuding a sacred and ancient profundity that inspired reverence in all who beheld her. With just a glance, Jiang Daoxuan found himself involuntarily immersed in her presence. It was as though he had returned to the warmth of the womb, his mind tranquil, and his soul's power subtly enhanced. After several moments, Jiang Daoxuan emerged from this state. At this point, all fatigue had completely vanished, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed. Observing the changes within his body, a glimmer of joy shone in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the mysterious reward for achieving a perfect score on his task would be a special visualization diagram capable of enhancing one's soul power. To elevate the power of the soul, it is generally the privilege of formidable entities at the primordial spirit realm to access the depths of the soul, aside from certain extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. Yet, with the aid of the Nuwa visualization diagram, he astonishingly began to touch upon this level even within the Purple Mansion realm, thus significantly outpacing his fellow practitioners. What brought even greater joy to Jiang Daoxuan was the realization that an enhancement of his soul power would concomitantly bolster his memory and spiritual perception. Furthermore, nurturing his soul power in advance would alleviate the challenges of breaking through, presenting him with a greater opportunity to achieve the primordial spirit. With a slight flicker in his gaze, Jiang Daoxuan quelled his emotions and subsequently retrieved his next reward, a sword seal. A 1-meter-long sword seal materialized within the confines of his dwelling. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of sharp sword energy surged forth. Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback and hastily steadied his mind to avert the onslaught of the sword chi. Once the tumult subsided, he lifted his gaze to the center of the sword seal. True to its name, the surface bore no inscriptions, only vast expanses of blankness, accompanied by a deep gash that cleaved through the paper. Gazing intently at the sword scar, he could palpably sense the astonishing sword intent emanating from within. Were it not for his cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm, any innate warrior observing the sword seal would likely suffer injury from the sword chi, leading to a mental setback. As for those below the innate level, a mere glance would undoubtedly result in severe spiritual damage, possibly leading to their demise on the spot. What a formidable sword energy it was. After observing for several breaths, Jiang Daoxuan began to glean deeper insights. The scene before his eyes suddenly transformed. No longer a mere blank canvas, but a vast and magnificent sea of swords. Having studied the sword for several years, his prowess in the sword path was unmatched among his peers, even allowing him to rival the great sword masters of the elder generation. Yet, immersed in this experience, he could not help but feel a sense of his own insignificance. What caliber of sword master could have pinned this sword seal? Jiang Daoxuan found himself perplexed. However, this did not diminish the fervor in his heart. Having lingered at the sword origin realm for many years, he now saw an opportunity to utilize this sword seal to refine his sword path and strive to attain the profound essence of true sword intent. Just as he was preparing to delve into the sword seal, the system's voice suddenly resonated. The Tang family has been eradicated, danger averted, and the family development task has now been triggered. Develop the family over a cycle of 24 days with a comprehensive performance evaluation, yielding more substantial rewards for higher scores. Note: achieving a full score grants a mysterious reward. This task aligned perfectly with his intentions. Observing the task details, a cold smile graced Jiang Daoxuan's lips. He had not forgotten that during his seclusion, not only had the Tang family encroached upon the Jiang family's mines and lands, but the remaining Sun and Gao families had also meddled. Now that the Tang family had fallen, it was time to settle accounts with the latter too. The 4 great families. Apologies, but from this moment forth, Wudan City requires only one great family. As Jiang Daoxuan solidified his resolve, that night was destined to be extraordinary for many within Wudan City. Upon learning of the Tang family's downfall, the remaining 2 families were engulfed in fear. Fearful of the Jiang family's retribution and unwilling to part with their assets, both families were already preparing to offer apologies, leaving them sleepless with anxiety. In the stillness of the night, after a day of rigorous training, Jiang Clan, weary from exertion, returned to his bed. Overcome by fatigue, he soon felt a wave of profound drowsiness envelop him. his eyelids growing heavy as he drifted into slumber. Before long, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A radiant orange glow emerged quietly from Jiang Clan's chest, shimmering brilliantly in the night. Almost instantly, tendrils of flame began to seep from every pore of his body, swirling into tiny vortices that fervently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. An overwhelming influx of this energy surged into his being, coursing through his limbs and bones, initiating a self-repair of all his injuries. As dawn broke, Jiang Clan's eyelashes fluttered, and he gradually opened his eyes. The remnants of drowsiness that lingered vanished upon realizing the astonishing transformation within him. What is this? Jiang Clan widened his eyes in utter astonishment. He hurriedly rose from his bed, eager to sense the changes within his body. The grave flaw that had rendered him incapable of absorbing spiritual energy due to the destruction of his dantian had completely vanished. Am I able to absorb spiritual energy now? Jiang Clan cast a glance at his trembling hands. Disbelief etched across his face. He had never anticipated such a radical change upon awakening. The joy came so abruptly that it sparked a fleeting doubt. Was he still dreaming? It was only after he pinched his cheek firmly that he confirmed the reality with a wince. This was no dream. He could finally embark on the path of cultivation once more. After a moment of exhilaration, Jiang Clan began to investigate the cause of these developments. Soon, he discovered something extraordinary. Not only had his dantian returned to its original state, but its capacity had expanded severalfold. In a corner of his dantian, he observed a mass of swirling flames. Why has this appeared within me? Furthermore, this flame seemed oddly familiar. Gazing intently at the peculiar fire, Jiang Clan pondered deeply. He furrowed his brow, striving to recall the source of this familiarity. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Isn't this the one from that day? He recalled the events of a few days prior, when he had been expelled from the Qianshan sect. One night, on his way home, he had witnessed a flame descend from the heavens and envelop him. At that time, he had been filled with confusion, yet nothing unusual had transpired in his body. So, you have been following me since then? Jiang Clan murmured. Now, he understood clearly. The restoration of his dantian was undoubtedly connected to this enigmatic flame. Chapter 14. A New Investment, the Shadow Sword, and the Convergence of 10,000 Swords. As Jiang Clan gazed at the flame for a few moments, an unusual feeling blossomed within him. I seem to be able to control it? With this thought, Jiang Clan began to experiment. After numerous attempts, he discovered that he could harness his consciousness to manipulate the flame. With outstretched palms, a flicker of fire rose from his hands, yet it extinguished in less than a breath. Observing this enchanting scene, Jiang Clan's curiosity intensified, prompting him to explore various applications of the flame. Through experimentation, he unearthed further potentials of the fire. Once infused with spiritual energy, the flames could refine it, rendering the energy even more pure. Additionally, the flames could be employed to expand meridians, temper bones, and serve myriad other purposes. As he continued to absorb the refined spiritual energy produced by the flames, a sudden clear sound resonated within him. To Jiang Clan's astonishment, he realized he had achieved a breakthrough. He had now reached the second level of the postnatal realm. When did such a breakthrough become so effortless? A peculiar expression crossed Jiang Clan's face, swiftly replaced by joy. In that moment, the words of his clan leader echoed in his mind, break and then establish. Indeed, the clan leader was right. As long as one perseveres and does not give up, miracles will come. Jiang Clan clenched his fists, his heart swelling with excitement. His admiration for the clan leader deepened, no longer solely based on power, but as a guiding light on the path of life, a beacon to illuminate the way when lost. At this moment, he harbored a singular thought, not to hasten his training, but to seek out the clan leader and share his joyous news. The clan leader has treated me with such kindness. I must be the first to convey this good fortune to him. From now on, I am no longer a mere bystander. I, too, can partake in this journey and contribute to the family's strength. Suppressing his elation, Jiang Clan's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon as he murmured, Qianshan sect. Luofeng sect, you have caused me such suffering. One day, I, Jiang Clan, shall make you pay the price. Reflecting on the bitter experiences of recent days, nearly leading to his demise, a surge of anger welled within him. Yet, he understood that with his current strength, he could not contend against these colossal forces. Setting aside these thoughts for the time being, Jiang Clan promptly made his way, pushing open the door and heading toward the clan leader's residence. Inside the room, Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils seemingly filled with countless sword energies, exuding an overwhelming chill and an unassailable sharpness. making it difficult to gaze directly at him. This sword talisman likely possesses greater potential than I had imagined. Jiang Daoxuan regarded the sword talisman anew, feeling a distinct shift. During this period of seclusion, bolstered by the collective enhancement of the clan and the effects of a training acceleration card, he had ascended from the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm to the 5th level. With the aid of the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique and the Diamond Pill, his physical form had reached a new pinnacle, enabling him to withstand with sheer physical prowess. His swordsmanship, under the enlightenment of the sword talisman, had transcended from the perfect state of sword origin to the realm of sword intent. The essence of sword intent represents the first threshold that countless sword cultivators must overcome on their journey to the ultimate sword. The challenge of comprehension is so profound that it eludes all but extraordinary individuals. Even among all Purple Mansion realm cultivators, fewer than 1 in 100 can grasp it. Typically, only cultivators of the Yuan Sea realm can comprehend such realms of intent. In this moment, Jiang Daoxuan, having just broken through within a day, ascends to the realm of sword intent, revealing his formidable prowess. Once he unleashes his sword intent, it can instill fear in the hearts of others, causing them to quail before battle, while also bestowing various miraculous effects that enhance the sword's lethality manifold. As he feels the immense power coursing through his body, a glimmer of joy flickers in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. However, at that instant, through his spiritual perception, he suddenly detects an anomaly outside. He observes Jiang Clan approaching briskly. Arriving at his doorstep, to his astonishment, a brief probe with his spiritual sense reveals that Jiang Clan's once weak aura has vanished, and his cultivation level has reached the 2nd layer of the postnatal realm. Oh, it appears that the transformation has concluded. Understanding dawns upon Jiang Daoxuan. Without waiting for Jiang Clan to speak, he concentrates, and the door swings open of its own accord. Upon seeing Jiang Clan, he quickly reviews the information again. Name, Jiang Clan, cultivation, 2nd layer of the postnatal realm, root bone, exceptional formerly, superior, comprehension, prodigy formerly, genius, fortune, golden, rising sun, talent, mortal body, opportunity. Reincarnation of an ancient emperor. With celestial fire swirling in the Dantian qualification level, dull, inferior, medium, superior, genius, prodigy, exceptional, supreme immortal potential, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes brighten. Compared to yesterday, Jiang Clan's qualifications are remarkably impressive. At that moment, seeing the clan leader's presence, Jiang Clan forces down his excitement, preparing to speak. Yet, Jiang Daoxuan preempts him, smiling as he remarks, 2nd layer of the postnatal realm? It seems the rumors of rebirth are indeed true. Upon hearing this, Jiang Clan is momentarily taken aback. Yet he recalls that his clan leader is already a Zifu cultivator, while he himself is merely at the postnatal level. There is no way he could deceive the leader's discerning gaze. With this thought, he slightly lowers his head, scratching the back of his head, and smiles sheepishly. The clan leader is indeed worthy of his title. Jiang Clan feels somewhat outmatched. Jiang Daoxuan gestures to continue speaking. But just then, a system notification suddenly appears. Ding. Current objective. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Invest in a mystic tier sword to receive a heavenly tier supreme treasure. Shadow sword. Invest in earth tier supreme pure yang technique to obtain heavenly tier supreme sword technique. 10,000 swords pay homage. Invest in the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique to gain a wisp of golden crow essence, staring at the bountiful rewards before him. Jiang Daoxuan is taken aback. He looks up at Jiang Clan. The lad truly appears to be exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Yet, feeling the intense gaze of his clan leader, Jiang Clan is overwhelmed with discomfort. Observing Jiang Clan's awkward expression, Jiang Daoxuan recognizes the situation, clears his throat, and promptly states, "Since you have fully recovered, there is no need for you to seek knowledge at the Qianshan sect any longer. The Qianshan sect has been excessively oppressive, and I have no desire to return there. This life, I wish only to fight for our family, nowhere else." Jiang Clan's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness, as he bows and clasps his fists in respect. Even though the Qianshan sect boasts formidable Yuan High Realm experts and numerous mystic tier techniques, he harbors no interest whatsoever. This recent experience of being expelled from the sect has illuminated the fickleness of human relationships, in the juxtaposition of the sect and his family. He has come to a profound understanding. Even if the family is in disarray, he would rather remain with them than cling to the treacherous sects that are rife with intrigue. Truly, he is a commendable son of the Jiang Clan. It matters not if the techniques of the Qianshan sect are unworthy of our attention. We, the Jiang family, have little regard for such rudimentary practices. As a prodigy of our clan, the patriarch will certainly ensure you do not suffer indignities. Here, take these copies of the pure yang technique and the great sun body refinement method to cultivate. In the future, do not tarnish the reputation of our Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan withdrew the copies of the great sun body refinement method and the pure yang technique from the system space and presented them to Jiang Clan. Chapter 15. Jiang Clan's and the Grand Elder's astonishment. The city lords visit the pure yang technique? The great sun body refinement method? Jiang Clan looked utterly perplexed. As a member of the Jiang family, he had never heard of these two techniques existing within his lineage. Regarding the patriarch's dismissal of the Qianshan sect's rudimentary methods, he found it hard to believe, sensing it was more of a self-soothing statement. After all, despite his reluctance to admit it, the Jiang family was indeed pitiably weak compared to the formidable Qianshan sect that commanded respect across multiple cities. With a heart full of questions, Jiang Clan accepted the two texts and flipped through them casually. Soon, the myriad of profound insights captivated him, causing his eyes to sharpen and his breath to quicken as he became engrossed in their depths. What is this? After several breaths, Jiang Clan widened his eyes in sheer astonishment. The magnitude of his shock made his arm tremble slightly, almost causing him to drop the texts. He could scarcely fathom what he had just witnessed. Who would believe such a revelation? These are, in fact, two top-tier Earth-level techniques. How can this be? A tempest brewed within Jiang Clan's heart. In that moment, he realized just how little he understood of his family. What other secrets might the Jiang family be concealing? Did his lineage harbor an unknown origin? Once the initial shock subsided, Jiang Clan grasped the confidence of his patriarch. It was no wonder he dismissed the techniques of the Qianshan sect. Without a doubt, a single Earth-level technique could easily overshadow all the practices of the Qianshan sect. Not to mention having two. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Jiang Clan looked back at Jiang Daoxuan, swallowing nervously. Patriarch, is this truly a gift from you? Although he held the two techniques in his hands, disbelief lingered in his heart, mingling with a sense of overwhelming gratitude. After all, having once been a disciple of the Qianshan sect, he possessed a discerning eye. He understood precisely what top-tier Earth-level techniques represented. Once such techniques are unveiled, not only the Qianshan sect, but even those powerful sects that exceed it, would flock like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, ultimately seeking to tear the Jiang family apart. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. As a practitioner of the Purple Mansion, the patriarch undoubtedly understood the associated risks far better than he did. Yet, even so, he selflessly chose to impart such supreme techniques to him. This trust ignited a fervor within Jiang Clan, filling him with exhilaration. Why should a scion of the Jiang family resort to the crude techniques of the Qianshan sect? Such an act would be a disgrace to his identity. Take these two techniques. The patriarch has no habit of retracting gifts. In that moment, Jiang Clan finally affirmed it. His patriarch had indeed bestowed these two techniques upon him. A profound joy surged through his soul, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. The chief's immense favor shall forever be etched in my heart. I, Jiang Clan, will not fail your expectations in the days to come. Jiang Daoxuan nodded, then took out his sword and presented it before Jiang Clan. As a distinguished member of the Jiang family, how could you be without a worthy weapon? This sword is bestowed upon you to aid you in your future cultivation endeavors, helping you to forge a path through adversity. Let it serve as a constant reminder that our family will always stand as your most steadfast support. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Clan instinctively raised his gaze. The sight of the gleaming silver sword sent a shiver down his spine. As a scion of the Jiang family, how could he not recognize the origin of this blade? It was a treasured sword crafted at great cost by the chief, a personal weapon of remarkable quality. Rated at the low-grade Xian level, it was the only Xian-grade weapon aside from the ancestral sword of the Jiang family. Yet, this extraordinary treasure was being granted to him? The overwhelming shock made Jiang Clan question whether he was in a dream. However, despite his elation, he hesitated to take it, glancing at Jiang Daoxuan instead. What about you, chief? If I take this sword, what will you wield? Although the chief had already achieved the Purple Mansion realm, losing such a formidable weapon would undoubtedly impact his combat prowess and expose him to greater peril. Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. If I say you should take it, then take it without delay. Are you still hesitating as a member of the Jiang family? Rest assured. Having attained the Purple Mansion realm, do you think I would lack for a weapon? Jiang Clan awkwardly scratched his head, quickly embracing the sword with both hands, as if he had received a priceless treasure, reluctant to let it go. He then lowered his head, glancing at his chief from the corner of his eye, and grinned. Thank you for your generous gift, Chief. He could hardly believe that not only had his cultivation miraculously recovered today, but he was also receiving one opportunity after another from the chief. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Heavenly Tier Supreme Treasure, the Shadow Sword. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Heavenly Tier Supreme Sword Technique, 10,000 swords converging. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a strand of Golden Crow Chi. Golden Crow Chi. Once utilized, it can project a juvenile Golden Crow Phantom, comparable to a Sun Wheel Realm Cultivator, to fend off enemies. It will dissipate after 10 breaths. Gazing at these 3 rewards, Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of joy once more. Yet, considering Jiang Clan was still present, he refrained from drawing out the Shadow Sword to avoid causing any complications. Regaining his composure, Jiang Daoxuan looked back at the jubilant Jiang Clan. His lips moved as if to say something. But just then, the sound of footsteps echoed suddenly. Turning his head, Jiang Daoxuan saw the Grand Elder approaching. Upon sensing the aura, he realized that the Grand Elder had significantly strengthened and had evidently completed his breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the innate 9th layer. At that moment, the Grand Elder gazed at Jiang Daoxuan, his heart surging with emotion. After consuming the cleansing marrow pill, the damage to his foundation caused by repeated failures had been completely restored. Moreover, relying on the potent effects of the Yuan-enhancing pill, he had achieved his long-sought breakthrough in just one night. Although there were numerous thoughts swirling in his mind, he prioritized the matter at hand and suppressed his inner joy. He respectfully addressed Jiang Daoxuan, stating, "Patriarch, Lord Ding has arrived and has been arranged to wait in the conference hall." Jiang Daoxuan maintained an unperturbed demeanor. It was entirely anticipated that the Lord would visit the Jiang family today, especially given the significant events he had orchestrated in the city. It would indeed be peculiar if there were no response from someone of his stature. However, more pressing than this matter was the need for the elder to advance into the Purple Mansion realm. With this thought in mind, Jiang Daoxuan promptly produced a top-tier purple spirit pill and handed it to the elder. "Since you have achieved innate perfection, it is time to hasten your breakthrough into the Purple Mansion." The elder, who had only just stabilized his new level, was momentarily taken aback at the patriarch's insistence for him to quickly advance. Yet, as he accepted the purple spirit pill and gazed down at it, he recognized its familiar form. "Is this the purple spirit pill?" Initially startled, the elder's expression soon turned grave as he realized something was amiss. The most ordinary low-grade purple spirit pill bore merely one medicinal pattern, while even the finest grade had no more than 3. However, this particular pill possessed an astonishing 4 patterns. Could it be the legendary top-tier purple spirit pill? The elder's pupils constricted, recognizing the pill's distinctive appearance. He immediately connected it to a rare treasure spoken of only in legends. It was said that consuming this pill could enhance the probability of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm by 90%. This meant that, should he actually consume it, the gates to the Purple Mansion would be flung wide open, regardless of whether his foundation was stable. Contemplating this, he felt the pill in his hand grow exceptionally warm. He hastily raised his gaze to his patriarch, preparing to speak. However, he happened to meet Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. In that moment of mutual understanding, the elder confirmed the authenticity of the top-tier purple spirit pill. Seeing that the elder had no further questions, Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze and turned to Jiang Clan. "Chinner, come along. We shall pay a visit to the Lord." Jiang Clan quickly composed himself, lowered his head, and responded, "Yes." Chapter 16. The Scandal of the Tang Family in Tiandu Prefecture. As he watched the two depart, the elder suddenly noticed something unusual. To his astonishment, he realized that Jiang Clan, who had previously lost his cultivation due to a shattered dantian, had remarkably restored his abilities. This revelation sent shockwaves through him, and he swiftly turned to look at his patriarch. Could it be that Jiang Chen's dantian had been restored by the patriarch's means? But how could that even be possible? In his understanding, he had never heard of anyone possessing such miraculous powers. Such feats were likely only recorded in ancient tales. The elder was suddenly moved, his expression reflecting astonishment. Then, he took note of the treasure sword cradled in Jiang Chen's arms. His eyes narrowed in surprise. It was indeed the patriarch's personal sword. It seemed that Jiang Clan was truly experiencing a turn of fortune, blessed with remarkable luck. The elder's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Not long after, they arrived at the conference hall. Jiang Daoxuan entered the room accompanied by Jiang Clan. Before their eyes sat a middle-aged man, clad in resplendent attire, exuding an air of authority as he lounged in a grand armchair, sipping tea with an air of leisurely contentment. With a mere glance, Jiang Daoxuan discerned, through the effect of his insight, that the man's cultivation level was at the 6th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Upon noticing their arrival, the city lord, Ding Xian, paused his tea drinking, lifting his gaze to regard Jiang Daoxuan. After a moment of perception, he confirmed the man's status as undoubtedly being of the Purple Mansion realm, though the specifics of his depth could only be revealed through confrontation or the leakage of his aura. Ding Xian placed his teacup back onto the table and said in a deep voice, "Chief Jiang, your spirit is commendable. After our parting in the past, this meeting today truly reflects the changes that have transpired." Jiang Daoxuan chose to disregard the pleasantries, shaking his head as he directly addressed the matter at hand. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of the city lord's visit to the Jiang family today? Is it to demand an explanation from the Tang family?" Seeing Jiang Daoxuan's forthrightness, Ding Xian chuckled lightly. "If it were merely about the Tang family, it would hardly warrant my special visit. Moreover, to offend a young cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm over a family that has already fallen is hardly a prudent course of action." Jiang Daoxuan approached a grand armchair, seated himself, and turned his attention to Ding Xian, asking, "Then what brings you here, city lord? Are you aware of the origins behind the Tang family?" Ding Xian inquired. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. "I would be most eager to hear the details. Since I took up the mantle of city lord, I have come across certain historical records that reveal the Tang family was originally a branch that separated from the illustrious Tang family of Tiandu." This revelation took Jiang Daoxuan by surprise. The Tiandu Tang family is one of the prominent clans residing in the Tiandu prefecture, boasting a true master of the Moon Wheel realm, their reputation so formidable that even the Qianshan sect dares not provoke them. However, how could such a powerful lineage be connected to the Tang family of Wudong City? If there were indeed a connection, the Jiang family would have likely been obliterated by the Wudong City Tang family long ago. At this moment, sensing Jiang Daoxuan's bewilderment, Ding Xian lifted his teacup and took another sip, moistening his throat. This leads us to a scandal. Although the Tang family has made every effort to conceal this information, I have managed to uncover some details. It is said that the ancestor of the Wudong City Tang family, Tang Ming, was the illegitimate child born from an affair between the patriarch of the Tiandu Tang family and his granddaughter-in-law. Naturally, the patriarch doted on Tang Ming, being a child born in his old age. However, the truth cannot remain hidden forever. A decade later, the husband of the granddaughter-in-law, who happened to be Tang Ming's own third cousin, Tang Feizhong, stumbled upon this secret, igniting a massive internal upheaval within the Tang family. Tang Feizhong was remarkably gifted, possessing a thunder spirit body, and had already attained the peak of the Yuan Sea realm before the age of 30. Upon discovering the affair between his wife and the patriarch, he broke through to the Star Wheel realm and subsequently, with his formidable combat prowess, he vanquished the patriarch of the Tang family, thus becoming the most powerful figure within the clan. Tang Feizhong is indeed a man of deep affection. Recalling the bond of marriage, he could not bring himself to slay his wife and son, Tang Ming. However, due to concerns for his family's reputation, he reluctantly exiled the two to Wudong City. As time passed, Tang Ming, blessed with remarkable talent, ascended to the Purple Mansion realm and successfully established himself in Wudong City. Yet, due to the family's past scandals, Tang Ming was unwilling to act under the banner of the Tang family from Tiandu Prefecture. After Tang Ming's demise, this matter faded from memory, even among the descendants of the Tang family, who were oblivious to their connection with the Tiandu Tang lineage. Now, centuries later, Tang Feizhong, having attained the moon cycle realm, still walks the earth. Yet, as old age sets in, one inevitably begins to reminisce about former times. Should he speak of the Tang family in Wudong City, it could spell trouble for the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan maintained a composed demeanor and replied noncommittally, "What is it that you wish to gain from me? I suspect, if you had no ulterior motives, you would not have gone to such lengths to engage me in conversation." Haha, conversing with an astute individual is indeed refreshing. Ding Xian chuckled, covering the hot tea and setting it back on the table. He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Daoxuan, his eyes sharpening. The Tang family of Tiandu conducts itself with tyranny, provoking much discontent. If you are willing to join us, there shall be those who can shield you from their wrath. His words piqued Jiang Daoxuan's interest. Us? It seems the forces behind this city lord are quite formidable. The confidence to shield him from repercussions regarding the Tang family hinted at a connection to some significant underlying power. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Daoxuan remained silent. Observing this, Ding Xian was about to speak again when he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. He shook his head. It appears now is not the time for discourse. Someone is arriving. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed nearby. Jiang Daoxuan turned to see a young member of the Jiang family hastily entering, approaching him with respect. Greetings, esteemed patriarch. The clan leaders of the Sun and Gao families have come with a considerable entourage, seeking an audience with you. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that they would come to him before he sought them out. However, this development suited his intentions perfectly. Then allow them to enter, he instructed softly. Upon hearing the patriarch's command, the young Jiang nodded and swiftly exited. Shortly thereafter, clan leader Sun and clan leader Gao, accompanied by a dozen individuals, entered the conference hall. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Jiang Daoxuan seated at the head of the table. The assembly quickly bowed their heads, their hearts racing with anxiety as they clasped their hands in greeting. We pay our respects to Patriarch Jiang. Following this, they discreetly cast glances around, suddenly noticing Ding Xian seated beside Jiang Daoxuan. A wave of surprise washed over them. They had not expected the city lord to be present. To avoid any semblance of disrespect, they hurriedly added, "We also extend our greetings to City Lord." Chapter 17. Apologies from two great families in response to their respectful greetings. Ding Xian displayed no interest whatsoever, not even lifting his head, and casually remarked, "Speak among yourselves. I am not part of this." The expressions of clan leaders Sun and Gao tightened in response. Though they spoke such words, they truly dared not leave this esteemed figure unattended. At this moment, a sense of regret welled up within them. Had they known, they would have delayed their visit to the Jiang family. Now, they found themselves in an awkward encounter with the city lord, a situation as uncomfortable as it could be. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Jiang Daoxuan glanced at the two clan leaders before him and, with a hint of amusement in his tone, inquired, "What brings you two here together to seek my presence?" The High Clan leader and the Sun Clan leader swallowed nervously and hastily responded, "Clan leader Jiang, during your absence, we had no intention of encroaching upon the Jiang family's mines and lands. It was merely a matter of dire necessity. Yes, at that time, the Tang family continuously threatened us, urging us to act against your Jiang family. You are aware that neither of our families possesses a purple mansion cultivator to safeguard us. In order to protect ourselves, we had no choice but to acquiesce. However, we never intended to harm the Jiang family, and we implore you to see reason." Upon learning of the Tang family's demise and the likelihood of Jiang Daoxuan breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, they were utterly terrified. It must be noted that their strongest member barely reached the 9th level of innate cultivation. With such meager strength, how could they hope to contend with the Jiang family? Hearing their shameless excuses, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes turned cold as he raised his head slightly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "So, according to your claims, you consider yourselves victims?" Upon hearing this, both clan leaders trembled, drenched in cold sweat. "And no. While we have indeed been threatened over the years, our families have ultimately committed many foolish acts. To compensate for the losses the Jiang family has suffered, we are willing to offer 40% of our family assets as restitution. From this day forth, we pledge to follow the Jiang family without question." Yes. Jiang Daoxuan's expression darkened with impatience as he waved his hand, signaling for their silence. Once the room fell silent again, he coldly remarked, "My Jiang family has endured such immense suffering. Had I not emerged from seclusion, perhaps the Jiang family would have been driven to extinction by your hands. No? Now, you are aware of fear?" These words cast an oppressive atmosphere over the meeting hall, leaving the members of the Gao and Sun families silent in terror. Only the High Clan leader, mustering his courage, was about to utter something when Jiang Daoxuan interrupted him. "We shall discuss these matters later. For now, I find myself quite curious about a particular issue, and I wonder if the High Clan leader could provide an answer." Upon hearing his name called directly, the High Clan leader's lips twitched as he stammered, Please do speak. Before my seclusion, I expended considerable resources to purchase a purple spirit pill from the treasure pavilion established by your Gao family. However, upon consuming it, I discovered that the pill had been tampered with, harboring some form of toxicity that nearly brought my cultivation to ruin. High Clan leader, do you not owe me an explanation? Jiang Daoxuan's gaze was frigid, his words laced with a hint of murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a massive stone had plunged into still waters, causing an uproar throughout the hall. The High Clan leader's heart sank, sensing the gravity of the situation. Truly, It was a case of the wrong topic being broached at the worst time. He had never anticipated that Jiang Daoxuan would confront him with this matter in such a manner. Tang Jingyang had claimed that this poison was colorless and tasteless, and even a practitioner of the Purple Mansion wouldn't be able to withstand it. The clan leader Gao was seething with anger at Tang Jingyang's words. Initially, upon hearing that Jiang Daoxuan had emerged from his seclusion, he had presumed that the latter had not consumed the purple spirit pill, relying solely on his own strength to achieve a breakthrough, thus narrowly escaping disaster. However, upon hearing the accusations directed at him, he instantly realized his grave misjudgment. A calamity was looming. The members of the Gao family behind him were equally dumbfounded by their leader's audacity. Clan leader's son regarded Gao with a look of incredulity. After all, this was Jiang Daoxuan. Did he dare to poison him so brazenly? Did he not fear the repercussions should the plan fail? Sitting in the Grandmaster chair, Ding Xian also cast a peculiar glance at Gao, his expression revealing his disbelief. The fact that they could not even kill Jiang Daoxuan by poisoning the purple spirit pill was a testament to their incompetence. At that moment, Jiang Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his clan leader would encounter such peril during his seclusion. A surge of righteous fury welled up within him. Without hesitation, he stepped out from behind Jiang Daoxuan, approached the crowd, and pointed an accusing finger at Gao, exclaiming, "What a bold Gao family! You possess an audacious spirit indeed. How dare you tamper with the elixir, plotting to poison our clan leader? Were it not for the providence that favors our leader, you would have succeeded in your vile scheme. Having committed such shameless acts, do you still expect our Jiang family to forgive you? Dream on. Such actions warrant 1,000 deaths." His furious voice resonated throughout the hall, capturing everyone's attention. Ding Xian casually glanced at Jiang Qin, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Here was a mere youth, yet he dared to confront a master of the 8th level of the innate realm, the clan leader Gao, amidst so many witnesses. What remarkable courage! At that moment, Gao felt his pride wounded by being chastised by a junior, his countenance darkening abruptly. However, before Gao could respond, his son, Gao Jingshan, interjected, "Preposterous. If clan leader Jiang wishes to hold my father accountable, I have nothing to say. However, my father is the leader of a clan. How can a mere junior like you freely criticize him? Is this the kind of upbringing you Jiang family members have?" With Ding Xian present, Gao felt emboldened, convinced that the Jiang family would not dare to overstep their bounds. After being rebuked regarding family upbringing, Jiang Chun's anger surged, his chest heaving with indignation. Yet, this time, he managed to restrain himself, turning to his clan leader. Observing the injustice faced by his esteemed elder, Jiang Daoxuan turned his cold gaze towards Gao Jingshan. His voice steely. "What right do you have to comment on the conduct of my Jiang family? You are truly ignorant of your own recklessness. Chen, go forth and teach him a lesson. 20 strikes to make him understand the consequences of his words." Seeing such blatant partiality, Gao Jingshan's expression shifted. "Clan leader Jiang, no matter how esteemed you are, this junior is ignorant. Must you stoop to his level?" Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged. Jiang Chun could no longer suppress the fury within him. He strode forward, raising his arm and spreading his fingers wide. "How dare you instruct our esteemed clan leader?" With that, he delivered a resounding slap. Chapter 18. A humbling encounter with Jiang Chun. Witnessing this, Gao Jingshan, a formidable figure at the 1st level of the innate realm and a person of some repute in Wudong City, was unwilling to allow a junior from the Jiang family to publicly humiliate him. The consequences of such an event would be disastrous for his reputation in the city. Thus, he chose not to remain passive and prepared to evade the blow. Just as he moved, an unforeseen twist occurred. From an inconspicuous angle, Jiang Daoxuan seized a sunflower seed from the fruit platter on the wooden table. Pinching it between his fingers, he flicked it with remarkable force, transforming the powerful energy into kinetic motion. The seed shot through the crowd like a dart, piercing Gao Jingshan's right leg in an instant. With a splatter of blood staining his trousers, Gao Jingshan let out a horrific scream. The intense pain caused him to lose his balance, and he fell to the ground. He quickly clasped his hands over the wound on his leg, his face turning pale, trembling in agony, curling up like a shrimp. Observing this scene, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned to look behind him. Upon witnessing the approving smile of his clan leader, he immediately understood the situation. Realizing that he had the protection of his leader, Jiang Chun felt invigorated, his strength surging. He then glared fiercely at Gao Jingshan and slapped him again. "This is for your arrogance. This is for daring to speak out in our Jiang family. This is for attempting to instruct our esteemed clan leader." The sound of slaps echoed, and Jiang Chun found himself reveling in the satisfaction of the strikes. Gao Jingshan, realizing the futility of resistance, chose to endure the humiliation in silence. Reflecting on the terrifying moment, he acknowledged that if Jiang Daoxuan could effortlessly pierce his leg, then targeting other parts of his body would be just as simple. With this realization, Gao Jingshan decisively chose to concede. After all, if he retaliated, his survival beyond the Jiang family would be in jeopardy. Moreover, he understood that the city lord would not risk offending Jiang Daoxuan over their dispute. Before long, the slapping ceased. By this time, Gao Jingshan's face was swollen and unrecognizable. Jiang Chun, still unsatisfied, withdrew his hand. Indeed, the Gao family possesses an exceptionally thick skin. My palm is beginning to ache. Upon learning about the Xiling Dan, Jiang Chun harbored no goodwill towards the Gao family, prompting him to taunt them further. Hearing this, Gao Jingshan's inner fury intensified, but feeling the fiery pain on his face, he could only lower his head in silence, choosing to acquiesce. Seeing his son's dismal state, the Gao patriarch was deeply alarmed and, out of the corner of his eye, he stealthily glanced at Jiang Daoxuan. However, that very glance met the cold, indifferent gaze of Jiang Daoxuan. In that moment of eye contact, the Gao patriarch felt an icy chill envelop him, as if his heartbeat had momentarily halted. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread, fearful of dying in this place, he hastily began to forcefully explain. "It is the Tang family. They instructed us. We had no desire for this, but the Tang family threatened us." Before he could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by Jiang Daoxuan. "You blame everything on the deceased, yet you extricate yourself so cleanly. However, I have no interest in the matters you speak of." The High Patriarch's expression was frantic as he prepared to speak again. But this time, a crimson glow surged toward him with such swiftness that evasion was impossible. The High Patriarch's eyes widened, his pupils filled with unwillingness. Yet he could only allow this pure yang energy to pierce through his forehead. With a thunderous crash, blood splattered across the hall. As the Patriarch's head burst apart like a watermelon, his headless body collapsing to the ground, quickly forming a small pool of crimson. The vivid blood stained Gao Jingshan's robe and face. Witnessing his father's tragic demise before him, his pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. At that moment, deep within, he felt an unusual absence of rage, only an overwhelming fear. He dreaded becoming the next to perish. Observing the horrifying scene before him, the Sun family patriarch was no better off, trembling uncontrollably from shock. He had never anticipated that Jiang Daoxuan would strike without warning, especially in the presence of the city lord. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The members of both the Sun and Gao families were too terrified to utter a word. Amidst all this, Jiang Daoxuan remained composed, like a tranquil, deep pool, devoid of any ripples. He offered no explanations to those present, for they were unworthy of hearing them. Then, he turned his gaze to the remaining members of the Sun and Gao families. 40% of your assets? Or shall we simply take all? Recalling the numerous misdeeds of the two families that had resulted in countless Jiang family youths perishing in conflict and nearly leading to their own annihilation, how could he allow these individuals to depart unscathed? In the next moment, under the terrified gaze of all, Jiang Daoxuan vanished in a flash, delivering a flurry of strikes that created a dense array of illusory palm shadows, landing upon each individual. When he returned to his original position, a series of resounding thuds echoed as more than a dozen members from the Sun and Gao families had their skulls shattered, lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun and the many Jiang family youths gathered at the entrance turned their gaze towards their patriarch, their faces alight with fervor. The patriarch commanded life and death with such ease, the entire process akin to crushing a swarm of ants. Was this the power possessed by their patriarch now? It was truly formidable. Amidst the admiration of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan remained unfazed, standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Just then, Ding Xian's voice broke the silence. Jiang Patriarch, your methods are indeed impressive." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan, after dispersing the crowd of clan members, calmly turned his attention to Ding Xian. "I merely eliminated some insignificant beings. What are the matters you mentioned earlier, City Lord?" Ding Xian's expression grew serious as he rose from his armchair. "The cultivation method practiced by the Jiang Patriarch must be of considerable caliber, I presume?" Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, casually remarking, "It is merely the profound techniques bequeathed by our ancestors." Upon hearing this, Ding Xian was not surprised. Instead, He displayed an expression that suggested he had anticipated such a response. After all, as the Lord of Wudong City, he was well aware of the developmental history of the Jiang family. Thus, even though he recognized the finesse of the other party's methods and the exceptional quality of their techniques, he would not associate them with Earthrank skills. He then added, "For the clan leader to cultivate to this level with such techniques is indeed a testament to remarkable talent. However, should you wish to ascend further, it may prove to be a case of ambition exceeding capability." "Oh, what do you mean?" Jiang Daoxuan's gaze deepened with intrigue. Chapter 19. No interest in being a dog for others, however. Ding Xian remained oblivious to the subtlety of the conversation and continued, "Now, before you lies an opportunity that could alter your fate. Should you choose to join us, not only would you receive protection from the Tang family of Tiandu, but you would also have the chance to acquire rare and precious profound techniques of the highest caliber. Furthermore, if you manage to satisfy that esteemed figure, obtaining formidable Earthrank techniques may not be beyond reach, making the pursuit of the Star Wheel realm a tangible aspiration." At this, Jiang Daoxuan displayed a lack of enthusiasm. Were he in his former life, he might have been tempted by such an opportunity in pursuit of deeper techniques. Yet, he now possessed 3 Earthrank Supreme techniques and even a top-tier Heaven-rank sword art. The situation felt akin to a beggar attempting to persuade a millionaire with promises of future riches through alms, a rather laughable proposition. Meanwhile, standing behind Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Chen's expression gradually morphed into one of incredulity. Were it not for his strong self-control, he might have burst into laughter. The clan leader had already imparted to him 2 Earthrank Supreme techniques. How could he possibly regard the profound techniques that others cherished as treasures? In the light of this comparison, even the Earthrank inferior techniques seemed like mere trinkets. Initially, he had presumed that the faction seeking to recruit the clan leader would be formidable, but now he realized it was nothing of the sort. As the two maintained their composure, Ding Xian began to sense the unusual atmosphere. It was not only Jiang Daoxuan who remained unmoved by the allure of these Earth-rank inferior techniques. Even this young descendant of the Jiang family exhibited an unexpected calmness. Ding Xian found this perplexing. He recalled how, upon first hearing such conditions, he had been so excited he could not sleep for 3 days. Noticing Ding Xian's confusion, Jiang Daoxuan recognized his own excessive calmness and promptly shifted the topic. "So, what is the power behind you?" Upon hearing this line of inquiry, Ding Xian immediately cast aside all doubts and proudly declared, "This is hardly a secret. The object of my loyalty is none other than the Lord of our Tiandu Prefecture. He is a master at the pinnacle of the Moon Wheel realm, poised to ascend to the Sun Wheel realm, a formidable figure recognized by the court as a noble. Once you join his ranks, you will gain access to unimaginable resources. Certainly, you need only to slightly pledge your loyalty. First, relinquish the position of the clan leader, allowing the lord of the mansion to appoint someone to oversee your Jiang family. Afterward, you will no longer be bogged down by mundane affairs and may devote yourself to cultivation, proceeding to the Tiandu mansion to heed the lord's arrangements and serve him personally." As Ding Xian narrated, Jiang Daoxuan gradually comprehended the nature of this power. Aside from not having signed a contract of servitude in black and white, the various unequal agreements effectively treated these Purple Mansion cultivators as mere servants, bearing a resemblance to death warriors. Should one break through to the Yuanhai or Xingluan realms, these agreements would be upgraded, thus garnering greater attention from the Lord of Tiandu Mansion and acquiring more resources for cultivation. Moreover, those who excelled would be appointed to significant positions within the major cities under the Tiandu Mansion's jurisdiction, as was the case with Ding Xian, who became the Lord of Wudong City. What appeared to be a favorable arrangement for an ordinary individual felt akin to a chicken rib for Jiang Daoxuan. Therefore, before Ding Xian could finish his discourse, Jiang Daoxuan interrupted, declaring, "I have no interest. This matter need not be mentioned further." Ding Xian's expression stiffened, as he questioned whether he had misheard. He then gazed at Jiang Daoxuan, incredulous. "Are you jesting with the city lord?" He found it hard to fathom that the leader of a mere small clan could withstand such temptation. Calmly, Jiang Daoxuan returned to his armchair and, under Ding Xian's scrutiny, picked up his teacup, taking a sip before softly stating, "The tea has grown somewhat cold, and I see it is getting late. The city lord is busy with official duties. It would be best to return early." With Jiang Daoxuan issuing a direct dismissal, Ding Xian's countenance darkened abruptly. He had anticipated the other party's cooperation, which was why he had patiently relayed so much information. Instead, he received a dismissive, "no interest." With this thought, Ding Xian's expression soured, and he could not restrain a furious shout. "Impudence! Jiang Daoxuan, I had thought you to be a wise individual. Yet you have made such a foolish decision. Do you comprehend the calamity this will bring upon your Jiang family? His voice, brimming with wrath, reverberated through the hall like a thunderclap, resonating powerfully. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the city lord, Jiang Qin's expression tightened. The immense pressure stemming from the realm's domination rendered him pale and breathless. Yet, at that moment, a familiar, scorching aura enveloped him, akin to the sun's radiant warmth dispelling all shadows and nullifying the oppressive influence exerted by Ding Xian. It was the clan leader. Jiang Qin instantly felt a wave of relief, his eyes sparkling with joy. As the two formidable purple mansion auras intertwined, Jiang Daoxuan regarded Ding Xian and casually remarked, "Why must the city lord trouble a young one? Humph. I did not expect you to have attained the 5th level of the purple mansion realm. I underestimated you. However, I wonder how proficient you are in martial arts?" Ding Xian's countenance was like frost, his tone icy, subtly revealing a hint of murderous intent. The humiliation he suffered today would compel Jiang Daoxuan to pay a corresponding price for his arrogance. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained serene as he slowly placed the teacup back onto the wooden table, observing the calm demeanor of his opponent, seemingly dismissive of his presence. A profound contempt ignited an even greater fury within Ding Xian's chest. No longer inclined to engage in further dialogue, Ding Xian leapt forward, closing the distance to Jiang Daoxuan to less than 3 meters. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he swung his arm, delivering a powerful punch. Jiang Daoxuan stood unmoved, making no attempt to evade the strike. This unexpected stillness left Ding Xian momentarily astonished, leading him to believe that Jiang Daoxuan was rendered speechless by fear. However, just as his fist was merely 2 fingers away from Jiang Daoxuan's face, an unforeseen transformation occurred. In an instant, an intangible and terrifying sword intent erupted from Jiang Daoxuan's being. With the enhancement of this sword intent, Jiang Daoxuan's form seemed to transform into an unparalleled sword. A sharp aura sweeping through the surroundings, enveloping the entire conference hall. Chapter 20. Supreme Sword Intent, Annihilating 2 Great Families. The exceedingly fierce sword intent surged towards him, and Ding Xian instantly felt pain coursing through his body, akin to a blade scraping against his face. His eyes were assailed by a piercing sting, prompting him to instinctively shut them. Simultaneously, the unexpected nature of the encounter caused the force behind his punch to dissipate by 90% due to the overwhelming pain. Ultimately, faced with what was ostensibly a simple punch, Jiang Daoxuan nonchalantly shifted slightly, effortlessly evading Ding Xian's attack. Realizing that his strike had missed, Ding Xian was momentarily dazed, preparing to open his eyes to ascertain the situation. Suddenly, a whooshing sound cut through the air as a cold gust rushed towards him. Before Ding Xian could comprehend the unfolding events, Jiang Daoxuan flicked his sleeve, extending his fingers, and an open palm struck forth, conjuring a tempest of air that collided with Ding Xian's face. With a resounding crash, the terrifying physical power of the innate sacred body surged forth. Though it was merely a slight exertion, it nonetheless propelled Ding Xian, a 6th-layer cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, violently through the air, sending him crashing into the wall. The force reverberated, fracturing the wall and creating a web of cracks. Ding Xian gradually slid down from the wall, collapsing onto the ground. His face was swollen and bruised, his body akin to a disassembled skeleton, the intense pain causing his muscles to tremble. After a few moments, as his internal energy surged forth, it began to alleviate his injuries and ease the agony. Ding Xian opened his eyes, pushed himself up with trembling hands, and gazed at Jiang Daoxuan, incredulously exclaiming, "Sword intent?" The scene before him had completely surpassed his expectations. He never imagined that Jiang Daoxuan not only possessed a 5th-layer cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, but had also comprehended the true essence of the sword path, a grasp that many cultivators of the Yuan Sea realm might not attain. This was beyond his wildest imagination. After all, to comprehend sword intent at the Purple Mansion realm marks one as an indisputable genius, even within the vast confines of Tiandu Prefecture and indeed, within the entire Qin dynasty. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, truly 1 in 10,000. How peculiar it was that he had never perceived Jiang Daoxuan's terrifying sword talent to such an extent before. Just as Ding Xian wrestled with his doubts, Jiang Chun was similarly taken aback. He never anticipated that the patriarch of his clan had mastered the essence of the sword. It is widely acknowledged that individuals who possess such mastery are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 1 or 2 in the vicinity. During his time at the Qianshan sect, only the illustrious sect leader of the Yuanhai realm exhibited such extraordinary prowess. To achieve the understanding of sword intent at the Purple Mansion level is indeed a testament to unparalleled talent. It seems that everyone gravely underestimated the innate gifts of the clan leader. Jiang Chen's eyes brimmed with admiration as he gazed at Jiang Daoxuan's silhouette, unable to suppress his quiet admiration. At that moment, under Ding Xian's scrutiny, Jiang Daoxuan maintained an indifferent demeanor and mockingly inquired, "Does the city lord wish to test my capabilities further?" As his words fell, Ding Xian's expression darkened, veins bulging ominously at his temples. Although he longed to impart a significant lesson to his opponent, his lack of strength compelled him to swallow his pride. He lowered his head, his chest heaving, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Clan leader Jiang truly possesses remarkable skill. I concede this time, having underestimated you. I accept my defeat." A true man knows when to yield and will not recklessly gamble his life for mere vanity. Subsequently, Ding Xian felt an urgent need to depart, and with a swift flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. However, barely taking a step, a voice called out from behind, "Hold on." Ding Xian froze, his right foot suspended in midair as he turned to face Jiang Daoxuan. "What is it? Does clan leader Jiang wish to spare my life?" Jiang Daoxuan shook his head gently and replied, "In the future, will the city lords still require my Jiang family's share of commercial taxes? According to the laws of the Daqin dynasty, ordinary families engaged in businesses such as taverns, markets, shops, and escort agencies are subject to a portion of their earnings being taxed by the court to replenish the national treasury. Traditionally, the four prominent families are required to settle accounts monthly, submitting 20% of their earnings to Ding Xian, the city lord, who then forwards it to the Tiandu prefecture, which subsequently passes it on to the court. However, after navigating through these layers of bureaucracy, the final amount that actually reaches the treasury remains uncertain. Furthermore, since this realm is imbued with extraordinary powers, many influential families possess strength that rivals formidable sects, allowing them to even oppose the court. In such a context, commercial taxes serve as a heavy shackle for ordinary individuals or the weak, yet they are merely ornamental for the powerful families and strong individuals. After pondering briefly, Ding Xian, suppressing his fury, initially prepared to demand half of the commercial tax from the Jiang family. However, upon noticing Jiang Daoxuan's icy gaze, it was as if a bucket of cold water had doused his anger, extinguishing it instantly. Fearing he might not exit the Jiang family's gates, he hastily amended his words, "No need. The Jiang family is henceforth exempt from all commercial taxes." Upon uttering this, Ding Xian felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. His entire being lightened. Yet, soon after, he began to feel a pang of regret. The present-day Jiang family is incomparable to its former self, particularly after the annihilation of the Tang family and the acquisition of their extensive assets accumulated over centuries. The monthly profits are undoubtedly astounding. The Jiang family's exemption from commercial taxes implies that they cannot reap any benefits from it. However, having wealth without the means to enjoy it is of little consequence. Life takes precedence. Ding Xian shook his head, dismissing such regrets, and turned to exit the grand hall. Soon, only Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Chun remained in the chamber. Jiang Daoxuan surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he exited the hall and swiftly summoned the clan members to eradicate the remnants of the Sun and Gao families. In the face of overwhelming power, the two families were utterly defenseless and were swiftly obliterated after a brief struggle, as a throng of Jiang family disciples carried boxes filled with a wealth of gold, silver, jewels, and land deeds through the streets. The onlookers were engulfed in astonishment. Nearly a day had elapsed since the Jiang family had struck again. Who would be the next family to suffer such a calamity? I overheard that the residences of the Sun and Gao families had turned into rivers of blood, littered with corpses, undoubtedly the work of the Jiang family. In the past, these three families were akin to birds of a feather, and during Jiang Daoxian's seclusion, they had ruthlessly suppressed the Jiang family. It appears that Jiang Daoxian is settling old scores. While settling accounts is one thing, the Jiang family's methods seem excessively ruthless. To extinguish entire households at a whim, and to have slaughtered 3 families in just 2 days, resulting in hundreds of lives lost, such actions could scarcely be deemed anything but diabolical. Chapter 21. The Peerless Divine Weapon, the Shadow Sword. Do you know? The devastation of the Gao and Sun families mirrors that of the Tang family. They too were annihilated. Jiang Daoxuan possesses a heavy hand when it comes to killing. He must not be provoked. Does the Jiang family not fear the wrath of heaven? What of Lord Ding, the city lord? TSK, you may not be aware, But prior to the downfall of the Sun and Gao families, Lord Ding had already departed for the Jiang family. If Lord Ding has already visited the Jiang family, why then did such atrocious events unfold afterward? I cannot say for certain. But I have heard that the Lord left the Jiang family in a rather displeased and disheveled state, only for Jiang Daoxuan to promptly lead his kin to the residences of the Sun and Gao families. It seems, then, that even the city lord found himself at a disadvantage before Jiang Daoxuan? This is hard to believe. We must remember that Lord Ding has long since transcended to the Purple Mansion realm and is the strongest in our Wudan city. Even the former ancestor of the Tang family would not dare to act presumptuously before the city lord. What merit or skill does Jiang Daoxuan possess to cause the lord to suffer? Countless discussions ensued, filled with various speculations. Though the intricacies of the events eluded their understanding, one truth was clear: the heavens of Wudan city were about to change. The once equally matched four great families, alongside the obliteration of three of them, had shifted to a singular dominance. The Jiang family was destined to become the sole prominent family within Wudan city. Before long, at the Jiang family, after bestowing accolades upon the clan members, Jiang Daoxuan returned to his chamber and commenced the meticulous inventory of his system rewards. From the system repository, he retrieved the Chungying sword. In an instant, a magnificent sword with a black scabbard materialized before him. Jiang Daoxuan grasped the scabbard with his left hand and firmly held the hilt with his right. Slowly, he drew the blade. A crisp, melodious sound resonated, accompanied by a flow of radiant light. Once the sword was fully unsheathed, Jiang Daoxuan elevated it before his chest, nodding slightly, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized the Qingying sword. The blade measured 3 feet and 4 inches in length and 1.5 inches in width, its edge ethereal and formless. Sensing the keen aura emanating from the blade, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes brightened, and he murmured, "What a remarkable sword, both shadowy and intangible." Such a divine weapon was indeed unprecedented in his lifetime. It was noteworthy that the most formidable magical artifact he had previously encountered was merely of the Xian grade. Thus, in the past, he would not have dared to even dream of possessing a heavenly grade artifact, let alone a terrestrial grade one. The rarity of this item was such that even within the vast expanse of the Great Qin dynasty, it would be a challenge to find a second of its kind, rendering it truly unique. Moreover, the might of the Chungying sword was remarkably terrifying. Once infused with pure yang elemental force, it could unleash an unparalleled sharpness, capable of cleaving through any obstacle. The force of its strikes could effortlessly shatter the elemental defenses of those at the Star Wheel, Moon Wheel, and even the Sun Wheel realms. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Daoxuan sheathed the Chungying sword. The instant the blade receded into its scabbard, all brilliance faded, and its sharpness became restrained, bearing no outward indication of its heavenly grade nature. To the untrained eye, it appeared as an inconspicuous and utterly ordinary Xian grade longsword. Before the Chungying sword was drawn, no one could have anticipated the extraordinary power concealed within its scabbard. Observing this scene, Jiang Daoxuan's brow relaxed, and he exhaled with relief. Fortunately, the scabbard gifted by the system suppressed the sword's formidable power. Otherwise, its manifest strength would have easily betrayed its exceptional nature, leading to unnecessary complications. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan stored the sword within the Zifu space, nurturing its spiritual essence within the confines of his internal space. In this subtle communion, he aimed to achieve a state of unity between man and sword, thereby unleashing even greater potential. Having completed these tasks, he promptly accessed the 10,000 swords ascend within the system repository. In the next moment, a torrent of information flooded his mind, akin to a grandmaster of swordsmanship executing techniques repeatedly. The myriad of profound concepts captivated him, prompting him to close his eyes in deep contemplation. Not long after, when Jiang Daoxuan reopened his eyes, an extraordinary brilliance surged forth from the depths of his pupils, akin to a transcendent swordlight. At this moment, he had thoroughly mastered the heavenly grade supreme sword technique, 10,000 swords ascend. Leveraging his innate holy body and extraordinary comprehension, he had refined this technique to an exquisite level in such a brief span of time, reaching the stage of great accomplishment. In just a few more days, he could perfect it entirely. It is worth noting that an ordinary cultivator would require decades to attain perfection in a standard heavenly grade sword technique. The remarkable ability of Jiang Daoxuan to comprehend the perfection of the innate holy body Dharma fetus within mere days underscores its formidable nature. At this juncture, once he invokes the 10,000 swords to the temple sword technique, He can condense pure yang primordial energy into thousands of strands of sword qi, finer than silk, brimming with unparalleled sharpness capable of piercing through all. However, the execution of this technique necessitates a substantial expenditure of primordial energy. Consequently, an ordinary cultivator might only deploy it twice in a single battle, a feat considered extraordinary, reserving it as a trump card. Yet for Jiang Daoxuan, endowed with the unparalleled constitution of the innate holy body Dharma fetus, such consumption is negligible, allowing him to wield it with ease and even as a standard practice. Regarding the Golden Crow energy stored within the system's repository, it remains retained as a hidden asset. After assessing the system rewards, Jiang Daoxuan settled onto his bed, assuming a meditative position, and took out the Vajra pill to engage in fervent cultivation of the pure yang technique and the great sun body refinement method. 7 days later, due to the substantial resources provided by Jiang Daoxuan, the Jiang family experienced a profound transformation. Numerous family members, empowered by the effects of the cleansing marrow pill, primordial energy pill, and qi induction pill, alongside an abundance of spirit stones, shattered their bottlenecks and ascended multiple minor realms. Over 20 talented individuals successfully cultivated internal strength, achieving the post-heaven realm. Such martial artists, within the confines of Wudong City, could be deemed among the third tier. Moreover, Jiang Clan exhibited alarming progress, with his cultivation speed reaching astonishing heights. Particularly noteworthy was his inadvertent discovery that the celestial fire within him could enhance his training, thereby shortening the duration and accelerating the pace of his cultivation. Coupled with the support of the pure yang technique and elixirs, his advancement was nothing short of meteoric. In just 7 days, his cultivation soared from the 2nd to the 9th level of the post-heaven realm. Chapter 22. A dual purple mansion, visitors from the branch family. With the transformation of his physique through celestial fire and the integration of 2 top-tier earth-grade techniques and a mysterious grade sword, his peak combat prowess could rival that of experts at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Thus, when Jiang Chun triumphed over an elder of the 1st level of the innate realm, the entire Jiang family erupted in astonishment. Many family members were elated, recognizing that their prodigious talent had not succumbed to the trials of reality, but had risen once more. This time, he had undergone a profound metamorphosis, his innate talent surpassing previous bounds and becoming even more formidable. Such astonishing performance eclipsed even that of Jiang Daoxuan. In an instant, Jiang Clan became an idol in the hearts of many young members of the Jiang family, hailed by the elders as a potential successor to surpass their illustrious ancestors. A seed of the Purple Mansion. Besides these youthful members, for elders, having remained stagnant at the peak of the post-heaven realm for years, successfully advanced to the innate realm by utilizing the cleansing marrow pill to restore their foundations, coupled with the 3 innate elders already within the family. The Jiang family now boasts a total of 7 experts in the innate realm. Among them, the Grand Elder, leveraging the efficacy of the supreme purple spirit pill, shattered the barrier between the innate realm and the Purple Mansion, successfully establishing the space of the Purple Mansion and achieving the status of a Purple Mansion cultivator. To this day, the Jiang family has not only eradicated the 3 great clans but has also given rise to a 2nd Purple Mansion cultivator. This exhilarating news sent waves of jubilation among the members of the Jiang family. Subsequently, they prepared to host a grand banquet, only to be met with a refusal from the elder. However, upon hearing the news, Jiang Daoxuan decisively intervened, overriding the elder's objections, and announced a feast in the elder's honor. Faced with the command of the family head, the elder could no longer refuse and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Yet, contrary to the original plan of inviting only family members, Jiang Daoxuan commanded that invitations be widely disseminated, inviting all clan leaders from the minor families in Wudong City to attend. Under the overwhelming power of the Jiang family and mindful of the fate of the 3 great clans, not a single leader of the minor families dared to defy the Jiang family's wishes. Thus, on that evening, numerous clan leaders arrived in response, presenting various lavish gifts as tokens of sincerity and respect. During the banquet, under the formidable presence of the dual Purple Mansion cultivator, all the minor families hastily proclaimed their allegiance, pledging to follow the Jiang family without any doubts. On that day, the Jiang family unequivocally solidified its dominance in Wudong City. As the banquet concluded, news of the elders' breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm swiftly circulated among the clans. Once again, Wudong City was stirred by developments linked to the Jiang family, creating a tremendous uproar. Many citizens could not help but express their astonishment at the Jiang family's current renown. A few individuals, formerly associated with the three great clans, privately lamented the unfairness of fate, questioning why such a ruthless family was allowed to produce a second Purple Mansion cultivator. However, upon realizing that all the minor families had rallied behind the Jiang family, these individuals refrained from discussing it even in private, fearing that a careless remark might be overheard by those connected to the minor families, leading to dire consequences. As for the city lord, Ding Xian, he chose to feign ignorance, deliberately avoiding the matter. The Jiang family's power was such that even he could not provoke them. Thus, until he had absolute certainty, he prepared to remain a cautious turtle, resolutely avoiding any confrontation with the formidable Jiang Daoxuan. Under the blazing sun at noon, within the patriarch's chamber of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut, his pores open, exuding a divine radiance. Enveloped in the essence of Tao, akin to a black hole voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Suddenly, his movements halted, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Brilliance emanating from them. He had reached the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Jiang Daoxuan gazed at his palm, feeling the surge of power within, a smile of delight spreading across his face. Over the past 7 days, through his own cultivation and the cumulative effects of the entire clan, he had broken through 3 minor realms, directly ascending to the 8th level of the Purple Mansion. During this period, whenever fatigue from prolonged cultivation set in, he would immediately visualize the Nuwa contemplation diagram, enhancing his spiritual force while dispelling weariness. Once restored, he would resume practicing the Great Sun Body refining technique and pure yang skill, perpetually repeating this process, forming a flawless cycle. Aside from his profound cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan has also attained a rudimentary understanding of the sword intent, mastering the techniques of 10,000 swords returning to the sect and purple thunder palm to perfection. Given his current combat prowess, effortlessly vanquishing cultivators of the Yuanhai realm across significant boundaries is well within his capabilities. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was deeply immersed in the tremendous power coursing through his body, a series of heavy knocks resounded at the door. He composed himself, rose from his bed, and gazed toward the entrance, softly uttering, "Come in." The moment his voice echoed, the door creaked open. The Grand Elder entered, accompanied by an elderly stranger with white hair and a visibly anxious demeanor. Upon reaching Jiang Daoxuan, the Grand Elder bowed respectfully, addressing him as the clan leader. Simultaneously, the elderly man, standing behind the Grand Elder, suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the esteemed clan leader. I implore you to advocate on our behalf." Taken aback, Jiang Daoxuan inquired, "What is the matter?" The elder instinctively attempted to respond, yet his anxiety rendered him speechless. His words lodged in his throat. Observing this scene, the Grand Elder promptly clarified, "This is Jiang Hongwan, the elder head of our Jiang Clan's Xuanqing lineage." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze flickered as memories surfaced. Many years ago, several clan members had committed grave errors, resulting in their exile from Wudong City to establish branches of the Jiang Clan in other cities. The Xuanqing lineage was one such offshoot. However, the 2 branches had not communicated for decades. Now, the sudden visit and plea for intervention raised questions in Jiang Daoxuan's mind. With a hint of confusion, he addressed Jiang Hongwan, saying, "Do not be alarmed. The main clan and its branches are interconnected. If anyone has wronged you, I, as the clan leader, shall not remain indifferent. Yet, since you seek my intervention, please elaborate." Upon hearing the clan leader's comforting words, Jiang Hongwan's previously overwhelming anxiety eased considerably. Bowing his head and clenching his fists, he began to recount his grievances. "The Dantai family is truly oppressive. I beseech you, esteemed clan leader, to advocate for my son Yenner." Through Jiang Hongwan's narrative, Jiang Daoxuan gradually pieced together the unfolding events. It transpired that over a decade ago, Jiang Hongwan's son, Jiang Daoyan, had forged a bond with the eldest son of the Danai family, Dan Aisheng, during their trials, ultimately becoming sworn brothers through shared life and death experiences. Subsequently, as Jiang Daoyun and Dan Taisheng ascended to their respective family heads, they arranged a marriage alliance between their children, Jiang Yin and Dan Taiyuer, to strengthen their familial ties. In the years that followed, Jiang Yin exhibited extraordinary talent, achieving the pinnacle of bone refinement at an age under 10, with the heavenly realm within reach. Witnessing Jiang Yan's remarkable potential, the Dantai family expressed satisfaction with the engagement. However, 3 years ago, an unforeseen calamity struck, for reasons unknown. Regardless of how much spiritual energy Jiang Yan attempted to absorb, it inexplicably vanished upon entering his body. The lack of spiritual nourishment led to a decline in his vitality, causing his previously attained cultivation level to plummet. To this end, despite the Jiang family's exhaustive efforts, they found themselves in vain. As Jiang Yan's condition continued to deteriorate alarmingly, Jiang Daoxuan, the only innate cultivator in the family, resolutely relinquished his position as the family head and departed alone to the royal capital in search of a remedy. This separation lasted 3 long years. To date, the Jiang family has yet to receive any news regarding Jiang Daoxuan. While Jiang Yan's cultivation has plummeted to the level of an ordinary mortal, leaving him bereft of all his abilities. In stark contrast stands Dan Taiyuer. Blessed with extraordinary talent, she has ascended to the 5th level of the acquired realm, becoming an inner disciple of the Qianshan sect, and has even formed a connection with the sect leader's son, Ko Qing. This has led Dan Taisheng to harbor reservations about marrying his daughter to the now incapacitated Jiang Yan. Furthermore, Dan Taiyuer had openly expressed her disdain for him. Just the other day, Dan Taisheng, honoring the decade-long friendship between the two families, informed the Jiang family about his daughter's intention to retract her engagement, enabling Jiang Hongwen to prepare in advance and avoid any embarrassment for both families. However, the situation was not so simple that Jiang Hongwen would seek assistance from the main family. According to information we inadvertently discovered, Ko Qing is also set to accompany Dan Taiyuer on her visit to our Jiang family. It is said that Ko Qing possesses a capricious nature, harboring grudges and seeking revenge for even the slightest slight, and if any trouble were to arise during their visit, it could spell disaster for our Jiang family in Xuanqing. Jiang Hongwen expressed his concerns with a heavy heart. Were it not for dire necessity, he would not have sought help from the main family, however. The impending danger looms large, threatening to obliterate the Jiang family, and he cannot afford to gamble. Only the main family holds the potential to defuse this crisis. Yet, the Qianshan sect wields considerable influence, and though the main family boasts 2 cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, it is uncertain whether they would be willing to confront the Qianshan sect on behalf of such a minor branch. Just as Jiang Hongwen bowed his head, consumed by anxiety, Jiang Daoxuan's expression began to grow increasingly peculiar. This sense of déjà vu seemed familiar, as if he had encountered something similar before. A genius suddenly unable to cultivate, reduced to a family disgrace without any apparent abnormalities being discovered, leading to a retraction of an engagement. Could it be that Jiang Yin possesses a ring with an old man inside? Jiang Daoxian raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued, and turned to Jiang Hongwen, assuring him, "Rest easy. For whether it is the branch or the main line, all are of the Jiang bloodline. How could I, as the clan leader, stand idly by while you face such peril? Moreover, what of the Qianshan sect? If they wish to extinguish the Jiang bloodline, do they truly believe they possess the qualifications to do so?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Hongwen shot his head up in disbelief, gazing at Jiang Daoxian with astonishment. He had never anticipated that even after laying bare the risks, the clan leader would show no hesitation and immediately agree. He had devised numerous strategies to solicit the clan leader's intervention during the journey, yet before he could even implement any of them, the clan leader had readily acquiesced. The entire process unfolded with such unexpected ease that he found himself questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. After a brief moment of composure, Jiang Hongwen steadied his emotions and addressed Jiang Daoxian, his voice trembling slightly. "Clan leader, are you truly serious?" Although he had heard the other party's precise response, a sense of instinctive disbelief lingered within him. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted slightly towards the doorway, peering into the distance as if envisioning the Qianshan sect. "Rest assured, I shall personally handle this matter. Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for your assistance." A profound sense of relief washed over Jiang Hongwen, and he could not suppress the overwhelming joy that illuminated his face. The experiences he had encountered on the journey to Wudanqing had enlightened him on the immense strength of the clan leader from the main house. With such a formidable figure at the helm, surely Ko Qing would temper his actions. "Rise. After this matter is resolved, you shall leave Xuanqing and settle in Wudanqing." Jiang Daoxian gently grasped Jiang Hongwen's hands, helping him to his feet. Upon hearing the prospect of returning to the main house and reuniting with this cherished homeland, Jiang Hongwen was suddenly moved to tears. He had never anticipated that his simple request for the clan leader's intervention would lead to such a fortuitous opportunity. Returning to the main house had been the grandest dream of their branch family for over a century. Many elder clan members had expressed their reluctance to be buried in Xuanqing upon their passing, yearning for the comfort of returning to their roots. This longing had been deeply ingrained in each of their hearts due to the sins committed by their ancestors, which had compelled them to bear the burden for generations. After all these years, the transgressions of your ancestors have long been absolved. There is no need to atone for their foolishness any longer. From now on, our two families shall stand united, sharing both fortune and adversity, Jiang Daoxuan asserted firmly, gazing at the elated Jiang Hongwen. He had not forgotten that the collective strength of the entire Jiang family encompassed all its branches, meaning that, apart from the main house, the other branches were included as well. Thus, for the sake of maximizing benefits, it was only natural that he could not focus solely on the main house. The other branches deserved their share of prosperity as well. With this thought in mind, Jiang Daoxuan resolved to summon all the scattered branches back once these trivial matters were settled. Once gathered, they could unite like a tightly woven rope, and with ample resources, the pace of his own growth would accelerate. Meanwhile, standing aside, the elder was astonished as he listened to the conversation between Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Hongwen. It was well known that previously, the clan leader had held a dismissive view of these branches, believing that wrongdoers deserved their fate and showing no sympathy. How had such a tremendous transformation occurred upon his emergence from seclusion? The elder could not comprehend the reasons behind this change. Yet he felt a deep satisfaction with the clan leader's newfound perspective. After all, those members of the branch families residing in distant cities shared the same bloodline as the main house. They were all Jiang family members. Their suffering at the hands of others was a blemish on the entire Jiang family. Unity would yield greater strength. In light of the conflicts with the Tang family over the years, the main house had indeed suffered a loss of personnel. They could swiftly replenish their clan's resources by relying on these branch families. Chapter 24, A Familiar Experience. Jiang Qin's resonance Jiang Daoxuan slightly turned his head and addressed the gratified elder. In my absence, I entrust the family to you. With the elder, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion, overseeing affairs, Jiang family would undoubtedly remain secure in the short term. Upon hearing the chieftain's instructions, the elder immediately clasped his hands in response, affirming, yes. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed Jiang Hongwen, saying, the time until Dan Taiyue arrives at your home is likely quite limited. It would be prudent to set off for Xuanqing sooner rather than later. Please, lead the way. As you command. Jiang Hongwen, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, turned promptly and guided Jiang Daoxuan outside. However, as the group traversed the courtyard, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air captured everyone's attention. Jiang Daoxuan halted his steps and turned towards the source, discovering the commotion was emanating from Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Qin wielded a simple longsword, diligently practicing fundamental sword techniques. Yet, the force he exuded with each movement belied the nature of basic swordplay, resembling instead the prowess of a yellow-grade technique. The ability to elevate fundamental swordplay to such a formidable level attested to Jiang Qin's remarkable talent in swordsmanship. It was previously unrecognized that this young lad possessed such an aptitude. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with intrigue, contemplating imparting some advanced sword techniques to him. Unfortunately, apart from the 10,000 swords to the throne, the most potent techniques he possessed were merely of yellow grade, which would be inconsequential for Jiang Qin, akin to a chicken rib, offering little enhancement. Moreover, the prerequisite to learn 10,000 swords to the throne was to possess the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm. Only by mastering elemental force could one sustain the tremendous consumption required to execute this supreme celestial-grade sword technique. Thus, it appeared that no suitable sword technique could currently be taught to him. It seemed that they would have to wait until either new sword techniques suitable for those below the Purple Mansion realm emerged or until Jiang Qin himself broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. At that moment, as the group came to a standstill, Jiang Qin, who had been engrossed in his practice, seemed to sense their presence. He promptly ceased his training and turned to face them. Upon noticing his clan leader standing not far away, observing him, Jiang Qin hurriedly sheathed his long sword and sprinted to Jiang Daoxuan, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the esteemed clan leader. As his words echoed, Jiang Hongwen was momentarily taken aback. From the aura radiating from Jiang Qin during his recent practice, he discerned that this youth, who was hardly older than his own grandson Jiang Yin, possessed the formidable cultivation of the 9th layer of the postnatal realm. It was worth noting that even he himself had only attained the 9th layer of the postnatal realm, yet, within the main family, this level of cultivation seemed to pale in comparison to a younger generation, an extraordinary revelation indeed. The main family truly lived up to its reputation, far surpassing the branch families in remote areas like theirs. As Jiang Hongwen marveled at this, he recalled the promises made by the chieftain, igniting a warmth in his heart. Once this matter was settled, he and his companions would have the opportunity to join such a powerful main family, replete with resources and a promising future. Jiang Daoxuan scrutinized Jiang Chun, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Why do you not utilize the sword I gifted you? Instead, you wield this ordinary longsword? Upon hearing his clan leader's inquiry, Jiang Chen's expression turned sheepish, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Well, esteemed clan leader, the sword you bestowed upon me is truly precious. I worry that if I use it frequently, it may suffer wear and tear, which would be unfortunate. Moreover, this sword is one that you once wielded, holding special significance for me. Thus, I prefer to practice with this ordinary longsword. Jiang Daoxuan, with a furrowed brow, extended his finger and gently flicked Jiang Chen's forehead. Do you truly believe that a profound-grade weapon is as prone to wear as the ordinary weapons you typically wield? Let me enlighten you. Even if you are damaged, the weapon may remain unscathed. Furthermore, I have provided you with this weapon for practical use, not for mere collection. Do you understand? I understand, Jiang Chen replied, rubbing his slightly aching head with a sense of resignation. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. Return and take your weapon. We shall embark on a journey together. Given our connection to the Qianshan sect, it would be advantageous for you to accompany us. I anticipate the scene will be quite remarkable. Jiang Chen did not linger with questions, swiftly turning to dash back to his room, retrieving the profound-grade sword to secure it on his back. Once he completed his preparations, he promptly returned to stand before Jiang Daoxuan, inquiring with curiosity, esteemed clan leader, where are we headed next? Jiang Daoxuan smiled. A younger member of the Jiang family has been engaged to the eldest daughter of the Danai family in our city. However, it appears that the Danai heiress wishes to break off the engagement with your cousin. This matter concerns the dignity of our Jiang family. Thus I intend to address it personally. Moreover, your cousin may pique your interest, especially if he is indeed another destined child. The meeting of two such prodigies could be exceedingly intriguing. Upon hearing his clan leader's words, Jiang Chen's interest was instantly piqued. Cousin? He is of similar age to you and equally a genius within our clan. Yet, fate dealt him a harsh blow. While you lost your cultivation due to a damaged Dantian, he was rendered unable to cultivate at all. The abrupt loss of his abilities surely provides ample conversation for you both. Oh? Jiang Chen's curiosity deepened. Is there truly someone in the clan who shares such a similarly tragic fate? Suddenly, he felt an intense curiosity about this cousin he had yet to meet. Meanwhile, Jiang Hongwen was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Jiang Chun. He had never anticipated that this promising youth, possessing a 9th-level postnatal cultivation, had once faced such calamity. Yet, the fact that Jiang Chun currently wielded 9th-level postnatal power suggested that the issue with his Dantian had been resolved. The thought left Jiang Hongwen in shock. In his understanding, no one had ever been able to reclaim their path to cultivation after a shattered Dantian, without exception. They became invalids, merely surviving through the remnants of their lives. What further intrigued him was the possibility that such a miracle might be attributed to the clan leader. If it were connected to him, did it imply that he could also resolve the issue preventing his grandson, Jiang Yan, from cultivating? This line of thought ignited a deeper excitement within Jiang Hongwen. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan remained oblivious to Jiang Hongwen's agitation, continuing to address Jiang Chen. Additionally, your cousin's fiancé is Dantai Yuer, an inner disciple of the Qianshan sect. Accompanying her is the son of the sect's leader, Ko Qing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The Qianshan sect? I shall certainly pay them a visit. As a former inner disciple, he naturally recognized Dantai Yuer and Ko Qing. He had even witnessed their intimate moments within the sect on several occasions, reveling in their joy. Chapter 25. Encountering a rejection of engagement, the Jiang family of Xian City. Though matters of love were of little concern to him, the fact that Dantai Yuo had secretly entered into an engagement with a branch family member while shamelessly flirting with other men was intolerable. Engaging in such disgraceful behavior was not enough. She had to be confronted with a formal dissolution of their engagement. Such a woman repulsed Jiang Chun, further amplifying his sympathy for the plight of his cousin. Reflecting on his own experience of being humiliated and ultimately expelled from the Qianshan sect after sacrificing his Dantian for it, both old grievances and new resentments surged within him. The Qianshan sect's humiliation of his family was unacceptable. With a sense of urgency, Jiang Chun was eager to approach the Jiang family in Xian City. Jiang Daoxuan turned to his companion, Jiang Hongwen, and commanded, "Let us proceed." As the words fell, Jiang hung and snapped back to reality and led the group away from the Jiang family, making their way towards Xian City. Days later, in Xian City, a carriage traversed the streets. Inside, a pair of elegantly attired individuals sat. When we arrive at the Jiang family, how do you wish to handle the situation?" Ko Qing asked, his gaze fixated on the fair skin of the beauty before him, a smile gracing his lips. Feeling his intense gaze, Dan Tai shyly lowered her head. "When the time comes, I shall simply dissolve the engagement. After all, our Dan Tai family has had a cordial relationship with the Jiang family for over a decade, and Uncle Jiang's family has treated me quite well. If we act too harshly now, my conscience will be troubled." Upon hearing this, Ko Qing's eyes flickered, a cold glint surfacing in the depths of his pupils. "If that is your wish, I will, of course, comply. However, should the Jiang family fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, they must not blame me for showing them no mercy. You mustn't act impulsively. Although the Jiang family is small, their main family should not be underestimated. If trouble arises, even the sect master may reprimand you," Dan Tai urged, sensing something amiss in Ko Qing's tone. Ko Qing's heart warmed at her concern. The desire to maintain his composure in front of her intensified. He scoffed, "Trouble? That hardly qualifies as trouble. Even if the Jiang family's main house is formidable, they are merely a third-rate family. If they dare to oppose us over such a trivial branch family matter, with Uncle Kuan's strength, he could easily send them all to meet the king of hell. Thus, this insignificant family, lacking even a purple mansion cultivator, held no significance. Moreover, the only talent from his main family had spent considerable resources merely to gain entrance to our Qianshan sect through backdoor channels. If their disciples were still studying in our sect, I might extend them a modicum of courtesy, but I would never hold the main family accountable for the branch family's issues. Yet, with Jiang Qin's dantian shattered and having been expelled from the sect, this family, devoid of talent, lacking a purple mansion cultivator, and bereft of substantial lineage, was hardly worthy of evoking any concern from me, Ko Qing." Upon hearing Ko Qing's audacious declaration, Dan Tai exhibited a flush of embarrassment. She then recalled the figure of Uncle Kuan, the middle-aged man currently guiding the carriage. This individual had been specially designated by the sect leader to accompany Ko Qing, possessing the formidable cultivation of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. With such robust strength, annihilating a clan like the Jiang would indeed be a trivial endeavor. Contemplating this, Dan Tai's demeanor softened, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the Jiang family's plight. The two prodigies of the clan, Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin, had both been rendered incapacitated. Such a fate was overwhelmingly tragic. After a brief exchange between the two inside the carriage, a robust voice suddenly resonated from outside. "Young master, we have arrived at the Jiang residence." Sensing the carriage come to a halt, Ko Qing extended his right hand to draw open the window, allowing sunlight to cascade inside. He promptly extended his left hand, hovering before Dan Tai. "Come down with me." Witnessing this, Dan Tai felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, they were at the doorstep of the Jiang family. What would others think if she descended in such a manner? Yet, considering Ko Qing's esteemed status, he could easily disregard such trivialities. With this thought, her heartbeat quickened, igniting a peculiar thrill within her. Unable to restrain herself, she extended her delicate hand, permitting Ko Qing to grasp it. Feeling the warmth emanating from her palm, Ko Qing smiled, then took Dan Tai's hand and descended from the carriage. At that moment, a gathering of over a dozen Jiang family members stood at the entrance. Observing the intimacy between the two, their expressions darkened, a storm of fury brewing within them. However, mindful of Ko Qing's identity, they could only suppress their anger, cursing them silently as they chose to avert their gazes and quell their unrest. Noticing the reactions of the Jiang family, Ko Qing laughed heartily. Still unwilling to relinquish her hand, "Let us proceed inside and take a look." As he spoke, Ko Qing led Dan Tai through the throng, strolling leisurely into the grand courtyard of the Jiang family. Upon reaching the assembly hall, they found a congregation of the Jiang family's higher-ups. When they beheld Ko Qing and Dan Tai making an entrance in such an unabashed manner, the assembled Jiang members were instantly astounded. It must be noted that the Jiang family of Xuanqing had established themselves in this locale for over a century, possessing their own dignity. Yet, Ko Qing's actions seemed to trample their pride underfoot, threatening to reduce them to a mere laughingstock should word of this circulate. In the crowd, a slender, raven-haired youth fixed his gaze upon the brazen couple entwined before the assembly, his fury igniting instantaneously. Having been reduced to a state of helplessness and resigned to the harsh reality, he had long wished to extricate himself from any obligations. He even contemplated asking his grandfather, Jiang Hongwen, to annul the engagement, so as not to obstruct anyone's happiness. However, the current scene, coupled with the prior rejection of his betrothal, stung him deeply. This was an unabashed provocation, one that he could not endure. Resolving that he had nothing left to lose as a disabled man, Jiang Yin stepped forth from the crowd, declaring resolutely, Dan Tai Yuer, our engagement should still hold, should it not? What is the meaning of this display? A frail voice echoed through the hall, startling everyone present, who turned to look. Upon recognizing the speaker as Jiang Yin, the members of the Jiang family could not help but break into a cold sweat. Some of the relatives who were closer to Jiang Yin even reached out, attempting to pull him back. Although they strongly agreed with Jiang Yin's words, the looming presence of Qianshan's sect made it perilous to voice certain sentiments, which could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, confronted with the inquiry, Dan Taiyuo found it difficult to meet Jiang Yan's gaze, her heart wavering as she instinctively withdrew her delicate hand from Ko Qing's grasp, feeling the movement of her hand. Ko Qing's expression darkened as he turned to face Jiang Yan. After a moment of assessment, realizing that his opponent was merely a powerless mortal, a mocking smile crept across his lips as he laughed derisively. Ha! A mere waste without an ounce of cultivation dares to lecture me? You possess great audacity. Do you even comprehend the repercussions of offending me? Chapter 26. Jiang Yin annuls the engagement. The furious Ko Qing. Humph. At worst, I would die. Yet you, as the son of the Qianshan sect's leader, shamelessly pursue another's fiancée. How contemptible. I have heard tales of the Qianshan sect's grandeur. It appears to be nothing more than a den of chaos. Jiang Yin, unperturbed, regarded Ko Qing with cold indifference. Over the years, as a so-called waste, he had long since cast aside any fear of life and death. At these words, a chilling glint flashed in Ko Qing's eyes, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, who seemed to relish the spectacle. He felt as though his chest might explode with indignation. How dare a mere waste defy him? At that moment, Dan Tai Yuer sensed the escalating tension. In an effort to swiftly quell the farce that her presence had instigated, she turned to the Jiang family members. You are all aware of my intentions for coming here. I am here to terminate the engagement with Jiang Yin. Resolving this matter promptly will bring closure for everyone involved. Don't you agree? Upon hearing Dan Tai Yuer's voice, Ko Qing managed to suppress his inner fury. To strike against a waste devoid of any cultivation would be beneath him, undoubtedly tarnishing his own status. The Jiang family members, acutely aware of the charged atmosphere, sought to de-escalate the conflict. Soon, an elder approached, bearing the marriage certificate and writing materials, and presented them before Jiang Yin. Yinner, your mother passed away early, and your father is missing. In light of the current situation, it is better to live than to perish. You should consider signing this marriage certificate to expedite the annulment. Gazing at the once promising scion of the family now reduced to this state, the elder felt a profound sorrow. Jiang Yin reached out to take the marriage certificate, and as he stared at the black ink on white paper, a surge of indignation welled within him. Historically, it has never been customary for a woman to initiate the annulment of an engagement. How could he allow the Jiang family to suffer such a humiliation? Thus, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Jiang Yan's expression hardened as he tore the marriage certificate into shreds, turning to the astonished Dan Yuer. Today, the engagement is nullified. But remember, this time it is not you terminating the engagement. It is I, Jiang Yin, who has cast you aside. These words sent shockwaves throughout the hall, leaving Dan Tai Yuer's complexion suddenly pale. If one could withdraw from a marriage with a semblance of dignity, being cast aside in such a manner would indeed be a profound humiliation. The mere thought of the news spreading and the inevitable ridicule that would follow left Dan Tai Yuer biting her crimson lip, feeling a deep sense of injustice. Jiang Yin, are you truly intent on being so merciless? Jiang Yin surveyed his surroundings, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. From the very beginning, who has truly been ruthless if not you? As Dan Tai Yuer trembled, her complexion growing ever more pallid, Ko Qing felt a pang of sympathy. He turned to Jiang Yin, indignantly rebuking him. How dare you? You wished to preserve some dignity for your Jiang family, but now, it seems there is no longer any need. Ko Qing stepped forward, his eyes darkening with an ominous glint. As retribution for your disrespect towards Yuer, let me ponder how best to deal with you. Should I first shatter your hands or your legs? His icy words seemed to chill the air by several degrees. The members of the Jiang family fell silent, fear gripping them, while the elder who had just handed Jiang Yin the pen and paper hastily approached. kneeling before Ko Qing in an attempt to intercede. Young Master Ko, Yin is still young and foolish. With your esteemed position, why stoop to his level? Rest assured, we will resolve the matter of the marriage withdrawal amicably. I humbly apologize on behalf of my family. Who do you think you are to instruct me? Ko Qing retorted, anger flaring. With a swift kick, he sent the elder sprawling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the younger members of the Jiang family rushed to help the elder to his feet, glaring at Ko Qing with fury. Ko Qing, as the son of the sect leader of Qianshan sect, how can you lay hands on an elder? Are you not concerned about tarnishing your sect's reputation? As the cacophony of voices echoed around him, Ko Qing's irritation only intensified. Silence. If anyone dares utter another word, I will end them. With his threat resonating in the air, even those seething with anger were compelled to bow their heads in submission, daunted by the formidable presence of Qianshan sect. Seeing the elder suffer on his behalf ignited a fire of rage within Jiang Yan. In that moment, he yearned desperately for power. Had he not faced such misfortune? Had he been able to cultivate his abilities, how could the Jiang family have fallen into such calamity? A torrent of memories surged within him, fueling his dissatisfaction. Just as Ko Qing raised his arm, poised to strike, a mocking voice rang out, reverberating throughout the hall. It seems a dog cannot change its nature. Your Qianshan sect remains as repugnant as ever. The audacity of such a blatant insult left the Jiang family members astonished, and Ko Qing's movements faltered, his expression darkening ominously. Jiang Yan blinked, his eyes widening as he followed the voice. At the entrance stood a strikingly handsome, unfamiliar youth, accompanied by an ethereal man clad in white, and an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair. Is that my grandfather? Jiang Yan felt a jolt of surprise, never expecting his grandfather, Jiang Hongwan, to return at this critical juncture. Meanwhile, more and more members of the Jiang family began to recognize the identity of the elderly figure. It was the patriarch. The patriarch had returned. Who were the two individuals standing beside him? Their appearances were unfamiliar to me. I had never laid eyes upon them before. It was said that the patriarch had sought assistance from the main family just days prior. Could it be that these were members of the main family? Surely, those who accompanied the patriarch back must belong to them. As the murmurs of the crowd swelled, Uncle Kuan, standing behind Ko Qing, cast a cold glance at Jiang Daoxuan and his companions. Utilizing his formidable purple mansion divine sense, he swiftly discerned the cultivation levels of the trio, 2 at the 9th level of the acquired realm, and 1 seemingly at the purple mansion level. Sensing that his divine sense was being blocked, Uncle Kuan furrowed his brow. He had not heard of any purple mansion cultivators stationed at the Jiang family's main house. Could it be that the others were external reinforcements summoned by the Jiang family? Contemplating this, he turned towards Jiang Daoxuan, slightly cupping his hands in greeting, and introduced himself. I am Kai Kuan, an elder of the Qianshan sect. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Should the other party possess a significant background, he certainly could not allow Ko Qing to act recklessly, risking their sect's relations with formidable foes. However, if they lacked such connections, the situation would be entirely different. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan remained composed and casually replied, Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan. The moment his name echoed in the air. Before Kai Kuan could fully comprehend which Jiang family he was referring to, a young Jiang disciple exclaimed in disbelief, Jiang Daoxuan? It is the clan leader. How could this be? The clan leader of the main family would personally visit our Jiang family. It was rumored that the clan leader had been in seclusion for several years, and many had even speculated that he had met with misfortune. Who would have thought he had emerged? The clan leader had already attained the pinnacle of the innate realm before entering seclusion. Now that he had emerged, had he perhaps broken through to the Purple Mansion? After several centuries, had our Jiang family finally given birth to a new Purple Mansion cultivator? As each Jiang disciple widened their eyes, they gazed at Jiang Daoxuan with immense admiration, their hearts racing with excitement, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. As members of the branch family who yearned to return to the main family, they had naturally heard of the illustrious names of every clan leader throughout the generations. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Daoxuan's name, they immediately recognized his identity. When the discussions of the crowd reached Kai Kuan's ears, he could not help but relax, a peculiar expression crossing his face. After all this, he had assumed the other party held some significant status, only to discover that he was merely the clan leader of the Jiang family. Furthermore, according to what he heard, the man had been in seclusion for several years and had likely just recently achieved a breakthrough. Although he was unaware of how Jiang Daoxuan had stumbled upon such fortuitous luck to break through to the Purple Mansion, It was evident that he was merely at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm and was certainly no match for him. With this thought in mind, he immediately exchanged a knowing glance with his young master. After a brief moment of silent communication, Jiang felt reassured. Since Uncle Jiang could handle the situation, there was nothing to fear. Without further hesitation, Jiang turned his gaze towards Jiang Clan, sizing him up before suddenly sneering. Was it you who just spoke? Jiang Clan, I remember you. How is it? After being expelled from the sect not long ago, did this defeated dog come crying back to his family? Confronted with Jiang's scorn, Jiang Clan refrained from hastily responding. Instead, he turned and silently regarded Jiang Daoxuan behind him. Upon receiving a nod of approval from the clan leader, he promptly stepped before Jiang and declared, "If I am a defeated hound, what then are you?" Detecting the disdain woven into Jiang Clan's words, Jiang's forehead bulged with veins, and a murderous glint ignited in his eyes. "You have barely uttered a word." And yet, a sharp sound echoed as a fist came hurtling towards him. Jiang's pupils contracted, utterly unprepared for this former waste to launch an attack. Caught off guard, he had no time to evade and could only brace himself for the blow with his face. A resounding thud reverberated, leaving Jiang bruised and battered, staggering back before losing his footing and crashing to the ground. Feeling the searing pain on his face, Jiang gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by an unprecedented humiliation. Even more intolerable was the fact that this detestable Jiang Clan had caused him to embarrass himself in front of so many, including the likes of Dan Tycoon. With this thought, he disregarded the pain, hastily rising to his feet. His gaze fixed on Jiang Clan with venomous resentment. "I never expected you possess such fortuitous luck to restore your cultivation. I can see that I underestimated you earlier. But that will not happen again." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang's expression turned vicious, and he unleashed a lower-grade Xian rank fist technique, striking out at Jiang Clan with fervor. This punch was aimed at reclaiming all the lost dignity. In response, Jiang Clan maintained a serene demeanor, even leaving his sword sheathed, effortlessly evading Jiang's attack with a mere feint. Realizing his strike had missed, Jiang was momentarily stunned. Before he could gather his wits, Jiang Clan swiftly drew his sword sheath and executed a horizontal sweep, striking Jiang squarely in the face, sending him flying several meters through the air, flipping over multiple times before crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Tycoon's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily rushed to Jiang's side, assisting him to his feet. Witnessing Jiang's disheveled state, Dan Tycoon could not conceal her astonishment. She was acutely aware of Jiang's formidable strength. Being at the 9th level of the acquired realm and possessing numerous Xian rank techniques, his combat prowess was so exceptional that he had few rivals even within the inner sect. Yet, this once downtrodden Jiang Clan had humiliated Jiang not once, but twice. Akin to an adult besting a child, their strengths utterly mismatched. What had transpired to bring about such a transformation? A profound confusion enveloped Dan Tycoon, leaving her perplexed. At that moment, Jiang Yin was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that this unassuming youth, of similar age to himself, possessed such remarkable strength. Is this the genius of the main family? Jiang Yin's gaze dimmed. Had he not faced adversity and continued his training, he was confident that his own talents would have allowed him to rival this genius. Alas, fate can be cruel. With Tycoon's help, Jiang managed to rise once more. As he felt the excruciating pain coursing through his body, the malice in his eyes had intensified to an almost tangible degree. He comprehended that once today's events spread, the fact that he had been humiliated by Jiang Clan on 2 occasions would undoubtedly become fodder for ridicule among his peers in the sect. Contemplating this, Jiang turned to his companion, Tycoon, his tone icy as he declared, "Uncle Jiang, I demand the life of this wretch." As his words echoed, a fierce glint flickered in Tycoon's eyes, his gaze upon Jiang Clan resembling that of one gazing upon a corpse. Such prowess at such a tender age is indeed impressive. However, his reckless disposition has led him to provoke the wrong adversary. Since my young master has issued the decree, I shall escort you on your final journey, to ensure you do not traverse the path to the afterlife alone. I shall shortly send everyone here to join you in reunion. As Tycoon approached Jiang Clan, the expressions of the Jiang family members shifted dramatically. They could discern the ominous implication behind his words. Was he not preparing to annihilate their clan? Yet, as Tycoon stood before him, Jiang Clan remained unfazed. For behind him stood the clan leader, his most formidable ally. With the leader present, what did he have to fear? Observing Jiang Clan's calm demeanor, Tycoon could not help but express his admiration. To remain unflinching in the face of peril is truly commendable. However, it only solidifies your fate to be eliminated. With that, he readied himself to strike. At that moment, a voice resonated. Oh, is this the virtue of your Qianshan sect? Unable to contend with the young, you resort to bullying the weak. Tycoon furrowed his brow and turned to find Jiang Daoxuan, who had been silently observing. Retracting his hand, a cruel smile emerged on his lips. Huh, you speak truly. I have suddenly changed my mind. This brat's venomous strike must surely be your teaching. So let us settle the score with you first. Settle the score? You lack the standing to do so. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Daoxuan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. A chilling gust swept over Tycoon, prickling his skin and causing his hair to stand on end. Such speed. This is bad. Tycoon's expression shifted drastically as he realized there was no escape. He concentrated his primal energy to fortify his defenses. In an instant, the spectators could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. All they witnessed was a flash of dazzling sword light. Following that, Tycoon's energy shield was effortlessly torn apart, and a crimson jet erupted from his throat. He trembled, desperately clutching his throat in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. Ultimately, his pupils dilated, and his body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Such swiftness in the strike. As the final thought flickered in his mind, he succumbed to the depths of darkness. The crowd erupted in chaos at the sight of this formidable figure meeting such an untimely demise with such ease. What had transpired in a mere instant? It had happened too swiftly, rendering them unable to see clearly. Accompanying Ko Qing, this individual must have possessed formidable strength, perhaps even that of a purple mansion cultivator. Yet such might have been vanquished by the clan leader in a single move. Was this the terrifying power that the clan leader wielded? Suddenly, I found myself envying the clan members of the host family. Who could deny it? If only we had a formidable leader like the clan patriarch to preside over us. How could we have endured the humiliation from the Danai family? Even the Qianshan sect would have to tread carefully. The members of the Jiang family were visibly shaken, engaging in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Ko Qing and Dan Taiyuer, both acutely aware of Tycoon's strength, were rendered pale with disbelief. It is essential to note that Tycoon possessed the terrifying strength of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, capable of contending even against formidable opponents of the fourth level. Yet, why was it that he could not withstand even a single strike from the patriarch of this small clan? Could it be that the leader of the Jiang family was, in fact, a cultivator of the ninth level of the Purple Mansion realm, or perhaps even a master of the Yuanhai realm? As this realization dawned upon him, Ko Qing felt a chill run down his spine. At this point, he could no longer deny the gravity of the situation. He had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan cast a serene glance at Ko Qing and Jiang Yan, and an idea suddenly formed in his mind. He then addressed Jiang Chun. As punishment for the insult to our Jiang family, my dear Chun, you shall render him limb from limb. Ko Qing, the son of the Qianshan sect's leader, had a history of conflict with Jiang Chun. The enmity between the Jiang family and the Qianshan sect had long since reached an irreconcilable point. Thus, if they had offended one another, so be it. It would be prudent to collect some interest before bringing the Qianshan sect to its demise. Upon hearing the patriarch's command, Jiang Chun turned to Ko Qing, a warm smile gracing his face as he approached. As the distance between them diminished, Ko Qing's legs grew weak, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. His face contorted in fear, he pleaded for mercy. No, don't come any closer. My father is the leader of the Qianshan sect, a master of the Yuanhai realm. You cannot kill me. Jiang Chun halted before Ko Qing, looking down upon him from a superior position. It seems you still fail to grasp the reality of your situation. At this moment, it matters not that your father is the sect leader. Even your own status as a leader holds no weight. With that, he swiftly delivered a kick, mercilessly stomping on Ko Qing's limbs. Each blow was infused with the bitterness of resentment toward the Qianshan sect, executed with no trace of mercy, showcasing his formidable strength. Accompanied by anguished screams, Ko Qing lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. His limbs were reduced to a bloody mess, suffering from multiple compound fractures. His body was drenched in sweat, dark stains marking his skin. Witnessing this scene, the previously animated discussions among the Jiang family members ceased, and apprehension clouded their faces. Although Ko Qing's torment was undoubtedly deserved, the Qianshan sect was an immensely powerful force. Should the Yuanhai realm leader of the Qianshan sect learn of his son being so ruthlessly punished here, the consequences for the Jiang family would be dire. While the members of the Jiang family were engulfed in fear, Dan Taiyuer was overwhelmed with terror. She never anticipated that what began as a mere engagement withdrawal would escalate into such a catastrophic situation. Not only had Tycoon, a second-level cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, met his end here, but Ko Qing had also been rendered limbless. It was crucial to recognize that Ko Qing was the only kin of the Qianshan sect's leader, and should the latter discover the events that transpired here, the aftermath would be unimaginable. Perhaps calamity will befall the fields below, and the Dantai family may also face the wrath of the Elder. The gravity of the situation has reached an irrevocable point. All is lost. In light of this, an overwhelming dread engulfed Dantaiware's spirit, causing her delicate form to tremble. And she could not help but collapse to the ground, drained of all strength. In that moment, the entire conference hall fell into an extraordinary state of oppression and silence. Under the tense scrutiny of numerous gazes, Jiang Daoxuan silently turned his attention to Jiang Yan. Employing his eye of insight, he began to examine the information. Name, Jiang Yan. Cultivation, none. Formerly, 9th level of bone forging. Root bone, genius. Comprehension, genius. Fortune, golden, light gold. Talent, ordinary body. Opportunity, possesses a ring containing the residual soul of a celestial realm cultivator. Expected to awaken soon due to Jiang Yan's emotional fluctuations. Golden fortune, he truly is the child of destiny. Jiang Daoxuan instinctively glanced at the ancient black ring adorning Jiang Yan's finger. Ding. Current target. Investment may trigger golden level returns. Investing a cleansing pill yields 10 pounds of divine liquid. Investing in a top-tier earth-grade pure yang technique yields a top-tier heavenly-grade treasure, martial Dao blood robe. Investing in a top-tier earth-grade great sun body refinement technique yields a heavenly-grade Sangyin spirit fire. Noticing new investment opportunities, Jiang Daoxuan smiled and approached Jiang Yan directly. Under Jiang Yan's apprehensive gaze, Jiang Daoxuan casually remarked regarding the recent events. Do you believe he deserves to have his limbs severed? Jiang Yan, uncertain of the clan leader's intention, took a deep breath and replied solemnly. In response to the esteemed clan leader, it is only fitting that for the humiliation inflicted upon our Jiang family by Ko Qing, not only should he have his limbs severed, but his life should also be forfeit. Excellent. Truly worthy of being a son of the Jiang family. Now, I present you with an opportunity, Jiang Daoxuan declared, drawing a sword from the waist of a Jiang family member and tossing it before Jiang Yan. Do not fear the threats of Qianshan sect. I shall shield you from them. Now, simply fulfill your heart's desire. Jiang Yan's pupils constricted as he gazed at Jiang Daoxuan in disbelief. He had never anticipated such an opportunity being granted to him by the clan leader. However, he felt no hesitation. After Ko Qing's limbs had been severed, he had already irreparably offended Qianshan sect. Thus, what was there to fear? In the next moment, Jiang Yan decisively bent down, extended his right hand, opened his fingers, and picked up the sword from the ground. Gripping the hilt tightly, he strode purposefully towards Ko Qing. Chapter 29. Clear Mindset, Excited Branch Family Members. Witnessing this scene, Ko Qing was instantly struck with terror. He desperately wished to escape, but with his limbs severed, he could only laboriously drag his body across the cold floor, leaving a long trail of blood behind. As he struggled to move, tears streamed down his face as he pleaded for mercy. Jiang Yan, I was wrong in what I did earlier. I can give you Dantaiware if you desire her. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Just wait for me to return to my sect. And I will ensure that my father does not hold today's events against you. In fact, I will even persuade him to personally accept you as a true disciple and impart the profound techniques of the Qianshan sect. In response to Ko Qing's myriad promises, Jiang Yan remained utterly unmoved. His expression wanted disdain as he resolutely approached Ko Qing's side. In the next instant, under Ko Qing's terrified gaze, with a swift motion, the sword fell. In a heartbeat, the sharp blade sliced through skin, tearing flesh, and pierced his heart. Ko Qing's face contorted in agony, his muscles spasming momentarily before he fell silent. Witnessing Ko Qing's demise at his own hands, Jiang Yan forcefully withdrew the long sword embedded in the man's chest. Gazing at the crimson blood staining the blade, he felt as though he were in a dream, everything appearing so unreal. Before he could gather his thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated softly. Well done. Now, what shall we do with this woman? Do you wish to spare her or end her life? Jiang Yan was taken aback, instinctively glancing toward Dantaiware. Upon sensing Jiang Yan's gaze, Dantaiware was engulfed in terror. She had never anticipated that, following the deaths of Tycoon and Ko Qing, it would now be her turn. A fierce instinct for survival surged from the depths of her being. and in her desperation to seize a chance at life, she cast aside all notions of dignity and pride, pleading in the most delicate of tones, "Jiang Yin. The matter of the broken engagement was forced upon me by Ko Qing. He threatened that if I did not marry him, he would target the Dantai family. I truly did not wish for this, but Ko Qing's power was overwhelming, leaving me no choice. Now that Ko Qing is dead, I can no longer withdraw from the engagement. If you grant me one more chance today, we can marry tomorrow." With tear-filled eyes, her hair cascading around her, Dan Taiyuer appeared utterly vulnerable, collapsing weakly to the ground, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, at the moment her words echoed, the confusion in Jiang Yan's eyes vanished, replaced by a harsh reprimand. "At this juncture, do you still think the dignity of the Jiang family is a mere jest? You speak of breaking off an engagement, and then not. What a revolting display." Recalling the image of Dan Taiyuer entering alongside Ko Qing, fury surged within Jiang Yan, and he brandished his long sword, prepared to strike. Realizing her pleas were in vain, Dan Taiyuer quickly concealed her facade of weakness, her expression twisting into one of fierce determination. Casting a glance around to ensure no one intervened, a cold smile crept onto her lips. With her limbs intact and possessing the strength of a fifth-level practitioner, how could she allow a mere waste like Jiang Yin to kill her? With that thought, she resolved to seize Jiang Yin, intending to use him as leverage to threaten the others and secure her own escape from the Jiang family. As the distance between them diminished, Dan Taiyuer slyly concealed her right hand behind her back, secretly channeling her inner energy, ready to seize Jiang Yin before anyone could react. However, this small maneuver did not escape Jiang Daoxuan's keen perception. Realizing her intent, he immediately concentrated pure yang energy at his fingertips, flicking them to unleash a rapid attack of energy. Just as the two were a mere meter apart, Dan Taiyuer's face hardened, a triumphant glint in her eyes as she raised her hand to strike at Jiang Yin. At the moment when the distance between Jiang Yin and the palm of Dan Taiyuer was merely 2 fingers apart, the pure yang primordial force unleashed by Jiang Daoxuan swiftly arrived, piercing through Dan Taiyuer's delicate hand with unparalleled precision, resulting in an explosion of crimson mist. Dan Taiyuer, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, lost her former melodious voice, which now echoed with a chilling and harrowing shriek, akin to a wailing specter. Jiang Yin was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, seizing the opportunity to thrust his sword forward with both hands. The sharp tip of the sword instantaneously penetrated Dan Taiyuer's chest, causing the bloodied blade to protrude from her back, delivering a shiver of coldness through her entire being. Dan Taiyuer's pupils constricted as she trembled, extending her left hand in a futile attempt to drag Jiang Yin down with her. Yet, Jiang Yin was unwilling to grant her such an opportunity. With an impassive demeanor, he withdrew the sword, prompting a shudder from Dan Taiyuer's body as torrents of blood gushed from her wound. Ultimately, a wave of weakness engulfed her, and she collapsed to the ground, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Jiang Yin clutched the sword tightly, gazing at the lifeless forms of the treacherous pair. Ko Qing and Dan Taiyuer, feeling an exhilarating sense of relief wash over him. He then tilted his head slightly back and erupted into a hearty laugh. In that moment, the pent-up emotions within him found a brief release. Simultaneously, a notification from the system appeared once more before Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. Ding. Detected that the fated child Jiang Yan's state of mind is clear. Family fortune, 100. Ding. Crisis averted. Destiny altered, allowing the branch family to survive. Family fortune, 200. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Daoxuan displayed an expression of affirmation. Ever since he had previously helped Jiang Chun regain his fighting spirit, thus earning a reward of family fortune, he had speculated that if he could restore some confidence in Jiang Yin, the destined child, he might once again receive a reward. The appearance of the system notification undoubtedly validated his conjecture. At this point, Jiang Yin, having calmed his emotions, approached Jiang Daoxuan and knelt down with a thud. "Thank you, esteemed patriarch, for rescuing us." Jiang Daoxuan nodded. "Rise. For the main family and branch family are one entity, no need for excessive gratitude." With that, he turned to survey the crowd, taking in the expressions of fear and unease etched upon the faces of those present. He then exchanged a glance with Jiang Hongwan, who immediately understood and proceeded to the center of the hall. As the old patriarch stepped forward to address the assembly, all members of the Jiang family fell silent in an instant. Under their collective gaze, Jiang Hongwan began to speak slowly, before departing from the main family. The patriarch had decreed that after this incident, we may all leave Xian City and settle in Wudan City, living together with the main family from henceforth. The two families shall be inseparable, advancing and retreating together. As the resonant voice of the elder patriarch echoed, the previously tense Jiang family members momentarily paused, and then realization dawned upon them, their expressions relaxing. The hearts that had been dormant for so long now surged with fervor. Joy radiated from their faces, and glimmers of hope sparkled in their eyes. They could hardly believe that the long-cherished aspiration for reunion, a dream long desired by generations of their family, had finally been realized today. From this day forth, they are finally liberated from the burdens of their ancestors' mistakes and may return to their ancestral home to commence anew. Chapter 30. The Bloodstained Garb of Martial Arts, Kindred Spirits of Destiny. As the jubilant cheers erupted, Jiang Daoxuan cast a glance towards Jiang Yan, casually producing a cleansing elixir and offering it to him. Take this. Observing this scene, Jiang Yan felt a sense of bewilderment. Yet reasoning that the clan leader would not wish him harm, he reached out to accept it and promptly swallowed it whole. In the blink of an eye, a warmth enveloped his lower abdomen, with the medicinal properties transforming into a comforting flow that coursed through him, alleviating much of his prior weakness. Feeling the miraculous change within his body, Jiang Yan hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your gracious gift, esteemed clan leader. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved copies of the Pure Yang art and the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique. Handing them to Jiang Yan, I have learned of your circumstances from your grandfather. However, my Jiang family has never produced fallen talents. Take these two techniques and cultivate them diligently. There may yet be a day of resurgence. Listening to Jiang Daoxuan's comforting words, Jiang Yan remained noncommittal. Managing a wry smile, he was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Unless unexpected fortune befell him, he would likely never tread the path of cultivation again, destined to live as an ordinary person. Yet, despite these thoughts, to honor the clan leader's goodwill, Jiang Yan accepted the two techniques. Thank you for the bestowed teachings. Esteemed clan leader, clutching the two techniques tightly in his hands, he did not intend to peruse them immediately, but rather to examine them when time permitted. Beep. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10 pounds of divine liquid. Beep. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a heavenly grade supreme treasure, the Bloodstained Garb of Martial Arts. Bloodstained Garb of Martial Arts. Transformed from a drop of blood from a mysterious entity, this garment is flexible and can adhere to the skin, concealing the wearer's appearance. It enhances certain physical strengths and possesses the ability to automatically heal the wearer's wounds, depending on the disparity in realms. It can mitigate damage from attacks by cultivators of the celestial realm and below, and withstand a full-force strike from a sage realm cultivator. Beep. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a heavenly grade exotic fire, Songyan Spiritual Fire. Songyan Spiritual Fire, capable of transforming the owner's constitution, granting them the Songyan treasure body. With a recovery ability far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, possessing various mysteries. Gazing upon the rewards, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Setting aside the intrinsic value of the two heavenly grade treasures, the divine liquid alone is of immense worth, a coveted prize for countless cultivators. The divine liquid serves as a medium of exchange among high-ranking cultivators, containing extraordinarily pure essence of heaven and earth. Once absorbed, it provides immeasurable benefits to the cultivator. According to market values, a pound of divine liquid could exchange for 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. Yet, despite such a staggering ratio, it remains a rare commodity. One can only fathom the magnitude of the 10 pounds of divine liquid he has acquired. When converted to spirit stones, it equates to 1,000 high-quality spirit stones, or 10 million low-quality spirit stones. What a terrifying figure that is. It is likely that even purchasing the entirety of Tiandu Prefecture would be a trivial endeavor. After the initial shock, Jiang Daoxuan quickly regained his composure. He then lifted his head, facing the crowd, and began issuing commands for all members of the Jiang family to pack their belongings, preparing to accompany him to Wudong City. Under the command of Jiang Daoxuan, the entire Jiang family was suddenly engulfed in a fervent hustle and bustle. Observing his kin bustling about before him, Jiang Yan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Noticing this, Jiangchen, clutching his treasured sword, approached him. Upon reaching Jiang Yan's side, he suddenly inquired, "What are you pondering?" Jiang Yan instinctively lifted his gaze in the direction of the voice. Upon recognizing Jiang Chun, he hurriedly clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Jiang Yan pays his respects to elder brother Jiang Chun." There is no need for such formality among family, Jiang Clan replied. However, what troubles you so? Jiang Yan's expression darkened as he silently lowered his head. Faced with the brilliance of Jiang Clan, a prodigy of their clan, an intense wave of inferiority surged within him. He resented the heavens for having opened a window of opportunity only to slam it shut and lock it tight. He could have endured a life of mediocrity. Yet why was he first made to experience the narrative meant for a genius? The disparity was something only he could fathom, far beyond the comprehension of others. Observing Jiang Yan's dejection, Jiang Clan couldn't help but reflect on his own past. Before meeting the clan leader, had he not also been in a similar plight? However, having weathered the storm himself, he sought to offer shelter to others, to rekindle the fighting spirit within his younger cousin. Jiang Clan gently placed a hand on Jiang Yan's shoulder. When Jiang Yan raised his gaze once more, Jiang Clan smiled warmly, saying, "On my journey to Xuanqing, I heard your grandfather speak of you, so I understand your current sentiments. Yet, the clan leader once remarked that as long as the flame of passion within one's heart remains alive, one can indeed rise from adversity. Even if one must be broken to be rebuilt, it is not beyond possibility." Seeing the skepticism in Jiang Yan's eyes, Jiang Clan chuckled. "Do not regard me with such peculiar looks. Allow me to share a somewhat secretive secret. My own circumstances were far worse than yours. At one point, not only was my Dantian destroyed, but I was also expelled from the Qianshan sect. Yes, you heard correctly, the same sect as Koqing and Danayuer. But look at me now, dear cousin." Jiang Yan was utterly taken aback, disbelief filling his eyes. If Jiang Chen's Dantian had indeed been shattered, how then had he cultivated to his current level of prowess? He had never heard of anyone continuing their cultivation after such a calamity. Jiang Clan smiled again, reiterating, "As I just mentioned, it is encapsulated in 4 words, broken yet rebuilt. Because a miracle occurred in my life, I am unwavering in my belief. I am certain that if you do not forsake yourself, you too will encounter a reversal of fortune, and miracles will grace your path. To borrow the words of our clan leader, I now pass them on to you. The true adversary you face is not the disparagement and mockery of others, but rather your own self-denial." As the final words resonated, it was as though a warm ray of sunlight pierced through the depths of Jiang Yan's heart, dispelling all shadows of doubt. Jiang Chen's words echoed in his mind, and Jiang Yan's eyes began to shine with renewed brightness. He had initially believed that this elder brother, a paragon of the family, was the source of his inferiority, making it difficult for him to confront his own feelings. However, it was unexpected that the other party had encountered such misfortunes, and it is no wonder that they harbored deep resentment toward the Qianshan sect, showing no mercy toward Koqing. At the same time, Jiang Yan gradually began to empathize, quietly accepting this extraordinary elder brother from the Tianjiao clan. Even with a shattered Dantian, elder brother Jiang Clan did not give up, ultimately awaiting his miracle and returning to the path of cultivation. What about me? My Dantian remains intact. What reason do I have to abandon my aspirations? Chapter 31. The Awakening of the Ringed Elder and Jiang Yan's Astonishment. In this moment, the words of his clan leader reverberated in his mind once more. The Jiang family has never lost its talented individuals. There may yet be a day of resurgence. Initially, Jiang Yan believed these to be mere words of consolation, but upon learning of Jiang Chen's experiences, he suddenly comprehended the deeper meaning. The clan leader's words were not just comforting, they were imbued with high hopes. With this realization, Jiang Yan felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. His spirit underwent a transformation, shedding its previous lethargy, replaced instead by an indomitable fighting spirit, head held high, and eyes filled with resolve. He then turned to Jiang Clan, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said, "Thank you, elder brother. Without your guidance, I fear I would have continued to languish, squandering this precious time." Seeing Jiang Yan's transformation, Jiang Clan nodded in satisfaction, but quickly masked his smile and feigned reproach. "At this juncture, do we still need to maintain such formality between us?" Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood, his face brightening as he clasped his hands and smiled. "Indeed, I have been too formal. I am Jiang Yan. Pleased to meet you, Brother Chen. Now that's more like it. Brother Yan, I will protect you from now on. Anyone who dares to bully you must first ask me, Jiang Chen, if I consent." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Ding. The destined child Jiang Yan has regained his fighting spirit. Family Fortune 100. Receiving the system notification, Jiang Daoxuan gazed upon the two conversing amiably, sharing a mutual understanding, and could not help but smile. It was evident that those with similar experiences could easily bond. This atmosphere was undoubtedly what Jiang Daoxuan preferred to witness. After all, He favored a harmonious and supportive family over one riddled with intrigue and division. In the following days, the Jiang family of Xuanqing transported various goods, forming a temporary caravan that departed Xuanqing and made its way to Wudong City. With the merging of the main family and the branch family, Jiang Daoxuan realized an issue. The Jiang family's residence was simply too small. Currently, accommodating both the main family and one branch was already a tight squeeze, leading to some discomfort. If they were to relocate other branches as well, the size of their residence would be inadequate. It would be far more prudent to seek a new family residence that could accommodate more members. But which place would be better? Jiang Daoxuan pondered thoughtfully. Moments later, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a nearby renowned mountain named Kangwu. It boasted vast expanses, encompassing dozens of peaks, with its main peak, Kangwu Mountain, renowned across several cities for its towering heights and formidable defenses, making it easy to defend yet challenging to assault. Moreover, detached from the mundane hustle and bustle, the spiritual essence of Kangwu Mountain far surpasses that of Wudong City. In every conceivable way, this location is exceptionally suitable as the new residence for the Jiang family. Just as Jiang Daoxuan secretly resolved his intentions, the voice of the system suddenly echoed. Ding! Family mission triggered. Seek a new family residence. Mission rewards: 3 low-grade Earth-level spiritual veins, 1 acre of low-grade Earth-level spiritual fields, 1 set of low-grade Earth-level mountain protection formation, 1 low-grade Earth-level spiritual spring, and 3 portions of low-grade Earth-level dragon tooth rice seeds. Mission deadline: within 100 million years. Upon witnessing the emergence of a new family mission, Jiang Daoxuan's expression instantly brightened, marveling at how serendipitously the system had provided him with such timely assistance. The rewards offered by the system were particularly enticing. Each reward, if brought to the outside world, would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar, attracting countless powerful figures and factions vying for possession. These items are of paramount significance to the development of any force. Once a new family residence is established, bolstered by these treasures, the spiritual essence of the new abode could potentially rival that of first-rate sects within a dynasty, couldn't it? It is essential to note that those first-rate sects are fortified by formidable cultivators of the Sun Wheel realm, while the Jiang family lacks even a single cultivator of the Yuan Sea realm, highlighting the vast disparity. Jiang Daoxuan's heart gradually ignited with fervor. The vicinity of Kangwu Mountain is teeming with ferocious beasts, including those of the Yuan Sea realm, rendering it nearly impossible for any sect to establish a residence there. However, for him, these challenges posed no significant threat. With this thought in mind, Jiang Daoxuan immediately set forth, soaring through the skies towards Kangwu Mountain. Before long, Jiang Daoxuan arrived at the summit of Kangwu Mountain. Ding! Detected that this location can serve as the new family residence. Would you like to select Kangwu Mountain for binding? Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Daoxuan hesitated not for a moment and promptly clicked confirm. In the next instant, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! Binding successful. The mission to find a new family residence has been completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 3 low-grade Earth-level spiritual veins, 1 acre of low-grade Earth-level spiritual fields, 1 set of low-grade Earth-level mountain protection formation, 1 low-grade Earth-level spiritual spring, and a construction gift package. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Due to his extensive reading of ancient texts, he was not unfamiliar with these items. Spiritual veins are buried underground, capable of releasing spiritual energy, transforming the environment, and enhancing the concentration of spiritual essence in the air. Spiritual fields, characterized by fertile soil infused with pure spiritual energy, can significantly affect the growth of herbal plants. Depending on the grade of the spiritual field, different qualities of spiritual herbs can be cultivated steadily, while also shortening their maturation time. As for the spiritual spring, it is water that has been transformed by vast amounts of spiritual energy, not only suitable for irrigating the spiritual fields to accelerate the growth of herbs and improve both their yield and quality, but also beneficial for direct consumption, purging impurities from the body, expanding meridians, and fortifying one's constitution. Even when added to food, it can enhance flavor, imparting some characteristics of spiritual cuisine, yielding numerous benefits. Beyond all these, the water from the spiritual spring is, for mortals, akin to a fountain of life. Once afflicted by a grave illness, a mere sip of the spiritual spring water could restore one's body to its former state, eradicating all hidden ailments. Thus, it is evident how immensely valuable the spiritual spring is, capable of generating substantial wealth. As for the final set of randomly awarded low-tier protective formations, it is named the Binding Spirit Array. Without the directive of the Array Master, any individual below the Star Wheel realm entering the array would experience a significant suppression of their cultivation level. However, this array necessitates a spiritual vein as its energy source. Therefore, it cannot be established until the spiritual vein is buried. At this point, Jiang Daoxuan's thought stirred, and soon thereafter, a palm-sized three-dimensional model materialized before him. This was the model of Kangwu Mountain. According to the system prompt, he could freely enlarge or diminish it. By extending his finger and clicking on a specific spot on the model, he could place the items he had just acquired. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The intense sense of DJVU led him to question whether he was engaging in a simulation building sandbox game. He shook his head, dispelling the thought from his mind, and proceeded to embed a low-tier spiritual vein. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed once more. Initial fusion. Transforming the mundane into the spiritual, remodeling the spiritual mountain. Time required, 7 days. Jiang Daoxuan swiftly retracted his gaze. It seemed that there was no rush to relocate his clan to Kangwu Mountain. After all, his current cultivation had reached the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, and a breakthrough into the Yuan Sea realm was merely days away. He could seize this time of spiritual vein fusion to expedite his advancement. Once he achieved his breakthrough, it would be timely to inform his clan to move to Kangwu Mountain. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan chose not to linger, vanishing from his location instantaneously. Returning to Wudong City. As night fell in Wudong City, within the Jiang residence, Jiang Yin sat cross-legged on his bed. He slowly retrieved the 2 cultivation techniques bestowed upon him by the clan leader. Over the past few days, having perused them multiple times, he came to understand that these techniques were indeed formidable, top-tier methods of the Earth rank. From initial shock to confusion, Jiang Yin now grasped the immense expectations the clan leader had placed upon him. It was precisely for this reason that he could not afford to disappoint the clan leader. However, despite diligently practicing the pure yang technique repeatedly, no miracle occurred. The results remained unchanged. Every ounce of spiritual energy that entered his body inexplicably vanished without exception. What could be the cause of this? Jiang Yan's heart grew heavier, and he instinctively clenched his fists, gazing out at the bright moon, murmuring, "Is it that miracles will never occur for me? Am I destined to be a failure in this lifetime? No, I refuse to accept that." Jiang Yin gritted his teeth, shaking his head vigorously to dispel his self-doubt, and then commenced another round of cultivation. As time passed, Jiang Yin was exhausted, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, his garments soaked. Yet still, he achieved nothing. However, just as Jiang Yan's will was on the verge of its breaking point, as if he would faint at any moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A faint azure glow quietly emanated. Although dim, it would have gone unnoticed during the day, yet it was strikingly conspicuous in the pitch-black night. This sudden phenomenon quickly captured Jiang Yan's attention. Following the source of the light, he slowly lowered his head to gaze at his right hand. To his astonishment, the glow was emanating from the ring adorning his finger. "What is this?" The blue radiance illuminated Jiang Yan's somewhat bewildered visage. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the light swiftly dissipated. Immediately after, an ancient voice unexpectedly resonated from within the ring. "My boy, it seems you are in need of assistance." "Who are you? What do you want?" Jiang Yin exclaimed, startled, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. "Do not panic, young one. I mean you no harm. Had it not been for the spiritual energy you have absorbed over the years, I would not have awakened so swiftly," the voice continued. No sooner had the words been spoken than a thunderous realization erupted within Jiang Yin's mind. Suddenly, all past events aligned into a coherent narrative, and his composure shattered as he erupted in outrage. "What? The spiritual energy I absorbed has inexplicably vanished, and it's all you're doing?" At this point, he realized that the very ring he held was the culprit behind his descent from genius to ineptitude. With that thought, he promptly extended his hand, preparing to remove the ring and cast it away. "Wait," the voice from within the ring urged. "Since I have absorbed your spiritual energy for so many years, naturally, I shall not neglect you. In return, I will impart my teachings and guide your cultivation." How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin managed to suppress his inner fury. After all, he had already endured years of suffering. If he could extract some benefits from this mysterious entity within the ring, it might compensate for his considerable losses. Contemplating this, he halted his actions, slowly raised his hand, and regarded the ring with skepticism. "Are you certain you can teach me? Are you a master of the Yuan High Realm?" In his mind, Practitioners of the Yuan High Realm were considered legendary figures. However, upon hearing Jiang Yan's question, the voice within the ring abruptly fell silent. After a few moments of confusion, it finally resumed. Yuan High Realm? Such a feeble level of existence would not even suffice to be my servant in the past. The ancient voice dripped with disdain, startling Jiang Yan. Then who are you? Humph. I was once a practitioner of the celestial realm, poised to transcend the tribulation of a saint, only to be betrayed by the very disciple I nurtured and trusted the most. This betrayal caused my failure in the tribulation, resulting in the loss of my physical form, leaving me with only a remnant soul that now resides within your ring. Listening to this account, Jiang Yan's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. The being before him had once been a formidable force of the celestial realm. Such a terrifying and unparalleled existence was something he had only heard of in legendary tales. In the realm of reality, even when gazing across the vast expanse of the Great Qin dynasty, the existence of a formidable being at the Yuanshan realm remains an enigma, let alone those transcending to the celestial realm. Furthermore, the entity in question has endured the tribulation of a sage, indicating that at the zenith of its power, it was a terrifying being of unparalleled mastery in the celestial realm. Yet, it is nothing short of astonishing that such a powerful presence resides within my very ring. As Jiang Yan stood in astonishment, a voice emanated from the ring once more. Now, I am willing to impart upon you several profound techniques as a token of gratitude for these years. Of course, if you agree to one condition, I shall accept you as my disciple and pass on my lifelong knowledge. How do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing of such an extraordinary opportunity, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he promptly inquired, might I ask what this condition entails? In the future, should you achieve great mastery, you must assist me in purging my sect and eliminating traitorous disciples. Then, I humbly bow to you, master. Ha ha ha, a promising pupil indeed. The voice within the ring resonated with delight. Jiang Yan then asked, may I know your esteemed name, master? For now, my name shall remain undisclosed. You may address me as Elder Zhou. My dear disciple, as a token of our first meeting, I shall now impart to you a profound technique. As the words fell, before Jiang Yan could react, a translucent, pale blue script materialized before him, revealing the title, De Yin Xian Gong. This was unmistakably a mid-tier Earth-level technique. Elder Zhou, concealed within the ring, cast a proud glance at Jiang Yan, eager to witness his reaction. It is essential to note that this De Yin Xian Gong had been meticulously collected over many years, being ideally suited for low-level practitioners to forge an unparalleled foundation. Unbeknownst to him, his naive disciple mistakenly believed that a being at the Yuan High Realm was indeed a significant figure. One could only imagine the extent to which Jiang Yan's previously narrow worldview would be reshaped upon witnessing the intricacies of the De Yin Xian Gong. However, an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. After perusing the contents of the De Yin Xian Gong, Jiang Yan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Master, I already possess a technique. Having received the pure yang technique bestowed by the clan leader, he could hardly regard this evidently inferior technique with any merit. Yet, as this was his newly acknowledged master, he hesitated to express his sentiments directly, fearing it might offend the elder, and thus opted for a more subtle explanation. Elder Zhou furrowed his brow. Assuming that the profundity of the De Yin Xian Gong had bewildered the simple-minded youth, leading him to overlook its tier, he promptly enlightened him. This is a mid-tier Earth-level technique. How could it not surpass the technique you currently practice by 1,000-fold? What is there to deliberate? Jiang Yan, resting his hand on his forehead, replied helplessly, but I already possess a top-tier Earth-level technique. And what of that top-tier Earth-level technique? Is it not still beneath the mid-tier? Are you not residing within a small clan? In that moment, Elder Zhou found himself momentarily speechless. The rarity of Earth-level techniques is not something to be taken lightly. They are not as commonplace as cabbages found on the streets. Furthermore, his newly accepted disciple was practicing a top-tier Earth-level technique. It cannot be said that our family is insignificant. Our esteemed leader is indeed a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. And it is he who imparted this cultivation technique to me. Upon hearing his master refer to his family as a minor clan, Jiang Yan instinctively retorted. Old Zhou, however, paid little heed to this remark, his mind ensnared in puzzlement. If indeed Jiang Yan's clan were merely a Purple Mansion family, it would be inconceivable for them to possess a top-tier Earth-grade technique. Even if blessed with extraordinary fortune to acquire such a technique, they would undoubtedly regard it as a treasure, never to be shared lightly. So how could it be taught to Jiang Yan? As he pondered, A sudden spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. Could it be that the Purple Mansion patriarch, in a bid to garner affection from his kin, had chosen to inflate his clan's prestige and deceive them into believing they possessed an Earthgrade technique? The thought nearly made Old Zhou chuckle. To validate his hypothesis, he promptly said, "Present the Earthgrade technique you are cultivating for me to examine. Perhaps there are hidden dangers within that I can assist you in resolving." Hidden dangers? How could a technique bestowed by the patriarch harbor any risks? In that moment, Jiang Yin even began to doubt the other's level of expertise. Yet, considering the immediate revelation of an Earthgrade technique, the credibility was not entirely lacking. Thus, he swiftly retrieved a copy of the Pure Yang technique from his robe. Holding it before him and perusing its contents. Chapter 33, Old Zhou's Astonishment. Who is the Jiang family patriarch? As Old Zhou extended his spiritual awareness, he discerned the details inscribed within. However, as he continued to read, the ease on his face rapidly dissipated, replaced by a grave demeanor. This was indeed a technique granted by a patriarch of the Purple Mansion realm. As a being of the celestial realm, he could readily appreciate the intricacies of the Pure Yang technique. Although classified as a top-tier Earthgrade, once perfected, its might could rival that of a low-tier Heavengrade technique. Moreover, the profundity of the cultivation route documented therein was beyond reproach. He could only describe it as flawless. He had never encountered such a pristine Earthgrade technique, which was undoubtedly the most suitable for lower-tier practitioners. Should such a technique emerge in his former realm, it would surely be coveted by the sacred dynasties. Yet, why would such an extraordinary technique manifest in this remote locale? Old Zhou found it utterly perplexing, his pupils gradually reflecting suspicion as he regarded his disciple anew. Suddenly sensing an inkling of dishonesty in the young man. "Are you certain that your clan's patriarch is merely of the Purple Mansion? Or is the most formidable individual in your clan someone other than the patriarch? Or perhaps there are other powerful beings in your vicinity?" Faced with Old Zhou's barrage of inquiries, Jiang Yin felt utterly bewildered. However, recalling that he had already become a disciple, he responded earnestly. "The strongest among our Jiang family is, of course, our esteemed patriarch. It is said that the Lord of Wudong City is also a practitioner of the Purple Mansion, and the nearby foremost sect, Qianshan sect, is led by a practitioner of the Yuanxi realm." Zhou Lao furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a pang of discomfort in his liver, despite being in a disembodied state without a physical form. At this moment, he was astonished to realize that, as a formidable being in the realm of celestial beings, he found the enigmatic Zifu family increasingly elusive. He shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, attributing the family's considerable fortune to their profound lineage. The purity and intricacy of this yang cultivation technique, he mused, were such that even his esteemed master could find no fault. Thus, one could engage in its practice with peace of mind. Moreover, this technique was far more precious than one might imagine. The fact that your clan leader would bestow such a gift upon you speaks volumes of their high expectations. Henceforth, it is imperative that you cherish this opportunity. Upon hearing his master's words, Jiang Yin felt an intense warmth surge within him. Having never practiced even a profound tier technique, he lacked full awareness of the value of earth-tier methods. However, with such reverence expressed by his master, a celestial being, the significance of this pure yang technique became abundantly clear. The thought that the clan leader would entrust him with such a treasure filled Jiang Yin with emotion and resolute determination. He vowed to honor his family and never betray the clan leader's kindness. At that moment, Zhou Lao fell into a brief contemplation. Since Jiang Yin had already acquired the most suitable cultivation technique, the matter of selecting a cultivation method could be set aside for now. After all, for a low-tier cultivator, he could not offer anything superior. Yet, as his newly accepted disciple, it seemed rather inappropriate to present him without a token of initiation. After a few moments of thought, Zhou Lao ultimately revealed a technique he had painstakingly gathered. The Yuan Fire Body Refinement Technique was a mid-tier Earth-level body refinement method. If mastered to completion, it could grant one combat prowess far surpassing that of others at the same level, enabling the practitioner to withstand even the mightiest of profound tier treasures with their physical form. Jiang Yin's expression dimmed with disappointment after a few glances at the technique. This time, there were no convoluted words. He stated plainly, "Master, the clan leader has already provided me with a body refinement technique." These words struck Zhou Lao like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that, beyond the nearly flawless pure yang technique, the Zifu clan leader would also bestow upon Jiang Yin a body refinement method. Furthermore, judging by Jiang Yan's demeanor, it was evident that the technique he possessed was far superior to the Yuan fire body refinement technique. How could this be possible? Body refinement techniques were already scarce compared to cultivation methods. Even he, at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, had only acquired his method through sheer fortune. Yet, here was this enigmatic Jiang Clan leader, displaying even greater generosity. Who truly was the formidable celestial being here? Zhou Lao's expression began to falter, particularly as he noticed the shift in his disciple's demeanor from admiration to skepticism, which he found increasingly difficult to accept. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope remained in his heart. The fact that the Jiang Clan leader possessed an earth-tier body refinement technique was already a monumental stroke of fortune. It could not possibly surpass the Yuan fire body refinement technique he had provided. Upon contemplating this, Master Zhou suppressed his inner discomfort and remarked, "My dear disciple, do allow me to examine that body refinement technique of yours." Jiang Yan, without hesitation, retrieved a copy of the Great Sun Body Refinement Sutra from his bosom and began to leaf through it page by page. However, having learned from his previous experience, Master Zhou's demeanor remained serious from the outset. He focused intently, leaving no room for complacency, diligently analyzing every merit and flaw contained within. Yet, as Jiang Yan completed his review of the Great Sun Body Refinement Sutra, Master Zhou was filled with profound disappointment, realizing that he could not identify a single flaw. Much like the pure yang technique, this was yet another flawless and perfect method. However, that was not the most shocking revelation for Master Zhou. As a practitioner of the celestial realm, his discerning eye was not to be underestimated. He was astounded to discover a shared characteristic between the Great Sun Body Refinement Sutra and the pure yang technique. Should both be cultivated in tandem, they could yield terrifyingly efficient results. What a remarkable coincidence that two top-tier, flawless techniques could create a synergistic enhancement effect. And yet they were found in the possession of a mere patriarch of the Zifu clan. What manner of formidable individual was the head of the Jiang family? Master Zhou could not shake the unsettling realization that from this moment onward, he would no longer underestimate the small family of his disciple. The depths of the Jiang family were far more profound than he had initially imagined. Once Master Zhou regained his composure and turned his gaze to his disciple, he remarked, "This technique is equally perfect, perhaps even more valuable than the pure yang technique. If it were to be disclosed, not only would those of the nascent soul realm be tempted, but even those of the celestial realm would be unable to resist taking action. Your patriarch possesses remarkable ambition." Master Zhou found himself at a loss for words. The patriarch of the Jiang family had bestowed upon Jiang Yan two such precious and powerful techniques. One could not help but admire his boldness. After all, should his disciple inadvertently leak this information, the entire Jiang family might be torn apart by the greed of countless powerful beings. Chapter 34. Jiang Qin's Contemplation, the Eccentric Jiang Family. Upon hearing his master's astonishment, Jiang Yan smiled and said, "In recent years, aside from my grandfather, the patriarch has been the kindest person to me." Master Zhou nodded, neither confirming nor denying. The lack of concern regarding the potential consequences of leaking such techniques, especially in granting both simultaneously, was indeed remarkable. If Jiang Yan were not the biological son of the patriarch, such audacity would be difficult to believe. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed Master Zhou's face as he pondered. "You wouldn't happen to be the patriarch's illegitimate child, would you?" Jiang Yan was taken aback and quickly retorted, "How could that be? The patriarch has never visited our branch, nor has he ever married. He has always dedicated himself to the rise of our family." Master Zhou's gaze flickered. If that were the case, the patriarch's conduct was indeed enigmatic. With a sigh, Master Zhou remarked, "Since you already possess the pure yang technique and the Great Sun Body Refinement Sutra, I shall refrain from embarrassing myself further and instead offer you a unique technique that I can impart." As the words fell, a flurry of ethereal characters appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes. Flame technique. This was a martial art obtained by my master in some ancient ruins, known as the flame technique. Do not be misled by its mere status as a low-grade yellow technique. With persistent refinement this technique can undergo remarkable transformations, a marvel indeed. My master is confident that this flame technique is in no way inferior to the martial arts bestowed upon you by your clan leader. Upon realizing that such an extraordinary technique still exists in the world, Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement, noticing his inexpensive disciple finally displaying a look of satisfaction. Old Zhou could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the clan leader of the Jiang family were to present a technique far superior to the flame technique, Then he would have nothing to say, and he would undoubtedly lose face before his disciple today. Fortunately, this flame technique had managed to salvage some of the dignity of a teacher. Once Jiang Yin firmly etched the cultivation method of the flame technique into his mind, he eagerly began to circulate the pure yang technique, immersing himself in cultivation. Since his master had awakened, there was no further need to absorb his spiritual energy. This meant he could finally cultivate on his own. The thought sent waves of exhilaration through Jiang Yan's heart. If one could choose to be a genius, who would willingly settle for a life of mediocrity? As he practiced the pure yang technique repeatedly, Jiang Yin confirmed that the spiritual energy he absorbed would no longer inexplicably dissipate. Under the nourishing flow of abundant spiritual energy, his previously fallen realm began to recover rapidly. After a night passed, the first light of dawn broke. Jiang Yin sat cross-legged on his bed. Although he had not slept a wink, his spirit was particularly invigorated. Feeling the powerful energy surging through his limbs and bones, he nearly burst out in a shout. In just one night, not only had his cultivation returned to its peak, but he had also successfully broken through to the coveted first layer of the postnatal realm. At this moment, Jiang Yin felt as though the world had transformed from a dull gray to a vibrant tapestry filled with hope. Subsequently, noticing beams of sunlight streaming through the window, Jiang Yin quickly got up, donned his clothes, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. He was eager to share the good news of his restored cultivation with his grandfather, Jiang Clan, and the clan leader. Arriving in the courtyard, he traversed several cobblestone paths. Suddenly, with a sound that pierced the air, Jiang Yin instinctively halted, turning toward the source of the noise. There, beneath a nearby large tree, stood a familiar figure. It was a resolute-looking young man with dark hair, wielding a sword and effortlessly executing swordplay. Each movement was as graceful as a startled swan, as fluid as a swimming dragon, while subtly exuding an aura of lethal intent. In mere moments, the fierce sword winds surrounding him sliced through the fallen yellow leaves from the treetop, scattering them like confetti upon the ground. This individual was none other than Jiang family's prodigy, Jiang Clan. At that moment, sensing he was being observed, Jiang Clan sheathed his sword and looked up. Their eyes met. Upon seeing the arrival of Jiang Yin, Jiang Clan was taken aback. "Yin, has your cultivation been restored?" As a formidable expert at the 9th level of the acquired realm, Jiang Clan could naturally perceive the various anomalies surrounding Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin quickly composed himself, releasing a wisp of energy and grinning broadly. "Brother Chan, you and the clan leader were right. As long as we persevere, we can create miracles and rise anew." Feeling the distinct aura that belonged solely to the acquired realm, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered, filled with astonishment as he recognized his younger cousin's extraordinary nature. If he had been able to acquire a mysterious fire restoration pill to mend his dantian and embark on the path of cultivation anew, what had enabled Jiang Yin to do the same? For reasons unknown. The clan leader's words echoed in his mind once again. "Your younger cousin may one day pique your interest." Initially, Jiang Clan had assumed the clan leader was referring to their similar experiences, yet upon reflection, it seemed somewhat peculiar. In the future, could it be that the clan leader had foreseen this moment? Did he know Jiang Yin would regain his cultivation? Just as Jiang Clan was engulfed in confusion, Old Shou, residing within the ring on Jiang Yan's finger, detected something unusual. Through his formidable soul perception, he immediately discerned that Jiang Clan possessed exceptionally strong root bone qualities. This revelation left Old Shou in a state of bewilderment. Such a robust talent was sufficient to make one a prodigy among the sacred lands and empires. How could it possibly emerge from such a small clan? Old Shou's expression grew increasingly solemn. In pursuit of understanding, he intensified his perception to uncover Jiang Chen's true nature. However, as he delved deeper, his countenance abruptly changed. In that moment, he sensed a profoundly terrifying aura emanating from the depths of Jiang Chen's being. This energy was so formidable that it rendered Old Shou's soul trembling in fear. At this juncture, he understood that he could not delve any further. Any additional movement might lead to his utter obliteration before this mysterious energy. What on earth was this youth? Frightened, Old Shou hastily withdrew his perception, overwhelmed with trepidation. Despite having once reached the pinnacle of the human realm, he felt as fragile as an ant in the presence of this aura. Could it be that Jiang Clan, the elder brother of his disciple, harbored something terrifying beyond the realm of saints? With this thought, Old Shou's mind was filled with uncertainty. Fortunately, Jiang Clan's cultivation was merely at the acquired realm. If it were several levels higher, he might not have been able to uncover the existence of that terrifying force. Chapter 35. Old Shou's speculation. Is the Jiang Clan leader the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? In an instant, he became even more convinced of the Jiang family's peculiarities. After all, which small clan could boast two perfect Earth-level martial arts techniques and possess a youth burdened with such profound karma? Contemplating this, old Shou felt it prudent to warn his disciple, promptly conveying, "Your elder brother is quite extraordinary. You should exercise caution in the future." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin maintained his composure, unperturbed. No matter how remarkable Brother Chen was, he remained a member of the Jiang family. Once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly help the Jiang clan to become even more formidable, not to mention the fact that he had once slapped Ko Qing in the face, saving himself in the process. Thus, in his heart, if Jiang Daoxuan were akin to a fatherly figure, then Jiang Chun would represent the role of an older brother. Upon witnessing Jiang Yan's nonchalant demeanor, Elder Zhou let out a faint sigh and refrained from uttering further words. However, with Jiang Chun bearing such significant karma, his future achievements could potentially be boundless. It seemed that his modest disciple was fortunate to possess such a brother, and perhaps his path of cultivation would be somewhat smoother as a result. It was even conceivable that, at that time, not only would he cleanse his own lineage and eliminate rebellious disciples, but he might also gain the opportunity to reshape his own physical form. As this thought crossed his mind, Elder Zhou's eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed brilliance. Subsequently, as Jiang Yin's casual conversation with Jiang Chen concluded and he took his leave, he made his way directly to the patriarch's residence. Before long, Jiang Yin arrived at the door. Without waiting to knock, he witnessed the door slowly swing open, revealing a handsome man with an ethereal presence, resembling a celestial being. This individual was none other than the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan. Having utilized his divine sense to sense Jiang Yin's arrival beforehand, he had paused his meditation and stepped outside. As Jiang Daoxuan gazed upon Jiang Yin, he immediately discerned the latter's postnatal cultivation level. Remarkably, he had restored his powers overnight, seemingly due to the awakening of the celestial soul within the ring. Just as Jiang Daoxuan pondered this, a prompt from the system suddenly resounded. Ding. Current objective. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Invest 1 pound of divine liquid to receive 1,000 pounds of divine liquid. Invest in Songyan spiritual fire to obtain the 3 mysteries true fire divine ability. Invest in premium calming herbs to receive 3 earth-grade supreme magical treasures upon witnessing the new investment opportunity. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he turned his gaze toward Jiang Yin, his attention fixating on the ring in the latter's hand. At that moment, their profound gazes intertwined. Elder Zhou, who had been contemplating the true nature of the Jiang family patriarch, was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. The terrifying gaze, as if it could see through everything, sent a shiver down his spine. What on earth? I am a practitioner of the celestial realm, and he is merely a practitioner of the purple mansion. How could he perceive me? Elder Zhou felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, his heart trembling uncontrollably. Although the other party had not explicitly stated it, the feeling of being utterly seen through was unmistakable. He had been exposed. At this point, Elder Zhou was convinced that the Jiang family patriarch was no ordinary figure, and the Jiang family certainly harbored secrets. Subsequently, to ascertain the true strength of the other party, Elder Zhou once again extended his perception. The moment his awareness settled upon the Jiang family patriarch, he was met with an overwhelming and almost otherworldly aura of terrifying Tao rhythm. This sensation made Elder Zhou's pupils constrict and his expression changed dramatically. Such a situation seemed reminiscent of a legendary physique. Born close to the Tao, it was known as the innate Tao embryo. This incredibly formidable physique was exceedingly rare, even in his region, and it could take countless ages for such an entity to emerge. He had only come across fragments of information about it through obscure lore. Certainly, he had yet to perceive the extraordinary attributes of the ancient sacred body, let alone contemplate the innate sacred body Tao. Thus, upon sensing the distinct Tao rhythm emanating from Jiang Daoxuan, he immediately recognized that this patriarch of the Jiang clan was most likely an unparalleled genius endowed with the innate Tao physique. Once this revelation circulates, it would undoubtedly attract the relentless pursuit of numerous formidable forces, elevating him to the esteemed status akin to that of a holy son. Individuals possessing such a terrifying physique are destined, barring any premature demise, to attain the realm of quasi-emperor or even aspire to become a true emperor, competing fiercely with other prodigies on the path to imperial ascendance. What manner of lineage is this Jiang family? Even the ancient noble houses cannot possibly boast such terrifying potential. As he reflected on his experiences thus far, Elder Zhou felt a tremor coursing through his entire being, particularly when recalling Jiang Yan's assertion that their family was merely a minor clan. He could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Pray tell, what minor clan could produce a prodigious youth with such formidable causality surpassing the saint realm, alongside this patriarch possessing the innate Dao physique? Should such a family be labeled an ancient noble house or an imperial lineage, he would not be surprised in the slightest. Yet, the crux lies in the fact that this is merely a minor clan, with its strongest combatant at the Purple Mansion realm. Just as Elder Zhou remained enraptured in astonishment, an unexpected event occurred once more. As his perception deepened, an incredibly radiant golden light suddenly burst forth. A vague figure, resembling a human head upon a serpent's body, abruptly materialized before Elder Zhou's eyes. An imposing aura unfurled, exuding boundless might that instilled an involuntary sense of reverence. At the moment of contact with this aura, Elder Zhou was nearly petrified with fear, his perception dissipating as he shrank into a corner of the ring's space, trembling uncontrollably. Who exactly is this patriarch of the Jiang family? Elder Zhou's visage was etched with apprehension and unease. He had never encountered such a formidable entity. Even a saint he had previously been fortunate enough to witness appeared as feeble as an ant in the presence of this aura. Such a degree of might is not something a saint could emit. Not even a saint king could achieve this. Just then, a bold thought suddenly invaded Elder Zhou's mind, refusing to dissipate, spiraling out of control. Could it be that this patriarch of the Jiang family is, in fact, the reincarnation of an ancient emperor who has awakened his memories? With this realization, Elder Zhou nervously swallowed. If this were indeed the case, then everything would find its explanation. As an ancient emperor with awakened past memories, possessing mastery over 2 supreme earthgrade techniques, coupled with a purple mansion cultivation that can see through his existence and harbor such a terrifying aura, it would not be considered extraordinary. Furthermore, for him, this would also constitute a tremendous boon. Given the current state of the Jiang family, they are merely at the nascent stage. The potential dragon lies in the depths, surely destined to soar through the 9 heavens. Provided he seizes this opportunity, while the Jiang family has yet to ascend, he could diligently assist Jiang Yan in growing stronger step by step. Surely, when this patriarch of the Jiang family re-enters the path of the emperor, he will recall the myriad contributions he made in aiding Jiang Yan. One merely needs to allow a sliver of opportunity to seep through the gaps of their fingers. At that moment, let alone the reconstruction of one's physical form, even the restoration to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, or even transcending to the sage realm, would become a trivial endeavor. Chapter 36. You call me master. I call you young lord. Upon contemplating this, Elder Zhou immediately lowered his stance, communicating with Jiang Yan telepathically. Disciple. Startled by his master's sudden voice, Jiang Yan felt perplexed. However, recalling that the clan leader was still present, he silently pondered. What is it, master? Coughing gently, Elder Zhou continued. Dear disciple, in the future, let us each refer to one another as we see fit. You shall call me master, and I shall call you young lord, shall we? Since he intended to seize the opportunity while the Jiang family was still in a vulnerable position, Elder Zhou naturally could not regard Jiang Yan merely as a disciple. After all, this was not just a disciple inheriting his teachings. This was clearly a young lord providing him with a path to greatness. As Elder Zhou's respectful words reverberated, Jiang Yan was utterly bewildered. Master, what has come over you? Why utter such things? Being addressed as young lord by a cultivator of the celestial realm was indeed overwhelming for Jiang Yan, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, and he felt unworthy to accept such an honor. In response to Jiang Yan's confusion, Elder Zhou chose not to be explicit. After all, since the clan leader had not disclosed his identity to the clan members, he likely had his own plans. If Elder Zhou were to reveal the truth, the chance of gaining a fortuitous opportunity would vanish, and even his life might be at stake. Thus, after a sigh, Elder Zhou cautiously remarked, Alas, I cannot divulge much. But I can hint that your clan leader is indeed extraordinary, far beyond your imagination. All you need to do is firmly grasp onto your clan leader's support, and attaining the sage realm in the future will not be a difficult task. In fact, the pigs raised by your Jiang family might even have the chance to break through the Star Wheel realm, perhaps even taking down the formidable Yuan High Realm cultivator from the nearby Qianshan sect. To be frank, I find myself somewhat envious of you, for you are able to coexist within the same family as such an existence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's heart leaped in surprise. He never imagined that his celestial realm master would hold the clan leader in such high regard. It was truly astonishing. Could merely clinging to the clan leader's support grant one the opportunity to ascend to the Sage Realm? That seemed rather exaggerated. Though he held immense faith in the clan leader, the Sage Realm represented an unfathomable power. Surely, a single strike could obliterate the entire Qin dynasty. If Elder Zhou's words held any truth, then the clan leader. Jiang Yan's gaze flickered, and his heart raced with fervor, deepening his admiration for the clan leader. At that moment, observing the myriad expressions on Jiang Yan's face, Jiang Daoxuan mused to himself that it was quite interesting. He realized that the celestial realm cultivator within the ring had likely shared something with Jiang Yan, though he paid it no mind. Subsequently, he placed a pound of divine liquid, a Chang'an spirit fire, and an exquisite calming herb into a spatial ring. Gently retrieving the spatial ring, I placed it in the palm of my hand and presented it to Jiang Yan. Now that you have regained your cultivation, it seems you have endured much to arrive at this moment. As the leader of our clan, I cannot refrain from making a gesture. Let this item serve as a token of congratulations on your rebirth. You must continue to strive diligently in your training, for the resurgence of our family rests upon your shoulders. His words jolted Jiang Yan from his reverie. Turning towards the voice, he beheld the spatial ring nestled in Jiang Daoxuan's palm, momentarily entranced. He had never anticipated receiving a gift from the clan leader before he even had the opportunity to share his good news. Observing his astonishment, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled softly. Why do you linger in silence? Regaining his composure, Jiang Yan swiftly reached out to accept the spatial ring, then knelt before Jiang Daoxuan with utmost respect, bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. I shall not disappoint your expectations and shall dedicate myself to the revitalization of our family. Jiang Daoxuan nodded approvingly. Excellent. I eagerly await the day when you can shield our family from the storms of adversity. You may leave now. The matter of cultivation is of paramount importance and must not be neglected. Yes, Jiang Yan replied, first performing a courteous bow before rising to depart. He walked away until he disappeared from Jiang Daoxuan's sight. Only then did Jiang Daoxuan slowly retract his gaze and return to his chamber. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,000 pounds of divine liquid. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 top-tier Earth-grade magical artifacts. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the divine ability of the 3-flame, true fire. 3-flame, true fire, forged from essence, chi, and spirit into the form of 3 flames. Being a fire of purest quality, once summoned, it burns fiercely, impervious to water, intensifying upon contact with moisture, capable of incinerating powerfully. Mastering it to perfection allows one to extinguish an entire realm, rendering it to naught. As the system rewards were dispensed, information about the 3-flame true fire blossomed in Jiang Daoxuan's mind. His body felt as if it awakened a primal instinct, with merely a thought. He could unleash the formidable 3-flame true fire ability. Indeed, my arsenal against adversaries has expanded, Jiang Daoxuan mused with satisfaction. Should one's methods of combat be too singular, it becomes all too easy for opponents to discover and counter them. Therefore, techniques such as the myriad swords converging and the 3-flame true fire are invaluable additions to his repertoire, potentially useful at any moment. With that fleeting thought, Jiang Daoxuan returned to his bed, seated himself cross-legged, and retrieved the divine liquid to continue his cultivation. At this juncture, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, with only one final step remaining before he could officially ascend to the Yuan Sea realm. The day of his breakthrough was not far off. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, after sharing the joyous news of his restored cultivation with his grandfather, Jiang Hongwan, hurried back to his residence, ensuring that no one was around. He closed the door behind him and approached the table, casually selecting a chair to sit. He then cautiously retrieved the spatial ring bestowed upon him by the clan leader. As he held it in his hand and activated his spiritual energy to open it, the scene within the spatial ring unfolded before his eyes. A jar of pure white jade, a fist-sized orb of orange-red flame, and a peculiar blue herb appeared. Gazing at these 3 items, Jiang Yan was bewildered to realize that he did not recognize a single one. The item bestowed by the esteemed patriarch is surely no ordinary object. It merits the expertise of my master. Resolutely, Jiang Yan retrieved the white jade jar and placed it upon the wooden table. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing unusual about it. He immediately extended his hand and unscrewed the lid. The moment it was opened, an overwhelming surge of life essence erupted forth, permeating the entire room. Jiang Yin was astounded by this spectacle. Instinctively inhaling a breath, he felt invigorated as boundless energy coursed through him. Witnessing such a miraculous phenomenon heightened his curiosity, prompting him to lean closer and peer inside the jar. What met his eyes was a pool of faintly glowing, pale green liquid. What could this be? Limited by his knowledge, Jiang Yin was unable to discern its origin and could only call out to Elder Zhou, "Master, please assist me in understanding the properties of this substance." Upon hearing Jiang Yan's summons, Elder Zhou, concealed within the ring, promptly responded, "Young master, if my intuition serves me correctly, this substance is likely a divine liquid." Divine liquid? The unfamiliar term caused Jiang Yan's brow to furrow. Noticing his reaction, Elder Zhou began to patiently elucidate. If spirit stones are the common currency for ordinary cultivators, then divine liquid serves as the currency for those above the vast realm. This liquid contains an exceptionally pure essence of heaven and earth. Should you absorb it, the benefits would be manifold. As for its value, the divine liquid before you could exchange for approximately 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Although prices may vary slightly due to regional differences, the disparity would not be significant. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yan's pupils constricted, waves of astonishment surging within him. He never imagined that the first gift from his patriarch would possess such extraordinary worth. To comprehend the magnitude of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones is to realize that one could easily procure 100 Wudong cities. The patriarch's generosity is truly staggering. Did he not consider the strain on my heart? Jiang Yin swallowed nervously, steadied his emotions, and could not help but feel eager about the remaining 2 items. If this first gift was so remarkable, the others must also be of considerable value. With this thought, Jiang Yin promptly retrieved the blue peculiar herb from his spatial ring. "Master, could you examine this item and reveal its origin?" Elder Zhou scrutinized it for a moment, his expression becoming notably complex. "Indeed, your patriarch is quite thoughtful." Observing his master's reaction, Jiang Yin felt a surge of curiosity. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" This herb is known as the tranquil spirit herb, typically classified as a profound-grade spiritual herb. However, based on its appearance, this particular specimen ranks among the finest, likely reaching low-grade earthly classification. Its purpose is to nourish lingering souls. Lingering souls? Wait, could it be that the patriarch has discovered something about you? Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he became acutely aware of the peculiarities. After all, his own spirit had not suffered any damage. And the patriarch's sudden gift of this herb was clearly intended for someone specific. Elder Zhou first responded with a sigh, reflecting, "In my prime, this object would have been deemed rather commonplace. Yet, having now been reduced to a mere remnant of my former self, it holds significant value for me. This time, I owe a debt of gratitude to your clan leader, as I have benefited from your presence, young master." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin smiled faintly, feeling a surge of pride for his family possessing such a formidable leader. Once he had composed himself, he inquired, "Master, how should I utilize this tranquil herb for you?" "Simply place it upon the surface of the ring," came the reply. "Understood." Jiang Yin followed Elder Zhou's guidance, placing the tranquil herb on the ring. In an instant, a flash of blue light enveloped the herb, causing it to vanish without a trace. Just as Jiang Yin marveled at this phenomenon, Elder Zhou's voice resonated gently, "Young master, do take another look. Perhaps the clan leader has left you something of further value." Returning to the moment, Jiang Yin promptly retrieved a peculiar orb of fiery orange flames from within the spatial ring. The flames floated in midair, exuding no heat whatsoever. Even Jiang Yan's curiosity led him to touch it lightly with a finger, yet he sensed no unusual reaction. He then asked Elder Zhou, "Master, what is this peculiar item?" Before he could finish speaking, Elder Zhou's voice erupted with excitement. "This is a rare celestial flame. The clan leader has gifted you such a treasure. Truly astonishing." Elder Zhou found himself baffled, unable to comprehend why the clan leader would bestow a celestial flame upon Jiang Yin, who had only attained the first level of post-heavenly cultivation. The rarity of this item was such that even during his own peak as a perfected being, he had only heard whispers of its existence, never having encountered it himself. After all, the flame he had painstakingly sought, enduring countless perils, was merely a half-step celestial flame. To be so generously gifted a celestial flame, it was evident that the reincarnation of an ancient emperor was indeed lavish in his generosity. Elder Zhou's thoughts raced, his heart profoundly shaken. A celestial flame? Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Although he had learned of the existence of such flames from the records of the flame technique, this was his first encounter with one in tangible form. This opportunity must not be missed. Young master, swiftly employ the flame technique to refine this celestial flame. Should you succeed, the benefits will be immeasurable. Elder Zhou's urgent voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Yin quickly regained his focus and activated the flame technique, beginning the process of refinement. Moments later, he successfully refined the azure flame's spirit fire. The quality of his flame technique surged dramatically from a low-grade yellow to a mid-grade celestial level, simultaneously influenced by the azure flame's spirit fire. His physique transformed into the azure flame body. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power began to converge relentlessly. Post-heavenly realm, 2nd level. Post-heavenly realm, 3rd level. Post-heavenly realm, 4th level. Post-heavenly realm, 7th level. In the span of mere moments, Jiang Yin, bolstered by the feedback from the azure flame body, achieved a breakthrough to the 7th level of post-heavenly cultivation, with the assistance of the divine liquid and the pure yang technique. Transcending to the innate realm was merely a matter of days. Chapter 38. The twin stars of the Jiang family prepare for a breakthrough into the Yuanhai realm. A few days later, in Wudong City, Jiang family. During these days, Jiang Daoxuan, in an effort to accelerate the growth of the two destined children, generously bestowed upon them numerous bottles of yuan-boosting pills to consume like candy. In addition, he granted each of them a top-tier Earth-grade magical sword, and specifically gifted Jiang Clan with a pound of divine liquid. With the abundant cultivation resources provided by Jiang Daoxuan, both Jiang Yin and Jiang Clan lived up to expectations, making successive breakthroughs. First, Jiang Clan shattered the limitations of the 9th level of the postnatal realm, successfully advancing to the innate realm, becoming the 7th innate master in the family. Then, on the 3rd day, Jiang Yin progressed rapidly, also breaking through to the innate realm, thus becoming the 8th innate master of the family. The remarkable achievements of these two youths, both under the age of 20, not only stirred the Jiang family, but also caused a sensation throughout Wudong City. Moreover, their combat prowess was astonishingly greater than what their cultivation level suggested. Wielding their 3-foot azure blades, they swept through various talents and seasoned innate masters, resembling two insurmountable mountains, overwhelming all innate beings within the city. Conversely, their fame gradually spread to neighboring cities. Under the weight of their reputation, several external talents were drawn in, eager to challenge them. Yet, without exception, all challengers were defeated within a few exchanges, ultimately facing failure. In a short span, the name of the Jiang family's twin stars echoed across several cities, becoming the object of admiration for countless young martial artists. They also became the objects of affection for many young ladies from prominent families, with some boldly declaring that they would only marry Jiang Chen or Jiang Yin in their lifetime. As the sovereign of Wudong City, Jiang Daoxuan's reputation also spread through conversations among merchant caravans, radiating to surrounding cities, especially when the city lord, Ding Xian, revealed that Jiang Daoxuan had mastered sword intent. It caused a tremendous uproar. With his purple mansion cultivation level and comprehension of sword intent, such a swordsmanship prodigy had not been seen in the region for over 1,000 years. Thus, upon the emergence of this news, Jiang Daoxuan's name was promptly inscribed in the local city records of surrounding regions. For once one masters sword intent, they may be regarded as a swordsmanship grandmaster, honored with the title of sword sect. Consequently, amidst the discussions of countless martial artists in the surrounding cities, fewer and fewer dared to call Jiang Daoxuan by his name, instead bestowing upon him the respectful title, Jiang Sword Sect. As the sun set in the evening glow, in the bamboo forest of the Jiang family's rear mountain, a handsome young man clad in a white outfit sat cross-legged on the ground. Spiritual energy surged around him, enveloping the vicinity, causing the emerald bamboos to sway and countless leaves to fall. The formidable aura emanating from him sent all nearby beasts fleeing in terror and startled the birds into flight. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, gazing at his palm. A faint red glow pulsed within his palm, reflecting an intense vitality. An endless stream of power surged into him, as if it could enable him to tear apart demonic beasts and battle with young dragons. This was the extraordinary power of the top-tier Earth-grade magical artifact, the martial blood garb. Ever since he donned the martial blood garb, it had melted seamlessly with his skin, revealing no outward signs of its presence. Yet, behind the scenes, it provided him with an immensely powerful passive effect. One of these effects allowed for a continuous absorption of spiritual energy for 24 hours, feeding his cultivation. Although the effects of cultivation are significantly inferior to those achieved through personal effort, the advantage lies in the fact that these effects can be compounded, yielding a passive enhancement akin to an experience bonus. Coupled with the innate sacred body, divine liquid, pure yang skill, and the collective support of the entire clan, Jiang Daoxuan now stands on the precipice of the Yuanhai realm, ready to step across at any moment. Chapter 39. The first Yuanhai realm cultivator in the history of the Jiang family. The breakthrough to Yuanhai occurs at this very moment. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze flickers, his 5 fingers clenching fiercely as his entire being converges in overwhelming force of Yuanli. The process unfolds without any unexpected obstacles, proceeding remarkably smoothly. In the blink of an eye, a vast sea of Yuanli rapidly forms within the Purple Palace. The Yuanhai has been successfully attained. From this point forward, continuous accumulation of Yuanli will allow the Yuanhai to deepen and expand ever further. In battle, this Yuanhai will unleash a relentless torrent of Yuanli. Just as Jiang Daoxuan breaks through the Yuanhai realm, an exceptionally intense spiritual storm suddenly erupts in the skies above. Threads of terrifying spiritual pressure sweep across the surroundings, permeating the entire Jiang family residence. Now possessing the cultivation of the second level of the Purple Palace, the Grand Elder is the first to sense the disturbance. He abruptly raises his head, gazing towards the back mountain, his pupils reflecting astonishment. Such powerful spiritual pressure far exceeds that of the Purple Palace. The source seems to be emanating from the back mountain. Could it be that the clan leader has broken through to the Yuanhai realm? The Grand Elder recalls the clan leader's recent venture to the back mountain to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. Connecting that with the current anomaly emanating from the back mountain, he immediately realizes that the clan leader may have indeed succeeded in transcending to the Yuanhai realm. In less than 10 days since the last emergence, the clan leader has achieved another breakthrough, reaching the Yuanhai realm, a display of terrifying talent, truly unprecedented. This is fortuitous, especially since they have already offended the Qianshan sect. Now that the clan leader has succeeded in his breakthrough, he will be able to contend with them using his sword intent. The thought that the Jiang family will officially have a Yuanhai realm cultivator in position brings a wave of relief to the Grand Elder, his expression relaxing and his brows unfurling, feeling immensely reassured. Subsequently, the tremendous commotion caused by Jiang Daoxuan's breakthrough also attracts the attention of several innate realm elders. Such a formidable aura. Could it emanate from a Yuanhai realm cultivator? Yuanhai realm? Could it be that the Qianshan sect has sent someone to seek retribution? Not at all. I have just carefully sensed it, and this aura appears to be coming from the back mountain. Are you suggesting it is the clan leader? If my instincts are correct, the clan leader has indeed reached the Yuanhai realm. Haha, our Jiang family has actually given birth to a Yuanhai realm cultivator? Who could have imagined that just a few days ago, our Jiang family was on the brink of annihilation by the Tang family? Thanks to the clan leader. Upon his emergence from seclusion, he has brought about such earth-shattering changes to our Jiang family. The elders are filled with astonishment. Soon, this news spreads to the ears of many Jiang family descendants. Upon learning of their clan leader's attainment of the Yuanhai realm, the entire Jiang family erupts in excitement, enveloped in immense joy. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan exchange glances, their hearts filled with a sense of wistfulness. The esteemed patriarch truly lives up to his title, displaying an astonishing rate of progress. Initially, the two individuals felt a sense of pride regarding their recent surge in cultivation. However, upon learning that the patriarch had transcended to the Yuanhai realm, their fleeting sense of superiority was utterly shattered. They had thought they could narrow the gap between themselves and the patriarch, only to find that the chasm had widened even further. Contemplating this, Jiang Clan clenched his fists. If he wished to keep pace with the patriarch, his current level of cultivation was woefully inadequate. From this day forth, he resolved to exert himself doubly hard, striving to alleviate the patriarch's burdens at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Yan remarked, "It is indeed laughable. I once felt a sense of satisfaction with our current progress, yet now, upon reflection, I realize I have been excessively complacent. The patriarch has bestowed upon us an unimaginable wealth of precious resources, not for us to grow content with mediocrity. I too shall endeavor to relieve the patriarch's worries. Indeed, had we not indulged in pride from the beginning, our cultivation would not be confined to such a meager level. Humph. Should any prodigy dare to visit the Jiang family in the future, seeking to challenge us for fame, I shall not be inclined to engage. It would merely waste our training time. Precisely. Reputation is but a fleeting shadow. Only true strength is fundamental. The two young prodigies, who had recently basked in their newfound fame, suddenly became aware of their complacency and self-satisfaction. This realization washed over them, stripping away their superficiality and rekindling a fervent fighting spirit within their hearts. In that moment, a blazing fire of ambition ignited deep within them, burning ever brighter. As the entire Jiang family reveled in jubilation, Jiang Daoxuan, having completed his breakthrough, sensed that only 2 days remained until the fusion was complete. He promptly prepared to arrange Kangwu Mountain before notifying the clan members to relocate. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Daoxuan traversed the mountainous terrain, arriving at the periphery of Kangwu Mountain. In the presence of the formidable aura emanating from him, even the most ferocious Yuanhai realm beasts behaved as docile as kittens. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan continuously employed his spiritual sense to scout the area. Once he had pinpointed the locations of all beasts at the Purple Mansion realm and above, he unleashed a thunderous strike, obliterating them. He left only the innate realm beasts and below, allowing the clan members to train conveniently. Afterward, Jiang Daoxuan withdrew to the mid-slope of Kangwu Mountain, gazing upon the vast, overgrown expanse before him. Jiang Daoxuan immediately utilized the architectural grand gift from his system repository. With a flash of golden light, magnificent pavilions and halls soon emerged. The Family Hall, Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Scripture Hall, and Training Grounds, all were present in abundance. Witnessing the transformation of his surroundings, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Following this, he proceeded to arrange spiritual springs and spirit fields, extracting dragon tooth rice seeds to plant within the spirit fields. Dragon tooth rice, a precious low-grade earthly spirit grain, derives its name from its resemblance to dragon teeth. Once matured and consumed, it possesses the remarkable ability to invigorate one's vital energy and blood, enhance physical strength, and regulate the organs. Under the influence of the spiritual fields and springs that expedite its ripening and enhance its quality and yield, this substance could indeed become the staple food for the Jiang family in the future. Having completed this task, he promptly departed from Kangwu Mountain and soared towards Wudong City. Upon returning home, Jiang Daoxuan turned to the surrounding elders of the family and commanded, within the span of a single incense stick, "Gather all the clan members here." His voice resonated with immense authority. The elders instantly regained their composure, responding in unison, "Yes." They hurriedly left to notify the Jiang descendants scattered throughout Wudong City to return to their family residence. Before long, members of the Jiang family rushed back to their residence, gathering in the courtyard. Once Jiang Daoxuan received word from the elders that all the clan members had assembled, he nodded slightly. He then addressed the crowd, revealing a staggering announcement. From today onwards, the Jiang family will relocate to Kangwu Mountain, establishing it as our new residence. Upon hearing this news, the younger clan members were initially taken aback. After all, the ferocious beasts in the vicinity of Kangwu Mountain were notorious, evoking fear and trepidation. Yet, the clan leader was determined to confront this danger head-on, which left them feeling anxious. However, this unease did not linger for long. Upon learning that the clan leader had eradicated all ferocious beasts of innate realms and above, they were quickly engulfed in excitement and exhilaration. It was understood that with the threat of these beasts eliminated, Kangwu Mountain was a genuine famed mountain with a concentration of spiritual energy far surpassing that of Wudong City. In fact, there was no comparison between the two. The prospect of settling in Kangwu Mountain thrilled them to the core, making them tremble in anticipation, doubting whether they had truly awakened from a splendid dream. Contrarily, the elderly who had lived in Wudong City for decades were reluctant to part with their cherished homeland. Sensing their hesitation, Jiang Daoxuan did not impose upon them. He swiftly issued orders to allow the unwilling elders to remain in the ancestral home of the Jiang family, providing them with some resources to meet their daily needs. He assured them that should they encounter any difficulties in the future, they could send someone to Kangwu Mountain to seek assistance. Having completed these arrangements, Jiang Daoxuan instructed the remaining members to pack their belongings and commence their grand journey towards Kangwu Mountain. As groups of Jiang family members appeared on the streets of Wudong City, their impressive procession quickly drew the attention of countless citizens. The news spread rapidly, from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, eventually reaching the city lord's mansion. Upon learning that Jiang Daoxuan intended to lead his clan away from Wudong City to Kangwu Mountain, Ding Xian felt an immediate surge of joy. Let the Jiang family leave. May they never return. The thought of such a dominant family existing within his jurisdiction was a burden he was eager to shed. Ding Xian found himself in a state of profound distress, often unable to sleep due to these matters, or plagued by nightmares related to the Jiang family. However, with the departure of the Jiang family from Wudong City, everything at last seemed to come to a close. He could already foresee the bright new life beckoning him. Chapter 40. The decision to stay or leave lies solely in their hands not long after. As the sun dipped closer to the horizon and the sky was brushed with hues of twilight, the members of the Jiang family successfully arrived at Kangwu Mountain before nightfall. Gazing upon the majestic cluster of palaces before them, everyone was engulfed in astonishment. Was it not said that Kangwu Mountain was perpetually surrounded by ferocious beasts, uninhabited by any living soul? Yet, what were these palatial structures? Who could have constructed such marvels? Noticing the bewilderment among the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan refrained from offering explanations, instead commanding the elders to gather all clan members together. After outlining some arrangements regarding their new residence, he solemnly declared, from this day forth, Kangwu Mountain shall be the new stronghold of the Jiang family. Should you traverse the lands, you may proudly call yourselves the Jiang family of Kangwu. At these words, a wave of shock coursed through everyone, prompting them to bow deeply in unison, exclaiming, as commanded. Observing their response, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. With a grand gesture, he concluded the family meeting, allowing everyone to return and rest. The following day, in Wudong City, a middle-aged man clad in blue unexpectedly visited the Lord's mansion. Ding Xian, who had been leisurely admiring fish and sipping tea in the courtyard, was taken aback upon recognizing the visitor's face, Su Gu. He realized that this was an old acquaintance. Su Gu, who, after successfully joining the Qingshan sect, which was under the protection of an esteemed ancestor in the Moonwheel realm, had kept his distance over the years. It was surprising that after so long, Su Gu had come to see him in person. Ding brother, it has been a while. I hope you have been well. Su Gu said with a slight bow and a smile. Ding Xian quickly rose from his wooden chair. Su brother, why this sudden visit without prior notice? I would have prepared a welcome feast for you. Now that you have made your way to Wudong City, I must extend my hospitality. Tonight, let us indulge in a few drinks until we are thoroughly merry. Su Gu shook his head. Not informing you in advance was indeed my oversight. In the past, I would have gladly shared a drink with you, but currently, I am burdened with matters concerning the sect, and I cannot partake in festivities. Oh, may I inquire what matters are pressing? Ding Xian immediately sensed that his old friend was there for serious business, and he quickly composed himself, asking earnestly. Su Gu pondered for a moment. Surely you are aware of the 100 sects competition taking place in 3 months? Ding Xian's eyes flickered with understanding. Indeed, I am aware. The 100 sects competition is overseen by the Lord of Tiandu and is a grand contest held across the entire Tiandu region. The competition requires each sect to send forth young disciples, no older than 20 years of age. Those who secure a position in the top 10 will earn the qualification to further their studies in the Tiandu Academy, which will also yield significant benefits for their respective sects, granting them greater resources within the Tiandu realm. If one were to achieve a position among the top 3, it would be an extraordinary feat, granting the opportunity to journey to the grand capital of the Qin dynasty and enter the esteemed Black and White Academy to receive guidance from practitioners of the Star Wheel, Moon Wheel, and even the Sun Wheel realms. Upon hearing Ding Xian's response, Su Gu continued, Since you are aware of the significance of this matter, I shall speak candidly. My sect has entrusted me with the task of recruiting talented individuals with potential to participate in the grand competition of the 100 sects. After several days of searching in vain, I recently learned of the illustrious reputation of the Jiang family's twin stars in other cities. Upon further investigation, I discovered that their residence lies within your jurisdiction, Ding Xian, which is why I have come here, seeking your kind recommendation. Ding Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression gradually becoming peculiar. He had not anticipated that his old friend had come for the detestable Jiang family. Noticing Ding Xian's sudden silence, Su Gu furrowed his brow and continued, Brother Ding, we have shared many years of friendship. If you could indeed provide a recommendation, I would consider myself indebted to you. Should the Jiang family's twin stars manage to secure a top 10 position in the grand competition, the sect may reward you handsomely for your efforts. At this, Ding Xian felt a stirring in his heart. It is worth noting that the Qingshan sect is a formidable force, bolstered by practitioners of the Moon Wheel realm. If he could truly obtain a fortuitous opportunity from them, it would be a significant boon. With this thought in mind, he promptly chose to selectively forget the unpleasant encounter he had at the Jiang residence. However, recalling Jiang Daoxuan's arrogant demeanor, Ding Xian felt compelled to caution. I can indeed make a recommendation, but But the patriarch of the Jiang family possesses a rather domineering and proud character. He is not someone to be trifled with. So please exercise caution when you approach him. Su Gu's eyes flickered with interest. The patriarch of the Jiang family? Is that the esteemed Jiang Jinzong? I have heard much about him of late. What do you think of his strength? He pondered, reflecting on the fact that the man had already grasped the essence of sword intent with a purple mansion physique. Even though he himself had attained the 9th level of the purple mansion realm, he could not help but feel a measure of admiration. Such a figure could undoubtedly stand among the true inheritors of the Qingshan sect. Upon hearing Su Gu's inquiry, Ding Xian recalled the humiliating experience of being bested by Jiang Daoxuan. In order to maintain his composure before his old friend, he refrained from elaborating further, merely adopting a mysterious tone as he uttered four words, deep and unfathomable. Su Gu was somewhat surprised but waved his hand dismissively, responding casually, no matter. I am going to seek a promising future for the Jiang family's disciples, not to trouble them. In that case, what is there to fear? Does he intend to kill me over a disagreement? Besides, although he had comprehended sword intent, his achievements in the Purple Mansion realm were still relatively recent. Against me, his strength is far from sufficient. With confidence lacing his words, a powerful aura emanated from him. Ding Xian's eyes brightened. Brother Su, have you truly broken through to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm? This is indeed a hopeful sign for the Yuanhai realm. Congratulations are in order. Seeing this, the anxiety that had weighed upon him finally lifted. Although Jiang Daoxuan wielded sword intent and possessed formidable combat strength capable of surpassing several minor realms, he was certainly no match for Su Gu, a practitioner at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Not to mention, Su Gu, as a member of the Qingshan sect, possesses an impressive array of advanced martial arts. His combat prowess far surpassing that of the average 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, a feat not to be compared with the inexperienced Jiang Daoxuan. He had merely fortuitously received a reward from the sect and recently achieved a breakthrough. Yet now, can you truly be at ease? Rest assured, I shall lead you forth. Soon after, Ding Xian guided Su Gu to the foot of Kangwu Mountain. As they were preparing to recruit disciples, the two refrained from forcibly intruding and instead descended at the mountain gate. The guards of the Jiang Clan, upon noticing their arrival, promptly sent someone to inform the inner circle. Upon learning of the city lord's visit, a congenital elder emerged to escort the two into the reception hall. We shall notify the clan leader. Please wait a moment, city lord, the elder remarked, simultaneously beckoning the clan's juniors to serve a few cups of hot tea. At this moment, Ding Xian had no desire for tea, instead sitting stiffly in his chair, awaiting the arrival of the principal figure. Meanwhile, Su Gu discreetly surveyed his surroundings, gauging the strength of these clan members. A faint smirk crept upon Su Gu's lips, revealing a hint of derision. It appeared that the Jiang clan's foundation was considerably weaker than he had anticipated. How could such a family possibly produce a Purple Mansion cultivator who comprehends the essence of the sword? Truly, it was astonishing. However, this development could work to his advantage. He mused that when the time came, merely uttering the name of the Qingshan sect would likely elicit ecstatic enthusiasm from them, compelling them to eagerly present their kin to him. The thought intensified the smile upon his face. Before long, when Jiang Daoxuan entered the hall, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth, permeating the surrounding space and momentarily startling Su Gu. Instantly, he lifted his gaze to behold a strikingly elegant man, exuding an ethereal charm akin to an immortal, which caused a stir within him. Conversely, Ding Xian kept his head lowered, unwilling to meet Jiang Daoxuan's gaze, evidently haunted by the shadows of their previous encounter. Despite Su Gu's presence beside him, he could not shake the feelings of trepidation and unease. Jiang Daoxuan cast a casual glance at the two. With the formidable power of his insightful eye, he swiftly discerned Su Gu's cultivation level, 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. However, this revelation held little significance for him. He quickly averted his gaze, advancing to the principal seat and casually addressing Ding Xian, city lord. It has been some time since our last meeting. You remain as impressive as ever. Yet, I wonder what business brings you and this outsider to my door today? Ding Xian dared not respond, merely exchanging a glance with Su Gu. Given the palpable tension in the hall, Su Gu, despite his wits, could perceive the underlying discord between the two. Recognizing his old friend's unreliability, Su Gu promptly interjected, Jiang Jinzong. It is truly an honor to finally meet one of such esteemed reputation. They say seeing is believing, and indeed, your presence exceeds all the rumors I have heard. Jiang Daoxuan dismissed the compliment with a cold retort. Spare me the pleasantries. I have no interest in hearing such flattery. With a subtle arch of his brows, Su Gu felt a twinge of displeasure. However, recalling the purpose of his visit, he restrained his emotions and forced a contrived smile. Ha ha ha, Jianzong, you are indeed straightforward. I shall not beat around the bush. I am Su Gu, a steward of the Qingshan sect. Upon hearing of the remarkable talents of your Jiang family's twin stars, I was filled with excitement and wished to bring them into our fold. Might I inquire if Jianzong would consent to this? Should you agree, I kindly request that you summon Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun, so I may assess their innate abilities in advance. If they pass this evaluation and the rumors prove true, while I cannot promise much, the prospects of their becoming true disciples of our sect are quite promising. Once both ascend to true disciples, your Jiang family would have the opportunity to leap from this remote place to a broader realm for development. Moreover, you, Jianzong, may also find a fortuitous opportunity for a significant breakthrough. Such a mutually beneficial affair. What say you? Su Gu's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Daoxuan as he spoke, keenly observing his reactions. Under Su Gu's scrutiny, Jiang Daoxuan maintained a calm demeanor, lifting a cup of hot tea from the table and taking a gentle sip before responding with a light chuckle. I have no interest in your Qingshan sect. Every individual has their own path, and I shall not hinder my kin's future. If the members of my Jiang family choose to pursue opportunities elsewhere, the decision to stay or go rests solely with them. Chapter 41. Is this truly a spiritual body? Su Gu's astonishment. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Daoxuan beckoned the family members nearby to summon Jiang Yin and Jiang Chen. Witnessing this, Su Gu's heart instantly lightened. If this Jianzong had refused, the situation could have become quite troublesome, but merely persuading the two youths seemed a straightforward task. Before long, Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin arrived together, entering the conference hall. Noticing the commotion, Su Gu slowly raised his head to look ahead. His gaze fell upon Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin as he extended his purple consciousness to probe them. Upon sensing Jiang Chen's remarkably refined constitution, enhanced by washing marrow pills and celestial fire, Su Gu's eyes lit up, brimming with elation. He had never anticipated such a magnificent surprise in this humble Jiang family. The talents of these youths were far beyond the simplistic rumors. Such formidable innate qualities surpassed all true disciples in the sect. This prodigious talent absolutely must not slip through my fingers. He must be brought into the sect. Su Gu's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, gazing at Jiang Chun as though he were a rare treasure. Yet, his excitement did not end there. As his purple consciousness settled upon Jiang Yin, Su Gu's pupils constricted, plunging him into astonishment. This unique aura, could it be that this youth is a spiritual body? As a steward of the Qingshan sect, he had certainly heard tales of the extraordinary nature of spiritual bodies. The behavior of this young man aligned perfectly with what he had learned. Haha, today is truly my auspicious day. I have the chance to encounter a youth possessing a spiritual body. Su Gu trembled with excitement, marveling at how fortuitous his visit to the Jiang family had proven to be. To understand that those possessing a spirit body not only cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, but also find the path to breakthroughs significantly less challenging. Typically, by adhering to a systematic approach to cultivation, ascending to the star wheel realm becomes a trivial endeavor, and with a modicum of effort, even the moon wheel realm could be within reach. Thus, when a spirit body emerges, it is certain to be fervently coveted by the major sections. Hence, Su Gu felt an even greater surge of excitement, unable to restrain his imagination of recruiting the individual into the sect and reaping the rewards bestowed by the organization. At this moment, sensing Su Gu's intensely fervent gaze, Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by a chilling dread. They had already gleaned the origins and intentions of this person from their clan, yet they were perplexed by the peculiar look directed at them. Jiang Yin silently lowered his head, inwardly murmuring, "Master, what do you think of this individual?" Old Shou, concealed within the ring, casually cast a glance at Su Gu before quickly averting his gaze, shaking his head dismissively, merely a shallowly rooted cultivator at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Furthermore, in my estimation, this individual not only possesses a feeble foundation, but also seems to bear hidden injuries. These injuries are not immediately visible, and given his current level of cultivation, they are exceedingly difficult to detect. For him, while these hidden wounds may not pose a significant threat in daily circumstances, they will inevitably flare up when he seeks to break through to the Yuan Hai realm, resulting in failure and ultimately extinguishing his life force, an outcome that even divine beings would find impossible to avert. Upon hearing this, Had it not been for the presence of the clan leader, Jiang Yin would have almost burst into laughter. After all, as his master had remarked, was this not simply a living embodiment of a short-lived spirit? At that moment, after calming his emotions, Su Gu promptly prepared to address the two. Yet, fearing that Jiang Daoxuan might suddenly reconsider, he quickly turned to glance at the side. Noticing that the clan leader was not overly engrossed in the matter and was merely sipping his tea, he felt a slight sense of relief. Subsequently, Su Gu turned to the two. I am Su Gu, the elder steward of the Qingshan sect, here to select disciples for our sect. Given the illustrious reputation of Qingshan sect, I do not speak in vain. I trust your Jiang family is well aware of the formidable influence our sect wields. Should you both choose to join us, your family will receive the protection of our sect, and in time, should you attain the status of true disciples or gain the favor of the elders, you may even be endowed with invaluable ground-level techniques. Through my recent observations, I believe that with your talents, should you join our sect, you will undoubtedly capture the attention of the elders and even the sect leader, thereby securing your status as true disciples. Are you willing to join Qingshan sect? A smile graced Su Gu's lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at the two before him, envisioning the commotion that would ensue from his bringing these two prodigious youths back to the sect. However, this blissful reverie was abruptly shattered in the next moment. Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun displayed no interest whatsoever, casually responding, "We are not willing. I will not leave my family." As the words fell, the joyous expression on Su Gu's face instantly froze. However, upon contemplating the duties assigned by the sect, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor and endeavored to forge a somewhat stiff smile. "You are still young. It is only natural not to comprehend certain matters. Please allow me to explain." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the voices of Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin. "If we are unwilling to go, then we are simply unwilling. There is no need for you to waste your breath. Brother Chun is absolutely correct. Our esteemed clan leader possesses numerous extraordinary abilities, and coupled with our respective fortunes, why would we wish to venture into those treacherous sects that excel in intrigue?" As he faced another rejection, Su Gu's expression began to falter. "You have grown up within the safety of your clan, unaware of the perilous nature of the outside world. You mistakenly believe that your family serves as an unassailable fortress, yet in the eyes of many sects, your perceived support is as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. Should your clan encounter calamity, what will become of you? Will you perish at the hands of your enemies, or be sold into slavery? As someone who has traversed this path before, let me impart some wisdom for talents born into lesser families like yours. Joining our Qingshan sect and seeking the protection of the sect is undoubtedly the wisest choice. This would not only spare the Jiang family from numerous calamities but also provide you with abundant resources, accelerating the transformation of your innate talents into formidable strength. Considering these points, choosing to remain within your family is not a prudent decision. Rather, it could lead to disaster, allowing many avoidable misfortunes to befall your clan. Therefore, for the sake of your family's safety and development, I implore you to accompany me. I shall escort you back to the sect, granting you access to opportunities you have never even dared to dream of." As Su Gu's persuasive words echoed, the expressions of Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun remained unchanged. Were it not for the presence of their clan leader, they likely would have turned away long ago, unwilling to squander any more time here. Meanwhile, Elder Shou regarded Su Gu's foolish display with an expression akin to that of a spectator watching a farce. Chapter 42. The protective clan leader Jiang to dare to flaunt such matters in the presence of the reincarnated emperor who has awakened his memories is truly a perilous endeavor. Setting aside other considerations, merely the mention of vast resources made Elder Zhou want to laugh. Even I, as a transcendent being, would not dare to make such grandiose claims within the Jiang family. How could you, narrow-minded and inept as you are, presume to say such things? At that moment, gazing at the silent Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin, Su Gu suddenly realized he had been rejected once more. The thought of being turned down consecutively by these two youths, even as a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, ignited a flicker of frustration within him. Yet, considering his ultimate goal of bringing these two prodigies into the sect, he could not vent his anger upon them. Thus, Su Gu turned his gaze toward Jiang Daoxuan beside him, observing the calm demeanor of his counterpart, who seemed to be enjoying his predicament, only fueled his irritation further. "Clan leader Jiang, I trust you have recognized the talents of these two children. I believe you are a sensible individual who understands that allowing them to remain here would only squander their potential, making it exceedingly difficult for them to ever break through the Yuanhai realm. Only our Qingshan sect can provide them with a broader horizon. At that time, Even the attainment of the Star Wheel realm would not be a mere dream. Our Qingshan sect can also offer protection to your Jiang family, fostering mutual growth. Why would we not embrace such an opportunity? As Su Gu's words echoed, Jiang Daoxuan, as if hearing a jest, suddenly scoffed, a broader horizon? Huh. Elevating oneself by belittling others, your Qingshan sect truly knows how to embellish your own image. Furthermore, I believe I have neglected to mention an important matter. Jiang Daoxuan slowly rose from the grand chair, lowering his gaze to look down at Su Gu, and coldly stated, I once proclaimed that I would not obstruct the future of my kin. Whether they choose to stay or leave is entirely their decision. Therefore, if Yenner and Chinner wish to join the Qingshan sect, I shall have no objections and will respect their choice. However, now that they have clearly declined, as long as I am here, no one shall force them to alter their decision. Upon his declaration, the hall fell into stunned silence. Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun abruptly lifted their heads, gazing at the towering figure of Jiang Daoxuan, their eyes shimmering with admiration, feeling an overwhelming sense of grandeur. They were somewhat aware of the illustrious name of the Qingshan sect, understanding it to be a formidable force with Moon Wheel Realm cultivators in command. Yet, even in the face of such power, their patriarch dared to utter words that could easily offend. In this moment, they felt an intense pride in being part of the Jiang family and having such a protective patriarch. In stark contrast to their emotions were Su Gu and Ding Xian. Ding Xian never anticipated that Jiang Daoxuan would possess such audacity, daring to offend the Qingshan sect for the sake of two impetuous clan members. However, this is for the best. I shall see how you intend to resolve this situation. The humiliation he suffered during his last visit to the Jiang family gradually transformed Ding Xian's expression into one of resentment, as he prepared to relish the unfolding drama. At this moment, witnessing Jiang Daoxuan's blatant refusal, Su Gu's demeanor darkened immensely. It appears I have underestimated the head of your humble clan. Since you are so obstinate in your refusal, wishing only to impede the progress of the talented within your family and not seeking a better path for them, then to prevent the pearl from gathering dust, I shall take these two disciples today, whether you like it or not. Jiang Daoxuan scoffed disdainfully. To prepare for a blatant theft upon being rejected, this is the manner of your Qingshan sect? In my view, it would be more appropriate to call it Qingshan banditry. Presumptuous. Seeing the mockery directed at his sect, Su Gu's brows furrowed, and he was instantly enraged. Swiftly extending his right hand to draw his sword from his waist. Chapter 43. Unable to steady his sword, yet you dare to instruct me? They say your swordsmanship is remarkable, Jiang Daoxuan. Today, I shall seek to learn from you. Let us see if you, with your Zifu physique, have truly mastered the sword intent and become part of the sword sect, as the rumors suggest. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Gu, sword in one hand, lunged forward with a fierce thrust aimed at Jiang Daoxuan's arm. In order to recruit the talents Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin into his sect, he suppressed his inner fury, deliberately choosing to avoid vital areas in his assault. In response, Jiang Daoxuan did not evade. With a mere thought, he unleashed a sword intent approaching the level of mastery. A terrifying sword intent enveloped Su Gu's body, causing his movements to falter, his mind to cloud, and a flurry of dazzling sword shadows to dance before his eyes. In an instant, Jiang Daoxuan struck like lightning, delivering a palm strike directly to Su Gu's right hand that gripped the sword. A sharp crack echoed throughout the assembly hall, and Su Gu, caught in pain, could not suppress a cry of anguish. Simultaneously, his right hand lost all strength, fingers loosening their grip, sending the hilt flying several meters away, where it embedded itself into the wall. Jiang Daoxuan maintained an indifferent expression, slowly retracting his right hand and placing it behind his back. If you cannot even steady your own weapon, how do you dare seek my counsel? The disdain in his tone painted Su Gu's face with alternating hues of green and white. Although rage swelled within him, he found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he comprehended that Jiang Daoxuan's strength far surpassed the simplistic descriptions he had previously heard. Had that strike landed elsewhere, such as his throat, he might have perished in an instant. Reflecting on the encounter, Su Gu was suddenly gripped by terror, cold sweat pouring down his back. Who exactly was this head of the Jiang clan, possessing such formidable power? To defeat him with a single strike, without the need for weaponry, was not something a mere Zifu realm cultivator could achieve. Might he be a Yuanhai realm practitioner? As this thought crossed his mind, the Jiang family, which he had once perceived as easily manageable, suddenly transformed into a den of dragons and tigers, rendering him restless and eager to flee. Meanwhile, Ding Xian, seated on a wooden chair, watched the scene unfold with a frozen expression, his body stiff. He could hardly fathom that Su Gu, whom he had held in such high regard, could not withstand even one strike from Jiang Daoxuan. Such a dismal performance was utterly inconceivable for a master at the 9th level of the Zifu realm. Wait, both had been defeated by a single strike. Could it be that Jiang Daoxuan was concealing his true power? Ding Xian swallowed hard, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. The assembly hall fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. No one dared to speak. After an agonizing pause, Su Gu could no longer bear to remain in the Jiang residence for even a second longer. He moved his lips, preparing to voice his departure. However, Jiang Daoxuan preemptively discerned his intent and coldly remarked, "To speak recklessly in my Jiang family is a capital offense. While you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. Deliver 30 strikes upon yourself and leave." Su Gu glanced around at the Jiang family members observing him, feeling the weight of their gazes, and was instantly engulfed in a fiery embarrassment. Despite his high status as a steward of the Qingshan sect, far removed from the status of these commoners, he could not bear the thought of being the subject of their ridicule. Yet, recalling the earlier events, a sense of unease lingered. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity between their strengths. After a tumultuous internal struggle, the will to survive ultimately prevailed. Su Gu steeled himself, gritting his teeth, and raised his right hand, striking it against his own face. With a resounding series of 30 slaps, he left his face swollen and bruised, utterly dazed. Immediately, Su Gu did not dare to raise his head, merely extending his sleeve to shield his face. Soon, he lost the composure befitting a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm and began to flee in panic. As he weaved through the crowd, he silently lamented, "I never wish to return to this cursed place, Qingwu Mountain." Before long, as Su Gu's figure vanished from sight, Ding Xian, bereft of his support, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his legs grew weak. In a moment of carelessness, he nearly stumbled to the ground. Chapter 44. Triggering a new task, annihilating the Qingshan sect. Under immense psychological pressure, Ding Xian, with a mournful expression, stammered, "Patriarch Jiang, this is not my fault." Jiang Daoxuan cast a cold glance at him, showing no interest in the antics of such a buffoon. One must take responsibility for their misdeeds. Accept your punishment of 90 strikes. Hearing this, Ding Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Su Gu's example fresh in his mind, he dared not refuse or haggle for his life. Without hesitation, he raised his palm and struck his own face. Fearing Jiang Daoxuan's dissatisfaction, he exerted all his strength with each slap. He delivered a total of 90 strikes, and even with his Purple Mansion cultivation, he struggled to endure the pain. His face became frightfully swollen, and 2 of his teeth were knocked loose, causing him to break into a cold sweat, tears welling in his eyes. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he looked up at Jiang Daoxuan, his face resembling a monkey's red rear, as he forced a ghastly smile. "Thank you, Patriarch Jiang, for sparing my life." Jiang Daoxuan, towering above him, replied icily, "This is your last warning. Should there be a next time, you would do well to prepare your own coffin." The frigid tone and underlying threat sent Ding Xian into a state of panic. He hurriedly knelt, bowing his head in apology, and promised, "Rest assured, Patriarch Jiang, such a situation will not arise again. As long as I remain here, I shall never act presumptuously or meddle in your affairs again. If you have any tasks for me, I, Ding Xian, will ensure they are accomplished, even at the cost of my life." Upon realizing the opponent likely possessed the strength of the Yuanhai realm, he entirely abandoned thoughts of revenge. Moreover, the other party had casually offended both the Qingshan sect and the Qingshan sect. Would they truly hold back out of fear of his connections to the Tiandu prefecture? What a joke! If he continued to court disaster, there was no doubt that the audacious Jiang Daoxuan would strike him down with a single sword blow. Furthermore, with distant waters unable to quench a nearby fire, should he truly provoke his adversary, it was highly probable that he would perish before any reinforcements from Tiandu prefecture could arrive. In such circumstances, there was no path to survival. Thus, to preserve his life and secure his position as city lord, it became evident that humbling himself and demonstrating sincerity to Jiang Daoxuan was the most prudent choice. After all, while Su Gu could leave Wudong City and return to the Qingshan sect to flourish, Ding Xian's roots lay steadfastly in Wudong City, unable to escape, and he must coexist with the formidable Jiang family. Indeed, I hope you possess wisdom and refrain from further folly. Depart now. Jiang Daoxuan discerned the trepidation in his opponent's demeanor and thus chose not to pursue the matter further, merely uttering his words coldly. As his voice faded, Ding Xian felt an overwhelming sense of relief and hurriedly left the scene. Once Ding Xian's figure had completely vanished from view, Jiang Daoxuan fell into deep contemplation, pondering the subsequent arrangements. With the Yuanxi now established, and recalling the humiliations Jiang Clan endured at the hands of the Qianshan sect, as well as the demise of Ko Qing at Jiang Yan's hand, it was high time to settle both old and new scores between the Jiang family and the Qianshan sect. With this thought, a surge of murderous intent ignited in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in at an opportune time. Ding. Family mission triggered. Annihilate the Qianshan sect. Mission rewards. 3 flying spirit beasts of the Purple Mansion realm. Sword Dao crystallization. 200 top-tier magical artifacts. 10 top-tier cultivation methods. And 1 top-tier cultivation method. Ding. Family mission triggered. Lead 2 fated sons to participate in practical combat training. Mission rewards. Depending on the performance ratings of the 2 fated sons, varying valuable items may be obtained. Chapter 45. Will you accompany me to seek justice for you? Gazing at the rewards outlined in the mission, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. The system's thoughtful tasks resonated perfectly with his intentions. He then composed himself, slowly turning to face Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan, who looked upon him with admiration, and softly spoke. I intend to visit the Qianshan sect to seek justice for you. Will you accompany me? Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the words of the clan leader echoed in his mind. In the future, I shall certainly go to the Qianshan sect to seek justice for you. At that time, he was acutely aware of the Qianshan sect's terrifying nature and had always regarded the pursuit of justice as a mere aspiration. Even during the clan leader's display of extraordinary abilities, he believed it to be a task that would require considerable time to accomplish. Yet now, this seemingly unattainable endeavor was about to be realized today. A wave of shock and elation surged through Jiang Chen's spirit. He felt an exhilarating lightness, facing Jiang Daoxuan, and clasped his hands in gratitude, responding, Thank you, esteemed clan leader. I have long awaited this moment, and naturally wish to accompany you. He was no longer the same individual who had once been cast out of the sect due to his ruined Dantian, but rather an innate practitioner who had triumphed over numerous seasoned experts, renowned across several cities, hailed as the twin stars of the Jiang family. Witnessing this, Jiang Yan's expression turned envious, and he too felt a stirring desire. Just as he was about to speak, requesting the clan leader to take him along, Jiang Daoxuan turned to him and casually remarked, Since you have attained the innate realm, you may join us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes brightened, and he swiftly swallowed the words he had nearly uttered, then smiled, saying, Thank you, esteemed clan leader. I am eager to see what sort of individuals once humiliated Brother Chen and how they shall fare against my blades. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, then raised his head, gazing toward the direction of the Qianshan sect, his eyes deep and revealing a hint of murderous intent. Qianshan sect? From this day forth, its existence is rendered unnecessary. Several hours later, at the gates of Qianshan sect, a group of young disciples stood guard, preventing any outsiders from entering. At this moment, they were engaged in lively conversation. For the tedious task of guarding the gate had turned idle gossip into one of their rare sources of amusement. Just as the chatter reached its peak, one disciple, as if having made a discovery, exclaimed softly, Look, someone is coming. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their discussions and looked downwards. There, on the stone steps, 3 figures suddenly appeared. As they approached, the crowd recognized the lead figure, a handsome young man clad in white, accompanied by 2 youths in green robes. In an instant, someone in the crowd recognized Jiang Chen. Is that Jiang Chen? I witnessed him being expelled from the sect not long ago, and I heard they placed a ban on him, forbidding him from setting foot in the sect again. Yet now, he has returned? Laughter erupted. Could it be that this useless fellow could not endure life outside and wishes to return for our sect as protection? I still recall his pitiful state. Like a stray dog shunned by all. Now, he appears somewhat presentable, almost resembling a human, though I nearly failed to recognize him. The crowd chuckled, casting derisive glances at Jiang Chen, their faces devoid of any semblance of tension. Most had witnessed his departure just days prior. Chapter 46. The humiliation of the past and Jiang Chun's resolution. Amidst the harsh taunts, some even kicked him, sending him tumbling down the mountain gate. Landing on the blue stone steps, seeing Jiang Chen leave in such a disheveled state, they believed they would never encounter him again in this lifetime. However, reality often unfolds in unexpected ways, bringing them face to face once more sooner than anticipated. At that moment, Jiang Clan lifted his head, fixing his gaze on the familiar yet grotesque faces above, and an intense anger surged within him, particularly as he recalled the humiliations of the past. His fury reached a boiling point. Jiang Daoxuan keenly noticed Jiang Clan's emotional turmoil and, with a cold glint in his eyes, softly stated, "Not only have I come to restore your honor, but I also intend to annihilate the Qinshan sect. Therefore, you must repay their humiliations in kind, understand?" As these words fell, warmth spread through Jiang Clan's heart, and his anger dissipated significantly. He nodded in response, understood. He then turned his gaze back to the disciples at the mountain gate, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Repay in kind? How fortuitous. The distance between both parties continued to close, soon shrinking to within 5 meters. Jiang Clan, you are quite bold. How dare you return? Treating the sect's prohibition with such disdain? Ha ha ha. Is it that your worthless family has cast you aside, prompting you to seek refuge back in the sect? Considering your past as a disciple, we shall refrain from taking action. You might as well return from whence you came. Should you insist on ascending the mountain? Do not blame us for our lack of mercy. When the time comes, it will not merely be your dantian that is rendered useless. Beware of losing limbs as well. The disciples of Qinshan's sect guarding the mountain gate are merely in the bone refinement realm, incapable of discerning Jiang Clan's cultivation level. Thus, they mock him, oblivious to the fact that they are teetering on the precipice of death. Observing their repugnant demeanor, Jiang Clan coldly smirks, choosing silence over words, and unsheathes the earth-grade exquisite sword bestowed upon him by the clan leader. Witnessing him draw his sword, the laughter among the crowd swells. As they remain blissfully ignorant of the gravity of the situation. Did I see incorrectly? He dares to draw his sword against us? Aha. Has he forgotten that his dantian is destroyed, that he is now a mere waste? He must be out of his mind. How dare he strike at me? Truly a humiliation of his own making. It seems it is time to teach him a lesson. Allow me to go first, haha. Watch as I send him down once more with a single kick. A brash and arrogant young man, diminutive in stature, steps forward from the crowd, carelessly preparing to deliver a kick, eager to relish Jiang Clan's humiliation. However, as his foot barely moves, Jiang Clan, with a single hand gripping the sword, strikes with the swiftness of a gale, severing the young man's right leg. In an instant, the sharp blade cleaves through the limb, leaving it in 2 grotesque halves, exposing stark white bone, drenched in blood. The young man loses his balance and collapses to the ground, akin to a dog eating excrement. He lowers his gaze, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at his severed leg until the sensation of pain crashes over him. My leg. Oh no. The young man's face contorts in agony, features twisted, veins bulging on his forehead, as he clutches the gaping wound, emitting chilling cries of despair. At this sight, the remaining disciples of Qinshan's sect instantly come to their senses, gazing at Jiang Clan as if they have seen a specter. What on earth is happening? No one can comprehend how a waste, stripped of his cultivation, could unleash such a rapid and thunderous strike. Meanwhile, Jiang Clan remains unfazed by the young man's wails, tightening his grip on the sword, and, under the terrified gaze of his adversary, mercilessly executes another strike. With a swift motion, he beheads the young man, severing the head from the body. Jiang Clan's expression remains impassive. He does not cast a glance at the corpse beneath him. Since the clan leader has decreed the annihilation of Qinshan's sect today, those who provoke him may as well perish. As the diminutive youth falls to the ground, slain by this once reviled waste, all disciples of Qinshan's sect tremble in fear, gradually realizing the severity of the situation. In a frenzy, they draw various weapons, raising them to their chests, seeking a semblance of safety. Chapter 47. The Assault on Qinshan's Sect, The Wrath of Kotongguang. Jiang Clan, we are the same sect. Spare us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Clan coldly smiles. What? Now you recall the bonds of brotherhood? As for sparing you, who among you ever spared me? He recalls the days of his own cultivation obliterated, cast out from the sect. As he arrived at the mountain gate, he was once again subjected to the cruel mockery of these individuals, even being kicked down several flights of stairs, nearly losing his life. A myriad of experiences surged through his mind, igniting a fierce rage within him. These people deserve to die. They should not continue to exist in this world. Amidst this tumultuous train of thought, Jiang Clan once more raised his long sword, preparing to launch his next assault. Upon witnessing this scene, a young man clad in blue, visibly anxious, shouted, "Everyone knows this lad's dantian has been ruined. The fact that he was able to slay Li Tai with a single strike must be shrouded in mystery." Given his current state, it remains uncertain whether he can muster another blow. It seems he intends to spare no one among us. Perhaps we should band together and fight back, as it may provide us a glimmer of hope. As his words resonated, the others exchanged glances, suddenly finding merit in his reasoning. They quickly recalled their own cultivation levels in the body refinement realm, questioning how they could possibly be outmatched by a mere cripple. With this thought in mind, they surged forward en masse. However, the young man in blue, who had just spoken, swiftly turned and fled. These fools truly deserve to be betrayed, he thought smugly to himself. Having discerned the enigmatic nature of Jiang Clan, he had no intention of risking his safety any further. After running a considerable distance, he was startled to find that no sounds followed him. What was happening? The blue-clad youth felt a surge of confusion and instinctively turned back to look. Before him lay a gruesome sight. The ground was strewn with bloodied corpses, sprawled in disarray. What in the world had transpired? His pupils contracted in horror, and in his panic, he stumbled and fell, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. He hastily crawled away, desperate to escape. Yet, before he could cover even 2 meters, his forehead collided with something soft, abruptly halting his movement. The blue-clad youth froze, slowly raising his head to see what had obstructed him. It was none other than Jiang Clan's right leg. At this moment, Jiang Clan's expression was devoid of emotion. Holding his sword in one hand, its sharp blade glistening with fresh blood, droplets cascading from the tip. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, creating an atmosphere that was both oppressive and grave. A profound sense of dread enveloped the blue-clad youth, chilling him to the bone, as if all his blood had congealed within him. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, Jiang Clan flicked his wrist, and the sword came at him with the swiftness of a dragon. In a swift motion, the blade pierced his heart, a spray of blood erupting forth, scattering in all directions. When Jiang Clan withdrew the sword, the blue-clad youth's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, his muscles twitching slightly, devoid of life. As he looked around at the lifeless bodies of all the disciples of the Qianshan sect, Jiang Clan's earlier indifference vanished, replaced by a pallor, and he felt somewhat unsteady. It was his first experience taking a life, let alone so many. The overwhelming act of slaughter instinctively caused him a sense of physiological discomfort. However, having previously executed Wang Qing and Dan Taiyuer, Jiang Yin felt no such unease. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. After all, in his mind, these disciples of the Qianshan sect were no virtuous beings. As Jiang Clan mercilessly slaughtered his foes like cattle, a surge of fervor coursed through him. Noticing Jiang Clan's unsettling demeanor, Jiang Daoxuan praised him, saying, "Well done. When dealing with adversaries, one must cast aside all notions of kindness. Only with a thunderous approach can we instill fear and command respect. Kindness is reserved for our own." "Yes, esteemed clan leader, I understand." Jiang Clan gritted his teeth, steadying himself, his expression now considerably more resolute. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, leading the way as he softly remarked, "Let us proceed. I wish to witness the capabilities of the Qianshan sect, which, in its ignorance of true talent, has cast you out." Upon his words, Jiang Clan's eyes sparkled with determination as he tightened his grip on his sword, following closely behind Jiang Yin. Before long, they arrived at the Qianshan sect's grand hall. At that moment, a burly man, towering at 9 feet with a fierce countenance and a face adorned with stubble, wielded a massive sword, practicing his techniques and seeking to grasp their subtleties. This man was none other than Ko Tongguang, the esteemed leader of the Qianshan sect, renowned across several cities. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. The grand doors were thrust open, and a young disciple rushed in, collapsing onto the ground in a panic. "It's terrible, sect master. Our sect has been invaded." Ko Tongguang's fury ignited, his brows furrowing fiercely, his tiger-like eyes flashing with menace. "What did you say? Who dares to trespass upon my Qianshan sect? Is it the Luofeng sect's doing?" Upon learning of the assault, his immediate thoughts turned to the Luofeng sect, equally fortified by masters of the Yuanhai realm and their sworn enemies. However, he was taken aback when the disciple hastily shook his head, trembling with fear as he spoke. "No, it's not the Luofeng sect. It's a man and 2 youths. One of the youths is Jiang Clan, who was once an inner disciple of our sect. He was recently expelled after being rendered powerless by the Luofeng sect, and this was sanctioned by you. But for reasons unknown, Jiang Clan has not only regained his strength but has achieved the innate realm, slaying many of our true disciples, with even more of our brethren suffering grave injuries. The other youth is not much weaker than Jiang Clan, wielding a sword with ferocity, even managing to slay Elder Hu." As the young disciple relayed this alarming report, Ko Tongguang's expression shifted between uncertainty and dread. He spoke gravely. If it were merely this, surely a single elder could handle it with ease. But the fact that you are so flustered indicates that it is that man. The young disciple swallowed hard, recalling the horrifying scene he had just witnessed, stammering. Elder who attempted to intervene, aiming to capture the two youths, but the man, who had remained silent until then, suddenly struck. In just one move, Elder who fell to his death at his hands. One move? Ko Tongguang's demeanor changed abruptly, revealing an expression of astonishment. It was known that Elder who was a formidable practitioner at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet he had been slain in a single strike by this enigmatic man, showcasing the latter's terrifying prowess. With such power, could this individual be a practitioner of the Yuanhai realm? A fleeting thought crossed Ko Tongguang's mind, and he let out a cold chuckle. Against others, the outcome may be uncertain, but when it comes to me, defeat is inevitable. As a renowned master of the Yuanhai realm, he had not only reached the 6th level of the Yuanhai realm, but had also comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, mastering a formidable technique of inferior earth grade. Such a profound strength instilled in him a fearlessness towards any Yuanhai realm warriors in the vicinity. Filled with unwavering confidence, Ko Tongguang abruptly lifted his head, his calloused fingers gripping the hilt of his great sword tightly as he strode towards the palace entrance. With a sudden surge in speed, his figure transformed into a blur. Guided by his spiritual sense, he swiftly arrived at his destination. The clattering sounds of battle reached his ears, and upon glancing ahead, he saw two young men in green garments wielding 3-foot-long swords, engaged in a fierce struggle against nearly 100 disciples of the Jieshan sect. Their green attire was now drenched in a copious amount of crimson blood, not their own, but that of their enemies. Beneath their feet lay a multitude of bloodied corpses. Chapter 48. Crushing a profound grade treasure with bare hands, a terrifying physique. Ko Tongguang's gaze did not linger on Jiang Qin and Jiang Yin for long. It swiftly scanned over them before finally resting on Jiang Daoxuan behind them. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression one of keen interest as he savored the spectacle before him. Although he made no move to intervene, the disciples of the Jieshan sect cautiously kept their distance, refraining from encroaching, silently directing their attacks solely at Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin. Observing this scene, Ko Tongguang understood that these individuals were utterly intimidated by their adversaries. It seemed that I must take matters into my own hands. As the thought crossed his mind, he saw Jiang Chun wielding his sword in one hand, poised to strike down another Jieshan disciple. Ko Tongguang bellowed, "Stop!" The formidable pressure of the Yuanhai realm emanated from him, causing Jiang Chun to flinch instinctively. Yet, under the influence of the celestial fire within him, the pressure was entirely negated, and his movements remained uninterrupted. With a swift stroke, he cleaved down, instantly slaying the young disciple before him, whose face was contorted in terror. Witnessing that this opponent, a mere innate cultivator, could brush aside his overwhelming aura, Ko Tongguang's expression darkened further. At that moment, all the disciples of the Jieshan sect, upon hearing his voice, abandoned their encirclement and retreated, as if they had found their pillar of support. They exclaimed urgently, "The sect master is here. We are saved. Please, sect master, uphold justice for us. These individuals are insatiably bloodthirsty. They kill on sight, truly demonic beings." Listening to their grievances, Ko Tongguang's eyes turned icy as he regarded Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin. "You are so young, yet your propensity for killing runs so deep. Truly a misguided path. How pitiful your talents are." "Misguided path? Ha ha ha. What is the righteous path, and what is the wrong path? Is it not strength that dictates everything?" Ko Zongzhu's hypocritical words were nauseating, beginning with a sermon and bestowing upon them lofty titles. Did he truly believe himself to be the paragon of righteousness? Furthermore, I, Jiang Chen, have first-hand experience with the virtues of your Jieshan sect. Such an unfeeling and unprincipled sect often speaks of benevolence and morality, which is nothing but a facade of false righteousness that elicits disdain. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin, undaunted, voiced their scorn in unison. The scathing mockery from the two youths in front of numerous disciples left Ko Tongguang feeling utterly humiliated, igniting a furious rage within him. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a cadre of elders from the Jieshan sect received the news and arrived in succession. One irascible elder of the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion, upon witnessing the death of his cherished disciple at the hands of Jiang Chun, was instantly consumed by wrath. "How dare you act so audaciously in my Jieshan sect? Truly, you possess great courage." His voice, filled with fury, echoed all around. Without a moment's hesitation, the Purple Mansion Elder, disregarding the disparity in their ranks, lightly tapped his toes and propelled himself towards Jiang Clan. Arriving before him, his face twisted with malice, he unsheathed his sword and lunged forward, intent on slaying this audacious youth on the spot. The overwhelming force, imbued with a terrifying killing intent, caused Jiang Clan's pupils to constrict as he felt the chilling proximity of death for the first time. The speed of this strike was astonishing, far exceeding the reflexes of a practitioner at the innate realm. Yet, there was someone even swifter. As the sword tip approached within 3 fingers' breadth of Jiang Clan's forehead, a white figure abruptly materialized before him. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Jiang Daoxuan maintained his composure, casually extending his right palm. What was he attempting to do? A profound sense of bewilderment surged within everyone's hearts. However, Jiang Daoxuan swiftly dispelled their doubts through his actions. He directed his palm straight towards the sword tip, seemingly intent on meeting the razor-sharp point with his bare hand. Had he lost his senses? The crowd gaped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Jiang Daoxuan's audacity. To dare to receive a strike from a 9th-layer Purple Mansion expert with his mere flesh was an act so outrageous that even their own sect leader would not dare to attempt it. Who did he think he was? Yet, in the next moment, a crisp sound rang out, leaving everyone in stunned silence. In disbelief, they beheld Jiang Daoxuan not only catching the sword tip with his palm but also emerging unscathed, with not a drop of blood to mar his skin. How could this be possible? The crowd erupted in uproar, unable to trust their own eyes, some even questioning if they were caught in an illusion. Ko Tongguang's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning gravely serious. This man possesses an incredibly strong physique. He recalled that the weapon wielded by this elder was a high-priced, top-tier weapon of the mysterious grade. Once unleashed, even with his own force barrier, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand a strike. Evasion would be the only option. Yet, this white-clad man could block the blow without employing any energy, relying solely on his physical form. This was utterly unfathomable, leaving him confounded. Could it be that the other party possessed that legendary formidable spiritual body? It seemed the only possible explanation for the scene before him. With this realization, a deep-seated wariness flickered in the depths of Ko Tongguang's eyes, just as the spectators were reeling from the shock. As the elder of the Purple Mansion, the situation left him utterly terrified, his spirit shaken, and his limbs weakened to the point where he could barely steady his sword. He was acutely aware of the blade's sharpness, which had enabled him to secure a place among the top 5 in the Qinshan sect. Yet now, the treasured sword that he held in such high regard failed to penetrate the physical defense of the young man before him. In that moment, though reluctant to admit it, his composure began to fray. As the Purple Mansion elder stood there in a daze, wearing an expression of existential doubt, Jiang Daoxuan cast a cold glance in his direction. Under the enhancement of the innate sacred body, the Great Sun refinement technique, and the martial blood garb, his physical strength had reached a horrifying level. Withstanding a Xian-level artifact was merely a trivial task, a fundamental operation. Then, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, his 5 slender, pristine fingers tightening around the sword's tip. With a sudden surge of strength, the blade's surface cracked, forming a dense network of spiderweb-like fissures. Following this, he channeled his essence, gathering it in his palm. And with a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed it. A thunderous explosion resonated. Under the astonished gaze of the Purple Mansion elder, the high-grade, Xian-level sword shattered instantaneously, scattering countless shards across the ground. Before the elder could recover from his shock, Jiang Daoxuan delivered a punch that struck his chest, propelling him several dozen meters away. He only came to a halt upon crashing into a stone wall, creating a sizable dent in the surface. Chapter 49. The horrifying myriad swords converge. One strike to slay 6 strong opponents. Dust erupted, and rubble piled high. The Purple Mansion elder lay buried beneath the debris. Having endured Jiang Daoxuan's punch and the violent impact, he was left severely wounded, his flesh torn and bloodied. Covered in a thick layer of dust, his body lay motionless, seemingly devoid of life. In a mere strike, a powerful figure at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm had perished at the hands of Jiang Daoxuan. Amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Jiang Daoxuan slowly retracted his right fist, waved his sleeve, and addressed the crowd softly. Is that all you can muster? Truly disappointing. My time is precious. You might as well come at me all at once. Upon hearing his words, a strong sense of disdain snapped the crowd out of their shock, igniting their fury. Among them, Ko Tongguang, the sect master of the Qinshan sect, was particularly incensed, though he acknowledged the formidable physique of his adversary. He was confident that his superior Xian-level heavy sword could pierce through the young man's defenses. Moreover, with the enhancement of sword intent, he could unleash power far beyond the ordinary. With this thought, Ko Tongwang felt reassured and promptly rallied his companions. This individual is quite formidable. A slight misstep could lead to the destruction of our sect. To ensure success, we must strike together and eliminate this fiend. Upon receiving their leader's command, the remaining 5 elders of the Purple Mansion realm immediately complied, drawing their weapons and aiming them at Jiang Daoxuan. In the next moment, kill! Ko Tongwang shouted in fury, taking a swift step forward, raising his heavy sword, and charging at Jiang Daoxuan. The others followed suit without hesitation, witnessing the leader and the 5 elders strike in unison. The disciples of the Qianshan sect held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation, eager to miss no detail. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan were equally tense, fixating on their clan leader, speculating on the methods he would employ to extricate himself from this deadly ambush. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Jiang Daoxuan remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no inclination to draw his sword. Observing this scene, Ko Tongwang gripped his heavy sword tightly, his fury reaching its zenith. To face our united assault, and yet maintain such an air of nonchalance was truly a grave underestimation. Fueled by anger, the others accelerated their pace, intent on making him pay dearly for his arrogance. As the distance between both parties diminished to less than 3 meters, Jiang Daoxuan still refrained from unsheathing his sword. He had no desire to methodically eliminate these insignificant foes. Instead, he chose to unleash his ultimate technique, 10,000 swords to the sect. In an instant, the formidable sword technique of the perfected realm was set into motion. A terrifying force erupted forth. A torrent of pure yang essence surged from his yuan si, merging with a powerful sword intent, manifesting as a unique pure yang sword qi. Threads of pure yang sword qi coalesced around Jiang Daoxuan, each resembling a sword. Slender as silk, imbued with unparalleled sharpness capable of piercing through all. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strands of pure yang sword qi materialized, encircling Jiang Daoxuan like valiant soldiers guarding their sovereign. Then, under the astonished gaze of Ko Tongwang and the others, Jiang Daoxuan raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers converging to form a sword-like gesture, pointing towards the 6 adversaries before him, and with a gentle motion, he sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. The radiant pure yang sword qi, imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill, surged forth with the force of a tempest, striking down upon them. Each minuscule sword formed from the pure yang sword qi gleamed with deadly brilliance, piercing the very essence of their beings. Faced with such overwhelming might, the Purple Mansion cultivators found themselves utterly defenseless. Amidst heart-wrenching cries of despair and unwillingness, their protective barriers crumbled before the pure yang sword qi. As fragile as a sheet of paper, swiftly rendered riddled with holes, blood staining the ground, extinguishing their lives. Ko Tongwang fared little better. Under the perfected realm's 10,000 swords to the sect, he was akin to a mosquito struck by cannon fire, the vast disparity crushing him in an instant. He barely managed to endure a single onslaught before appearing in a ghastly state. His proud cultivation at the 6th level of the Yuan Si was rendered utterly ineffectual. Even his mastery of minor sword intent was akin to a solitary boat tossed into the ocean, instantly capsized and engulfed by the waves, lacking any semblance of resistance. 3 breaths later, the pure yang sword qi that had pervaded the air dissipated entirely. On the ground lay 6 mangled corpses, their skin unrecognizable. Jiang Daoxuan, unperturbed, withdrew his gaze, his heart steady and his demeanor unchanged. To others, the immense consumption of the 10,000 swords converging technique could only be wielded as a last resort. Yet for Jiang Daoxuan, this was evidently not the case. After a brief assessment of the residual elemental force within his Yuan Si and accounting for the depletion caused by his recent execution of the technique, he swiftly reached a conclusion. The consumption of a heavenly-grade supreme sword technique was indeed substantial. Given his current state, he could execute the 10,000 swords converging no more than 100 additional times. Should he exceed this limit, his Yuan Si would surely run dry, rendering him incapable of mobilizing elemental force to confront his adversaries, forcing him to rely solely on his physical prowess to resolve conflicts. To once again harness elemental force, he would require an extended period of rest to replenish his internal energy. As Jiang Daoxuan contemplated these matters, the disciples of the Qianshan sect surrounding him were paralyzed with fear, caught in a state of petrification. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. Even their illustrious sect leader and several elders, joining forces, had been vanquished by a single strike from the man clad in white. Why had such a terrifying figure come to our Qianshan sect? How could we possibly contend with him? Despair etched across their faces, their hearts burdened with sorrow. Some were even reduced to tears, collapsing to the ground. In a moment of survival instinct, all present discarded their weapons, turning to Jiang Daoxuan and kneeling in supplication. "Spare us, noble sir. I have only joined the Qianshan sect for less than 3 days and remain merely an outer disciple, practicing my family's techniques. I have yet to learn the sect's methods. Please, noble sir, see reason. I have almost no ties to the Qianshan sect. I am in the same predicament. Since joining the Qianshan sect a year ago, I have remained an outer disciple, enduring humiliation from the inner disciples who force us into menial tasks. We have suffered long under the sect's oppression and would never dare to trouble you on behalf of the sect. I implore you, grant us a chance to live. Though I am an inner disciple of the Qianshan sect, lacking the favor of any family or elder has made my path arduous, often subjected to bullying by the offspring of those elders. Now that the Qianshan sect faces annihilation, if you spare my life, I assure you that I would never be foolish enough to offend you over such a sect. Jiang Clan leader, do you still remember me? My father is Zhang Mingyuan of the Zhang family from Wudong City. He once had dealings with you. The profound tier sword you crafted was made possible by my father's considerable efforts in gathering materials for you. Given our family's connection, I beseech you to spare me this once. Furthermore, my joining the Qianshan sect was solely for resources, devoid of any sentiment. Rest assured, I will not be a source of trouble for you in the future. Chapter 50. Mission accomplished, Kuanping's treasure technique and the Hongming tree. Upon hearing the pleas for mercy, Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged as he casually remarked, "If you wish to survive, identify those among you who are close to your sect's leadership." At this pronouncement, chaos erupted on the scene. Many outer disciples and background-less inner disciples began frantically pointing fingers at their companions in a desperate bid to preserve their own lives. Before long, the entire gathering had divided into 2 factions. Jiang Daoxuan nodded, casting a glance at the outer disciples. "You have 10 breaths to leave." As they witnessed this harbinger of death genuinely granting them mercy, the crowd collectively exhaled, an overwhelming sense of relief washing over them. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily rose and scattered in all directions, fleeing with their heads down, too fearful to glance back. The prospect of seeking vengeance for the sect in the future felt utterly inconceivable after witnessing the ruthless annihilation of their sect leader and several elders. The mere thought was chilling. After all, they had narrowly salvaged their lives. Why would they willingly march towards their demise? In a short while, only 20 or so individuals remained. These were the ones with familial ties to the upper echelons of the Qianshan sect. As they observed their accusers fleeing, despair etched across their faces, their hearts grew heavier. With the grand vessel of the Qianshan sect sinking, they too yearned to escape alongside the others. Yet, the terrifying prowess of the man in white before them deterred any foolish thoughts of flight, for such an act would surely lead to a swifter demise. Under the tense scrutiny of numerous gazes, Jiang Daoxuan pointed toward Jiang Clan and Jiang Yin, addressing the crowd in a cold tone. "Now, I grant you one final opportunity. Should you manage to unite and defeat these 2, I shall let the past be bygones and permit your escape." Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, the crowd's eyes brightened with renewed vigor. Although the terrifying combat prowess displayed by Jiang Clan and Jiang Yin suggested their chances were slim, it was still preferable to confronting the fearsome man in white directly. They were not foolish and could clearly discern the gravity of the situation. Inaction would surely lead to certain death, yet a desperate struggle might offer a sliver of hope for survival. With this thought in mind, they hurriedly retrieved the weapons scattered on the ground, aiming them at Jiang Clan and Jiang Yin, resolute to fight for their lives. Observing this scene, Jiang Yin and Jiang Clan remained unfazed. They understood that the patriarch was honing their skills, and thus felt a surge of eagerness to engage. The next moment, they charged. "To survive, we must defeat them. Let us fight," with roars echoing through the air. The frenzy of the 20 or so individuals descended upon Jiang Clan and Jiang Yin. However, the vast disparity of 2 against 20 was swiftly obliterated under the overwhelming might of the Jiang twins, transforming the odds into their favor and surpassing all expectations. In merely a few breaths, the clamor of clashing weapons faded into silence, the scene settling into a profound stillness. The remaining 20 lay strewn across the ground, their bodies marred by sword wounds, grotesque injuries revealing the loss of all vitality. As the last of them succumbed to their fate, A chilling system notification echoed once more within Jiang Daoxuan's mind. The detection indicates that the Qianshan sect has been annihilated. The task is complete and is currently being settled. Rewards acquired. 3 flying spirit beasts of the Purple Mansion realm, swordway crystals, 200 high-grade mystical treasures, 10 high-grade earth-level techniques, and the heavenly grade supreme technique Pure Yang Wujigong. Swordway crystals, containing a trace of innate sword energy, capable of assisting cultivators in comprehending the essence of the sword. Pure Yang Wujigong, a dual cultivation method that harmonizes movement and stillness, refining the internal organs and fortifying the muscles and skin, purifying and condensing pure yang primal energy. It is the advanced method of pure yang cultivation. Only those who have mastered pure yang cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm may practice it. Pure Yang Wujigong? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. He never anticipated that the heavenly grade supreme technique rewarded by the system would be the advanced method of pure yang cultivation. It is well known that the cultivation method for absorbing spiritual energy is foundational for every cultivator, significantly impacting their combat prowess. Now, by transitioning to Pure Yang Wujigong, one can only imagine the astonishing enhancement of his already formidable strength. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan immediately accessed the Pure Yang Wujigong in the system's repository, implanting the cultivation method into his mind. With the terrifying comprehension ability of his innate holy body, this profound heavenly grade technique, revered as a treasure by countless powerful beings, held no secrets before him. Within mere moments, Jiang Daoxuan completely mastered Pure Yang Wujigong. He then began to activate the technique according to its prescribed path, purifying and condensing the vast reservoir of pure yang primal energy within him. As the pure yang primal energy underwent its transformation, becoming even more refined, both the depth and breadth of the Purple Mansion Yuan Si surged dramatically, simultaneously influenced by the drastic changes in the Yuan Si. His original first level of Yuan Si realm began to rise. Yuan Si realm second level. Yuan Si realm third level. Yuan Si realm fourth level. In just a few breaths, Jiang Daoxuan, having completed the transition, astonishingly broke through 3 minor realms in one go, reaching the 4th level of Yuan Si realm. Beyond the elevation in his realm, he also sensed a significant enhancement in his physical body. Now, bolstered by the combined effects of the innate holy body, Vajra Pill, the Great Sun Body refining technique, Pure Yang Wujigong, and the martial path blood garb, even Jiang Daoxuan himself could not ascertain the extent of his physical strength. Just as he was marveling at the might of his newfound power, the system's melodious prompt resonated once more. The detection indicates that there are no enemies present. The practical exercise has concluded, and the mission is complete. Settlement is currently in progress. Based on the performance of the 2 destined children, the mission has been rated as A full score. Rewards are now being distributed. The host has received 500 points of family fortune. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special reward, Kunping Treasure Technique. Kunping Treasure Technique, renowned for its swiftness, once mastered. It allows one to manipulate the profound transformations of yin and yang. When executed, it can propel one's speed to unprecedented heights. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special reward, Level 1 Hongming Ancient Tree. Level 1 Hongming Ancient Tree, an ancient divine tree born from the primordial chaos. It contains myriad creations and evolves with boundless mysteries. It can be planted at any location within the family residence. Once planted, the Hongming ancient tree can conceal itself within the realms of reality and illusion, isolating its presence and aura, rendering it imperceptible to all living beings. It can be nourished by family fortune, continuously upgrading itself. The higher the level of the Hongming ancient tree, the more potent the enhancement it provides. Effect unlocked. Level 1 Spiritual Awakening. It can awaken the spiritual essence of all family members within the residence, subtly enhancing their comprehension. Chapter 51. The 3-headed flying mount of the Purple Mansion realm, returning to Kangwu Mountain. Gazing at the rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such generous rewards for completing the second family task. However, being a person of great experience, he swiftly regained his composure and turned his attention to the Kunping Treasure Technique. Despite possessing formidable strength, he lacked a life-saving escape technique. This Kunping Treasure Technique was precisely what he needed to remedy his current predicament and compensate for his shortcomings. Extracting the Kunping Treasure Technique from the system repository, a torrent of cultivation methods flooded his mind, allowing Jiang Daoxuan to instantly master this formidable treasure technique that surpassed celestial levels. After absorbing the extraordinary essence of the Kunping treasure technique, Jiang Daoxuan shifted his gaze to the other precious reward, the Hongming ancient tree. For someone wielding the power of the entire clan, the significance of the Hongming ancient tree was immense. With the spiritual awakening effect, enhancing the comprehension of all Jiang family members would enable them to transcend their realms more effortlessly, thereby providing feedback that would strengthen his own abilities. Although at present, the spiritual awakening effect could only slightly boost the comprehension of ordinary clan members, the impact on those whose understanding was just shy of the threshold was profoundly evident. Such an enhancement could empower them to take that crucial step, crossing the line into breakthrough. And this was merely the effect of the level 1 Hongming ancient tree. As family fortune accumulates and the Hongming ancient tree continues to upgrade, the amplification effects it may yield in the future could reach unfathomable heights. By then, it would not be unimaginable for every member of the Jiang family to be regarded as a paragon in the eyes of others. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan spread his consciousness, enveloping the residents of the Qianshan sect. After plundering the spatial rings of the Qianshan sect members and the resources from the sect's treasury, he made no further delay and prepared to return to Kangwu Mountain. Upon this realization, he retrieved the 3 newly acquired flying spirit beasts of the Purple Mansion realm from the system repository. Unlike other items, these living creatures could be summoned in a manner of his choosing. One option was to manifest them directly out of thin air, while the other involved summoning them to appear nearby and then allowing them to come forth. However, with Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin standing right before him, Jiang Daoxuan opted for the latter method to enhance the plausibility of the situation. Initially, no unusual occurrences transpired as he summoned them. Yet, after a brief span of 10 breaths, several piercing eagle cries suddenly reverberated from the skies above. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin, drawn by the sound, looked up to behold 3 colossal crimson eagles, their feathers ablaze like flames, soaring towards them with astonishing speed from the distance. In mere moments, they covered several hundred meters and descended before the onlookers. As they landed, a wave of intense heat emanated from the expansive wings of the 3 red eagles, swirling around them and stirring up clouds of dust, rendering the air significantly drier. The scorching winds struck their faces, causing Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin to exchange alarmed glances, their hearts tightening in response. The unabashed display of power instantly revealed the eagle's formidable status, unmistakably at the Purple Mansion level. Upon grasping this revelation, they widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own perceptions. Was it truly possible? A Purple Mansion beast whose cultivation surpassed their own? Throughout their past experiences, they had never even encountered a beast of the innate realm, let alone one of the Purple Mansion. Such a formidable existence was something they had only glimpsed in legends and tales. Yet, here they were, confronted by not one, but 3 of these awe-inspiring creatures, leaving them utterly astounded. Before Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin could regain their composure, the scene that unfolded next rendered them speechless. The 3 imposing Purple Mansion red eagles, which had instilled such an overwhelming sense of pressure, now appeared before their clan leader, behaving as docile as pet dogs, bowing their heads in a line to allow their master to stroke the feathers atop their heads. So, these magnificent beasts were the pets of their clan leader? At this juncture, even the most oblivious among them grasped this possibility. Jiang Daoxuan turned his gaze towards his 2 destined ones, offering a calm smile, before relaying a command to 2 of the red eagles. Upon receiving the order, the 2 Purple Mansion red eagles emitted a soft chirp, altered their course, and approached Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin, lowering their heads in a gesture of invitation. Were they suggesting that we mount them? A hint of confusion flickered within their hearts as they instinctively glanced at their clan leader, who merely nodded in affirmation. With this reassurance, they felt a sense of relief wash over them. Curiosity piqued, they hesitantly stepped forward, cautiously placing their right foot upon the back of the eagle. Fortunately, the 3 red eagles were significantly larger than an average adult male, capable of comfortably accommodating 5 individuals. Thus, when Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin finally found their places atop the eagles' backs, they discovered that the space surrounding them was far from constricted. Rather, it was remarkably spacious. Feeling the softness beneath their feet, the unease within the 2 individuals swiftly dissipated, granting them a sense of calm. Observing that they had taken their seats, Jiang Daoxuan approached the back of the Crimson Eagle, settling down leisurely. "Let us depart," he commanded with a wave of his hand. The 3 Crimson Eagles raised their heads in unison, letting out a piercing cry as they flapped their powerful wings, swiftly lifting off the ground and soaring towards Wudong City. They sliced through the clouds at an alarming speed, the surrounding scenery changing in a blur. In a short span of time, the trio of crimson eagles traversed the Kangwu Mountains, reaching the skies above the Jiang family's stronghold. At Jiang Daoxuan's authoritative command, the eagles abruptly halted their forward momentum and began to dive. As the three massive, imposing purple-tinged beasts landed on the family plaza, all nearby Jiang family members were taken aback, their hearts racing with trepidation. After all, the fearsome appearance of these titanic eagles led them to firmly believe that they could easily devour a person. Chapter 52. The Jiang families and the clan's relocation. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, a familiar figure descended from the Crimson Eagle. "Is that the patriarch?" "The patriarch has returned," they exclaimed. "These three spirit beasts are indeed the mounts of our revered patriarch. Ha ha ha, truly befitting of the patriarch. The aura emanating from these giant eagles is astonishingly potent, even rivaling that of the Grand Elder. Indeed, if your deductions are correct, these three spirit beasts must undoubtedly belong to the Purple Mansion realm. The fact that our patriarch managed to tame such formidable creatures is truly remarkable. Didn't we hear that the patriarch went to the Qianshan sect? How could he return so swiftly, and with such ferocious companions?" The gathering of Jiang family members buzzed with lively discussions, all marveling at the unfolding scene. Soon after, under their watchful eyes, two more figures descended from the Crimson Eagle. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and the crimson bloodstains on his robes, many were startled and felt a wave of concern wash over them. Some others, however, suddenly realized something, their eyes lighting up with excitement as they exclaimed, "Brother Chun! Brother Yin, those bloodstains, did you just return from slaying at the Qianshan sect?" This remark instantly ignited a wave of commotion among the crowd. Countless gazes fixated upon Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin. They fell silent, daring not to breathe, patiently awaiting the duo's response. Jiang Chun did not disappoint them. He nodded and smiled, declaring, "The sect master of the Qianshan sect and numerous elders have perished at the hands of our patriarch. Some disciples have been slain by us, while others with shallow ties to the sect have been sent back home. The Qianshan sect is no more." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the faces of all present Jiang family members lit up with joy, plunging into a frenzy of celebration. The innate realm elders who had rushed over upon hearing the news were equally moved, their eyes brimming with indescribable excitement. After all, the Qianshan sect was renowned far and wide, having instilled fear in the surrounding regions for centuries. In times past, the Jiang family faced immense challenges to secure a place for their descendants within the esteemed and formidable Qianshan sect. They were compelled to expend significant resources to forge connections, merely to manage the admission of a clan member. To be favored by the Qianshan sect was akin to a family receiving a divine blessing. Such an honor could leave the head of a small family in a state of exhilaration, unable to sleep for 3 consecutive nights. They would even host grand welcoming feasts, inviting numerous relatives and friends to celebrate and flaunt this exhilarating news. This was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the prestige accrued by the Qianshan sect over centuries. Even disregarding its illustrious reputation, the name of its leader, Ko Tongwang, alone commanded respect across several cities, compelling countless small families to offer their kin in hopes of forging alliances and securing protection. Yet, could it be that such a powerful sect has vanished without a trace? The crowd felt an increasing sense of awe as they gazed at Jiang Daoxuan's imposing silhouette, filled with admiration. Witnessing the astonishment among the clan members, Jiang Yin seized the moment to unveil a sensational revelation. "Ha! You cannot fathom the might our esteemed patriarch wielded during his time in the Qianshan sect. Even the sect leader could not withstand a single strike from him." As Jiang Yin vividly recounted the events, the audience felt as though they were transported to that moment, when they learned that the patriarch had not even drawn his sword but had unleashed a breathtaking technique, instantly vanquishing the sect leader along with numerous elders. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. It was said that those elders were formidable practitioners at the Zifu realm. Yet what was the Zifu realm compared to Ko, who had ascended to the Yuanhai realm over a decade ago? His power was unparalleled in the region. Yet this towering figure was felled by a single move from the patriarch. Honestly, it felt as if one were lost in a dream. When did our patriarch's strength become so terrifying that even the Qianshan sect could not inflict harm upon him? It was utterly unfathomable. What realm do you think our patriarch currently occupies? The crowd buzzed with fervent discussion, their minds ablaze. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan remained unfazed by the commotion. With the fall of the Qianshan sect in mind, he promptly summoned all clan members. "I hereby issue a decree as the patriarch. All innate martial practitioners within our family shall set forth tomorrow morning to the locations of our branches, where they will meet with the branch heads. Inform them that I, The patriarch, forgive the transgressions of their ancestors and seek to rally them back to the main family for mutual prosperity. In the days to come, the children of the Jiang family shall unite and strengthen our clan in Kangwu. As his words resonated, the hall quaked with astonishment. The Jiang family members raised their heads, incredulous at their patriarch's expansive vision. They had never anticipated such magnanimity. Not only did he forgive the Xuanqing branch, but he also extended his clemency to all branches, inviting them to enjoy the blessings of Kangwu Mountain. This was monumental news for the branches. With a whirlwind of thoughts, the crowd bowed in unison, responding as commanded. Jiang Daoxuan observed the reactions of his kin, a satisfied nod gracing his countenance. Considering the necessary preparations for the family reunion, all arrangements have now been made. Jiang Daoxuan announced the conclusion of this family meeting, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Chapter 53. The fusion is complete, Kangwu Spirit Mountain. Upon returning to his chamber, not long after, the system's cold, mechanical voice resonated. Ding. The fusion of the spirit veins has been completed. As the voice faded, Jiang Daoxuan keenly sensed a dramatic surge in the surrounding spiritual energy. He promptly buried the remaining 2 inferior-grade Earth-level spirit veins deep within Kangwu Mountain's earth. Since Kangwu Mountain had transcended the mundane realm and ascended to the status of a spirit mountain, the fusion proceeded at an astonishing pace, transforming the environment in a breathtaking manner. The abundant spiritual energy released by the 3 spirit veins enveloped the surroundings, rich to the point of near tangibility. Wisps of pure spiritual mist diffused outward, rendering Kangwu Mountain akin to a celestial paradise. The rapidly escalating spiritual energy gradually captured the attention of all members of the Jiang family. What could possibly cause such a concentration of energy? The spiritual energy was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. It was a sight the likes of which I had never seen in my life. Could it be that the disciples of the Qianshan sect cultivated in such an environment? We truly made the right choice on this journey. Such a torrent of spiritual energy is indeed a divine boon. Initially, I thought a month would be required to achieve a breakthrough, but now, it seems it can be accomplished in just a day. The numerous members of the Jiang family were astonished by the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them, marveling at how sagacious the patriarch's decision to relocate Kangwu Mountain truly was. At that moment, the Grand Elder, returning to the temporary residence, felt his pupils constrict and his heart tremble. As a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, he was undoubtedly more sensitive to certain changes than the average person. He could not believe that the former Kangwu Mountain could possess such dense spiritual energy. An innocent man may suffer merely for possessing a treasure. Even the once mighty Qianshan sect, should they dare to seize such a coveted land, would inevitably incite greed and contention from other sects if word were to leak out. In the face of such sects, the fragile strength of the Qianshan sect would lead to its inevitable demise. Yet, the Qianshan sect had occupied Kangwu Mountain for hundreds of years without encountering any danger. Did this not indicate that the former Kangwu Mountain was far from the extraordinary it is today? The Grand Elder found himself deep in thought. Before the family meeting commenced, the spiritual energy was normal. After the family meeting concluded, it surged dramatically. Could this be yet another of the patriarch's maneuvers? Contemplating this possibility, the Grand Elder was astonished, feeling increasingly bewildered by his own patriarch. It was one thing to possess various treasures, but now he could directly alter the spiritual environment of Kangwu Mountain. Such celestial prowess was truly astonishing. However, despite his profound curiosity, he had no desire to investigate further. He understood that the patriarch's actions were all for the advancement of the family. To this day, the Grand Elder eagerly anticipated the moment when the Jiang family, under the patriarch's guidance, would gradually rise and even ascend to the ranks of the esteemed Great Qin dynasty. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, seated upon his bed, also sensed the remarkable changes unfolding around him. As Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, deeply perplexed, Elder Zhou suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, your clan leader truly possesses remarkable prowess. From my perspective, this transformation must have been influenced by the spiritual vein. Moreover, judging by the current quality of the spiritual energy, it appears that the grade of this vein may very well be of the low earth rank. Furthermore, the richness of the spiritual energy suggests that there are likely multiple veins of the same grade. With several low earth rank spiritual veins at your disposal, young master, your clansmen are indeed fortunate." Elder Zhou was filled with emotion. The leader of the Jiang family truly deserves the title of a reincarnated emperor, demonstrating such extraordinary capability by unearthing multiple low earth rank spiritual veins. Chapter 54. Activating the Binding Spirit Formation, Planting the Great Mongolian Tree. It must be understood how precious spiritual veins are. Typically, they are naturally formed over the passage of time. Therefore, as creations that cannot be artificially refined. Once they come into existence, they inevitably attract the covetous attention of numerous factions. The fact that an ordinary mountain like Kanwu Mountain could harbor so many coveted spiritual veins is a testament to its immense fortune. One might say it has accumulated blessings over 10 generations. After all, the transformation from an ordinary mountain to a spiritual mountain is an extraordinary opportunity that is incredibly rare. Spiritual veins? Upon hearing Elder Zhou's words, Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had once encountered references to spiritual veins in a biography. It clearly stated that the emergence of just a single low-grade mysterious spiritual vein had led to fierce battles among powerful beings, resulting in several star cycle realm experts meeting their demise in the fray. This alone illustrates the immense value of spiritual veins. Yet now, with his clan leader revealing multiple low-grade earth spiritual veins, the magnitude of the shock is beyond comprehension. As Jiang Yan's heart trembled with excitement, he suddenly recalled Su Gu, who had once visited their home. You, from the Qishan sect, pride yourselves on abundant resources in the presence of a moon cycle realm ancestor. Looking down upon my Jiang family, little do you know, is there even a single mysterious spiritual vein within your Qishan sect's territory? At this thought, Jiang Yin couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Simultaneously, a sense of superiority and pride in being a member of the Jiang family surged within him. With our revered clan leader's protection, how could we ever fear a lack of prosperity in the future? While all the members of the Jiang family remained immersed in shock, Jiang Daoxuan had already positioned the binding spirit formation within a certain bamboo grove. Given the extensive coverage of the formation, which could envelop the entire Kanwu Mountain, its placement was inconsequential. Before activating the formation, Jiang Daoxuan first recorded the bloodline aura of the Jiang family members, adding them to a whitelist to ensure that all clan members would be immune to the suppression of their cultivation levels. Once this was completed, he activated the binding spirit formation. Empowered by the 3 low-grade earth spiritual veins, the formation was successfully initiated. The formation did not reveal any unusual phenomena, making it difficult to detect. Only he knew that should anyone intrude upon the formation, they would trigger extraordinary consequences. Subsequently, to plant the Great Mongolian Tree, Jiang Daoxuan promptly departed from the original location, atop Kanwu Mountain. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, a resplendent radiance glimmers, reminiscent of a celestial abode. Jiang Daoxuan, clad in a flowing white robe, stands tall and proud, his hands clasped behind him. At this moment, he gazes into the distance, his eyes profound, as if surveying all of humanity. A sudden, fierce wind howls past, tousling Jiang Daoxuan's loosely cascading black hair, causing his white robes to flutter dramatically. He shakes his head, quickly retracting his gaze. Subsequently, he retrieves a level 1 Hongmeng tree from the system repository. In an instant, a gray mist emerges from the void, captivating the heart and soul. Soon, the mist dissipates, revealing a palm-sized tree enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Daoxuan plants the tree into the ground. As the Hongmeng tree breaks through the surface, the surrounding space fractures slightly, allowing its roots to penetrate the void. The tree and its roots exist simultaneously in both reality and illusion. Moments later, the Hongmeng tree begins to conceal itself, cloaking its presence and rendering it undetectable to all living beings. Seeing that everything is in place, Jiang Daoxuan then employs the Kuanpeng divine technique, leaping from the summit of Kanwu Mountain to return to his abode. Chapter 55. Renowned across the sects, the affection of Luofeng's sect. The following day, at dawn, Jiangchen, Jiang Yin, and several innate elders, armed with the patriarch's command, departed from Kanwu Mountain early in the morning. As they made their way to the branch family's location, disciples fleeing from Qinshan's sect gradually returned to their own clans, reporting all that had transpired. Upon learning of the destruction of Qinshan's sect, numerous families scattered across various cities erupted in turmoil. Soon, drawing connections from Jiang Daoxuan's distinctive features, they recalled the recently famed Jiang Jin sect. It was said that Jiang Daoxuan only possessed the Purple Mansion realm. How could he have slain the Yuanhai realm master, Ko Zongzhu, in a single strike? Could it be that Jiang Jin sect had never revealed its true strength? Had they been concealing their power all along? This patriarch of the Jiang family indeed possesses remarkable cunning and patience. Hearing that he had secluded himself for 6 years, It now appears that this was truly 6 years in the making, forging a sword that astonishes all. Alas, who would have imagined? The prestige accumulated by Qianshan's sect over centuries would today serve as a stepping stone for the rise of the Jiang family, truly a case of sewing garments for others. In the future, who would dare oppose the Jiang family in this territory? Ladies and gentlemen, the momentum of the Jiang family's ascent is unstoppable. We must prepare ourselves post-haste. On this day, numerous families convened spontaneously, initiating family meetings to discuss forthcoming matters. Once the meetings concluded, the news of Qianshan's sect's demise swiftly spread among these families as casual gossip. One told 10, 10 told 100. Within merely a morning, this news soared like wings, disseminating throughout the city at an astonishing pace, igniting fervent discussions among countless citizens. Have you heard? Qianshan's sect was actually annihilated yesterday. Is it true? Wasn't it said that Ko Zongzhu of Qianshan's sect possessed formidable Yuanhai realm prowess? Who could have slain him? Indeed, the esteemed leader of the Koi sect possesses not only profound cultivation, but also an extraordinary comprehension of the sword's essence, earning the title of Sword Sect. With such formidable figures safeguarding the Qianshan sect, how could it simply vanish? Ha ha ha, you may not be aware. But allow me to enlighten you. Those disciples who entered the Qianshan sect have returned, and these revelations have spread from their lips. How could this possibly be a fabrication? Furthermore, you might find it hard to believe, but the one responsible for the downfall of the Qianshan sect is none other than Jiang Daoxuan of the Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan? That name rings a bell. I seem to recall hearing it somewhere recently. Wait, I've remembered. He is the one from Jiang Sword sect in Wudong City. Is he not? Who else could it be? Alas, it appears that the Jiang family is poised for a complete resurgence, capable of obliterating even the Qianshan sect at will. In our dominion, which force could possibly rival them? It seems they are destined to become the unrivaled power. As the townsfolk engaged in fervent discussions, even the children became aware of a new hegemonic force rising to prominence, trampling over the Qianshan sect. The news spread rapidly, soon reaching the ears of various sects in the surrounding territories. At the Luofeng sect's main hall, the sect leader gathered with numerous elders to deliberate on future developments. However, their discourse was abruptly interrupted by a jarring sound of the door being flung open. The assembled crowd displayed visible displeasure. Turning to see a panicked disciple clad in gray burst in, exclaiming, "It's terrible, sect leader. A grave matter has arisen. What is it? Speak in detail." The leader of Luofeng, who long furrowed his brows, sensing the gravity of the situation. Observing this, the displeasure on the faces of the elders dissipated, replaced by an intense seriousness. Feeling the weight of their gazes, the gray-clad disciple trembled internally, yet steeled himself, recalling the shocking news he had heard. He closed his eyes tightly, suppressing his anxiety, and addressed the assembly. "It is the Qianshan sect. I just heard from others that the Qianshan sect faced calamity yesterday and has now been utterly annihilated." As these words echoed, they struck the assembly like a thunderclap, reverberating in their minds. The Qianshan sect has been destroyed? Who long exchanged glances with the elders, each reflecting astonishment and disbelief. In recent years, due to resource disputes, the Luofeng sect had often clashed with the Qianshan sect. It is often said that one's most formidable opponent is one's greatest understanding. Thus, they were acutely aware of the Qianshan sect's deep-rooted strength and the terrifying prowess of its leader, Kuo Tongguang. Such a level of power could even surpass their own leader, making them no match for him. Yet, despite this, the Qianshan sect had been so unexpectedly extinguished. How puzzling. According to recent intelligence, there had been no indication that the Qianshan sect had offended any formidable forces. The elders wore expressions of confusion, utterly at a loss regarding the situation. Only Hulong, being a member of the Yuanhai realm, quickly grasped the implications and solemnly inquired, "Do you know who is responsible for the destruction of the Qianshan sect?" As his words fell, all the elders turned their attention to him in unison, feeling the piercing gazes fixated upon him. The disciple clad in gray was instantly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling as if he might lose control. "Respected sect leader, the destruction of the Qianshan sect was orchestrated by the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan. It is said that just yesterday, he single-handedly vanquished the Qianshan sect's leader, Ko Zongzhu, with a single strike." As the gray-clad disciple recounted the events, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their faces displaying sheer disbelief. To slay Ko Tongguang with a mere blow, could Jiang Daoxuan possibly be a powerhouse of the Starwheel realm? After a moment of contemplation, Hulong suddenly inquired, "Is the Jiang family in question the one from Fobai?" in the surrounding territories. The only Jiang family capable of such a feat was indeed the one based in Fengbai City, presided over by an elder of the Star Wheel realm. If it was truly the Fengbai Jiang family that acted, then his long-standing rival met a fitting end. However, to everyone's surprise, the gray-clad disciple shook his head and clarified. According to my investigations, this Jiang family is not from Fengbai but rather from Wudong City. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily engulfed in incredulity, nearly questioning their own hearing. Wudong City? Due to its remoteness, their familiarity with this location was scant. Observing the confusion on their faces, the gray-clad disciple felt compelled to divulge all the information he had gathered. After sharing the exploits of the Jiang family, the assembly fell into a stunned silence, profoundly shaken. It was not until an elder broke the stillness that the air was filled with discourse once more. The rapid rise of the Jiang family is remarkable, particularly with Jiang Jianzong's formidable prowess. With the annihilation of the Qianshan sect, they are likely to become the new overlords of the region. Perhaps we should prepare some gifts and send envoys to the Jiang family, fostering a good relationship? I concur, another elder responded. The Qianshan sect, once so arrogant due to Ko Tongwang's might, has now been eradicated, bringing great relief to us all. We hold no enmity with the Jiang family. Thus it would be prudent to cultivate a friendship. Jiang Daoxuan, as the head of the clan, surely understands that having an ally is preferable to acquiring an enemy. He should not refuse our overtures of goodwill. As discussions flourished, Hulong found himself increasingly swayed by the notion. After all, if Jiang Daoxuan was indeed a powerhouse of the Star Wheel realm, any aggression towards their falling Maple sect could spell disaster, leading them to share the same fate as the Qianshan sect. Therefore, establishing rapport in advance was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. With this thought, Hulong ceased his hesitations and addressed the assembly. In that case, let us prepare offerings promptly. I shall personally journey to Kangwu Mountain to pay my respects to Jiang Jianzong. The elders collectively bowed in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Jiang family wielded immense influence, and given the meager resources of the falling Maple sect, they could not afford to make an enemy of such a powerful clan. It was far wiser to set aside pride and cultivate a beneficial relationship. Chapter 56. The name of Gu Xingjian, a challenge to duel. Days later, at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, a throng had gathered, filled with the cacophony of voices. These individuals hailed from various sects and families, all converging to pay their respects to the Jiang family of Kangwu. Following the downfall of the Qianshan sect, the Jiang family, under the stewardship of Jiang Daoxuan, had supplanted them as the new sovereign of the region, in the interest of stability and development. The major sects and families in the vicinity felt compelled to pay their respects at Kangwu Mountain. However, due to Jiang Daoxuan's edict of seclusion, they found themselves unable to even enter the mountain gates, let alone pay a visit. As time passed, more and more factions gathered at the foot of the mountain. Gradually losing their urgency to depart, they began to congregate, engaging in conversations and forging friendships. Observing this scene, nearby merchants recognized a lucrative opportunity and set up temporary stalls to sell a variety of food, transforming the base of Kangwu Mountain into a bustling marketplace. One day, at noon, a seemingly unremarkable man clad in black, yet possessing extraordinarily spirited eyes, stepped onto this land. He stood 8 feet tall, with a robust physique, but his right sleeve hung empty, as if he had lost an arm. His remaining left hand firmly grasped the dark sword hilt at his waist as he strode forward. The moment this man traversed the marketplace, a faint sensation akin to a prickling pain coursed through the crowd, as if silver needles were piercing their skin. These individuals were high-ranking members of various sects and families. Their experience is remarkable. Amidst their astonishment, they quickly discerned the significance of the scene before them. Was this an aura of sword intent? One who embodies sword intent is certainly no insignificant figure. Who could this be? Clad in black, with a dark sword at his side, missing his right arm and wielding the sword with his left hand, has he perhaps comprehended the sword intent? Could he be Gu Xingjian? What? It is indeed him. It is astonishing that the name of the Jiang family has reached the ears of Gu Jian's sect so swiftly. Known for their fervent passion for swords, Gu Jian's sect would naturally admire such a formidable opponent emerging in our territory, relishing the opportunity for competition. Based on past accounts, it seems he has come here to engage in a sword duel. As you mentioned, I recalled that each time a new master of the sword emerges, Gu Jian's sect tends to seek them out for a friendly contest. It is said that several years ago, the leader of Qianshan sect, Ko, suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Rumor has it that Gu Jian's sect, without an established school, cultivated their prowess solely from an incomplete sword manual, leaving one to wonder who would prevail this time, Gu Jian or Jiang Jian sect? The onlookers buzzed with speculation, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Would the renowned Gu Xinjiang triumph? Or would the suddenly ascended Jiang Jian sect prove to be superior? Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Gu Xinjiang traversed the marketplace and paused before the stone steps leading up to Kangwu Mountain. He lifted his gaze slightly, observing the mist-shrouded steps that seemed to vanish into obscurity, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Jiang Daoxuan, I hope you will not disappoint me." Over the years, he had wielded his green blade, traversing the surrounding territories and vanquishing numerous sword masters. In terms of opponents of the same realm, he had never tasted defeat. Thus, witnessing such a formidable adversary emerging at Kangwu Mountain, he could hardly contain his excitement and hurried over. Yet, he pondered, how does your strength compare to the rumors that have preceded you? Contemplating the various tales surrounding his opponent, an astonishing brilliance flickered within the depths of Gu Xinjiang's eyes. In his early years, he had once clashed with the formidable Kotong Wang, a master who had grasped the essence of swordsmanship. However, the opponent's understanding of the sword was feeble, and within just a few exchanges, he had bested him decisively. Yet, this Jiang family disciple had purportedly vanquished Kotong Wang with a single strike, attesting to his formidable prowess. One could only speculate the veracity of such rumors. After all, he had encountered too many charlatans masquerading as luminaries over the years. Lost in contemplation, Gu Xinjiang shook his head, dispelling his doubts, and promptly ascended the stone steps with determined strides. With his formidable cultivation level, he swiftly reached the summit of the staircase. The three Jiang family youths stationed at the mountain gate, engaged in casual conversation, instinctively turned their gaze toward the sound. They beheld a man clad in black, emanating an aura that seemed to repel all approach, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment from them. Yet, recalling the strength of their clan leader, they quickly regained their composure. The leading Jiang disciple, steadying himself, spoke in a grave tone, "By the order of our clan leader, the Jiang family shall not entertain visitors during this time. We kindly ask you to return." Gu Xinjiang raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, "You, young man, exhibit a commendable audacity, neither overly subservient nor disrespectful. However, I am not here to forge camaraderie with the Jiang family. My sole purpose is to engage in a sword duel with your clan leader." The moment these words escaped his lips, the youths were momentarily taken aback. It was well known that many had sought to ascend the mountain with gifts to curry favor. Yet none had dared to propose a duel with their esteemed clan leader. "May I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" the leading Jiang disciple asked, his gaze shifting with intrigue. The audacity to challenge their leader suggested a considerable level of confidence, likely indicative of a powerful practitioner at the Yuanhai realm. Gu Xinjiang's expression turned frosty as he replied succinctly, "Gu Xinjiang." As his name resonated in the air, the three exchanged incredulous glances. Gu Xinjiang? Was he not the legendary figure of the Gu sword sect? His free-spirited wanderings had led to numerous tales, recounted and embellished by storytellers, making his name widely recognized. Realizing the gravity of the situation and the need for utmost decorum, the leading Jiang disciple promptly clasped his hands in respect and stated, "Since it is indeed Gu Xinjiang before us, please allow me to inform our clan leader." "Kindly wait a moment." "Very well," Gu Xinjiang replied lightly, unperturbed. After all, he had not come seeking discord. His intention was merely to engage in a pure exchange of swordsmanship with Jiang Daoxuan. A brief wait was hardly a matter of concern. With that, the foremost Jiang disciple departed, leaving behind only the remaining two Jiang youths and Gu Xinjiang at the scene. Reminded of Gu Xinjiang's illustrious deeds, the two bowed their heads in silence, their hearts racing with anxiety. They dared not utter a word, fearing that a misstep might offend this formidable figure. In such tense circumstances, the atmosphere grew palpably heavy and oppressive. Unperturbed by the events unfolding, Gu Xinjiang gently closed his eyes, anticipating the forthcoming duel. Chapter 57. A breakthrough to the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm, mastering the perfect sword intent. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family's grand hall, an astonishing sword intent permeated the expansive space. Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes firmly shut. His pores were wide open, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and refining it. After days of cultivation and the cumulative effects of his entire clan, he had successfully advanced to the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm. Moreover, his progress in the way of the sword was even more remarkable. Through his insights gained from the mysterious sword manual, his understanding of swordsmanship had accelerated tremendously, advancing at an astonishing pace. In just a few days, he had refined his initial sword intent into a perfected form, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Now, he was merely a step away from solidifying his sword heart and aspiring to the rank of sword lord. Such progress in swordsmanship was indeed terrifying. The perfected sword intent alone was sufficient to ensnare numerous Star Wheel Realm sword cultivators, rendering them immobile. As for the Sword Heart Realm, it was typically grasped only by those of the Moon Wheel Realm or even the Sun Wheel Realm, highlighting the arduousness of such comprehension. At this moment, after Jiang Daoxuan made another round of pure Yang Wuzhigong, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from beyond the hall. With his keen senses, Jiang Daoxuan quickly ceased his cultivation and dissipated the sword intent surrounding him. He slowly turned his gaze towards the entrance. A young member of the Jiang Clan entered. Bowing respectfully, reporting to the patriarch, Gu Xingjian of the Gu Sword Sect has arrived at the mountain gate, desiring to duel with you. What are your thoughts? A duel? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with interest, his heart stirred with curiosity. He had not anticipated that his reputation would spread so swiftly. Now, even the illustrious Gu Sword Sect had heard of him and was eager to visit Kangwu Mountain for a duel. Hearing of this individual's exceptional swordsmanship, and given that he had just comprehended the perfect sword intent, Jiang Daoxuan deemed him a fitting opponent for practice. Rising slowly from the mat, he had already made up his mind to meet the challenger. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! A time-limited family task has been triggered. Duel. With the host's influence gradually expanding, a talented sword cultivator has been successfully attracted. Ding! 2 different reward options have been triggered. 1. Defeat the opponent to receive 1 basic treasure blind box. 2. Subdue the opponent to receive 2 basic treasure blind boxes. Task duration, 1 hour. Oh? Noticing the enticing rewards, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was as if just when he wished for a nap, someone presented him with a pillow. The system was indeed considerate. Subsequently, glancing at the time constraint displayed by the task, Jiang Daoxuan lost any inclination to saunter leisurely. Embracing a swift resolution, he hastily exited the family hall and, employing the Kunping technique, soared down the mountain with remarkable speed. Before long, he arrived at the Jiang family's mountain gate. As Gu Xingjian, originally in a state of tranquil meditation, suddenly sensed a disturbance, he abruptly opened his eyes and gazed ahead. There, not far away, stood a strikingly handsome man clad in white, who regarded him with evident intrigue. Such astonishing speed, in the midst of the Kangwu Mountains, possessing such formidable cultivation, and adorned in pristine white, this individual could only be Jiang Daoxuan. Gu Xingjian's eyes sparkled with keen interest, although he had been with his eyes closed. His divine sense enveloped the surroundings, keenly observing all movements. This vigilance was a habit cultivated from years of solitary travel, and it fortuitously allowed him to glimpse the terrifying swiftness with which his opponent approached. At that moment, sensing the unusual activity, 2 Jiang Clan disciples stationed at the mountain gate instinctively lifted their heads to look at Gu Xingjian. Following his line of sight, they gradually turned, soon discovering Jiang Daoxuan's presence. It's the clan leader. The esteemed clan leader has come in person, they exclaimed, bowing in respect. Jiang Daoxuan, with an air of calmness, nodded in acknowledgement before striding towards Gu Xingjian. With his keen insight activated, he swiftly discerned the cultivation level of his opponent, the 9th layer of the Yuanhai realm. Merely a step away from the Star Wheel realm. It was no wonder Gu Xingjian had earned such a formidable reputation. Unbeknownst to him, in just a brief encounter, Jiang Daoxuan had thoroughly assessed him. Clutching the hilt of his sword with his left hand, Gu Xingjian's fighting spirit surged, and an aura of sword intent radiated from him. Faced with such a potent adversary, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself, yearning to draw his sword. At the sound of his movement, the 2 Jiang disciples instinctively retreated, clearing the area for the 2 combatants. Gu Xingjian and Jiang Daoxuan exchanged a glance, both silent. Yet a myriad of unspoken thoughts hung between them. With a gentle breeze stirring, Gu Xingjian lightly tapped the ground with his toes, instantly propelling himself forward and unsheathing his longsword, aiming a thrust at Jiang Daoxuan's chest. His swordsmanship was not a mere amalgamation of techniques from various schools. It was forged through countless battles, honed drop by drop. There were no extravagant or attention-grabbing movements, only speed, precision, and lethality. This was the sword of a killer. With a swift motion, the strike embodied an overwhelming will to kill, seeming as if it could pierce through all existence, advancing with an unstoppable momentum. What an exceptional sword technique, Jiang Daoxuan mused inwardly. This singular, peak performance of a strike could effortlessly claim the life of Ko Tongguang in the blink of an eye. However, he was now confronted by himself. Jiang Daoxuan did not draw his sword, the Chungying sword, for he knew that once unleashed, its heavenly grade might could sever Gu Xingjian's blade with a single stroke. This was not his intention. Therefore, as Gu Xingjian lunged forward with his left hand wielding the sword, the tip of the blade mere inches from Jiang Daoxuan, the latter suddenly moved. His speed had reached its zenith. With a slight shift of his form, he created an afterimage that instantaneously evaded the incoming thrust. Such devilish speed. Witnessing his attack miss its mark, Gu Xingjian's pupils constricted in shock. The speed exhibited has surpassed all the cultivators of the Yuan-Si realm that he has ever witnessed. And even that formidable practitioner of the Star Wheel realm from his past may not possess such terrifying swiftness. Although he was taken aback, he quickly suppressed his astonishment, realizing that they were in the midst of battle. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed his sword technique, shifting from a thrust to a slash, aiming at Jiang Daoxuan. This time, Jiang Daoxuan did not evade. In a flash, he picked up a branch from the ground, enveloping it with pure Yang Yuan force to enhance its resilience. As Gu Xingjian's strike descended, Jiang Daoxuan, wielding the branch, deftly flicked it upward, precisely avoiding the sharp edge of the sword and delivering a fierce blow to its body. A resounding crash echoed throughout the arena, akin to the rumble of thunder. Gu Xingjian's expression shifted as he felt the sword in his hand, as if struck by a colossal stone, trembling violently. What immense strength Jiang Daoxuan possesses. Chapter 58. I shall strike but once. So observe closely. Just as Gu Xingjian marveled in astonishment, Jiang Daoxuan flicked his wrist. The branch wrapped in pure Yang Yuan force sweeping through at high speed. A chilling wind struck his face, akin to a steel blade grazing the skin. Gu Xingjian's demeanor faltered, sensing impending peril. He hastily steadied the trembling sword in his hand, positioning it before him to block the sweeping strike. With a thunderous boom, the moment the sword and the branch collided, an unparalleled surge of terrifying divine power erupted. In a mere exchange, it sent Gu Xingjian flying. Both man and sword hurled several dozen meters away. It was only when Gu Xingjian's back collided with a towering boulder that he finally managed to halt his momentum. The impact caused the surface of the boulder to crack violently, resembling a porcelain vase, as a web of fissures spread across it. Coughing, Gu Xingjian's complexion turned ashen as he steadied himself with his left hand gripping the sword embedded in the ground. Even with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Yuan-Si realm, he found himself in a precarious situation against Jiang Daoxuan's overwhelming divine strength. Feeling utterly challenged and unable to withstand it, a casual strike had sent his insides churning. How could he endure several more exchanges? At this juncture, he harbored no doubt that even without any weapons, merely relying on his fists, Jiang Daoxuan could easily obliterate him. Feeling a profound sense of frustration, he turned to Jiang Daoxuan and coldly remarked, "Jiang Sword Sect, the outside world praises your mastery of the sword, yet upon witnessing it firsthand, I see only brute force, devoid of any exquisite sword techniques. Do you, Jiang Sword Sect, look down upon me, Gu Xingjian? Do you deem me unworthy of engaging your swordsmanship?" Originally, he had come for a contest of swordplay. Yet, Jiang Daoxuan had never drawn his sword, let alone showcased any sword techniques. Moreover, he had resorted to wielding a roadside branch as a sword, relying solely on his innate strength to overpower him with absurd force. This dismal experience was entirely contrary to the purpose of his visit, feeling as though he was being unilaterally trampled upon. Noticing Gu Xingjian's increasingly gloomy expression, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head and casually stated, "I shall strike but once, so observe closely." To this day, aside from the unparalleled swordsmanship of 10,000 swords to the throne, he has mastered 4 exceptional earth-level sword techniques. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed the return to origin sword art. In an instant, a torrent of pure yang energy surged forth, enveloping the branches in a radiant glow, exuding an overwhelming sense of death, as if all living beings had perished and everything had fallen silent. The sudden eruption of formidable power swept through the surroundings, causing flowers and grass to snap, and the emerald leaves on the trees to sway, scattering a multitude of fallen leaves. Faced with such an astonishing spectacle, even before the true strike was delivered, Gu Xingjian instinctively swallowed hard, his left hand tightening around the hilt of his sword, ready to defend against the stroke at any moment. To ensure absolute safety, he hastily began to channel the profound sword intent that resided within him. The sword intent erupted, creating a unique pressure that countered the extraordinary aura emanating from Jiang Daoxuan. At that moment, a brilliant and terrifying sword light shot skyward, radiating an unparalleled sharpness. Realizing that his own perfected sword intent was being suppressed, Gu Xingjian could not help but narrow his eyes, exclaiming, "Perfected sword intent." No sooner had the words left his lips than a chilling wind, imbued with an endless coldness, swept across his face. Gu Xingjian's body stiffened, his hair standing on end, as a sense of dread washed over him. When the cold wind dissipated and silence returned to the surroundings, Gu Xingjian was already drenched in cold sweat. Droplets the size of soybeans trickled down his chin, splattering onto the ground. He rigidly lowered his head, only to find a branch, severed nearly in half, and now reduced to a sharp point, hovering perilously close to his neck. Witnessing this scene, Gu Xingjian felt a shiver run down his spine. Had his opponent not held back, that sharp tip would have pierced his throat, sealing his fate. What swiftness in that sword! I concede defeat. Upon realizing he could not withstand even a single strike, Gu Xingjian hung his head in despair. The moment he uttered those words, the two Jiang Clan disciples observing from a distance were left in stunned silence. To them, the entire event unfolded too swiftly, with victory and defeat decided in mere breaths. The outcome of the duel exceeded their expectations entirely. They had anticipated a contest of equal prowess, only to witness the renowned Gu Jian sect leader being utterly powerless against his own clan leader, suffering a crushing defeat. What level of strength does the clan leader possess? Under the admiring gaze of the two, Jiang Daoxuan turned his attention to the defeated Gu Xingjian, chuckling lightly. What do you think of my sword strike? I have traveled through countless cities, clashing with numerous swordsmen, yet the finesse of your strike from the Gu Jian sect surpasses them all. It is the most formidable technique I have ever encountered. Such a fierce killing move is rarely seen even among the great powers that host moon cycle realm experts. Moreover, you have comprehended the astonishing realm of perfected sword intent at the Yuan-Si realm. I find myself lacking in comparison. Initially, I believed the tales of your exploits contained some exaggeration, yet they were indeed an understatement of your true strength. Gu Xingjian shook his head, accepting defeat gracefully. He acknowledged his shortcomings without reservation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and casually inquired, "Do you wish to learn?" Although he had bested his opponent with a single sword strike, this did not imply that the other party was weak. Rather, it underscored his own formidable strength. After all, a cultivator at the 9th level of the Yuan-Hai realm, possessing a profound mastery of sword intent, could indeed pose a significant threat even to those of the Starwill realm. Therefore, considering the current impoverishment of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan felt compelled to extend an invitation. As Jiang Daoxuan's words settled in the air, Gu Xingjian was momentarily taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he asked, "Are you suggesting that I can learn this technique?" Recalling the terrifying might of the earlier strike, he recognized that it had surely been a hidden gem of Jiang Daoxuan's repertoire. Yet, to think that this esteemed member of the Jiang sword sect would resolve to impart his martial knowledge after merely a fleeting encounter was utterly astonishing. This realization ignited a flicker of embarrassment within Gu Xingjian. Here he was, visiting Kanwu Mountain with the intent to duel, only to have his opponent not only accept but also defeat him without malice, offering him such a monumental opportunity instead. The breadth of Jiang Daoxuan's generosity left him feeling rather inadequate. At that moment, perceiving that the fish was already hooked, Jiang Daoxuan casually discarded a twig and, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled and proposed, "If you are willing to become a patron of the Jiang family, I shall gladly teach you this sword technique. What do you say?" Upon hearing that there were conditions attached, Gu Xingjian's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Although the offer was undeniably tempting, he was accustomed to a solitary existence. Joining a faction, he mused, would inevitably bring about certain inconveniences. Most importantly, the notion of being beholden to another weighed heavily upon him. Resolving this within himself, he clenched his teeth and prepared to decline, only to have Jiang Daoxuan anticipate his thoughts and interject. "If you become a patron of the Jiang family, you need only remain at Kanwu Mountain for 3 years. After that, you may choose to stay or leave, entirely at your discretion. Moreover, I have heard that you possess an incomplete sword technique. Observing your swordplay, while your explosive power is impressive, it appears to lack sustained force, likely due to the deficiencies in your technique, hindering your path in the sword arts. The technique I just demonstrated is known as the Guiyuan sword technique, a top-tier earth-grade sword art. Once you master it, it will undoubtedly compensate for your shortcomings, allowing you to ascend to greater heights." At this revelation, Gu Xingjian's eyes widened in astonishment. While he had recognized the strength of Jiang Daoxuan's swordplay, he had not anticipated that this technique could be classified as a top-tier earth-grade art. He was acutely aware that the complete version of the incomplete sword technique he possessed was merely of inferior earth-grade quality. The unexpected gift from this Jiang sword sect member was indeed astonishing and hard to fathom. In that moment, Gu Shijian did not entertain the thought that Jiang Daoxuan might deceive him. After all, having effortlessly defeated him with a single strike, there was no compelling reason for deceit. Immediately, Gu Shijian reflected on the various conditions presented by the other party, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. He admitted that he felt a flicker of excitement. After all, joining the Jiang family for merely 3 years would grant him freedom and the opportunity to acquire the return to origin sword technique. Such an advantageous offer is rare to find elsewhere. Based on his knowledge, a precious sword technique of the highest grade, even within this region, is virtually unattainable. It is indeed a rare gem. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Shijian's gaze shifted slightly, and he resolved to accept the proposal. He slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes locking onto Jiang Daoxuan, and for the first time, lowered his proud head, solemnly declaring, "Gu Shijian pays respects to the clan leader." Jiang Daoxuan smiled faintly. Retrieving a copy of the Return to Origin sword technique from the system repository and presenting it to Gu Shijian. "Trust is paramount. Since you have joined the Jiang family, let us dispense with any further complications. Take this Return to Origin sword technique and begin your cultivation." Gu Shijian was taken aback. He had anticipated a lengthy period of evaluation or preliminary tasks before obtaining such a precious sword technique, yet it was bestowed upon him so effortlessly. The warmth of Jiang Daoxuan's trust ignited something within him, and he extended his left hand to accept the technique, saying solemnly, "Thank you, clan leader." Jiang Daoxuan nodded. After discreetly registering Gu Shijian's aura into the spirit-binding array's white list, he stepped forward. "Follow me up the mountain." Upon hearing this, Gu Shijian promptly sheathed his sword and followed closely behind. As they crossed the mountain gate, they gradually approached the Jiang family's residence. The deeper they ventured, the more the surrounding aura, rich to the extreme, enveloped Gu Shijian, invigorating him and causing his pores to open wide. The density of spiritual energy here seems almost excessive, he mused. Despite his extensive travels, Gu Shijian was unable to maintain his composure at that moment. Astonishment washed over him. The richness of the spiritual energy here even surpassed that of formidable sects guarded by moon cycle realm cultivators. His heart quaked with excitement as he silently regarded Jiang Daoxuan's figure, sensing an air of profound mystery surrounding him. Simultaneously, his mind was racing with thoughts. Within the Kanwu Mountains, the presence of a sword master like Jiang Daoxuan, who had perfected his sword intent, offered the opportunity for constant sparring and refinement of his sword techniques. Moreover, the terrifyingly abundant spiritual energy surrounding him could be absorbed for his cultivation. It seemed evident that these Kanwu Mountains were indeed a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. There would be no need to leave. Gu Shijian felt his heart swell with fervor. Before long, Jiang Daoxuan successfully led Gu Shijian to the family residence. He then turned to face the gathered clan members and announced, "From this day forth, Gu Shijian will become the new honored guest of our family, succeeding the Wang brothers." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in uproar. Gu Shijian? Is it truly the Gu Shijian we know? Aside from him, who else could be clad in black attire, wielding a dark sword at his waist, missing his right hand, and employing his left to wield the blade? Moreover, to be favored by the clan leader must signify remarkable prowess, for ordinary individuals would hardly catch the leader's discerning eye. I never imagined that merely yesterday I had heard tales of the Gujian sect's legendary defeat of the Black Wind village, and today he would personally grace our Jiang family and become our esteemed protector. It is truly astounding, isn't it? Do you think we might have the opportunity to seek guidance from the Gujian sect on our sword techniques in the future? It appears that this may indeed be a possibility. The clan leader tirelessly dedicates himself to the family's growth, and we feel reluctant to intrude upon his time. However, it seems that Protector Gu might be more accessible, right? Ha ha. It is astonishing that even someone from the Gujian sect has become a protector of our Jiang family. One can only imagine the heights our family may reach in the days to come. The younger members of the Jiang family were soon engulfed in exuberant joy. The inclusion of a powerhouse like Gu Shijian into the Jiang family undoubtedly served as a resounding boost to their spirits, instilling a profound sense of pride in belonging to such a formidable lineage. Once Jiang Daoxuan announced the news and departed from the gathering, the tidings of Gu Shijian's appointment swiftly spread from one Jiang family disciple to another. Soon, the entire Jiang residence was abuzz with the revelation, reaching every member of the clan. In no time, numerous Jiang disciples devoted to the sword began approaching Gu Xinjiang, seeking his guidance on swordplay. To these requests, the newly arrived Gu Xinjiang, owing to his association with Jiang Daoxuan, did not refuse outright. Instead, he began to patiently instruct them, highlighting the deficiencies in their sword practice. Thus, from that day forth, Gu Xinjiang not only served as the protector of the Jiang family, but also inexplicably assumed the role of a sword instructor. Chapter 60. The Star Wheel Mount, the Azure Cloud White Crane. At this moment, within the grand hall of the family estate, Jiang Daoxuan returned to his mat. He retrieved 2 treasure blind boxes earned from his recent sword competition. According to the system's description, once opened, the blind boxes would randomly yield treasures, such as magical artifacts, medicinal pills, techniques, bloodlines, and physical enhancements. Jiang Daoxuan rubbed his hands together and promptly opened the first blind box. With a surge of white light, the box vanished, replaced by a golden-hued elixir. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a celestial-grade supreme elixir, Tongxian Golden Pill, Tongxian Golden Pill, infused with the power to seize the essence of heaven and earth. Once consumed by a cultivator, it can cleanse the impurities of the mortal body, restore innate foundations, and receive the blessings of heavenly forces, unlocking the meridians and enhancing root quality, thereby accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. Note: only effective for those of ordinary physique. Individuals with special constitutions cannot consume it. A celestial-grade supreme elixir? Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback. It is noteworthy that during this time, he had acquired several celestial-grade treasures. Yet this was his first elixir. Regrettably, it appears that for the moment, this item would not serve much purpose. After all, he possessed the innate sacred body Dao, while Jiang Yin bore the azure flame treasure body. Both of them had unique physiques, rendering them unable to consume the Tongxian Golden Pill. The most suitable candidate is none other than Jiang Chen. However, he had already departed from Kangwu Mountain a few days prior to gather the clan. Consequently, the Tongxian Golden Pill must be set aside for a more opportune moment for use. With this thought in mind, Jiang Daoxuan picked up the Tongxian Golden Pill and stored it within the Zifu space, then turned his attention to the second blind box. Without any hesitation, he promptly opened it. In the next moment, a dazzling white light flashed, revealing a striking black and white crane before him. The crane held its head high, lifted its right foot, unfurled its wings, and a faint mist swirled around it, exuding an ethereal aura, a truly auspicious beast. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Star Wheel Realm mount. Songyun White Crane. Songyun White Crane possesses the bloodline of a sacred beast with heightened intelligence and unparalleled speed. Star Wheel Realm? Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback, utterly unprepared to draw a mount of such caliber. After all, in terms of pure cultivation, the strongest being within Kangwu Mountain was undoubtedly Gu Xinjiang. Yet, even Gu Xinjiang's cultivation realm only reached the 9th layer of the Yuanhai realm, which pales in comparison to the Songyun White Crane. This implies that his mount had ascended to become the strongest entity in all of Kangwu Mountain. Upon realizing this, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but display a peculiar expression, instantly perceiving the system's mischievous intent. He shook his head, dismissing any strange thoughts, and focused on the displayed sacred beast bloodline. As per his understanding, once a spirit beast's cultivation surpasses the sage realm, it earns the title of a sacred beast. Furthermore, upon achieving the status of a sacred beast, its bloodline undergoes a mutation, which is hereditary. Should a sacred beast produce offspring, those offspring are highly likely to awaken due to the mutated bloodline, thereby inheriting some of their forebears' innate abilities, far surpassing those of ordinary races. Realizing this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Jiang Daoxuan's face. While the red eagle of the 9th layer of the Zifu realm was impressive, it was utterly incomparable to the Songyun White Crane, which bore the bloodline of a sacred beast. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to trading a regular sedan for a luxurious supercar worth millions. Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but marvel at this. At that moment, he suddenly felt something brush against his sleeve. Quickly regaining his composure, he turned his gaze downward. He saw that Songyun White Crane persistently nudging his sleeve with its long beak. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered. Is this your way of inviting me to mount? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, that Songyun White Crane nodded, moved to the entrance of the grand hall, spread its wings, and bowed its body, awaiting its master to ascend. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Daoxuan smiled, marveling at its high level of intelligence. Very well, let us take a stroll. Jiang Daoxuan rose from the meditation cushion, waved his sleeve, approached the Tsungyun white crane, and then stepped onto its back. Although the Tsungyun white crane was not as massive as the red eagle, it effortlessly accommodated 3 adults without feeling cramped. Upon sensing Jiang Daoxuan's presence on its back, the Tsungyun white crane raised its head and let out a gentle call. In the next instant, the azure clouds and white cranes swiftly flapped their wings, ascending from the earth to soar into the sky, merging with the clouds, carrying Jiang Daoxuan on an ethereal journey across Kangwu Mountain. Accompanied by the mist and the clouds, the pair appeared as if celestial beings had descended to explore the mortal realm. They glided gracefully between heaven and earth, observing the myriad expressions of life within the human world, exuding an endless sense of carefree elegance. Before long, at the Jiang family's martial arts arena, a throng of young disciples encircled Gu Xinjiang, eagerly clamoring for insights into swordsmanship. Amidst the cacophony, Gu Xinjiang, resting his forehead with a look of exasperation, had not anticipated that his guidance to a few would attract such a multitude. This unexpected attention left him with little time to practice the coveted return to origin sword technique. Contemplating this technique, he prepared to politely decline the inquiries and suggest they return the following day. However, just as the words formed on his lips, a resounding call echoed from above. Chirp. The crowd instinctively followed the source of the sound, their gazes lifting skyward. Upon witnessing the sight above, gasps of astonishment erupted. When did such a resplendent white crane appear in Kangwu Mountain? Humph. Our Kangwu Mountain is a land rich with extraordinary talent. What does it matter if a white crane has come to us? Am I mistaken? I can feel an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from that crane. Not just you. I feel it too. How can we feel such pressure from so great a distance? What realm does this crane belong to? The crowd momentarily forgot their inquiries about sword techniques, engrossed in discussions about the crane overhead, punctuated by exclamations of awe. At that moment, Gu Xinjiang gazed up at the white crane, suddenly moved, and could not help but exclaim, Starwell realm? Though the distance prevented him from discerning the creature's precise realm. The fact that it could instill a sense of pressure even in him, a cultivator at the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm, left no doubt about its Starwell status. Realizing this, an overwhelming sense of confusion washed over him. Such a spiritual crane, typically found in the company of its kind, rarely ventured alone. Even if it did wander off, it would surely attract the attention of formidable cultivators from the Moonwheel and even Sunwheel realms, eager to capture it as a steed. How could it possibly appear suddenly in Kangwu Mountain? Just as Gu Xinjiang was engulfed in bewilderment, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure atop the crane's back. It was a strikingly handsome man clad in white, seated in a meditative posture, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. The clan leader? Gu Xinjiang's pupils constricted, his lips parted in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he would see Jiang Daoxuan on the back of a Star Wheel realm spiritual beast. Amidst his astonishment, a terrifying thought surged within him. Could this spiritual beast be the clan leader's mount? With this realization, Gu Xinjiang's heart trembled. Not only has he comprehended the essence of the perfect sword intent, capable of effortlessly defeating himself with a mere strike, but he also possesses a celestial beast as his steed. The head of the Jiang family remains shrouded in mystery. Eluding full comprehension, Gu Xinjiang sighed inwardly, swiftly calming his emotions. For him, now a revered member of the Jiang family, their growing strength undoubtedly promised greater rewards for himself. Perhaps, by diligently serving the Jiang family, he might stumble upon a fortuitous opportunity. At that moment, transcending the realm of perfect sword intent might not be an unattainable dream. Even the enigmatic sword heart realm, rumored to be utterly profound, could be within reach. Should he attain the sword heart realm and rise among the ranks of sword lords, earning renown throughout the entire Tiandu prefecture would merely be a matter of time. At the foot of Kangwu Mountain, as dusk descended, golden rays of sunlight bathed the earth. In the marketplace, numerous individuals from various families and sects had gathered, whispering amongst themselves while occasionally glancing towards the stone steps leading to the Jiang family's mountain gate. All awaited the outcome of the duel between the two great sword sects, hoping for Gu Xinjiang's descent. Yet, after several hours, there was still no sign of him. Confusion began to swell among the crowd. What could have transpired on the mountain? Their curiosity intensified as they pondered the lengthy duration, even with exceptional prowess. The duel should have concluded by now. How could it possibly drag on for so long? Had some unforeseen event occurred atop Kangwu Mountain? Speculations arose within their minds. Yet conclusive answers remained elusive. The prolonged wait left them feeling increasingly parched. Finally, a burly man could no longer endure the suspense and boldly stepped forward from the crowd. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, he ascended the stone steps, determined to uncover the truth. Before long, when the man descended from the mountain, the crowd immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. What news do you bring? Has there been any word? Who emerged victorious, Jiang Sword Sect or Gu Sword Sect? The duel has lasted so long without a resolution, it's truly tantalizing. In response to the anxious inquiries, the burly man recalled the information he had just gleaned. Speaking in a deep voice, I have just learned from a Jiang family member stationed at the mountain gate that Gu Sword Sect was defeated by Jiang Sword Sect with a single strike several hours ago, shortly after ascending the mountain. As his words echoed, they reverberated like thunder, stirring a tempest within the hearts of the crowd. It was Gu Shijian, renowned for wielding his left-hand sword with formidable prowess across the surrounding realms. To think that a formidable sword cultivator, celebrated for over a decade and with countless admirers, could not withstand even a single blow from the rising Jiang Daoxuan was indeed astonishing. As shock painted the faces of the crowd, a voice filled with doubt suddenly pierced the air. If Gu Sword Sect has already fallen to Jiang Sword Sect, why have they not yet come down? This utterance jolted the crowd back to reality, prompting an outpouring of chatter. It is indeed peculiar, after such a lengthy period. I have yet to catch a glimpse of Gu Jianzong. Do you suppose that Jiang Jianzong has taken drastic measures and eliminated Gu Jianzong? This is not entirely implausible, considering the rumors surrounding Jiang Jianzong's propensity for violence. It is said that during his time in Wudan City, he annihilated the entire family of a rival clan, sparing neither man nor beast. Allegedly, not even the chickens and ducks in their compound were spared, and ant hills were scalded with boiling water, leaving all earthworms severed in two, with no survivors in sight. As the conversation among the crowd grew increasingly outrageous, the burly man ceased to tease their curiosity and spoke directly. The reason Gu Jianzong has not descended from the mountains is rather straightforward. After his defeat, he accepted Jiang Jianzong's invitation and agreed to join the Jiang family as a venerated guest. With these words, the fervent atmosphere dissipated instantaneously, plunging the gathering into an utter silence. At that moment, the news struck everyone like a bolt from the blue, rendering them momentarily incapable of coherent thought. The stillness lasted for several breaths before they gradually regained their senses. Suddenly, a more fervent discussion erupted among the crowd, accompanied by a chorus of astonished exclamations. What? Now even Gu Jianzong has joined the Jiang family? Setting aside Gu Jianzong's formidable prowess, given his reclusive nature, how could he possibly submit himself to the Jiang family? Indeed, this development is perplexing. I recall that 3 years ago, a powerful sect led by a moon cycle realm expert sought to recruit Gu Jianzong as an elder, offering numerous benefits in recognition of his talents. Yet, even then, Gu Jianzong turned down their overtures. What kind of charisma must the head of the Jiang family possess to sway Gu Jianzong, compelling him to relinquish his aspirations of wandering the world in favor of a modest position within the Jiang family? Alas, times have truly changed. The Kanwu Jiang family now not only boasts the strength of Jiang Jianzong but also the addition of Gu Jianzong, who would dare defy their commands in the future. The fervent discussions continued to resonate, gradually drawing more individuals into the fray. As of today, the Kanwu Jiang family, with 2 sword masters in their ranks, possesses an unparalleled depth of heritage in the surrounding territories. Should such a dominant force harbor ambitions towards neighboring factions, how could they possibly withstand their might? The expressions of the crowd grew anxious, their pupils reflecting a tinge of unease. Realizing the gravity of the situation, members of various clans and sects began to turn away, hastily departing the marketplace. They hastened back to their families, eager to report this staggering news at the earliest opportunity. As the situation unfolded, it wasn't long before the marketplace was nearly deserted, leaving behind only a handful of ordinary individuals without familial or sectarian affiliations. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Jiang family's branch in Quintong City, a gathering of numerous Jiang family members convened in the discussion hall. Their faces were marked by trepidation, heads bowed as they discreetly cast sidelong glances at the figure across from them. In their line of sight sat a man clad in resplendent garments, his demeanor soft and effeminate. He reclined in a grand chair, leisurely raising a teacup to his lips with his right hand. After merely sipping a mouthful of the hot tea in his cup, he carelessly flung it to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Is this the esteemed tea your Jiang family serves to guests? The flavor is utterly insipid, akin to chewing wax. And the taste is remarkably poor. Are you truly preparing such tea for livestock? Or is this indicative of your Jiang family's approach to hospitality? Chapter 62. Xiaobo, the man fond of others' wives. As the voice of the effeminate man resonated, the three young men behind him immediately echoed his sentiments. Humph. Brother Chao has journeyed a long way to your Jiang family, showing you respect. Yet, your lack of gratitude is appalling. And to serve him such a cheap commodity is downright contemptible. Have you Jiang family grown so arrogant as to disregard our Black Tiger sect? Brother Chao is amiable, but we are not. In my view, your Jiang family must be tired of living. Faced with these harsh and unpleasant taunts, the members of the Jiang family clenched their fists and bowed their heads, seething with indignation. They knew their own affairs. These tea leaves were precious items obtained at great cost by the Jiang family. Due to their scarcity, even the family head refrained from brewing them for daily consumption, cherishing them as treasures, only using them to entertain distinguished guests. How could such precious tea be so disparaged by another's words? Everyone understood that the issue was not with the tea itself, but rather that the other party was deliberately seeking trouble. The current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Hongyang, suppressed his rising anger and, with a lowered voice, addressed the effeminate man. Chao Zhenchuan, we apologize for our inadequate hospitality. Allow me to fetch you another cup. Xiaobo shook his head dismissively and remarked, no need for the tea. My journey from the sect was arduous and time is of the essence. Please bring Rower to me. Once I see her, I shall take my leave. Jiang Hongyang felt a vein in his forehead throb painfully. Chao Zhenchuan, you are a revered disciple of the Black Tiger sect, with numerous female disciples admiring you. Why must you covet the beauty of a widow? If this were to spread, would it not tarnish your esteemed reputation? Xiaobo raised an eyebrow, his tone suddenly chilling. What? Old man, are you instructing a true disciple on how to conduct himself? Witnessing this sudden outburst from the revered disciple of the Black Tiger sect, Jiang Hongyang felt an internal anguish. However, considering the onlookers, he refrained from direct rebuttal. Hastily lowering his stance to apologize, I dare not presume. Chao Zhenchuan holds a position of such esteem. How could I possibly instruct you? Xiaobo smirked, disinterested in sparring with the old man, and casually replied, you make a valid point. Indeed, many junior sisters in the sect admire me, foolishly aspiring to become my companions. Alas, they are merely naive women, lacking the sophistication that Rower possesses. To be candid, my departure from the sect was solely to seek Rower. I hope your Jiang family will not be ungracious. Upon the utterance of these words, the three disciples of the Black Tiger sect standing behind Chao Bo could not help but reveal lewd smiles. As devoted followers of Brother Chao, they were well aware that his greatest passion in life was to pursue the wives of others, particularly those women who retained their alluring charm. Therefore, it came as no surprise to them that Chao Bo had set his sights on Gao Wanru, who had married into the Jiang family. After all, her mature and captivating figure could ignite a fervent desire even in their hearts. At this moment, witnessing Chao Bo's unwavering determination to meet Gao Wanru, Jiang Hongyang could not help but lament the tragic fate of the woman. In her youth, she had been acquainted with the family's most gifted prodigy, Jiang Daoxuan, and later married into the Jiang family, successfully giving birth to a son named Jiang Han. However, her fortune was fleeting, as her husband, the only innate talent of the family, met with an untimely death in an accident. This left Gao Wanru a young widow, forced to weep endlessly while also raising Jiang Han alone, living a life fraught with hardship. Yet, despite her plight, she could not escape the predatory gaze of Chao Bo from the Black Tiger sect. Her fate was indeed a cruel one. Jiang Hongyang shook his head, relieved that he had prepared in advance. He turned to Chao Bo and clasped his hands, saying, Master Chao, Wanru has recently left the Jiang family with Han and returned to her maternal home. If you wish to see her, you may visit the Gao family. As he spoke these words, Jiang Hongyang's heart raced with trepidation. He had long heard of Chao Bo's notorious reputation. Not only did he revel in the pursuit of others' wives, but once he had his way, he would toy with them for a few months before leaving them in a state of utter despair, discarding them like broken dolls, a fate worse than death. Thus, upon learning from Gao Wanru that she had previously encountered Chao Bo and had been subjected to his lewd remarks, Jiang Hongyang instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. In order to safeguard her virtue and life, he had secretly sent her back to the Gao family as a means of self-preservation. At this juncture, as Jiang Hongyang's voice trailed off, the smile on Chao Bo's face abruptly froze, transforming into an expression of profound gloom. as if it could drip with malice. What? Is the master of the Jiang family mocking me? Having previously utilized the sect's information channels for investigation, he was all too familiar with the Gao family behind Gao Wanru. They boasted several innate masters and an ancestor of the Purple Mansion realm, making them one of the most powerful families in Chuantua City. In the face of such a formidable Purple Mansion family, even the Black Tiger sect, to which he belonged, would exercise caution. After all, even the elders within their own sect were merely at the Purple Mansion level. It was this awareness of the Gao family's formidable nature that deepened the shadow upon Qiao Bo's countenance. At that moment, confronted by Qiao Bo's inquiry, Jiang Hongong could not help but swallow nervously, hastily offering his defense. How could that possibly be? Qiao Zhenchuan has unjustly accused me. For it is merely that Wanru had to return to her maternal home due to certain matters. Before Jiang Hongyang could finish his words, Qiao Bo let out a cold smile, his impatience palpable as he extended his right arm, fingers clutching tightly at the collar of the clan leader, lifting him off the ground. Old man, spare me your convoluted tales. Regardless of the truth, there is but one thing you must comprehend. If you dare to make my trip in vain, I shall ensure that your entire family pays the price here today. With his words, an aura of frost enveloped the air. Witnessing this scene, someone within the crowd could no longer contain their fury, shouting, "Release the clan leader." Upon hearing this, Qiao Bo's expression turned frigid. With a swift motion of his left hand, he sent the individual crashing to the ground. Truly ignorant of your own mortality. As his icy words echoed once more, the members of the Jiang family finally grasped that Qiao Zhenchuan was not merely a decorative figure, but a formidable expert of the second level of the innate realm. With such prowess, not a single member of the Jiang family stood a chance against him, as the strongest among them had only attained the 9th level of the acquired realm. Just as despair washed over their faces, a vibrant and spirited voice suddenly rang out, resonating through the air and reaching every ear. You expect my entire Jiang family to meet their end here? Ha ha ha, you truly possess an audacious tongue. Chapter 63. Do you, of such lowly caliber, dare to wreak havoc in my Jiang family? At these words, Qiao Bo raised his brows, his displeasure evident. The entire Jiang family was taken aback. They had never anticipated that, at this moment, someone would dare to step forward, fearlessly challenging the situation. They turned to the source of the voice, eager to discern who possessed such audacity. Soon, they beheld a young man with long black hair, a sword slung across his back, striding towards them. Has our Jiang family ever had such a figure? Gazing upon the unfamiliar face of the youth, the members of the Jiang family exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions rife with confusion. Even Jiang Hongyang, the current clan leader, wore a look of puzzlement. He had never encountered this young man. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon seeing how young the speaker appeared, Qiao Bo erupted in laughter tinged with rage. Ha ha ha, so the Jiang family is truly out of capable individuals? You send forth this reckless boy. Following Qiao Bo's derisive remarks, the 3 members of the Black Tiger sect regarded the youth with the same expression one might reserve for a lifeless corpse. The last individual who dared to provoke Brother Qiao in such a manner likely rests beneath 3 meters of grass by now, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him. Jiang Yin remained unperturbed, his demeanor unchanged. He simply advanced towards Qiao Bo without hesitation. Qiao Bo, confident in his innate cultivation, initially dismissed the youth before him. However, he would soon learn the folly of his misplaced confidence. In full view of the crowd, Jiang Yin offered a faint smile and, without a moment's hesitation, clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful blow. Whoosh! The speed of this punch was astonishing, exceeding all expectations. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yin unleashed a powerful punch that struck his opponent squarely in the abdomen. Bolstered by the combined might of the Zhangyan body and the Great Sun refining body technique, his formidable physical strength erupted, leaving Qiao Bo, an innate martial artist, reeling in pain. Veins bulged on his forehead as he felt a tumult in his stomach, unable to suppress a cry of agony as he expelled a mouthful of bitter liquid. Swiftly, he released Jiang Honyang from his grasp, clasping his abdomen tightly with both hands. The excruciating pain forced him to bend over, unable to stand upright. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Qiao Bo raised his head slightly, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yin. "You little brat." Before he could finish his words, Jiang Yin abruptly drew his sword from its sheath and struck Qiao Bo's back, causing him to collapse to the ground in a most humiliating fashion. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Jiang Yin coldly regarded Qiao Bo, now sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. He lifted his right foot, placing it upon Qiao Bo's head. applying just enough pressure for the unfortunate man's face to engage in an intimate encounter with the earth. Jiang Yin shook his head, scoffing, "With your kind. Do you think you can rampage through the Jiang family?" This statement left the Jiang clan members momentarily bewildered. What did he mean by rampaging through the Jiang family? Was there even a figure of his stature among them? In that instant, while confusion flooded their minds, no one dared to utter a word. After all, given Jiang Yan's displayed prowess, the Jiang family had no choice but to rely on his strength to navigate through this crisis. As Qiao Bo lay defeated, the three disciples of the Black Tiger sect were visibly shaken, their desire to confront him dissipating entirely. If even the senior brother Qiao, who had attained the innate realm, was no match for this youth, how could they, with their mere postnatally cultivated skills, possibly hope for victory? The silence that enveloped the scene was palpable, a heavy stillness that lingered until a moment passed. One disciple, closest to Qiao Bo, stepped forward, gazing at Jiang Yin and clasping his hands in respect. "Your cultivation is profound. Today we underestimated you. If you could release senior brother Qiao, we shall take our leave without further delay. Our backing is the Black Tiger sect. I urge you to consider the consequences of your actions and refrain from rashness." Seeing the situation unfold, Jiang Yin, uninterested in further discourse, swiftly drew the exquisite earth-grade sword concealed in his scabbard. The blade glimmered as its tip pierced Qiao Bo's brow. Before anyone could react, Jiang Yin retracted the sword with equal swiftness, sheathing it once more. He then casually kicked Qiao Bo's lifeless body towards the three Black Tiger sect disciples. At this moment, Jiang Yin's voice resonated. "Since you desire this fellow, I shall return him to you." The three disciples of the Black Tiger sect paid no heed to Jiang Yin's words. Their entire focus fixated on the lifeless form of Qiao Bo before them, gazing upon the grotesque wound at the center of the opponent's brow, from which blood gushed forth profusely. Their faces instantly drained of color, turning an ashen hue. A wave of intense terror surged deep within their souls, causing their legs to weaken and inadvertently collapse onto the ground. In their daily lives, they had merely relied on the reputation of their senior brother to gain some advantage. Never had they witnessed such a harrowing spectacle before them. As the three of them completely shed their earlier arrogance, they transformed into quivering figures. On Jiang Yan's face, there was not a trace of compassion. "Those who dare to cause trouble in my Jiang family shall not return." Upon hearing these words, the three instinctively sensed the impending doom and abruptly raised their heads, reflexively attempting to plead for mercy. However, all that awaited them was a dazzling beam of sword light. With a swift stroke, their throats were sealed. Simultaneously, a crimson line appeared around each of their necks, and they perished in unison. When Jiang Yin sheathed his sword, the onlookers from the Jiang family were left utterly dumbfounded. They could not have anticipated that this young man would act with such resoluteness, seemingly disregarding the Black Tiger sect entirely. At this moment, although Jiang Hanyang felt an acute sense of tension, the thought of their savior quickly allowed him to compose himself. He turned to Jiang Yin and expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed sir. However, may I be so bold as to ask why you repeatedly refer to yourself as one of my Jiang family?" In response to the members of the branch family, Jiang Yin immediately donned a warm smile. "I am Jiang Yin, a member of the Kangwu Jiang family. How could I not be counted among you?" Jiang Hongong was momentarily taken aback. Then joy illuminated his features. "Could you be from another branch of the family?" The name Kangwu Jiang family was one he had never encountered before. Could it be a newly established branch that had recently separated from the main family? As this thought crossed his mind, a multitude of additional questions surged within Jiang Hongyang. Jiang Yin, despite his youth, had defeated Qiao Bo in a single stroke, undeniably showcasing strength at the innate stage. Yet, how could a newly separated branch possess such a prodigious talent? Had the main family made no effort to retain him? Chapter 64. The Yellow Springs Devil Art, Jiang Han's Fury. The numerous uncertainties left Jiang Hanyang, the head of the branch family, perplexed, unable to fathom the intricacies of the situation. Noticing the confusion etched upon the other's face, Jiang Yin chose to be forthright, promptly divulging the details of his background and the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing that the main family had relocated from Wudon City to Kangwu Mountain and that the patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan, wished to summon them back, all the Jiang family members were struck with overwhelming astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. After all, from Jiang Yan's words, they had gleaned the terrifying power wielded by the current Kangwu Jiang family. The Purple Mansion realm? Mere trifles that could be effortlessly extinguished before their patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan. Even formidable practitioners at the Yuan-Hai realm could not withstand a single strike from the patriarch, facing only bitter defeat. Thus, upon learning that the patriarch intended to summon them back to settle in Kangwu Mountain, their first thought was whether they were still ensnared in a beautiful dream, yet to awaken. It was no wonder they would think this way. In a mere moment, they found themselves facing the ominous threat of the Black Tiger sect from the Zifu forces, only to be informed shortly thereafter that they were under the formidable protection of the patriarch, a transcendent expert in the Yuan-Hai realm, capable of safeguarding all. Such a surreal turn of events left them struggling to embrace this reality wholeheartedly at first. However, after receiving repeated affirmations from Jiang Yan, they gradually accepted this astonishing and exhilarating truth. Although the reality was undeniable, it was still difficult to fathom that one day they could return to their ancestral home, under the aegis of the esteemed patriarch. Who could have anticipated that after centuries, the Jiang Clan would produce such an extraordinary individual? It is worth noting that this individual is a master of the Yuan-Hai realm. Even their ancestral forebear had only attained the Zifu realm. Amidst the tumultuous trials faced by the family, one had closed himself off for 6 years in the perfect innate realm, breaking through both the Zifu and Yuan-Hai realms, mastering the essence of swordsmanship and gaining prominence in the sword sect. Such remarkable feats have undeniably surpassed those of their ancestors, achieving an unprecedented status. I find myself eagerly anticipating a journey to Kangwu Mountain. Once under the patriarch's protection, I will be keen to see who dares to oppress us. The members of the Jiang family present had been stifled by reality for far too long. Yet, upon learning of the patriarch and his illustrious exploits, their long-buried frustrations erupted, leaving them enlightened and invigorated. Observing the jubilant crowd, Jiang Yin pointed to the lifeless body of Chaobo nearby and turned to Jiang Hongyang, inquiring, "Pray tell, what is the story behind this?" Noting the curiosity of this prodigious talent, Jiang Hongyang sighed softly and began, "This incident stems from a recent outing by Wanru and Honor, during which they inadvertently encountered Chaobo." As Jiang Hongyang recounted the events, Jiang Yin gradually comprehended the situation. Then, considering Gao Wanru and Jiang Han's current stay with the Gao family, his gaze flickered, and he softly declared, "The patriarch has instructed us to bring every member of our branch back to Kangwu Mountain without exception. Therefore, let us designate someone to guide us in visiting the Gao family to retrieve the mother and son duo." Being of the Jiang lineage yet residing with outsiders is fundamentally incongruous. They must accompany us to Kangwu Mountain. Jiang Hongyang nodded in understanding. Aware of the gravity of the matter, he promptly ordered the clan members to prepare their belongings, and then set off with Jiang Yin towards the Gao family. Soon after, at the Gao family estate, a group of young descendants, under the guidance of an elder, gathered in the courtyard practicing their martial arts. All of this was observed through a pair of brown eyes belonging to a slender black-haired youth clad in coarse linen garments. As he watched the movements of the practitioners, a glimmer of understanding flickered in his gaze. Just as he was engrossed in his clandestine study, a well-dressed member of the Gao family passed by. Sensing the commotion, the youth quickly snapped out of his reverie, lowered his head, and diligently resumed sweeping the scattered yellow leaves from the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, a member of the Gao family, who was halfway through his departure, casually mocked, "Oh dear, is this not the reluctant young master Jiang Han of the Jiang family, who refuses to adopt our Gao surname? How has he fallen into such disarray?" The derisive laughter echoed, yet Jiang Han remained entirely unfazed, for he had grown accustomed to such derision. Ever since relocating with his mother, Gao Wanru, to this exceedingly insular Gao family, he had been instantly ostracized by all the Gao members for refusing to heed the elder's suggestion to change his name to Gao Han. This isolation was particularly exacerbated following the recent, untimely demise of his beloved mother, who had raised him. Her passing, a consequence of exhaustion and illness, left Jiang Han's situation within the Gao household increasingly precarious. He found himself reduced to performing menial tasks typically reserved for servants, merely to earn sustenance and subsist. However, this dismal state of affairs was destined to change. Jiang Han clenched his fists, feeling the surge of vitality within him. He had evidently attained the foundational realm of cultivation. It is worth noting that prior to this, his poor innate constitution had hindered his progress, causing him to lag significantly behind others. After several years of arduous training, he had only managed to reach the 9th level of the blood condensation realm. Yet, everything transformed dramatically 3 nights ago. Jiang Han gently closed his eyes, and a vision of a resplendent treasure map, radiating a golden hue, materialized in his mind. This artifact, fortuitously acquired that fateful night, was known as the Yellow Springs Demon Map. From the insights gleaned from the Yellow Springs Demon Map, Jiang Han learned that it was a legacy treasure left by the ancient emperor of the Yellow Springs, endowed with myriad powers waiting to be uncovered. In the intervening days, he had harnessed his exceptional comprehension to master a formidable technique known as the Yellow Springs Demon Art from the map. By deploying this art, he could absorb the essence and spirit of others, using it to nourish himself and elevate his cultivation level. However, each absorption necessitated a period of digestion before he could proceed to the next. It was through this method that he had resolved his inherent deficiencies, enabling a rapid and unexpected breakthrough. Once I have elevated my cultivation, I shall undoubtedly depart from this wretched place. Reflecting on the tribulations he had endured, Jiang Han's expression hardened, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of Chao Bo, a true disciple of the Black Tiger sect, how might he have been compelled to leave the Jiang family with his mother and seek refuge with the Gao family? How could his mother have met such a tragic fate? All of this was Chao Bo's fault. No, it was the entire Black Tiger sect's transgression. Had it not been for the protection and indulgence of the Black Tiger sect, how could Chao Bo act with such impunity? Since no one dares to offend you, exterminating your malignant sect, I vow that once my power is fully realized, I shall personally ascend the mountain and obliterate your cursed sect, leaving no trace behind. As Chapter 65 unfolds, an air of suspicion surrounds old Zhou. Is the Jiang family truly of imperial lineage? Just as Jiang Han's murderous intent surged within him, a young scion of the Gao family was scanning the vicinity, looking around with keen interest. Upon spotting Jiang Han, his eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached, saying, "Jiang Han, a member of the Jiang family has arrived. They are currently in the council hall, and the family head has asked me to summon you." Jiang Han, momentarily taken aback from his thoughts, was puzzled. Why would his family send someone at this time? Could something significant have occurred? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he abruptly dropped the broom and rushed toward the council hall. Shortly thereafter, when Jiang Han arrived, he found a considerable gathering of people in the council hall. A glance revealed that at the head of the assembly sat Gao Mingshi, the patriarch of the Gao family. Beside him were Jiang Hongyang, the head of the Jiang family, and a black-haired youth who appeared to be only slightly older than Jiang Han. Who might this individual be? Jiang Han's curiosity was piqued. At that moment, noticing Jiang Han's gaze, Jiang Yin slightly raised his head and instinctively scrutinized him. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, he gradually averted his eyes. However, just then, Elder Zhou's voice resonated. "Young master, your cousin is quite extraordinary." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" A hint of surprise flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes as he inquired internally. "From my observations, your cousin's strength has already reached the 9th level of the bone refinement stage." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin was instantly filled with immense curiosity. According to Jiang Hongyang, the head of the branch family, Jiang Han's innate bone quality was extremely poor, resulting in a sluggish cultivation speed, leading to efforts yielding minimal results. Even with the resources left by Jiang Daoxuan, after several years of training, he had only reached the 9th level of the blood condensation stage. Yet, how long had the young man been residing with the Gao family? His cultivation level had surged explosively, silently and remarkably breaking through an entire major realm to reach the 9th level of the bone refinement stage. Such a terrifying rate of advancement surpassed even his past self and Shinge. Was it possible that his cousin was not as inadequate as rumored, but rather a hidden genius of cultivation? With this thought, Jiang Yan's interest in Jiang Han significantly intensified. Meanwhile, Elder Zhou also felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the changes in Jiang Han and instinctively extended his perception to ascertain the situation. As the powerful perception of the human tier delved deeper, the relaxed expression on Elder Zhou's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of solemnity. This young man seems somewhat peculiar. Within Elder Zhou's perception, Jiang Han's innate bone quality was indeed abysmal. Unless something unforeseen occurred, he would likely remain stagnant at the acquired realm throughout his life, with no possibility of breaking into the innate realm. Yet, relying on such poor bone quality, he had consecutively broken through in this short span, ascending from the 9th level of blood condensation to the 9th level of bone refinement. Such a significant leap in power was utterly unfathomable and defied logic. Just as Elder Zhou was engulfed in perplexity, a terrifyingly potent aura erupted from deep within Jiang Han's being. This aura, Elder Zhou's pupils constricted, his expression transforming dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. Without any hesitation, he quickly withdrew his perception, skillfully curling up in the corner of his ring. In that moment, he was seized by a profound terror as he realized that the formidable aura emanating from the individual before him was no less potent than that of Jiang Chun in the past. It was evident that Jiang Han, like Jiang Chun, was equally a person of great fortune, endowed with the grandeur of a being beyond the realm of saints. Had it not been for Jiang Han's currently feeble cultivation, which rendered his anomalies conspicuous, Elder Zhou would have found it truly challenging to discern the discrepancies in his presence. A bitter expression crossed Elder Zhou's face, and his heart was filled with melancholy. When one considers the Jiang clan's patriarch, along with the young master and Jiang Chun, and now adds Jiang Han to the mix, it is truly bewildering that such a small family has consecutively birthed four extraordinary individuals, each possessing an unparalleled destiny. Could it be that the bloodline of the Jiang family harbors some unknown mystical qualities? Lost in thought, Elder Zhou began to entertain doubts about whether the true origins of the Jiang family were those of an ancient imperial lineage that had gradually faded into obscurity over countless ages. Meanwhile, on the other side, feeling the weight of Jiang Yan's gaze fixed upon him, Jiang Han couldn't help but furrow his brow. Subsequently, upon witnessing the profound smile adorning Jiang Yan's face, he felt an abrupt stiffness seize his entire being, as if his heartbeat had slowed by a beat. A seemingly absurd thought began to silently surface in his mind. Could this individual have discerned my cultivation level? Jiang Han's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with uncertainty. However, at that moment, the voice of Gao Mingshi, the head of the Gao family, suddenly resonated. In the past, you harbored apprehensions regarding the might of the Black Tiger sect, which led you to bring the boy Jiang Han back to our Gao family with Wan Rou. Out of consideration for our past relations, I did not refuse, willingly taking the risk of offending the Black Tiger sect to shelter the two of them. Yet now, with Wan Rou deceased, you seek to reclaim Jiang Han. What accountability can you offer the Gao family? Jiang Hongyang, aware of his own shortcomings, hastily sought to clarify. This situation is a result of our unavoidable circumstances. After all, the Black Tiger sect wields considerable power, as you are well aware of the Jiang family's capabilities. Should we provoke the Black Tiger sect, we would be utterly incapable of resisting, leaving us with no choice but this desperate measure. I implore you to understand. Esteemed head of the Gao family. However, this time, we must take Hana back because our family patriarch has decreed that all of us must go to Kangwu Mountain, formally returning to the main family. Thus, Jiang Han must be taken with us. Upon hearing Jiang Hongyang's assertive tone, Gao Mingshi's expression soured, and instinctively, he wished to voice his objections. However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly recalled something, swallowing back the retort he had prepared. Kangwu Mountain? That name seemed vaguely familiar. Furrowing his brows, Gao Mingshi began to reflect. With his exceptional memory, he quickly recalled a piece of news he had come across recently. Due to the Gao family's extensive trading operations with surrounding cities, their commercial caravan had brought back tidings regarding the formidable rise of the Jiang family in Kangwu. This information, having passed through countless mouths, was inevitably incomplete and fragmented. Thus, Gao Mingshi was only aware of the name of the Kangwu Jiang family, yet remained oblivious to their connection with Wudong City. However, if Jiang Hongyang's assertions were indeed true, then the Jiang family residing in Kangwu Mountain must surely be the famed Kangwu Jiang family, as rumored. Subsequently, in order to validate this conjecture, Gao Mingshi suppressed the tumult within his heart and turned to Jiang Hongyang, inquiring, Kangwu Mountain? I recall that your clan was originally situated within Wudong City. Is that not so? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hongyang promptly clarified, in the past, our clan indeed resided in Wudong City. However, not long ago, our esteemed patriarch decreed the relocation of our clan to Kangwu Mountain for settlement. Thus, Kangwu Mountain has now become our new sanctuary. Chapter 66. The flattery of the Gao family and Jiang Han's self-mockery. Gao Mingshi's gaze flickered, and he cautiously inquired, is your current patriarch named Jiang Daoxuan? Jiang Hongyang, oblivious to the subtle shift in the atmosphere, merely nodded and replied, indeed. Upon the utterance of these unremarkable words, the surrounding members of the Gao family remained unchanged in expression, failing to detect any abnormalities. Yet, those who had participated in the family trade caravans or had gleaned information about the Kangwu Jiang family from the caravan simultaneously felt as though thunder had struck above them, deafening in its intensity. How could this be possible? The Jiang family within our city is actually connected to the Kangwu Jiang family? Ah, the Jiang family is truly blessed. Just recently, there were concerns regarding the Black Tiger sect, and now they have ascended to unprecedented heights, directly linking themselves to the Kangwu Jiang family. Such fortune is indeed enviable. That young lad, Jiang Han, has somehow seized the opportunity to align with the esteemed Jiang Jianzong, a stroke of luck that must have consumed a decade's worth of good fortune to attain. To address him so casually is quite inappropriate. Brother Han possesses half the bloodline of our Gao family and is slightly older than us. Henceforth, we must regard him as an elder brother. The crowd was engulfed in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Gao Mingshi's pupils contracted, a wave of elation surging silently within him. Initially, he viewed the Jiang family with disdain, considering their decline and the enmity with the Black Tiger sect. Little did he anticipate that they would bestow upon him such a delightful surprise at this moment. It is well known that they are a dominant family, fortified by powerful cultivators like Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Jianzong. Even if their own esteemed ancestor from the Purple Mansion realm were to personally venture to Kangwu Mountain to visit the Jiang family, it might not guarantee a meeting, let alone the opportunity to forge connections. Yet now, through Jiang Han, who possesses the bloodlines of both the Jiang and Gao families, there lies the potential for the Gao family to ascend alongside him, ultimately establishing ties with the Kangwu Jiang family. Once they forge this connection, there exists a chance to acquire extraordinary fortunes, ushering in an unprecedented glory for the family. Contemplating this, Gao Mingshi felt his heart ignite with fervor, and a joyful expression involuntarily began to adorn his face. He then turned to Jiang Han and gently remarked, "Honor, the journey ahead is long. Do take care of your health. Here, I have a bottle of qi-inducing pills for you. Please accept them. Once you reach Kangwu Mountain, do remember to return and visit us often, for the blood of the Gao family flows within you. We are all family." As he spoke, Gao Mingshi presented a vial of elixir to Jiang Han. At this moment, Jiang Han found himself utterly bewildered by the scene before him, instinctively accepting the elixir that was handed to him. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, a cacophony of voices erupted around him. "Ah, Hana, do you not recall when you were but a year old, climbing onto my shoulders and tugging at my long beard for amusement? Brother Han, in the past, we were foolish and reckless. We beseech your magnanimity not to hold our past indiscretions against us. Brother Han, let us not forget our bonds in times of prosperity." Faced with the dramatic shift in the crowd's demeanor, Jiang Han was initially taken aback. However, recalling his previous experiences, he quickly regained his composure. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he soon discerned the source of this sudden change. Was it the Kangwu Jiang clan? Could it be due to the influence of the main family? A deep sense of perplexity enveloped Jiang Han. It was rumored that at the height of its glory, the main family boasted only a single Purple Mansion realm cultivator. How could this compel the esteemed Gao family, with its formidable Purple Mansion ancestors, to adopt such a subservient stance? The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, so he decided to abandon his musings and looked up at Jiang Hongyang, whispering, "Grandfather, what do you think of the Black Tiger sect?" The Black Tiger sect, a powerful entity with several Purple Mansion realm cultivators in its ranks, posed a significant threat. Aside from the esteemed ancestor of the main family, no one else had reached such a formidable realm. Thus, he could not help but feel anxious. If the Black Tiger sect were to unleash their wrath, would it not bring calamity upon the main family as well? Before Jiang Hongyang could respond to Jiang Han's inquiry, Jiang Yan, who had remained silent until now, interjected with an air of indifference. "There is no need to concern ourselves with the Black Tiger sect. Should they dare to provoke us, haha, with the patriarch present, not even a mere Black Tiger sect, but even 10 of them combined, would meet with annihilation." At these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. The confidence and disdain woven into Jiang Yan's tone left everyone profoundly moved, their hearts resonating with his conviction. Jiang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. At this juncture, he finally grasped why the Gao family had chosen to lower their stance and adopt a conciliatory tone towards him. It was because behind him stood a patriarch of astonishing strength from the main family. At that moment, inspired by Jiang Yan's words, Gao Ming took notice, his eyes sparkling with realization. He turned to Jiang Yan and quietly inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" Jiang Yan casually glanced over and replied, "Kangwu Jiang Clan." Jiang Yan. Gao Ming's eyes lit up, and he silently acknowledged the truth of this revelation. Recognizing that the Kangwu Jiang Clan was a formidable ally, he resolved to forge a connection with them without delay. However, Jiang Yan showed no interest in continuing the conversation with him and simply redirected his attention to Jiang Han. "I must return to Kangwu Mountain promptly to report to the patriarch. If you have no other matters to attend to, let us depart together." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's heart soared with joy. Other matters? Now that I have the opportunity to leave, I shall not linger in this wretched place for even a moment longer. Upon reflection, he did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately clasping his hands together and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Ever since I arrived at the Gao family, I have grown accustomed to a life of leisure. What other matters could there possibly be? Cousin, let us depart." Oh, sensing the evident dissatisfaction in the other's tone, Jiang Yin began to grasp the situation. It appeared that his cousin harbored some lingering discord with the Gao family. At that moment, Gao Mingshi's forehead was subtly adorned with several prominent veins. He never anticipated that Jiang Han would choose this critical moment to play tricks on him. Fortunately, Jiang Yin had no interest in the feud between their families. He merely shook his head and promptly turned to leave. Observing this, Jiang Hongong and Jiang Han immediately followed suit. Before long, the trio returned to the Jiang family's residence. As they beheld that all members of the Jiang family had already packed their belongings and were ready to depart, Jiang Yin wasted no words and promptly signaled for everyone to set off towards Kangwu Mountain. Chapter 67. The arrival of the Lord of the Falling Maple sect in Jiang Daoxuan's orders the following day at noon. A figure streaked across the sky and swiftly descended at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, clad in black, with bronze skin and rugged features that commanded respect. This individual was none other than Hulong, the Lord of the Falling Maple sect. Logically, he should have arrived at Kangwu Mountain several days prior. However, in an effort to cultivate a favorable relationship with Jiang Daoxuan, he spent considerable time gathering precious items to present as gifts, hoping to convey his esteem and sincerity to forge a bond of friendship. So this is Kangwu Mountain. It appears to be significantly more splendid than the rumors suggested. Hulong surveyed his surroundings, chuckling softly. He then turned his gaze to the stone steps before him. To avoid inciting hostility from the Jiang family, he refrained from utilizing his elemental power to soar through the air and instead stepped forward, treading upon the stone steps, ascending one by one. With his superior cultivation at the Yuanhai realm, he reached the top of the steps and arrived at the entrance of the Jiang family in mere moments. Noticing someone approaching, the Jiang family disciples stationed at the gate promptly stated, "The family head has decreed that for the time being, our Jiang family will not receive any visitors. We kindly ask you to return." Hulong's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "I am Hulong, the Lord of the Falling Maple sect, here to pay a visit to your family head." With that, he casually waved his hand, instantly retrieving a small cloth pouch from his spatial realm and tossing it before the guarding disciple. "A token of my regard. Please be so kind as to deliver it to Jiang Jinzhou." Witnessing this, the guarding disciple instinctively furrowed his brow. Thanks to Jiang Daoxuan's generosity, every month, all members of the Jiang family received a substantial resource allowance, which included numerous spirit stones and qi-enhancing pills among other cultivation resources. Although it could not be deemed exceedingly affluent, it sufficed to cover the daily cultivation expenses for the month. Thus, he felt no inclination towards Hulong's bribe. Just as he intended to decline, the image of the other party proclaiming himself as the Lord of the Falling Maple sect flashed through his mind. The guarding disciple's gaze shifted slightly. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly surged within him, as if he had heard the name of this sect somewhere before. The Falling Maple sect. Wasn't he that the very sect that had crippled Brother Chun's cultivation? The disciples of Shoshan finally recalled. Back when Jiangchen was still at Qianshan's sect, he had indeed been ambushed by members of the Falling Maple sect, which resulted in his cultivation being ruined and his expulsion from the sect. A cold smile crept across the Shoshan disciple's face. Even before the Jiang family sought trouble with the Falling Maple sect, their leader had already recklessly delivered himself to his own demise. With this thought in mind, the disciple promptly swallowed the words of refusal he had prepared and bent down to pick up the small cloth pouch from the ground, tucking it into his pocket. Since he was already intending to report the visit of the Falling Maple sect's leader to the clan elder, he might as well take advantage of this unexpected resource. He then turned to Hulong and cupped his hands respectfully, saying, "Please wait a moment, Sect Master Hu, while I inform the clan elder." As anticipated, Hulong accepted the small token of goodwill, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Thank you." After the Shoshan disciple departed towards the clan's residence, Hulong watched his retreating figure with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, money can move mountains, as long as one offers a sufficient price. Nothing is unachievable. Not long after, within the clan's grand hall, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed as he patiently listened to the report from the Shoshan disciple beside him. Once the report concluded, Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes. The Falling Maple sect? He had been too preoccupied with his own cultivation to seek out trouble with them. Yet today, their leader had come knocking at his door. Perhaps this was fortuitous. The old debts would eventually need settling, thus alleviating the need for him to seek them out. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Daoxuan turned to the Shoshan disciple and softly instructed, "Go relay my orders to Elder Gu," instructing him to capture the leader of the Falling Maple sect and bring him here to see me. Given that he now had Gu Xingjian as his enforcer, he was unwilling to waste effort or time fighting against such a minor figure as the Falling Maple sect's leader. It was a task better suited for Gu Xingjian. Understood. The Shoshan disciple responded respectfully, bowing once more before carefully exiting the grand hall. With no one around, silence reclaimed the space. Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes again, resuming his cultivation. For him at present, despite the cumulative benefits from his entire clan, his own excessively high cultivation level, coupled with the fact that his clan members had yet to mature, rendered the overall contribution somewhat meager. Thus, in light of such a significant disparity in the early stages, the swiftest path to strengthening himself lay in his own cultivation. Possessing the innate holy body and Tao constitution, he could break through as effortlessly as drinking water, facing no bottlenecks whatsoever. With just a bit of accumulation, breakthroughs would occur naturally, especially with the permanent enhancement effects that continuously increased without limit from his entire clan. Self-cultivation, when perfectly harmonized with the collective strength of one's clan, can indeed elevate one's training speed to its utmost limit. On another front, as the disciples of the Mountain Guard arrived at the training grounds and navigated through the crowd to stand before Gu Xingjian, they conveyed Jiang Daoxuan's command. Gu Xingjian, with his left hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, emanated an astonishing sword intent from his piercing eagle-like eyes. Finally, the clan leader has allowed me to engage in some earnest endeavors. If I do not stretch my muscles soon, I fear I shall rust away completely. A smile crept across Gu Xingjian's lips. In recent days, as Jiang Daoxuan had been largely occupied in seclusion, Gu Xingjian had scoured the entirety of Kangwu Mountain, yet found no suitable opponent. This resulted in his daily routine being reduced to solitary sword practice and instructing numerous members of the Jiang family in sword techniques. Such a monotonous and tedious existence had persisted for several days, leaving him utterly bored. It was this very reason that upon hearing the clan leader's command for him to take action, he felt a surge of excitement and fervor. As for the renowned name of Hulong, the master of the Falling Maple sect, he was not unfamiliar with it. Yet, a character who could not even best Kotong Wang would have previously been deemed unworthy of his blade. However, in the midst of this exceedingly dull life, Hulong, as a Yuanhai cultivator, could at least serve as a makeshift opponent to test his newly acquired Guiyuan sword technique. In Gu Xingjian's eyes, that was the extent of the other's purpose. Chapter 68. I serve the Jiang family. Do you intend to use the clan leader's name to pressure me? Soon after, at the gates of the Jiang family on Kangwu Mountain, Hulong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing around with an air of patience as he awaited the return of the Mountain Guard disciples. However, before he could see them return, he was met instead by a formidable and terrifying sword intent approaching from a distance. Could it be that Jiang Daoxuan himself has come? Hulong's expression shifted abruptly, and his demeanor grew grave. As he understood, within Kangwu Mountain, there was only one individual capable of emanating such a soaring sword intent, the illustrious Jiang Jianzu. With this thought in mind, he immediately turned his gaze towards the source of the sword intent. The scene before him revealed a man clad in black, with a black sword at his waist and an empty right sleeve, striding towards him. The oppressive and fearsome sword intent was indeed emanating from this individual. Hulong's gaze sharpened, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not heard that Jiang Daoxuan had lost an arm. Filled with curiosity, he scrutinized the man's appearance more closely. As he did so, a sudden wave of familiarity washed over him. With such a powerful sword intent and these distinctive features, could this person not be Jiang Daoxuan, but rather Gu Jinzu? Hulong raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the other's intentions. As the distance between them diminished, he cautiously and tentatively inquired, "Are you the illustrious Gu Jinzu?" Gu Xingjian shot him a cold glance, offering no further words, merely nodding in affirmation. Hulong's face initially displayed an expression of realization, and he swiftly bowed, respectfully articulating, "Indeed, it is the esteemed Gu Jianzong before me. Over the years, I have often heard of your remarkable deeds, which have long captivated my imagination. Regrettably, I have yet to encounter you in person, hence the lingering sense of regret. I never anticipated that fate would conspire to bring us together today, thus alleviating my long-held disappointment. Were it not for prior engagements, I would certainly host a banquet in your honor, inviting you to share a few cups of fine wine. As Hu Long endeavored to cultivate a rapport, he discreetly observed Gu Xingjian's demeanor. Although he was somewhat taken aback by the latter's presence in this location, it was not entirely perplexing. After all, Gu Xingjian's obsession with swords was notorious throughout the region. One could easily surmise the profound battle intent that would arise within Gu Jianzong upon hearing of Jiang Jianzong's illustrious reputation. Thus, it was only natural for him to visit the Kanwu Jiang family. At this juncture, in response to Hu Long's flattery, Gu Xingjian merely shook his head. He showed no interest in the pleasantries exchanged, instead placing his left hand upon the hilt of his sword, fingers tightening around it as he slowly drew forth the blade, revealing its glinting, razor-sharp edge. Let us dispense with this idle chatter. I grant you the opportunity to strike first. Draw your sword. Upon hearing this, Hu Long's expression froze in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that what was meant to be a simple meeting had turned into a challenge. This was unexpected. Was it not said that Gu Jianzong only drew his sword against those he deemed worthy adversaries? Hu Long was acutely aware of his own limitations. Even the formidable Ko Tongguang was no match for Gu Xingjian, let alone someone like himself, who had yet to grasp the essence of sword intent. Realizing this, panic overtook Hu Long, and he hastily waved his hands. Your strength is formidable. I know I am not your match, and thus I shall not disgrace myself by stepping forward. Perhaps we should forego this duel? Gu Xingjian remained unfazed, holding his sword aloft. Its razor-sharp tip pointed directly at Hu Long. If you do not make your move, it shall soon be my turn to strike. With that declaration, waves of potent sword intent emanated from him, saturating the surroundings with an intense sharpness. Hu Long felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, nervously swallowing hard. At this moment, sensing the chilling aura radiating from Gu Xingjian's sword, he had no doubt that should he fail to act, the latter would not hesitate to thrust his blade forward. Awakening to this realization, Hu Long quickly steeled himself and retrieved his sword from the depths of his spatial pouch. In an instant, he lunged forward, channeling his energy into the blade, aiming a decisive strike towards Gu Xingjian's chest. Observing this, Gu Xingjian wore a look of disdain, standing upright without budging an inch. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly deflected Hu Long's sword, sending it flying. Following this, he struck Hu Long's face with the flat of his blade, causing him to stagger, wincing from the impact. With his sword now resting behind his back, Gu Xingjian scoffed. Weak, far too weak. With swordsmanship such as yours, you are not even worthy of compelling me to employ my new techniques. In but a fleeting moment, he had discerned the true nature of Hu Long. Although the latter possessed a cultivation level of the third stage of the Yuan-Si realm, he had not grasped the essence of sword intent, and his fundamental skills were remarkably shallow, rendering his combat prowess considerably weaker than initially anticipated. In essence, this master of the falling maple sect appeared to be nothing more than a hollow figure, artificially bolstered by resources. At this moment, as Gu Xingjian's mocking words echoed, Hu Long clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead throbbing with fury. His heart burned with indignation, just as he attempted to concoct excuses for his failure. Gu Xingjian afforded him no opportunity. With a swift motion, he drove his sword into the ground and, like a flash of lightning, appeared before Hu Long. Unleashing a flurry of punches, faced with the overwhelming assault from Gu Xingjian, a ninth-stage practitioner of the Yuan-Si realm, Hu Long found himself utterly defenseless. After enduring several dozen merciless blows, his body lay battered and broken upon the ground, rendered immobile. Witnessing this unprovoked beating, Hu Long was filled with profound rage and despair. With great difficulty, he raised his head to meet Gu Xingjian's gaze, exclaiming, "Gu Jian's sect, I believe I have never wronged you in the past. Why then do you take advantage of your cultivation to bully me today? Do not forget, this is not the outside world, but rather Kangwu Mountain. I come as a guest of the Jiang family, and your reckless actions, disregarding the face of the Jiang sword sect, could tarnish their reputation and deter future visitors." Hu Long understood that should the assault continue, he would likely meet his demise that very day. To safeguard his life, he invoked the name of the Jiang family, hoping to instill a sense of caution in Gu Xingjian, urging him to relent. Yet, while his thoughts were noble, reality proved to be harsh. In an abrupt motion, Gu Xingjian extended his left hand, gripping the collar of Hu Long's garment and effortlessly lifting his wounded form into the air, just as Hu Long stood in stunned silence. A voice, tinged with amusement, rang in his ear. "Oh, I am now a vassal of the Jiang family. Do you truly wish to invoke the name of the esteemed patriarch against me? Chapter 69. Hulong's shock and the enigmatic nature of Kangwu Mountain at these words. Hulong's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, his heart filled with dread and disbelief. What kind of joke was this? The formidable Gu Xingjian was a vassal of the Jiang family? When had this transpired? How infuriating! Such a significant piece of information had not been mentioned in the intelligence reports. Amidst his astonishment, a chilling realization struck Hulong. If Gu Xingjian was indeed a vassal of the Jiang family, then his sudden attack at the mountain gate must have been sanctioned by Jiang Daoxuan. The mere thought sent a wave of terror surging through him, a cold shiver racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Had he truly not wronged the Jiang family? Why was he subjected to such treatment from the Jiang sword sect? The fright left Hulong in a state of near fainting. Observing Hulong's pitiable demeanor, Gu Xingjian shook his head, internally lamenting the man's lack of fortitude. Immediately thereafter, in a bid to return to the ancestral hall and report to Jiang Daoxuan, he ceased to linger. With a sudden surge of strength in his left hand, he grasped the collar of Hulong's attire and swiftly made his way towards the Jiang family's stronghold. After traversing over 100 paces, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air surged dramatically, creating a stark contrast with the realm before the mountain gate. Realizing the astonishing transformation in the density of spiritual energy surrounding him, Hulong was rendered momentarily speechless. The spiritual essence of Kangwu Mountain was nothing short of terrifying. To his astonishment, he discovered that the richness of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of his own sect. The disparity was likely several dozen, if not hundreds of times greater, existing on an entirely different scale. This was merely his conservative estimate. The actual difference was undoubtedly even more pronounced. Just as Hulong was lost in the shock induced by the spiritual energy of this place, an unforeseen calamity struck. An invisible, intangible force of terror suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping his being. Before he could comprehend the origin of this power, he was horrified to find his cultivation level plummeting. It fell at an alarming rate, first from the third layer of the Yuanhai realm to the second layer, then to the first layer. Moments later, Hulong, in utter disbelief, realized that his cultivation had dropped to the third layer of the Purple Mansion realm. He had descended an entire major realm. However, the sole silver lining was that this decline in cultivation was not permanent. It was merely a temporary state of forced suppression by an external force. Meanwhile, Gu Xingjian keenly sensed the significant changes occurring within Hulong. Witnessing the gradual weakening of Hulong's aura until it ultimately diminished to the third layer of the Purple Mansion realm, he was taken aback. What on earth had transpired? Gu Xingjian pondered internally. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such an enigmatic spectacle. He could not fathom what could cause a Yuanhai realm cultivator to silently and swiftly plummet by an entire major realm within such a short span of time. Could this phenomenon be connected to the patriarch? At that moment, Gu Xingjian recalled the patriarch, whose presence was shrouded in boundless mystery. Such an unfathomable technique, if orchestrated by human hands, could likely only be the work of the patriarch. With a heart full of intrigue, Gu Xingjian suppressed his curiosity and resumed his pace, escorting Hulong into the Jiang family stronghold. As they progressed, the sight of Gu Xingjian single-handedly carrying Hulong stirred a tremendous commotion among the surrounding crowd. Many Jiang family disciples, who were previously engaged in swordplay and martial practice, ceased their activities to witness the unfolding spectacle. Look quickly. Who is this person in Gu's grasp? Such an unfamiliar face. Why has Gu captured him? Is he an intruder attempting to breach our Jiang family mountain gate? The crowd gathered, engaging in fervent discussion and speculation. Just as the chatter reached a fervent pitch, the disciple who had previously delivered the news turned towards the crowd, grinning broadly. Ha ha ha, you all are unaware, aren't you? This individual is named Hulong, the leader of the Falling Maple sect. Falling Maple sect? Wait, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Of course it sounds familiar. Not long ago, Brother Chen's Dantian was destroyed, and it was none other than the machinations of the Falling Maple sect behind it. What a narrow path for enemies. I still vividly recall the frail figure of Brother Chen as he weakly returned home after losing his cultivation. Had he delayed even a few more days, he might have perished outside, and where would our Jiang family's reputation as the Twin Stars be now? Humph, rather than seeking trouble with them. The audacity of the Falling Maple sect's leader to visit our Jiang family and request an audience with our esteemed patriarch is utterly laughable. It seems today is indeed the time to settle the score with the Falling Maple sect. It is no wonder that Elder Gu captured him, a commendable act. Upon learning of Hulong's identity from the mountain guards, All the members of the Jiang family present could not help but applaud in approval. During this period, Jiang Clan, having regained his cultivation and risen to become a prodigy of the family, did not allow his exceptional talent and prowess to breed arrogance. On the contrary, he frequently offered assistance to many family members, instilling in everyone the philosophy of mutual aid and collective progress among the Jiang clan. Under such circumstances, Jiang Clan, with his compelling charisma, successfully won the admiration of numerous young clan members, becoming the leading figure of the younger generation in the Jiang family. Thus, everyone felt a profound anger regarding Jiang Qin's Dantian being destroyed by the falling Maple sect, and they rallied in his defense. At that moment, as the emotions of the Jiang family members surged, Gu Xingzhan had already brought Hu Long to the family's grand hall. Stepping through the hall doors, he entered and gazed at the figure seated on the meditation cushion ahead. Casually tossing Hu Long aside, Gu Xingzhan respectfully bowed to Jiang Daoxuan, proclaiming, "Esteemed patriarch, I have captured the leader of the falling Maple sect." As these words fell, Hu Long's eyes widened, and he instantly realized that this individual was the true authority, filling him with trepidation. Under his anxious gaze, Jiang Daoxuan slowly rose from the cushion and turned to face him. His countenance was revealed to Hu Long, presenting a strikingly handsome man with an ethereal demeanor, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Hu Long merely glanced and quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet the patriarch's gaze. Suppressing his inner anxiety, he cautiously inquired, "Jiang Jin's sect leader, I come with great sincerity, hoping to enhance the relationship between our two families. I am curious as to why I was brought here." Jiang Daoxuan maintained a calm expression and replied, "Not long ago, your falling Maple sect ambushed a disciple of the Chieshan sect, shattering his Dantian and expelling him from the sect. It is unfortunate that this disciple is one of our Jiang family members." This statement was shocking. Hu Long's pupils contracted, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. He never anticipated that such a deep-seated enmity existed between the falling Maple sect and the Jiang family of Kangguo. "I implore Patriarch Jiang for clarity. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding in this matter?" Hu Long's face grew bitter, filled with regret. Had he known earlier about this grudge with the Jiang family, he would have gone to great lengths to avoid this predicament, never willingly walking into a trap. Jiang Daoxuan cast a cold glance, stating, "Since your Luofeng sect has destroyed the Dantian of my Jiang family member, the rights and wrongs of this matter hold no significance for me." As his words fell, an overwhelming, terrifying aura surged skyward, permeating the entire great hall. Hu Long's face turned pale with panic, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that Jiang Daoxuan would be so domineering and protective, not even bothering to investigate or inquire about the reasons before striking at him. In his desperation to preserve his life, Hu Long prepared to explain. However, before he could utter even a single word, an unparalleled surge of pure yang energy erupted forth. Its speed was so swift that it was impossible to defend against. In an instant, this rapid pure yang energy struck Hu Long, piercing through his Dantian and Yuan Si. "I have always acted fairly. Since you have destroyed Chun'er's Dantian, I shall shatter the Dantian of every member of your Luofeng sect." With Jiang Daoxuan's chilling voice echoing, Hu Long collapsed to the ground in terror. At that moment, he felt his Dantian become riddled with wounds, and the Yuan Si, which had gathered all his energy, shattered into fragments, causing countless energies to surge uncontrollably outward. His cultivation level plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. In just a few breaths, Hu Long's cultivation fell to the 9th level of bone refinement. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As various parts of his body began to lack the spiritual nourishment, signs of decay emerged, leading Hu Long to eventually regress to the blood condensation and body refinement stages, until he returned to the realm of mortals, devoid of any cultivation. At this juncture, Jiang Daoxuan continued, "From this moment forward, you shall serve as a slave to my Jiang family. Without permission, you shall not set foot outside of Kanwu Mountain for the rest of your life. For now, you will manage the medicinal fields for my Jiang family." Given that a piece of low-grade spiritual land had already been acquired, it was only natural that someone was needed to tend to the various spiritual herbs. There was no need to trouble the clan members with such time-consuming trifles, which would waste their precious cultivation time. It was more fitting to delegate this task to the people of Luofeng sect. Upon realizing that he could preserve his life, there was no trace of joy on Hu Long's face. Rather, it was ashen. For someone who once stood at the Yuan-Si realm, losing his cultivation and becoming a mere mortal was more unbearable than death. Jiang Daoxuan paid no further attention to Hu Long and instead turned to Gu Xingzhan. issuing a new command. At this point, the existence of Luofeng sect has become unnecessary. You shall set off to Luofeng sect. Find the one who crippled Jiang Clan's Dantian, and then dismantle the cultivation of all the high-ranking members of Luofeng sect. The remaining ordinary disciples may leave as they wish. Once you have completed these tasks, bring back all those who remain to Kangwu Mountain to assist in the medicinal fields and accompany Hu Long understood. Upon hearing that he could embark on a journey, Gu Xingjian showed no hesitation, responding with great enthusiasm. He then hurriedly made his way outside the hall. Channeling his energy, he propelled himself upward, swiftly departing and soaring towards the direction of Luofeng sect. Once Gu Xingjian had completely left, the air was thick with the tension of what was to come. Jiang Daoxuan cast not a single glance at Hu Long, instead beckoning several members of the clan from outside the hall to enter. He promptly issued a directive, instructing them to escort Hu Long to the location of the spiritual fields. Henceforth, the various tasks related to the management of these fields, such as sowing, fertilizing, and watering, would be entrusted to Hu Long naturally, to prevent any potential chaos caused by Hu Long's mismanagement. Jiang Daoxuan specifically commanded that a different individual be assigned every 2 days to oversee the condition of the spiritual fields. The group accepted their orders immediately, dragging the now utterly defeated Hu Long out of the hall. As they made their way to the spiritual fields, an increasing number of clansmen witnessed this spectacle. News spread quickly, from 10 to 100, until soon, everyone on Kangwu Mountain was aware of this exhilarating development. Numerous members of the Jiang family could not restrain their curiosity and gathered around to observe Hu Long. They engaged in animated discussions. Some extolled Jiang Daoxuan, the clan leader, while others denounced Hu Long, the master of the Falling Maple sect. Some, feeling that mere words could not adequately express their indignation, chose to take action, launching themselves at him with a flurry of blows. This act of retribution brought a sense of satisfaction, prompting many others to follow suit. Shortly thereafter, from those stationed outside the family hall, they learned of an astonishing piece of news. The clan leader had dispatched Gu Gongfang to the Falling Maple sect, intending to eradicate it once and for all. This revelation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, igniting a fervent sense of pride within many. The presence of such a formidable and protective clan leader made them feel an overwhelming sense of belonging and security. How fortunate they were to be born into the Jiang family. At that moment, this thought echoed in countless minds, refusing to fade away. Everyone felt an immense pride in being part of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, after a considerable time, Gu Xingjian appeared above the Falling Maple sect. He lowered his gaze, his sharp eyes surveying the scene below. After a cursory glance, he lost interest. Gu Xingjian withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to channel the full extent of his perfected sword intent. In an instant, an oppressive force descended rapidly, enveloping the entire sect's grounds. It felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing, causing all disciples of the Falling Maple sect to be struck with fear at the sudden turn of events. Under the overwhelming pressure of this sword intent, their bodies became rigid, and their breathing grew labored as they struggled for air. What was happening? All disciples of the Falling Maple sect felt an unprecedented fear wash over them. Just then, an icy voice resonated, booming through the heavens and earth like thunder. I am Gu Xingjian, a servant of the Jiang family. By the order of the clan leader, I have come to annihilate your sect. The terrifying and suffocating might swept through the air, causing the disciples of the Falling Maple sect to narrow their eyes in shock. Gu Xingjian? Could he be the one who, with a single sword, has vanquished countless heroes? Which Jiang family is this that could attract such a powerful figure as a servant? Recently, there have been no whispers of our Falling Maple sect provoking any of the Jiang clan. The crowd was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, their hearts stirred by turbulent waves, unable to find tranquility. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Yu Shijian slowly descended before the grand hall of the sect. From his elevated position, he addressed the crowd with a cold voice, inquiring, "Where are the elders of the Falling Maple sect? I have arrived. Why have they not come to pay their respects?" Chapter 71, The Voice of Inquiry. The anxious members of the Falling Maple sect. Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, pressing down upon the hearts of all present with an insurmountable force. All the elders of the Purple Mansion realm in attendance appeared tense, hastily emerging from the crowd to stand before Gu Xingjian, recalling the various rumors surrounding him. The elders dared not voice their anger, instead adopting a tone of utmost reverence as they spoke. Gu Jian's sect, we are unaware of any misunderstanding between us. We have not offended the Jiang clan. While drawing his sword from his waist, Gu Shijian coldly replied, "Whether or not there is a misunderstanding is of no concern to me. Let us speak of such matters another time. For now, I have tasks to complete as assigned by the clan leader." Having said this, he turned his gaze towards the plaque above the Grand Hall, where the three gilded characters spelling Falling Maple Sect were inscribed. Under the anxious watch of all disciples and elders of the sect, Gu Shijian held his sword in his left hand, activated the returning Yuan sword technique, and infused his primordial energy into the blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike. A brilliant and fearsome sword light illuminated the surroundings. The divine radiance flowed, rich with intent, its sharpness overwhelming the atmosphere. Almost simultaneously, everyone felt a piercing pain in their eyes, instinctively bowing their heads and hastily shutting their eyes. Boom! As the powerful strike, composed of primordial energy and sword intent, collided with the plaque of the Falling Maple Sect, it shattered with a resounding crash. Following this, the primordial energy rampaged, the sword aura surged, and an unending tempest of astonishing sword intent was unleashed. In an instant, the once majestic grand hall of the sect was cleaved as if by 1,000 swords, marred by countless deep and terrifying scars. When Gu Shijian casually sheathed his sword and turned to face the crowd, a muffled sound reverberated, echoing throughout the sect's grounds, distinctly reaching the ears of every disciple of the Falling Maple Sect. They abruptly opened their eyes to behold the sight before them. All the wooden pillars within the grand hall had splintered in response. The walls crumbled, collapsing with a thunderous roar, dust billowing, transforming the scene into a chaotic ruin in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the atmosphere fell into a palpable silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Gulping nervously, the disciples of the Falling Maple Sect felt an overwhelming tension as they swallowed hard. Gu Shijian paid no heed to the gazes around him. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, tilting it forward, directing the blade towards the crowd. "I need to return promptly to report to the clan leader. To avoid wasting time, you should all come at me together." His indifferent and scornful words resonated throughout the hall. The 6 elders of the Purple Mansion realm present displayed expressions of fear, their countenances wavering. Judging by the overwhelming might of Gu Jian's sect's strike, they hesitated. I fear that even if they all joined forces, it is highly improbable that they would be a match for their opponent. However, if they chose not to act, the 6 elders of the Purple Mansion sensed a threat of murderous intent emanating from Gu Shijian, and they could not help but shudder in terror. Realizing that death was inevitable, their eyes glinted with ferocity as they gritted their teeth, drawing their weapons and aiming them at Gu Shijian. Onward, they exchanged glances, and in an instant, they charged forward. Observing this, Gu Shijian remained composed, his expression unchanged. As the first Purple Mansion elder approached him, with a swift motion, Gu Shijian's wrist flicked, the sword ringing out like a serpent, striking toward his adversary. Faced with this lightning-fast attack, so swift that its trajectory was imperceptible to the naked eye, the elder had no means of evasion and could only brace himself for the impending strike. Fortunately, Gu Shijian did not seek his life. Instead, he merely pricked the tip of his sword, penetrating the elder's dantian, and with a kick, sent him flying several dozen meters away. Before the next attack could commence, 5 gleaming swords surged toward him. Gu Shijian cast a casual glance and then subtly shifted his form, appearing like a wraith, effortlessly evading the combined assault of the 5 Purple Mansion cultivators. Seizing the moment when their strikes fell short and they were yet to regain their composure, Gu Shijian harnessed his internal energy, increasing his speed dramatically. He flashed before the 5 of them. Swish, swish, swish. He unleashed 5 swift thrusts, piercing through the dantians of all the Purple Mansion elders without mercy. Crimson blood stained their robes, and they all grew weak, collapsing to the ground in lamentation. The cultivation they had painstakingly built over decades crumbled in an instant. On the other side, witnessing the collective efforts of the elders effortlessly thwarted by Gu Shijian, leading to such a tragic fate, the disciples of the Falling Maple Sect displayed expressions of terror, rendered mute by fear. They understood all too well that today, the Falling Maple Sect was likely facing annihilation. Then, noticing Gu Shijian's gaze sweeping toward them, all the disciples felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, visibly terrified. After witnessing Gu Shijian's formidable presence, they worried that he might turn his attention toward them. Should he choose to act, how could they possibly survive? However, Gu Shijian's subsequent words brought a palpable sense of relief to the crowd. In the past, a member of my family, the Jiang Clan of King Wu, resided in the Qianshan sect for study, named Jiang Clan. Recently, Jiang Clan was crippled by one among you, leading to his subsequent suffering. Now, the clan leader has personally commanded me to find this individual. If anyone among you can provide information about him, I shall grant you a chance at survival. If no one speaks up, then consider you all complicit, and there will be no escape for you." His cold voice echoed throughout the surroundings, instantly plunging the scene into uproar. The elders of the Falling Maple sect, their powers rendered useless, were struck with shock at these words. It was only at that moment that they realized the Jiang family Gu Xingjian referred to was indeed the Jiang family of Kangwu. How could this be possible? Wasn't the sect master recently preparing a grand gift and personally journeying to Kangwu Mountain to visit the Jiang family, seeking to forge a bond? How could it be that in the blink of an eye, the head of the Jiang clan, Jiang Daoxuan, has sent Gu Xingjian to exact vengeance? Could it be that the sect master committed some folly on Kangwu Mountain that provoked Jiang Daoxuan's ire? The elders of the Luofeng sect could not help but ponder, their minds swirling with various conjectures. Simultaneously, all the disciples of Luofeng sect present widened their eyes in disbelief. They never anticipated that amidst the years of friction with Qianshan sect, they would entangle themselves with the Jiang family of Kangwu, with the clan members Dantian destroyed. It is no wonder that Gu Jian sect would arrive bearing the Jiang clan leader's command for retribution. But who is this Jiang Clan? The name seems unfamiliar. Upon learning that their lives could be spared by identifying the assailant, everyone began to exert themselves, desperately recalling past grievances with Qianshan sect. Yet, no matter how deeply they contemplated, the eyes of most Luofeng sect disciples still revealed profound confusion. Aside from the esteemed true disciples of Qianshan sect and a few illustrious inner disciples, they had not heard of this name. Chapter 72, by the clan leader's decree. Luofeng sect shall be expelled today. However, among the crowd, 3 disciples of Luofeng sect exhibited expressions markedly different from the others, standing side by side. They seemed to be deep in thought. Jiang Clan? That name sounds somewhat familiar. I feel as if I've heard it somewhere. Wait, I believe I remember. Do you recall that individual from Qianshan sect who was knocked off a cliff by senior brother not long ago? You mean? The 2 other Luofeng disciples initially appeared taken aback, but soon their faces revealed understanding. Not long ago, they had accompanied Du Guang on a mission to the Beast Mountain range. Upon reaching the mountain, they inadvertently encountered 4 individuals clad in Qianshan sect attire from a distance. Initially, they intended to circumvent the area to avoid trouble, but Du Guang, upon noticing the apparent disarray of the Qianshan sect group, evidently having endured a fierce battle, chose not to retreat. Instead, he drew closer to observe the situation. Upon discovering the corpse of a fierce beast beside the Qianshan disciple and the high-grade spirit herb, Qingling grass, in their possession, Du Guang promptly devised an ambush to seize the Qingling grass from the Qianshan group. The outcome was 3 deaths and 1 escape among the Qianshan sect members. Subsequently, the fleeing Qianshan disciple found himself cornered at the edge of a cliff. Ultimately, Du Guang struck, shattering the man's dantian and sending him plummeting into the abyss. Through the course of the struggle, they learned that this unfortunate Qianshan disciple, destined to become nothing more than bones at the bottom of the ravine, was named Jiang Clan. Upon this realization, the 3 Luofeng sect disciples were struck with astonishment. They could hardly believe that the youth whom Du Guang had sent tumbling off the cliff was still alive. At that time, they had meticulously observed the height of the cliff, which was no less than several hundred meters. Should one fall, it was certain that not even a master of innate capabilities could survive, let alone the incapacitated Jiang Clan. It was truly baffling. How on earth had the other party managed to survive? The 3 men exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion, their minds grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, a young man clad in gray was drenched in sweat, his expression frantic, his body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Clan? How could this brat still be alive? Du Guang could hardly fathom that the boy he had carelessly cast off the cliff had not only survived, but that the Jiang family had dispatched the renowned sword cultivator Gu Xingjian to their Falling Maple sect to seek retribution and locate him. At this realization, Du Guang's legs quaked with fear, trembling as if they might give way. He had never anticipated that such a powerful sect could face ruin because of his actions. Panic surged within him, and he instinctively glanced around, his gaze meeting that of the 3 disciples from Falling Maple sect. A shiver coursed through him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. As expected, the next moment, in a desperate bid to preserve their lives, the 3 disciples exclaimed, "We report to Gu Jian sect. I wish to make a denunciation. I too wish to report that it was Du Guang who crippled Jiang Clan's dantian. Indeed, we witnessed it firsthand. it was Du Guang who struck the blow. Although they understood that by coming forth with their accusations, they might also face punishment for pursuing Jiang Clan, the prospect of concealing the truth and the repercussions that could ensue were far more daunting. With the trio's denunciations echoing through the air, relief washed over the crowd, their brows unfurling in ease. They had genuinely feared that the identity of Jiang Clan's assailant would remain undiscovered, leading to catastrophe for all. Fortunately, someone had finally stepped forward to rescue them from their plight. Grateful glances were directed towards the three, which soon turned to ire as they regarded Du Guang. After all this, it was this young man who bore the brunt of their troubles. Why, having already shattered Jiang Clan's dantian, had he not taken the extra step to eliminate him entirely? Had he ensured Jiang Clan's complete disappearance from this world? Falling Maple Sect would not have incurred the wrath of the Jiang family. The gazes of the many disciples pierced Du Guang's heart like daggers, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of terror, rendering him weak and causing him to collapse to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he hastily lifted his head to face Gu Xingjian, summoning all his strength to divulge that the three denouncing disciples had once accompanied him in the pursuit of Jiang Clan. At this juncture, he had resigned himself to the likelihood of his own demise. If death was inevitable, he might as well drag a few more down with him, so that he would not traverse the path to the underworld alone. Yet, the most pressing matter remained the resentment festering within his heart. Clearly, we were all pursuing Jiang Clan together, so why are the three of you allowed to live while I am doomed to perish? Fueled by intense resentment and a determination to drag the three down with him, Du Guang became increasingly fervently exposing the sordid deeds committed by the trio. Faced with this unexpected outburst, the three who had just reported him were momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for Du Guang's reckless audacity. However, soon a wave of intense fear washed over them. Why must you bring us down with you, Du Guang? Why not simply accept your fate in silence? Internally cursing, they resolved to alleviate their own terror and enhance their chances of survival. They immediately began to reveal Du Guang's past misdeeds and vehemently cast aspersions upon him. The scene quickly descended into chaos, filled with the most unsavory and derogatory language. Meanwhile, Gu Xingjian gradually pieced together the unfolding events from the exchanges between both parties. Considering the protective nature of the clan leader, Jiang Daoxuan, he understood that none of these individuals could be allowed to escape. Thus, Gu Xingjian first sheathed his sword at his waist. Then with a slight leap, he soared from the ruins of the main hall, landing amidst the crowd. Channeling his spiritual awareness, he enveloped the surroundings, pinpointing the locations of Du Guang and his companions. He then raised his left hand, bringing his fingers together to form a sword-like gesture. Quickly gathering his elemental energy and directing it to his fingertips, he unleashed 4 swift arrows of elemental force like bolts of lightning. In an instant, the 4 cried out in anguish, huddling together like frightened shrimp. Witnessing this, Gu Xingjian nodded slightly. The task assigned by the clan leader was nearing completion. After a fleeting thought, he turned his gaze to the surrounding disciples of the Falling Maple Sect, who were already pale with fear and trembling uncontrollably. According to the clan leader's orders, the Falling Maple Sect would be disbanded today. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to depart. Those who remain after that shall not be permitted to leave. Chapter 73, A Chain Reaction, Shocking News that Stuns the World. As soon as the words left his lips, all disciples of the Falling Maple Sect trembled and then fled in panic. In their haste, some even stumbled and fell, but no one paid heed to the pain. They merely cried out as they scrambled away. In a short while, the scene was deserted. Gu Xingjian turned slightly to regard the fallen elders of the Falling Maple Sect and Du Guang, who lay ashen-faced on the ground. What remained for him to do was singular: to escort these individuals back to Kanwu Mountain for the clan leader's judgment. Shortly thereafter, as numerous disciples of the Falling Maple Sect returned to their respective families, news of the sect's annihilation spread like wildfire through the neighboring territories. At that moment, whether among the heads of great families, the leaders of sects, or common folk, everyone regarded this event as a topic of conversation, launching into fervent discussions. In Xingyang City, at the Dragon Gate Inn, have you heard? The Falling Maple Sect has been destroyed. But isn't there a formidable master like Hu Zongzhu protecting them? How could they have been suddenly obliterated? It is said that the destruction of the Falling Maple Sect was orchestrated by Gu Xingjian of the Gu Sword Sect. On that fateful day, wielding his azure blade, he ascended the gates of the Falling Maple Sect and, in but a few exchanges, incapacitated its elders. How can this be? Although the Gu Sword Sect holds swordsmanship in the highest regard and delights in dueling, it has never obliterated an entire sect. How could the Falling Maple sect possibly meet its demise at their hands? Could it be that the Falling Maple sect has committed some heinous act that provoked the wrath of the Gooseword sect, leading to such a catastrophic downfall? A multitude of guests gathered, engaging in fervent discussions. The sensational topic immediately captured the attention of others. Curiosity painted their faces as they set aside their bowls and chopsticks, leaning in to listen intently. Who would not feel intrigued by the fall of the Falling Maple sect? After all, it was a formidable sect that had instilled fear in the region for centuries. In times past, everyone would have taken pride in their descendants being disciples of the Falling Maple sect, basking in the celebrations and envy of neighbors and friends. Yet, this once mighty sect has been annihilated by the Gooseword sect? What on earth transpired? Under the eager gazes of the crowd, finally, someone with insider knowledge spoke up. When the Falling Maple sect was destroyed, many disciples fled home, one of whom was a distant cousin of my granduncle's neighbor's granddaughter, which is how I came to learn some of the details. The current Gooseword sect has become a vassal of the Jiang family. And while the Falling Maple sect had not offended the Gooseword sect, it had indeed crossed paths with the Jiang family behind the Gooseword sect, prompting them to come to the Falling Maple sect's gates to settle the score. The Jiang family? I had not heard that the Gooseword sect had allied with any family. Which Jiang family could command such allegiance? The crowd buzzed with excitement, while the speaker calmly sipped his drink before continuing. Which Jiang family, you ask? Naturally, it is the Jiang family residing in Kangwu Mountain, with the Gooseword sect under their dominion. Upon hearing this, it was as though thunder struck, shaking the hearts of the listeners. But even the Kangwu Jiang family does not possess the authority to compel the Gooseword sect, do they? Indeed, the Jiang Sword sect, though renowned, has only recently risen to prominence. Whether they can truly contend with the Gooseword sect remains debatable, and how could they possibly attract such a powerful sword cultivator? It is utterly perplexing. Pray tell, how did the Falling Maple sect offend the Kangwu Jiang family? It is said that a member of the Jiang family, named Jiang Clan, was crippled by someone from the Falling Maple sect, which incited the Jiang family to send the Gooseword sect to settle the score. Yet, merely one member being crippled warrants the obliteration of an entire sect? The Kangwu Jiang family truly wields extraordinary power. Jiang Clan remains alive, albeit unable to cultivate due to his crippled state. Surely the Falling Maple sect could make reparations, perhaps even surrender the disciple responsible for his plight? Why must the entire Falling Maple sect suffer such calamity? In my view, the intentions of the Jiang Sword sect extend far beyond mere intoxication. The Kangwu Jiang family has only recently ascended, and despite their feat of annihilating the Chieshan sect, their fleeting prestige cannot possibly rival that of other powers of comparable stature. It seems that the true motive behind the Jiang Sword sect's actions is not merely the destruction of the Falling Maple sect, but rather the enhancement of their own renown. Given your assertion, I find myself unsurprised by the demise of the Falling Maple sect. What a splendid display of authority. The Jiang Sword sect truly possesses a profound depth of strategy. Now that the Falling Maple sect has been eradicated, once this news spreads, who in this region would dare to offend the Kangwu Jiang family members so casually? Admittedly, I feel a twinge of envy for the Jiang family. Not only do they have formidable protectors like the Jiang Sword sect watching over them, but they also enjoy a profound sense of security. Who could argue otherwise? While many claim that all roads lead to the royal city, some reside within it, while the likes of us common folk may never set foot there in our lifetimes. The fortune of the Jiang family is truly maddeningly enviable. As discussions began to stray further from the original topic, the Dragon Gate soon filled with a chorus of murmurs and sighs. If one could choose how to be reborn, who would willingly settle for the life of a commoner, perpetually deprived of sustenance and warmth, devoid of resources for cultivation? With such thoughts swirling, an unbidden notion arose in the minds of those present. How splendid it would be if we were members of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Kunlun sect, the strongest figures, including the Lord of the Purple Mansion and other innate elders, were gathered. Their expressions were grave, and a flicker of fear glimmered in their eyes. The atmosphere was heavy and stifling, steeped in silence. After a few moments, the Kunlun sect leader discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he addressed the assembled elders with a sigh. At this juncture, I never anticipated that even the Falling Maple sect would fall to the hands of the Kangwu Jiang family. As his words hung in the air, the elders gradually regained their composure, their faces etched with bitterness as they murmured in agreement. It is indeed surprising that the Gujian sect would become a vassal of the Jiang family. After all, the once mighty Daoxuan palace, which boasted a moon wheel realm powerhouse, had extended an invitation to them, only to be rebuffed. What means did the Jiang sword sect employ to persuade the Gujian sect to lower themselves and willingly join such a modest family? Alas, it is truly perplexing. Just because a disciple of the falling maple sect harmed a member of the Jiang family, they have dispatched the Gujian sect to obliterate them. The Jiang sword sect is indeed vengeful and fiercely protective. Chapter 74. The return of Jiang Yin to the Daoxuan palace. Even a powerful sect like the falling maple sect could be so easily extinguished. Had we offended a member of the Jiang family, would we have any hope of survival? I fear that the Jiang Clan leader would not grant us an opportunity for explanation. Indeed, with the current situation, who would dare to bully the Jiang family's members? The falling maple sect serves as a cautionary tale. All the elders were filled with trepidation, their voices quivering with fear. Their fright is not without reason. It is essential to remember that the falling maple sect was once the dominant force in this region. Numerous families and sects found themselves unable to contend with this formidable force, ultimately bowing their heads in submission, yielding to its overwhelming might. Yet, this incredibly powerful sect, which instilled terror in the hearts of all, was abruptly obliterated due to an offense against the Kanwu Jiang family, leading to its complete disbandment within a single day. The culmination of centuries of ancestral accumulation reduced to naught. At this moment, the leader of the Kunlun sect exhibited no better demeanor. His complexion turned ashen, his gaze wavering, and his heart was filled with acute anxiety. The Jiang sword sect had demonstrated a ruthless resolve, annihilating the falling maple sect without hesitation for the sake of a clansman whose dantian had been rendered useless. Such a terrifying display of power instilled an unprecedented sense of panic within him. To avoid following the tragic fate of the falling maple sect, he immediately raised his head and addressed the gathered elders with utmost seriousness, commanding that every disciple of their sect, from that day forth, must steer clear of anyone from the Kanwu Jiang family, under no circumstances provoking them. As his words echoed, all the elders present nodded in agreement, genuinely concerned that a thoughtless disciple might offend a member of the Jiang family, thus inciting the wrath of the Kanwu Jiang family. At that point, the calamity would indeed descend from the heavens upon them. Faced with a family capable of effortlessly annihilating the falling maple sect, how could the Kunlun sect, with its meager resources, hope to withstand such a threat? Amidst the swirling thoughts, the elders resolved to meticulously remind every disciple within the sect to avert potential disaster in the future. Observing the urgency and tension among the elders, the leader of the Kunlun sect exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed these individuals would undoubtedly relay his orders swiftly and accurately to every disciple. As he silently marveled at this, he was about to dissolve the meeting when a flicker of realization crossed his mind. He promptly altered his tone and addressed the assembly. Given that the Jiang sword sect is so protective of its kin, why not send some suitably aged young women from our family to Kanwu Mountain? If we can forge matrimonial ties with the Jiang family, it is likely that when our Kunlun sect encounters misfortune, the Kanwu Jiang family will not remain indifferent, considering the bond. Of course, even if they were to remain indifferent, it would be of little consequence. The mere existence of this alliance would instill a sense of caution in others, causing them to tread lightly around us, enabling our Kunlun sect to leverage this connection and rapidly advance to unprecedented heights of glory. As the leader's words resonated, the eyes of the elders brightened with newfound clarity. Indeed, with Jiang Daoxuan's protective nature, should they establish a connection with him, would they not receive certain favors? At that moment, it would be akin to a humble chicken soaring to the treetops and transforming into a phoenix. The leader was indeed astute, swiftly illuminating a promising path for them. The Great River Sword Palace, a formidable force anchored by sword cultivators of the Moonwheel realm, had disciples dedicated primarily to the art of swordsmanship, mastering various techniques and pursuing the supreme sword path. At this moment, before a majestic waterfall, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a handsome countenance sat cross-legged in meditation. Before him stood a colossal stone, upon which was embedded a verdant long sword, emanating a formidable aura of sharpness from its blade. This individual is Pei Qingfeng, the master of the Great River Sword Palace, possessing the cultivation of the Moonwheel realm. As he listened to the elder beside him report, Pei Qingfeng maintained an impassive expression, though a flicker of curiosity glimmered in the depths of his eyes. He paid little heed to the affairs of the Kanwu Jiang family. In his eyes, even their annihilation of the Qinshan sect and the Luofeng sect was but the trifling squabbles of children. What truly captured his attention was Gu Xingjian. Reflecting on a past encounter, Pei Qingfeng's gaze turned nostalgic as he murmured to himself, "Once, I perceived your extraordinary talent in the sword arts. Had I personally instructed you, Within 5 years, you would have comprehended the essence of the sword, and within 20 years, you would have attained the realm of sword heart. I even promised you a mid-grade earth-tier sword technique, with the mere price of joining my great river sword palace, bound to it for life. You must understand the rarity of such a technique. It is the foundational art of my sect and cannot be easily disseminated. Only by committing yourself entirely to the great river sword palace could I have felt secure in sharing it. Yet, you willingly rejected all of this, forsaking an opportunity that countless others would covet, squandering your singular chance to grasp the sword heart in this lifetime. As Pei Qingfeng spoke, his gaze shifted to the nearby waterfall, his expression suddenly sharpening. Everyone has their own aspirations, and I shall not hinder you. Yet, you have squandered your prodigious talent for the sword, choosing instead to align yourself with a feeble family, the Kangwu Jiang, whose strongest member barely reaches the Yuanhai realm. Becoming a mere venerator for them? A hint of ire crept into his words. As a master of the sword heart and a figure of great renown in Tiandu Prefecture, few had dared to refuse his terms since his rise to prominence. But Gu Xinjiang not only declined him, he turned to join a family so diminutive and inconsequential. Was this not a blatant affront, suggesting that the great river sword palace paled in comparison to the Jiang family he now embraced? Pei Qingfeng could not suppress the profound discomfort swelling within him, akin to the pangs of unrequited love when the object of his affection turns to another, particularly one of lesser stature. He felt an overwhelming urge to journey to the Kangwu Jiang family to discern what extraordinary allure could have compelled such a sword genius as Gu Xinjiang to join their ranks. However, considering his own status and the pressing matters at hand, particularly the upcoming competition among the 100 sects, he quelled his disquiet and murmured, once the competition, overseen by the prefectural lord, concludes, perhaps I shall make my way to Kangwu Mountain and personally meet this Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan? Let me see if you possess the merit to attract a sword genius who would dare to refuse even the great river sword palace. With his words echoing like thunder, countless sword energies surged forth, instantaneously piercing through the waterfall and transforming it into a gentle rain. Meanwhile, at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, a serpentine convoy laden with boxes of various sizes gradually entered the marketplace. At the forefront was a young man with dark hair, bearing a long sword upon his back. He was Jiang Yan, tasked with relocating the branch of the Quan family. Beside him stood Jiang Han, who was quietly observing his surroundings with his head lowered. Chapter 75, The Red Investment Level, Cataclysmic Annihilation Technique. Taking in the scenery before him, Jiang Han managed to suppress the fervor boiling within. However, when he slightly raised his head and cast his gaze forward, his pupils constricted and his heart trembled. Before him loomed a magnificent mountain, towering into the sky with an imposing grandeur. Its upper section was shrouded in mist, revealing majestic pavilions and towers that seemed to float like an ethereal paradise. Is this to be my future residence? Jiang Han was momentarily lost in thought, his tone filled with disbelief. Though he had previously learned of the patriarch's exploits from Jiang Yin during their journey, and was aware that Kangwu Mountain had become the new stronghold of the Jiang family, he could not help but be overwhelmed by the breathtaking sight before him. Let us ascend. Jiang Yan's voice suddenly broke the reverie, swiftly pulling Jiang Han back to reality. Steadying his mind, Jiang Han once again gazed at Kangwu Mountain, his eyes betraying a deep yearning for the future. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the family at Kangwu Mountain, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his aura swirling around him, emanating a terrifyingly potent energy. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze imbued with boundless authority. Sensing the immense primordial energy coursing through his body, a smile crept upon his face. He had reached the 8th level of the Yuanhai realm in just a few short days. Through his own cultivation combined with the collective support of his family, he had ascended from the 5th to the 8th level of the Yuanhai realm, breaking through 3 minor realms. Moreover, according to Jiang Daoxuan's estimations, at this rate of progress, he would attain the Star Wheel realm in no more than a month. Those who achieve the Star Wheel realm possess power far surpassing that of the Yuanhai realm, earning them the revered title of true person among the masses. Such formidable beings are regarded as prominent experts within the entire Tiandu Prefecture, earning the respect of countless individuals. Even forces led by ancestors of the Moon Wheel realm would treat them with deference, unwilling to provoke them lightly. Aside from his realm advancement, Jiang Daoxuan had also made notable progress in the way of the sword. Although he had yet to comprehend the sword heart and attain the rank of sword marquis, he had refined his sword intent to a state of perfection, having touched upon the threshold of cultivating the essence of swordsmanship. For an ordinary person, Crossing this threshold would likely be an insurmountable challenge, potentially trapping them within the realm of perfected sword intent for their entire lives. Even the most gifted individuals would require years, if not over a decade, to hope to surpass this barrier. For Jiang Daoxuan, the difficulty of crossing this threshold was equally formidable. It would take him a full 10 days to barely surpass it, allowing him to comprehend the sword heart and achieve the rank of sword marquis. Jiang Daoxuan sighed in resignation. Indeed, the path of the sword is long and fraught with challenges. Just as he contemplated the profound changes in his body with a sense of solemn reflection, a member of the Jiang family, tasked with guarding outside the hall, entered respectfully and announced, "Esteemed patriarch, Jiang Yin has returned with the members of the Kuantong branch. They are currently waiting outside. Shall we grant them an audience?" Jiang Daoxuan collected his thoughts, his gaze subtly shifting, and replied softly, "Allow them to enter." Understood. The sentinel of the clan clasped his hands in acknowledgement and promptly exited the grand hall. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Just as Jiang Daoxuan prepared to rise and turn his gaze, an unexpected notification resonated within his mind. Beep. Red Tier clan member detected. The host may initiate an investment. Red? A hint of astonishment flickered in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. It was noteworthy that the two current heirs of the clan were merely at the golden tier. What extraordinary qualities did this individual possess to attain a red investment level? With a profound curiosity, Jiang Daoxuan slowly rose from the meditation mat and turned to look behind him. Simultaneously, Jiang Han, feeling a swirl of anxiety, followed Jiang Yin into the hall. Instinctively, he glanced upward and met Jiang Daoxuan's penetrating gaze. Their eyes locked, and Jiang Han felt a tightening in his chest under the weight of those seemingly all-seeing eyes. In that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, as if every secret he held was laid bare. Is this the patriarch? Why does he seem far more formidable than the tales suggest? Confronted by this unsettling feeling, Jiang Han lowered his head, unwilling to meet his gaze any longer. Murmuring softly within himself. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan paid little heed to Jiang Han's expression, directing his full attention to the ethereal panel before him. Name, Jiang Han. Cultivation, 9th layer of bone refinement. Root bone, inferior. Comprehension, prodigy. Fate, red, turning misfortune into fortune. Talent, mortal body. Opportunity, reincarnation of a fragmented spirit of a divine treasure. Acquiring the legacy of the Yellow Spring Emperor, mastering the Yellow Spring sorcery, capable of siphoning the essence of others to enhance his own cultivation. Gazing at Jiang Han's lavish panel, Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that this red-tier fated clan member possessed merely inferior root bone quality. It was rare to find someone with such poor qualifications within the entire Jiang family, as there were scarcely 5 individuals of such caliber. After all, 99% of the clan members possessed at least medium root bone quality, typical of ordinary individuals. However, the individual's comprehension was remarkably high, reaching the prodigy level. It was worth noting that even the fully transformed Jiang Chun was only at this level, highlighting the exceptional nature of Jiang Han's understanding. As for the Yellow Spring sorcery he mastered, it gradually transformed Jiang Daoxuan's expression into one of peculiarity. This sorcery, which allowed one to drain the essence of others to bolster their own cultivation, if exposed, would undoubtedly cause a tremendous upheaval. At that point, Jiang Han, who would consume countless cultivators as sustenance, would likely be destined to become a universally reviled demon, drawing the ire of countless factions seeking to eliminate him. However, even though Jiang Daoxuan was aware of the consequences, he had no intention of intervening, allowing Jiang Han to abandon the Yellow Spring demon technique and instead cultivate other methods. After all, each clan member has their own path to traverse, and he lacked the inclination to meddle in their affairs. As his thoughts swirled, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Current objective. Investment can trigger red-level returns. Invest a wisp of Golden Crow energy to obtain a fragment of Sword Saint's power. Invest in the profound Golden Pill to acquire a special constitution, innate sword body. Invest in the Earth-grade Supreme Technique, Great Sun Refining Body Art to gain a special divine ability, Great Annihilation Technique. Invest in the Earth-grade Supreme Martial Skill Purple Thunder Palm to attain a special constitution, Thunder Spirit Body. Gazing upon the abundant rewards before him, Jiang Daoxuan smiled lightly, then redirected his attention to the members of the branch family before him. Chapter 76, Jiang Daoxuan's Counsel, Turning Misfortune into Fortune. I trust that Yeno has conveyed my words to you all, so there is no need for me to elaborate further. Shortly, you will follow Yeno to arrange accommodations, and in the future, settle down peacefully in Kangwu Mountain. As soon as his words fell, all the branch family members hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Their experiences along the journey had made them acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of Kangwu Mountain. The rich spiritual energy here was unmatched, even in their memories. They could not find a comparable place. There was not a single location that could rival the density of spiritual energy found here, not even at 1/10 or 1/12 of its richness. Initially, upon learning that the clan leader wished to summon them back to the main family, they had felt immense excitement. But at this moment, they suddenly realized that returning to the main family was not merely a stroke of fortune. Even this Kangwu Mountain, which they had long overlooked, was an opportunity of unimaginable magnitude. If we could remain here indefinitely, how drastically would our cultivation speed increase in the future? At this thought, all the branch family members trembled with exhilaration, their faces radiating indescribable joy. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan smiled knowingly. Soon after, upon hearing from Jiang Yan about the events that transpired at the Chuantua Jiang family, he discreetly committed the name Black Tiger sect to memory and beckoned Jiang Yan to lead everyone away. Jiang Yan, wishing not to disturb the clan leader further, respectfully performed a grand bow before turning and escorting all the branch family members away. However, before they had taken more than a few steps, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated gently. Jiang Han, remain here. As his words resonated, the many branch family members were momentarily taken aback, their steps halting involuntarily. Their expressions were filled with curiosity as they all turned to Jiang Han beside them. Why did the clan leader suddenly wish for Jiang Han to stay alone? The crowd felt puzzled, while Jiang Yan's eyes reflected a contemplative glimmer. Had the clan leader discerned something? He had learned of his cousin's peculiarities from his master. Now, with the clan leader's sudden request for Jiang Han to remain, it indeed hinted at some underlying intrigue. Nevertheless, being a person of secrets himself, he naturally refrained from prying into Jiang Han's mysteries, showing no interest in doing so. Thus, Jiang Yan cast a glance at the surrounding members of the branch family and urged, "Let Jiang Han remain here. We must take our leave." Upon hearing this, the others finally regained their composure and, concerned about disturbing the clan leader, hastily followed Jiang Yan out of the family hall. Soon, the family hall returned to its tranquil state, becoming desolate once more. Jiang Han lowered his head, gripping his sleeves tightly, standing motionless in place. His heart was filled with trepidation, uncertain why the clan leader had chosen to keep him alone. Just as beads of sweat began to form on his brow, feeling utterly at a loss, a voice, as gentle as a breeze, whispered in his ear, "No matter the dangers you face outside, never forget that the clan is always your strongest shield." Upon grasping the meaning of those words, a thunderous revelation echoed within him, sending shivers down his spine. He abruptly raised his head, eyes wide with disbelief, gazing at the man before him, his pupils brimming with incredulity. He could hardly believe that the clan leader would suddenly share such words without reason. Had his secret been discovered? A tremor coursed through Jiang Han as he instinctively prepared to speak, eager to validate his inner conjectures. However, just as he uttered a single word, he was interrupted by Jiang Daoxuan's subsequent remarks. When traversing the world, should conflicts arise with others, remember to deliver the final blow to avoid feigning death and being deceived by others. You must also ensure to eliminate all traces to minimize exposure. Do you understand? Considering the latent dangers of the Yellow Spring magic, Jiang Daoxuan felt it necessary to remind this destined clansman, lest he suffer greatly in the future. At that moment, as he listened to his clan leader's guidance, Jiang Han was completely taken aback. There was no longer a need for validation. The hidden implications within the clan leader's words elucidated everything. Was he not expressing concern over Jiang Han utilizing the Yellow Spring magic to siphon the essence of others and then failing to dispose of the bodies in a timely manner, leading to unusual exposures that would incite the suspicions of other cultivators? Was this not the reason for his admonitions regarding the need to deliver the final blow and eradicate the bodies, leaving no trace to reduce the likelihood of exposure? With this realization, awe gradually filled Jiang Han's gaze towards his clan leader. By this point, he understood that the clan leader not only had seen through his secret but also knew of his mastery of the Yellow Spring magic. Indeed, his earlier instincts had not been mistaken. The clan leader must have discerned his true nature at first glance. Jiang Han sighed inwardly, subsequently engulfed by profound bewilderment. This was the legacy left behind by the great emperor of the Yellow Spring. How had the clan leader managed to perceive it with just a single glance? With his heart brimming with questions, Jiang Han faced Jiang Daoxuan, cupping his hands in respect, and said, "Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for your guidance." The clan leader not only refrained from exposing his inheritance, but also offered such considerate counsel, warming Jiang Han's heart and deeply moving him. It is worth noting that he had been prepared to disclose the secret he bore. Yet, to his surprise, the clan leader exhibited little interest in this secret at all. In response to Jiang Han's bow, Jiang Daoxuan slightly nodded in acknowledgement and then retrieved a spatial ring from the purple realm. Within, the profound golden elixir and the great sun body refinement technique, among other items related to investment, had been preemptively stored. In addition to these, to expedite Jiang Han's cultivation, he had deliberately included a pound of divine liquid, capable of substituting for spiritual stones, allowing him to refine and absorb it. Naturally, considering that Jiang Han did not possess an elder of the celestial realm like Jiang Yan, his experiences were inevitably somewhat limited. Therefore, he had taken care to inscribe a faint trace of divine consciousness upon each item, enabling it to address any confusion the recipient might encounter. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand. A magnificent surge of pure yang primordial energy erupted, instantly coalescing into an ethereal giant hand that grasped the spatial ring and presented it before Jiang Han. Faced with this abrupt scene, Jiang Han appeared astonished. His eyes clouded with bewilderment. "Take these resources with you. They may alleviate some of your pressing needs and perhaps bring you unexpected surprises." Jiang Daoxuan, well aware of the peculiarities of the Yellow Springs devil art, understood that if Jiang Han sought rapid advancement, he could not remain at Kangwu Mountain, laboring in solitude like others. He must venture into the external world, forging his unparalleled foundation from the flesh and blood of countless cultivators. This was the path he was destined to tread, the most expedient route to growth, though fraught with innumerable dangers where one might often teeter between life and death. The red fortune surrounding Jiang Han suggested that he could transform misfortune into fortune. With this in mind, what was there to worry about? Chapter 77. The Power of the Sword Saint and the Innate Sword Body. As Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated, Jiang Han felt a warmth envelop his heart. He promptly extended his hand to grasp the suspended spatial ring. Simultaneously, the primordial energy hand supporting the ring dissipated in an instant. Clenching his fingers tightly, he held the spatial ring in the palm of his hand. He then raised his gaze towards the family head, bowing respectfully and saying, "Thank you, clan leader." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. "In the future, should you have any matters, you may discuss them with Jiang Yan. We are all family, and there is no need for excessive formality." "Understood," Jiang Han replied solemnly. Through these days of interaction, he had come to comprehend the true nature of his elder brother. He was warm-hearted towards family, like a gentle spring breeze, yet remained indifferent to others. Jiang Daoxuan waved his sleeve and softly remarked, "You may return now. Do not forget that behind you, there is always family, and there is me." Jiang Han's face brightened with joy, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He had initially thought that this renowned clan leader would be exceedingly stern, which had caused him some apprehension. However, he did not expect that the clan leader would treat him with such care, akin to a common elder, repeatedly advising him. This feeling of being cared for was something he had not experienced in a long time. Once his expressions of gratitude concluded, Jiang Han swiftly turned and departed. The surroundings soon fell silent once more, leaving Jiang Daoxuan alone in the grand hall. He slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at the system prompt before him. "Congratulations. The investment is successful. The host has acquired a strand of the Sword Saint's power." Sword Saint's power contains a fragment of the true essence of swordsmanship left by a Sword Saint-level cultivator. This can be comprehended for cultivation or unleashed, capable of delivering a devastating blow to his saint. Once released, the Sword Saint's power will dissipate on its own. The term Sword Saint ignited a spark of excitement in Jiang Daoxuan. As a swordsman, he was well aware of the profound significance this term encapsulated. Only by refining one's swordsmanship to its pinnacle and comprehending the soul of the sword could one be deemed a sword saint. The realm of the sword soul is a level many saints might never attain, highlighting the terrifying nature of this strand of sword saint's power. The essence of swordsmanship left behind by a sword saint-level powerhouse would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him. After all, having cultivated to his current level, Jiang Daoxuan had noticed that the effectiveness of the wordless sword scroll was rapidly diminishing. It was likely that, by the time he comprehended the realm of the sword heart, the scroll would be rendered nearly useless. Thus, the system's timely provision of a strand of Sword Saint's power would perfectly fill this gap, allowing his swordsmanship to continue advancing at a remarkable pace. Moreover, this strand of Sword Saint's power could not only enhance his comprehension of the sword path but also be unleashed directly, delivering a strike capable of gravely injuring a saint. If saints could suffer such severe damage, what of beings in the celestial human realm? It was reasonable to surmise that a single sword strike could very well lead to their demise. In this light, it became a final trump card for preserving his life. Typically, he could utilize this power for insight, advancing his swordsmanship. Yet, should he encounter an insurmountable foe, facing imminent death, he could unleash the Sword Saint strike. As for the possibility of an enemy being strong enough to withstand the Sword Saint's blow, Jiang Daoxuan harbored no concerns on this matter. To his knowledge, the current Qin dynasty had yet to see even a celestial human cultivator emerge, let alone a primordial spirit-level powerhouse. The strongest among them was merely a true monarch of the myriad realms, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of a Sword Saint-esque strike. A smile graced Jiang Daoxuan's face as he shifted his gaze downward, contemplating the other rewards. Congratulations, the investment is successful. The host has acquired a special physique, Thunder Spirit Body. Thunder Spirit Body embodies thunder, allowing vital energy to carry the might of lightning. Exceptionally lethal and possessing piercing characteristics. Note, it has been detected that the host already possesses the innate Saint Body Dao physique. The host may now choose any clan member to awaken this physique within 3 days. Once awakened, the physique cannot be changed again. Jiang Daoxuan was quite familiar with the Thunder Spirit Body. The esteemed ancestor of the Tang family from Tiandu was a moon cycle realm cultivator who mastered the Thunder Spirit Body, far surpassing peers in combat strength and renowned for his prowess. However, upon discovering that the system permitted him to bestow the Thunder Spirit Body upon any clan member, he felt a tinge of surprise, quickly regaining his composure as he began to deliberate on whom to grant this extraordinary gift. Jiang Daoxuan pondered thoughtfully. The top priority would undoubtedly be the 3 fated individuals within the clan. After all, the enhancement of their strength would be more significant, and their rate of improvement would be accelerated. Nonetheless, Jiang Chun possessed the Celestial Fire Transformation Physique, while Jiang Yin had the Canyin Treasure Body. Even now, Jiang Han had the Tongxin Golden Dan to improve his root quality and rectify his foundational weaknesses. It appears that entrusting the Thunder Spirit Body to the 3 individuals may not yield the anticipated enhancement. Moreover, the Thunder Spirit Body is not a top-tier constitution, and it pales in comparison to the exceptional physiques such as the Sacred Body, Divine Body, and Dao Body. Jiang Daoxuan distinctly recalls that once awakened, one cannot alter their constitution. Thus, forcibly assigning the Thunder Spirit Body to any member of the Destiny clan would merely bind them in shackles, curtailing their potential. It would be more prudent to await the emergence of a superior constitution and deliberate on the matter then. With this realization, Jiang Daoxuan resolutely decided to bestow the Thunder Spirit Body upon the Grand Elder. Setting aside the Grand Elder's past contributions, the mere fact that he possesses the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm and stands as the 2nd most formidable member of the Jiang family warrants such an investment. At that juncture, should the Grand Elder's potential flourish, he would undoubtedly transcend the realms of Purple Mansion, Yuan Sea, and Star Wheel, even reaching the Moon Wheel realm. With the resources Jiang Daoxuan provides, would pose no significant challenge. Jiang Daoxuan etched this decision in his mind and then turned his attention to the next reward. Beep. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a special constitution, Innate Sword Body. Innate Sword Body, a formidable constitution born for the sword, granting profound insight into the sword Dao as if aided by divine intervention, enabling the user to refine unparalleled innate sword energy. Note, only those with a singular focus on the sword and unwavering will can perfectly merge with this constitution. From the description, it is evident that the innate sword body surpasses the Thunder Spirit Body, achieving a top-tier level. However, it comes with certain restrictions. Should one attempt to forcibly merge without meeting the integration criteria, adverse effects may ensue. Considering the current state of the Jiang family, none of the 3 Destiny members meet this requirement. Thus, Jiang Daoxuan could only store the innate sword body within the system's repository, awaiting the day when a member akin to Gu Xingzhan, who is fervently passionate about the sword, might emerge. If a suitable candidate arises, he could nurture them using the innate sword body, transforming them into a sword prodigy of the Jiang family. As his thoughts flowed, Jiang Daoxuan then gazed upon the final reward. Beep. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special divine ability Great Annihilation Technique. Great Annihilation Technique. One of the pinnacle divine abilities of the demonic path, containing the terrifying power to obliterate all things in existence. When cultivated to perfection, it can shatter the cosmos and annihilate an entire realm. Upon comprehending the contents above, Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback. This exceedingly destructive and formidable divine ability could be considered his foremost means of attack at present, should he unleash it. Even he could not predict the magnitude of its devastating power. This reward is indeed commendable, providing him with yet another card to play. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. As the saying goes, skills do not weigh one down. He would not disdain having an abundance of hidden strengths. As of now, his arsenal includes the myriad techniques, such as the myriad swords converging, the power of the sword saint, true fire of Samadhi, great annihilation technique, Kuimping treasure art, and the manifestations of the sacred body, all of which contribute to his foundation. To date, none have been worthy enough to compel him to employ them. Even the strongest adversary he faces currently is merely Gu Xinjian of the 9th layer of the Yuan Sea realm. In confronting this formidable opponent, he merely employed a premier earth-level sword technique to effortlessly claim victory. The opportunity for employing numerous methods remains entirely untapped. In this regard, Jiang Daoxuan remains unhurried. He profoundly understands a fundamental truth. The distinction between possessing a sword and having the ability to wield it is immense. Simply put, while one may choose not to utilize certain hidden cards or techniques, one must never be without them. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan shakes his head, casting aside these assorted thoughts, and once more settles onto the meditation mat. He gently closes his eyes and resumes practicing the pure Yang Wuji technique, entering a new cycle of cultivation. Despite having a plethora of hidden cards, he has not forgotten that true strength lies solely in one's cultivation level. If he could overpower his opponents merely through his realm, why would he risk engaging in battles beyond his current capabilities? As dusk falls over Kangwu Mountain, at the Jiang family's residence, within a modest yet tidy room, Jiang Han inspects his surroundings, ensuring no one is present. He promptly approaches the bed and sits down. Carefully, he retrieves the spatial ring bestowed upon him by the clan leader and opens it. In the next moment, a remarkable scene unfolds before him. 2 small booklets, a golden elixir, a white jade jar, and a fist-sized golden flame. Gazing at these 5 seemingly extraordinary items, Jiang Han's eyes brighten, and he silently speculates, could these be the renowned Xian-tier treasures? Such mystique certainly does not resemble mere Huang-tier objects. Xian-tier treasures are generally precious items accessible only to those of the Purple Mansion level. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even dream of such things. Considering that his former branch lacked even innate realm experts, let alone such esteemed treasures. Reflecting on the various extraordinary descriptions of Xian-tier treasures, Jiang Han's heart unwittingly races, his gaze growing ever more fervent. Although he has inherited the legacy of the Yellow Spring Emperor, the vast disparity and lack of point of reference initially left him less astonished. However, Xian-tier treasures are widely recognized, and he understands their true value. At this moment, Jiang Han cannot help but marvel inwardly at the generosity of the clan leader. Here he is, merely at the bone-refining stage. Yet he has been granted such precious items that even innate realm experts covet, yet cannot obtain. Suppressing his excitement, he first extracts one of the small booklets and begins to peruse it. Yet, the further he reads, the more his fingers tremble uncontrollably, until he encounters a description of the Great Sun Body Refining Technique, Earth Tier Supreme. Boom. It is as if a muffled thunderclap resounds in his mind. Jiang Han stands frozen, struck with disbelief, stammering, Earth Tier Supreme? By the heavens, I would have been content with merely acquiring a Xian-tier technique. Yet, unexpectedly, his clan leader has bestowed upon him an overwhelming shock of immense proportions. What does an Earth Tier Supreme technique signify? Even the strongest individuals he has heard of from storytellers only grasp Earth Tier upper grade techniques. Thus, when this extraordinary Earth-level martial art emerged, the impact it created was undoubtedly immense. After the initial shock, Jiang Han slowly turned his gaze to another booklet, and a bold hypothesis suddenly surged in his mind. Could it be? He nervously swallowed, then brought the booklet closer, swiftly flipping through its pages. In no time, Jiang Han's expression had turned completely numb. His conjecture proved accurate. This martial technique, named the Purple Thunder Palm, was indeed also of Earth-level excellence. What was this all about? Jiang Han's narrow perspective was ruthlessly crushed in an instant, prompting a profound transformation within him. He could scarcely fathom that his family had possessed such a precious treasure at the outset. In comparison, he suddenly felt that his earlier thoughts were extraordinarily naive. He had foolishly believed these items were merely of mysterious grade. Even if he had dared to speculate, he would have presumed they were at most treasures of superior mysterious grade. Yet, reality struck him like a heavy blow, shattering his previous understanding. After several breaths, Jiang Han exhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within. He then turned his attention to the remaining 3 items within the spatial ring. At this moment, his mindset had undergone a seismic shift. With utmost caution, he retrieved a white, jade-colored jar, carefully unscrewing the lid. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of life surged forth, enveloping the entire room. Jiang Han was taken aback by this sudden occurrence. After taking a deep breath, he was astonished to discover that signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation had emerged. Such a miraculous object was truly unprecedented. Jiang Han was in awe. Merely inhaling its essence hinted at a potential advancement in his cultivation. What would happen if you were to refine it directly? The efficacy of these items surpassed anything he had previously encountered in inferior spirit stones. No, there was simply no basis for comparison between the two. Recognizing the rarity of this item, Jiang Han hastily returned the divine liquid to the spatial ring. Next, he extracted a golden-hued pill, placing it in his palm and scrutinizing it without a trace of clarity in his thoughts. What miraculous effects did this pill, bestowed by the esteemed family head, possess? Jiang Han was filled with curiosity but refrained from consuming it immediately. He was not concerned about the possibility of poison. Rather, he was uncertain of its specific purpose. What if it were meant for healing? To consume it without understanding would be a waste of the family head's good intentions. However, at that moment, a faint glow flickered across the surface of the pill, shooting forth and merging into Jiang Han's forehead. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, an unfamiliar piece of information materialized in his mind. Transcendent Golden Pill, a heavenly grade superior pill, contains the power to seize the very creation of the world. Upon digesting the information within his mind, Jiang Han fully understood the effects of this extraordinary pill. The supreme elixir from the heavenly stairs, once ingested, has the power to enhance one's innate qualities. The clan leader's foresight is truly commendable, thought Jiang Han, filled with astonishment. His innate qualities had always been woefully inadequate. A persistent thorn lodged deep within his heart. Yet now, with this precious pill bestowed upon him by the clan leader, although uncertain of the extent to which it might augment his abilities, he felt confident that it would suffice to extract that thorn. Jiang Han did not dare to aspire for a transformation into a prodigious talent. He would be content if his abilities merely aligned with those of an average person. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the clan leader, he lifted his trembling hand and placed the elixir into his mouth. As he swallowed, an overwhelming surge of potent medicinal energy erupted from his abdomen, swiftly coursing through his limbs and body. Gradually, a wave of intense drowsiness enveloped him. His eyelids grew heavier, and he succumbed to slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, he turned to gaze out the window, discovering that the night had deepened into an inky darkness. Retrieving his focus, he prepared to assess the changes within his body. However, upon lowering his gaze, he was dismayed to find himself coated in a layer of viscous black mud, exuding a repulsive stench. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing this was the impurities indicated in the information he had received. He refrained from hastily cleansing himself and, instead, impatiently began to sense the alterations in his physique. After a few moments of contemplation, a smile of delight spread across Jiang Han's face. If his numerous meridians had previously been obstructed, rendering him incapable of absorbing spiritual energy, now, as countless pathways opened, his capacity to absorb such energy had astonishingly increased 100-fold compared to before. This extraordinary outcome exceeded all his expectations. Subsequently, he instinctively engaged in the practice of the Yellow Spring demonic art. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged toward him, eagerly rushing into his body. With a crisp sound echoing, in less than 10 breaths, he achieved a breakthrough, officially entering the realm of the postnatal stage. Jiang Han's lips parted slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at his hands. He could scarcely fathom that one day he would possess such a terrifying rate of spiritual energy absorption. Amidst his astonishment, a wave of indescribable joy surged within him. From this moment forth, he would no longer be regarded as a cultivation failure by others. Jiang Han was overwhelmed with excitement. He suddenly felt that the gratitude he owed to the clan leader might never be repaid. After all, Such a miraculous method of enhancing his innate qualities was akin to a rebirth for him. Even if he could not repay this kindness, he could contribute to the rise of his clan in the future, and surely, the clan leader would find solace in that. Though Jiang Han was uncertain of the specific value of these treasures, he understood that any one of them could be worth more than his life 1,000 times over. Yet, such precious items had been bestowed upon him. The clan leader, without a hint of hesitation, readily entrusted everything to him. Such a broad-minded disposition is indeed worthy of admiration. Feeling the leader's trust, Jiang Han couldn't help but express his gratitude inwardly. He then gathered his thoughts and turned his gaze to the last treasure within the spatial ring. It was a golden flame. As Jiang Han was about to retrieve it, a sudden surge of unfamiliar information flooded his mind. The essence of the golden crow could summon a phantom of a golden crow at the sun wheel realm to fend off adversaries, lasting for 10 breaths before dissipating. Staring at the contents of the information, Jiang Han was utterly stunned. This flame could actually invoke the power of a formidable sun wheel realm warrior. He never anticipated that his clan leader would bestow upon him not only an exceptional earth-grade cultivation technique, but also such a terrifying ability. However, this was precisely what he needed. After several shocks, Jiang Han's nerves had dulled somewhat, and he quickly regained his composure. He silently accepted the clan leader's goodwill. He understood that if he wished to progress swiftly, he could not remain in Kangwu Mountain indefinitely. After all, the inhabitants of Kangwu Mountain were all his kin. He could never bring himself to exploit the essence of his family members using the Yellow Spring Devil technique. He believed that such an act would be unthinkable, even if it cost him his life. Thus, he had no choice but to leave Kangwu Mountain and venture into the outside world, utilizing the essence of outsiders to nourish his own cultivation. This was the only method he could accept. Moreover, in his eyes, even the lives of 100 or 1,000 outsiders could never compare to that of a single clan member. To Jiang Han, there were only two types of people in this world, enemies and kin. In such a perilous situation, the clan leader would grant him such a powerful means of survival, indicating that the road ahead would undoubtedly be much smoother. Reflecting on this, Jiang Han gazed out the window towards the horizon. Once my cultivation advances, I shall personally eliminate each one of you from the Black Tiger sect, transforming you into nourishment for my path of cultivation. His eyes gleamed coldly, and a fierce killing intent emanated from the depths of his pupils. Although his brother Jiang Yin had not engaged with the Black Tiger sect, it did not mean that he would forget this sect or relinquish their enmity. Since that scoundrel Chaobo was dead, Jiang Han resolved to ensure that the entire sect would join him in reunion, sparing them the loneliness of wandering along the Yellow Spring Road. With a cold smile, Jiang Han retrieved the divine liquid, preparing to commence his cultivation. Days later, at Kangwu Mountain, accompanied by Jiang Chun and several elders, the search for the branch family concluded triumphantly. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan convened a grand family assembly. All members of the Jiang clan gathered at the Bluestone Square before the family hall. During this expansive assembly, Jiang Daoxuan boldly announced a series of new family regulations. In the process, he aimed to foster greater unity within the clan, effectively utilize resources, and maintain better circulation, while also motivating the clan members to strive harder in their endeavors. Familiar with the adage, a grain of rice repays a grain of kindness, Jiang Daoxuan comprehended the necessity of ensuring his family's long-term, positive development. He realized that he must refrain from indiscriminately disseminating various techniques and offering rewards. With this understanding in mind, Jiang Daoxuan promptly announced the establishment of a contribution point system in front of all assembled. Members who contribute to the family would earn corresponding rewards in the form of contribution points. To procure resources from the family, one would need to exchange these points. In Chapter 80, the Jiang family's 7 branches are rewarded with supreme bones. The contribution point system would officially be implemented for the entire clan once the elders customized a yellow tier family token capable of recording data. Following this, under Jiang Daoxuan's directive, the entirety of Kangwu Mountain would soon undergo renovations to the family hall, the treasury, the refining pavilion, the alchemy pavilion, the task platform, and the martial arts arena. In Jiang Daoxuan's vision, all the techniques originally belonging to the Jiang family and the Chieshan sect would be stored in the only technique would be the inferior grade method once mastered by Ko Tongguang. Higher grade techniques would be gradually introduced as Jiang Daoxuan's own strength increased. Given the current circumstances, the techniques were deemed too advanced for widespread distribution at this time. The treasury would house 200 supreme treasures awarded by the system, available for clan members to exchange. Considering the family still lacked weapon and elixir masters, the refining and alchemy pavilions would remain closed for the time being. This realization prompted Jiang Daoxuan to acknowledge that although he possessed numerous precious elixirs, their high grade left a significant gap in basic low-tier elixirs. Without procuring them or attracting a group of craftsmen and alchemists to serve the family, the creation of numerous low-tier treasures and elixirs for all clan members would be unfeasible. In addition to these arrangements, Jiang Daoxuan planned to expand the market at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, establishing a trading marketplace belonging to the Jiang family. This would provide a secure and reliable platform for exchanging various resources with both clan members and outsiders. After implementing these measures, Jiang Daoxuan sought to ensure equality and thus abolish the distinctions between the main family and branches. To further promote internal development and invigorate the clan spirit, he reorganized personnel among the original main family and all branches, effectively dismantling the previous structure to balance the numbers and delineate 7 branches. These branches were named Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhang, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. From this day forth, the family hall would serve as the core, dividing into 7 distinct areas for the proliferation and habitation of these branches. No hierarchy existed among the branches. Their treatment was entirely equitable, with no differences to speak of. The heads of each branch would be temporarily filled by the original heads of the family or elders, while the elders of each branch would be appointed from the previous branch elders. Among the 7 branches, Tianshu was established on the foundation of the original main family, with Jiang Chun belonging to it, while Tianxian was formed from the Xuanqing branch, with Jiang Yin as its member. The Tianji lineage was established on the foundation of the Quantong branch, with Jiang Han belonging to it. After completing these arrangements, Jiang Daoxuan announced once more that henceforth, every 3 years, the Kangwu Mountain would host a grand competition among the 7 lineages. This competition would adopt a point system, categorizing participants by age groups and establishing different arenas, featuring both team and individual competition formats. Each contest would award varying points based on rankings. Upon the conclusion of the grand competition, the overall points accumulated by each lineage would determine their respective rankings, which would be upheld for 3 years. Following this period, a new round of the 7 lineages competition would commence, leading to the selection of fresh rankings. The higher the ranking, the greater the additional rewards and resources, thus igniting the spirit of competition among the clansmen. However, even if any lineage were to finish last, it would not adversely affect their original resource allocation. Only the additional resources they could obtain would diminish somewhat. Notably, those who performed exceptionally well in the competition would have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the clan leader, along with various additional rewards. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan proclaimed the establishment of the Jiang Family Elder Council, independent of the 7 lineages and holding a distinguished position. This council would be responsible for managing both significant and minor affairs of the family, such as overseeing family industries, managing the family treasury, cultivating spiritual fields, and educating the younger generation. Moreover, the council would have the authority to collectively discuss and vote, directly intervening in the internal decisions of the 7 lineages. Nevertheless, as the clan leader, Jiang Daoxuan wielded a veto power that superseded that of the Elder Council. Currently, the council comprised only the Grand Elder, Jiang Hongguang. Other individuals wishing to join the Elder Council could do so through one of 3 avenues. First, if a lineage leader aged and relinquished their position, they could enter the council. Second, those of extraordinary talent could be granted exception. Third, individuals who had rendered significant contributions to the family could also be allowed entry. Faced with Jiang Daoxuan's various mandates, all clansmen expressed no dissent and offered no objections, for they all understood that the Jiang family's present standing was solely due to the clan leader's efforts. Thus, every word spoken by Jiang Daoxuan held absolute authority in their hearts and was not to be contradicted. Observing the absence of opposition, Jiang Daoxuan proceeded to issue further commands. Considering the current relative sparsity of the Jiang family compared to other clans, he announced a series of incentives aimed at families welcoming newborns, encouraging population growth within the clan. Following this, Jiang Daoxuan made several adjustments and, once the arrangements were nearly complete, he dismissed the clan assembly, allowing all members to disperse. He returned to the family hall, preparing to resume his cultivation, when unexpectedly, the voice of the system suddenly resonated. The 24-day cycle has concluded, and the family development task has been completed. Now in the process of settlement. Based on your overall performance, The task has been rated as a full score, and rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received 999 points of family fortune. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a superior sword technique of the holy tier, the slaughtering heaven sword technique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a superior formation of the holy tier, the spirit gathering great formation. Congratulations, host. You have received a top-grade spiritual vein of the heavenly tier. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a guardian spiritual beast of the Sunwheel realm, the Black Water Flood Dragon. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious reward, the Supreme Bone. Superior sword technique of the holy tier. As Jiang Daoxuan gazed at the rewards before him, his eyes sparkled with delight. He had never anticipated such generous rewards upon completing the 24-day family task. Filled with excitement, he immediately clicked to view the details. Slaughtering Heaven Sword Technique, a superior sword technique of the holy tier, capable of slaying the heavens, unmatched in offense. Can conjure the imagery of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, unleashing boundless intent to kill. Note, due to its intense murderous intent, one must master the sword heart to withstand the encroaching malice. Otherwise, one's consciousness may shatter, leading to the loss of spirit and the danger of falling. Gazing at this formidable sword technique, Jiang Daoxuan felt an overwhelming urge to begin cultivating it immediately to enhance his combat prowess. However, upon seeing the system's reminder, he reluctantly dismissed the thought. It would be prudent to wait until he mastered the sword heart before attempting to practice this technique. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan stored the Slaughtering Heaven Sword technique in the system's repository. Chapter 81, Spirit Gathering Great Formation and Heavenly Tier's Spiritual Vein. Jiang Daoxuan shifted his gaze downward to examine another reward. Spirit Gathering Great Formation, a superior formation of the holy tier, capable of interfering with the five senses of outsiders, masking spiritual energy fluctuations and disguising them as normal levels, rendering it impossible for cultivators below the Great Sage realm to see through the illusion. This is indeed a valuable asset, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Currently, Kangwu Mountain possesses several earthly tier spiritual veins, resulting in a density of spiritual energy far exceeding that of the outside world. Although it has not yet been exposed, any visit from high-tier cultivators could easily reveal the anomaly of this place. Thus, the existence of the spirit gathering great formation is essential. The spiritual energy that seems terrifying to the Jiang family appears utterly mundane to outsiders. Initially, he was concerned that the heavenly tier spiritual vein might cause too much commotion. However, it seems there is no need for such worries. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan promptly buried the spirit gathering great formation and the heavenly tier's spiritual vein at the base of Kangwu Mountain. The moment they were buried, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge wildly. Visible storms of spiritual power swept across the skies above Kangwu Mountain. The terrifying commotion immediately captured the attention of all the members of the Jiang family. In a certain room, Jiang Chun felt the frenzied spiritual energy around him and couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. Has the spiritual energy increased? And by at least several dozen times? Jiang Chun could not ascertain the precise extent of the enhancement. He could only speculate in his heart. Amidst his conjectures, a profound shock surged within him. He had never expected such a monumental transformation in the spiritual environment of Kangwu Mountain to occur in such a brief span of time. Could this be yet another stratagem devised by the esteemed patriarch? Jiang Chun raised his gaze towards the distant horizon, directing his attention towards the family's grand hall, his heart brimming with reverence. At this juncture, even he could not foresee the future trajectory of the Jiang clan. After all, the patriarch's methods were truly extraordinary. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a sudden, crisp sound resonated. Jiang Chun lowered his head, his expression peculiar. What he had anticipated would take over 10 days to transcend, unexpectedly unfolded before him at this very moment. He had already ascended to the 5th level of the innate realm. As he once again sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy surrounding him, he felt confident that within a month, he could reach the 9th level of the innate realm and attempt to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, who had been diligently practicing, keenly sensed the dramatic shift in his surroundings. He halted his movements, abruptly opening his eyes, filled with astonishment. This surge of spiritual energy? Even after the initial transformation of Kangwu Mountain, he could hardly contain his shock at the unfolding scene. Simultaneously, Elder Zhou, revised, emitted an exclamation. Is this a heavenly tier spiritual vein. As a former perfected practitioner of the celestial realm, his knowledge far surpassed that of Jiang Yin, allowing him to discern the origins of this spiritual energy transformation with greater clarity. Thus, his heart swelled with even more astonishment. After all, in the faction he once belonged to, the highest spiritual vein was merely a mid-tier heavenly one. Yet now, he was horrified to discover that the concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeded that of his former faction as stronghold. Could it be that this is a top tier, or even an extraordinary heavenly spiritual vein? Elder Shou dared not ponder further, feeling an overwhelming dread. It is crucial to understand that neither top tier nor extraordinary heavenly spiritual veins are within the grasp of celestial realm practitioners. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly provoke the attention of terrifying beings at the saint level, eager to seize it. He distinctly recalled witnessing a spiritual vein, presided over by a saint. That was merely a top-tier heavenly one. Yet, this Jiang Clan, whose strongest member barely reached the Yuan High realm, astonishingly possessed such a vein for their kin to cultivate, truly unfathomable, evoking profound incredulity. At that moment, upon hearing his master's exclamation, Jiang Yin was suddenly moved, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Through Elder Zhou's recent enlightenment, his perspective had expanded far beyond the narrow confines of his previous understanding, granting him a clearer comprehension of the terrifying implications represented by a heavenly tier spiritual vein. Such a vein truly renders the patriarch ever more inscrutable. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Jiang Yin could not help but exclaim in admiration. At this point, he increasingly grasped the significance of his master's earlier words. Even a pig nurtured by the Jiang family could topple a Yuan High realm practitioner. Judging by his patriarch's current displays, such a future was indeed devoid of embellishment. Following his awe, a smile graced his face, and he felt immensely fortunate to belong to a family with such a formidable patriarch. A Jiang clan imbued with boundless hope is indeed a source of great anticipation. At this moment, the venerable Zhou, concealed within the ring, could not help but feel a profound sense of awe. He inwardly lamented, "Truly, this is the reincarnated emperor. His generosity is such that it evokes feelings of inadequacy within me." At this juncture, he felt an immense relief for his wise decision. This esteemed leader of the Jiang clan was able to present a heavenly grade spiritual vein, a treasure coveted by many saints yet unattainable. The depth of his resources far surpassed ordinary imagination. To set aside his pride and cling tightly to the leg of this Jiang clan leader was indeed an astute decision. In a separate chamber, Zhang Han was startled by the sudden upheaval outside while practicing the yellow spring demon technique. As the spiritual energy storm erupted, the surging energy was drawn into him. In an instant, thanks to his physique refined by the transcendental golden core and the yellow spring demon technique, his cultivation experienced a remarkable breakthrough. His previously attained third layer of the postnatally realm surged to the sixth layer, leaping over 3 minor realms. Is this truly the pace at which I can cultivate? Zhang Han gazed at his hands, momentarily entranced, disbelief etched upon his face. He had never fathomed that one day his cultivation speed could reach such extraordinary heights. However, after being bombarded by the numerous grand gifts bestowed by his clan leader, his gradually numbed nerves had yet to fully recover. Thus, his astonishment lingered for scarcely 3 breaths before he swiftly returned to his usual demeanor. Subsequently, he dismissed the surrounding anomalies, lowering his head and earnestly seizing the moment to cultivate. Having endured years of stagnation due to limitations of his innate talent, he now comprehended how precious this newfound cultivation speed truly was. To avoid squandering his current potential, he resolved to double his efforts in training, striving to repay his esteemed clan leader as soon as possible. Chapter 82. Fusion of the Supreme Bone, Ascending to the Star Wheel Realm. Within the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged upon a mat, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he sensed the significant changes surrounding him. With several earth-grade spiritual veins and this exceptional heavenly-grade spiritual vein supporting them, it was evident that the strength of the clan members would experience an extraordinary surge in the days to come. Furthermore, the cumulative effect of what he possessed would also amplify. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Daoxuan turned his attention to the next reward. Black Waterflood Dragon, 7th layer of the Sun Wheel Realm, possessing a trace of dragon bloodline, formidable in combat, capable of contending with myriad phenomena. Now bound to the Jiang family as a guardian spiritual beast, with the host permitted to select its dwelling place. A glimmer of joy illuminated Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. With this guardian spiritual beast of the Sun Wheel Realm, the Jiang family would surely navigate the developmental phase of their foundation with remarkable ease. It is noteworthy that even the mightiest of the great Qin dynasty merely possessed the cultivation of the myriad phenomena realm. The fact that this black water flood dragon could rival such prowess underscored the heightened security of Kangwu Mountain. After the initial astonishment, he began to contemplate the choice of dwelling place. Jiang Daoxuan did not hesitate long and soon formulated a plan: the location of the spiritual spring. The abundant spiritual energy within the spring would undoubtedly provide an excellent environment for the guardian spiritual beast to cultivate. Moreover, although the spirit spring may seem merely a fountain, its true magnitude rivals that of a small lake. Thus, considering both the environment and scale, it is undoubtedly the wisest choice to allow the black water flood dragon to inhabit the spirit spring. Consequently, there would be no need to assign clansmen to guard the spring. The mere presence of the black water flood dragon would suffice to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Contemplating this, Jiang Daoxuan resolutely decided to place the black water flood dragon within the spirit spring for its abode. He then focused his mind and turned to the final reward: Supreme Bone, one of the paramount physiques, nurturing a formidable innate treasure technique, imbued with various mysteries, capable of fusion. Faced with this awe-inspiring reward, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he promptly clicked to fuse. In the next moment, a resplendent radiance erupted from his chest. Divine light flowed, and the dazzling brilliance resembled a golden sun, blindingly radiant and impossible to behold. Soon after, a bone began to manifest in the center of Jiang Daoxuan's chest. Enveloped by boundless luminescence, it gradually revealed a lustrous white bone fragment. This fragment was merely the size of a fingertip, its surface intricately interwoven with profound and complex runes. Each rune was mesmerizing, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to contain the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. As the myriad divine glows radiated from Jiang Daoxuan's being, an immense force surged forth from within, sweeping through his limbs and bones. At that moment, influenced by the spiritual energy storm, numerous clansmen began to break through successively. The terrifying feedback effect of the entire clan took effect. In an instant, the aura emanating from Jiang Daoxuan underwent violent fluctuations, escalating wildly. Before long, it reached a critical point. Boom! A resounding thud echoed from within, reverberating throughout the great hall. He had achieved the 9th layer of the Yuan-Si realm. Following the breakthrough of this minor realm, the colossal power surging within did not abate. Instead, it pressed onward towards the next realm. Within the void of the Purple Mansion, the sea of Yuan power began to draw upon the celestial forces of the outer world, conjuring an ethereal star. This was the celestial phenomenon manifesting above the Yuan Sea upon ascending to the Star Wheel realm. He had officially entered the 1st layer of the Star Wheel realm. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan had truly become a master of the Star Wheel realm. Feeling the immense power contained within him, he could not help but chuckle softly. Initially, he had thought it would take a month to complete the breakthrough, yet unexpectedly, it had been accomplished today. Jiang Daoxuan sighed, then shook his head and focused his mind, beginning to meticulously sense the changes within his body. Before long, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. After fusing with the Supreme Bone, he discovered that he had not only acquired unique abilities such as healing injuries and enhancing resistance, but also mastered a talent treasure technique known as reincarnation. This technique possessed the terrifying capability to manipulate time. When executed, it could transform a sapling into a towering tree or age a vibrant youth into a withered elder. The sheer power of this ability astonished even Jiang Daoxuan himself. Immediately, he found himself unable to resist the allure of envisioning future scenarios, his expression transforming into one of peculiarity. What if, in the days to come, he were to confront a young prodigy in battle and mid-fight? He unexpectedly unleashed the reincarnation treasure technique, transforming his opponent into a helpless 1-year-old infant? The vividness of this image was simply too captivating. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile involuntarily crept across Jiang Daoxuan's lips. Subsequently, he averted his gaze, preparing to resume his cultivation, when an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, Jiang Daoxuan felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and from the depths of his dark, profound pupils, streams of resplendent divine light began to emerge. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's strength has reached the Star Wheel realm. The chaotic Tao has now been unlocked to its 2nd stage, granting the Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. All things in nature leave traces, once activated. It can unravel all formations and illusions in the world, as well as discern an enemy's moves and identify their weaknesses. Jiang Daoxuan covered his eyes, feeling the pain gradually dissipate, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. He had never anticipated that merely breaking through to the Star Wheel realm would yield such an unexpected delight. After all, the previous function of the chaotic Dao I was singular, serving only as a data panel. Yet now, with the unlocking of the second stage and the acquisition of the Eye of Insight, the chaotic Dao I had effectively augmented his combat prowess, achieving a qualitative leap. He couldn't help but wonder what extraordinary abilities awaited him upon unlocking the third stage. Excitement filled his eyes. At this juncture, endowed with the innate sacred body Dao, Supreme Bone, Chaotic Dao Eye, Great Annihilation Technique, Reincarnation Treasure Technique, and Kunping Treasure Technique, Jiang Daoxuan found himself oblivious to his own limits. To truly understand his boundaries, he would need to engage in battle with formidable foes. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly to himself, never having imagined that within the span of a single day, the system would bestow upon him such a multitude of surprises. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was lost in contemplation, the cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. Ding! The development task set for 24 days has been completed. A new development task has now been triggered. With a 3-year time frame, develop your family. Scoring based on comprehensive performance. The higher the score, the more generous the rewards. Note: achieving a perfect score will grant a mysterious reward. Upon seeing the task of developing his family reappear, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Having completed the previous development task, he was well aware of the rich rewards it entailed. If such grand prizes could be obtained in merely 24 days, what could be expected over 3 years? Chapter 83, Blackwater Flood Dragon. 2 months later, Jiang Daoxuan's heart surged with excitement. Once his emotions had settled, he rose and exited the family hall, making his way toward the spirit spring. Before continuing his cultivation, he needed to ensure all preparations were in place. The guardian spirit beast of the Sun Wheel realm could not remain in the system's repository gathering dust indefinitely. To avert any unforeseen incidents, it was imperative to release it as soon as possible. Before long, propelled by the unparalleled speed of the Kunping Treasure Technique, Jiang Daoxuan swiftly arrived at the spirit spring. As he drew near, a remarkably rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. Jiang Daoxuan lifted his gaze, and the scene before him unfolded. It was a small lake, encircled by countless emerald bamboos. The water was crystal clear, undisturbed, exuding a serene tranquility akin to poetry. Yet, beneath the dense shroud of spiritual energy surrounding it, the entire surface of the lake was adorned with an exceedingly faint milky white veil. From a distance, it appeared as if clouds from the heavens had descended to the earth, submerging into the depths of the lake. Truly, it was a splendid location. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, and then accessed the system's repository to summon the Blackwater Flood Dragon. In an instant, a colossal creature spanning 10 zhang materialized before him. Its body was covered in jet-black scales, resembling a serpent yet possessing 4 limbs, with a pair of razor-sharp claws glistening with a chilling light. Its countenance was fearsome, and its crimson eyes reflected a hint of ferocity, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Simultaneously, as the Blackwater Flood Dragon emerged, an overwhelmingly powerful presence radiated outward, engulfing the surroundings. This was the unique pressure emanating from a being of the Sun Wheel realm. The pressure arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, returning to tranquility in a mere moment. At this juncture, the Blackwater Flood Dragon did not hastily leap into the water. Instead, it lowered its proud head, facing Jiang Daoxuan, allowing him to caress it. Jiang Daoxuan extended his right hand to rest upon the dragon's forehead, feeling the cold touch akin to steel. He chuckled softly. From this day forth, you shall be named Xiaobai. As the guardian spirit of the Jiang family, you must not be without a name. Upon hearing its new name, Xiaobai let out a few calls, the faint dragon might within its voice, startling numerous birds hidden within the emerald thicket into flight. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan gently patted Xiaobai's head and instructed, "Now, you shall watch over this place for me." Xiaobai nodded and promptly turned, leaping into the spiritual spring, plunging into the lake to frolic and play. However, in the midst of its merriment, it suddenly recalled Jiang Daoxuan's presence nearby and reluctantly ceased its antics, slowly submerging its massive body into the water. Before long, Xiaobai's entire form was concealed beneath the water's surface, leaving only its head above the waterline. Its lantern-like eyes fixated on Jiang Daoxuan, awaiting the next command. With Xiaobai gazing eagerly, Jiang Daoxuan smiled, "In the days to come, unless absolutely necessary. Do not make your presence known, for it may frighten others." Given Xiaobai's terrifying and fierce appearance, if exposed to his own kin, it could easily instill fear, even to the point of causing some to flee or weep. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai promptly nodded, splashing water around as it did so, creating ripples across the surface. Immediately thereafter, in order to avoid drawing attention, it flicked its tail and dived deep into the spiritual spring, commencing its concealment. Within a few breaths, the lake surface returned to serenity, reflecting the clarity of a mirror, leaving no hint of disturbance. No one would ever suspect that a formidable dragon of the Sun Wheel realm lay hidden in the depths below. Content with this, Jiang Daoxuan exhaled a sigh of relief, retracted his gaze, and turned to depart. From here on, he merely needed to delegate the family's various affairs to the Grand Elder or the heads of the different branches to manage independently. His sole ambition is singular, to cultivate. In his eyes, the Star Wheel realm is merely a starting point. As time flows swiftly, 2 months have elapsed. During this period, the Kangwu Jiang family has entered a phase of rapid development. With the implementation of the contribution point system, numerous family members, upon completing familial tasks or amassing contribution points through various means, have exchanged them for coveted treasures, techniques, and elixirs. Furthermore, under the influence of various elixirs and the formidable spiritual energy within Kangwu Mountain, the cultivation journey of many Jiang family members has been remarkably smooth, witnessing rapid advancements. Particularly, the healthy competition among the 7 branches has led many disciples to frequently gather in the training grounds for contests and sparring. In this race to excel, the cultivation levels of the 7-branch disciples have experienced explosive growth. Currently, the Jiang family boasts a staggering 335 members in the acquired realm, while the innate realm members have reached an unprecedented 56. Such a number of innate cultivators is indeed formidable. It is worth noting that previously, the Jiang family struggled to assemble even 10 innate members, with the strongest from the branch families barely reaching the 9th level of the acquired realm. This highlights the exceptional caliber of the current 56 innate cultivators. Additionally, the 3 elder innate members of the main family have also leveraged family resources to step into the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. As for the Grand Elder, Jiang Hongwang, he unexpectedly awakened the Thunder Spirit body one day, leaving all family members in a state of great shock and bewilderment. No one could have anticipated that the Grand Elder, despite his advanced age, could still awaken such a special physique. According to their understanding, individuals with spiritual bodies typically awaken before the age of 20. Thus, the Grand Elder's late awakening left all Jiang family members perplexed. However, even beyond these individuals, the Grand Elder himself was equally astonished. How could such an unusual awakening occur so suddenly when there were no prior signs? Confused, the Grand Elder accepted the reality of his awakening to the Thunder Spirit body and immediately immersed himself in intense cultivation. With the aid of a pound of divine liquid secretly provided by Jiang Daoxuan, along with the bestowal of the pure Yang Wuzhigong due to his past contributions, the Grand Elder, endowed with the Thunder Spirit body and significantly enhanced aptitude, ascended to the 1st level of the Yuanhai realm within just 2 months, becoming the only Yuanhai cultivator in the Kangwu Jiang family. Yushi Zhan, the family's venerator, upon escorting Luo Fengzong and others back to Kangwu Mountain, broke through the long-standing confinement of the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm, successfully reaching the 1st level of the Star Wheel realm, thus becoming the 2nd strongest within the Kangwu Jiang family. During this time, the 3 fated ones of the family also achieved even more astonishing progress. Jiang Yin, empowered by the Tsong Flame body, refined divine liquid and spiritual energy, directly advancing to the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Beyond his cultivation progress, he has also successfully mastered alchemy under the guidance of Elder Zhou. Utilizing the Tsong Flame spiritual fire, a heavenly grade extraordinary flame, Jiang Yin has made rapid strides in alchemy, now surpassing the status of an alchemy apprentice to attain the level of a junior alchemist, capable of attempting the refinement of yellow-grade elixirs. Chapter 84. The Realm of Swordsmanship. The return of Jiang Daoyun after years of absence. Jiang Chen continuously refined his physique through the use of immortal fire, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed. Under the fervent intensity of his relentless training, he has now ascended to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Regarding his swordsmanship, due to the majority of his time being devoted to cultivation, He has only reached the late stage of the sword origin realm. Swordsmanship realms: sword technique, sword chi. Sword origin: sword intent, sword sect, sword heart, sword marquis, sword spirit, sword king, sword soul, sword saint, sword Dao, sword emperor. Sword realm: sword sovereign. Although he has yet to comprehend sword intent, with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm, he has nonetheless become the 4th most formidable member of the Jiang family, following Jiang Daoxuan, the Grand Elder, and Guxing Zhan. The arrival of both Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan at the Purple Mansion realm has sent shockwaves throughout Kangwu Mountain. This news rapidly spread through the market at the foot of the mountain, reaching the surrounding territories in no time. Many sects and families learned of the emergence of 2 young prodigies from the Jiang family, who achieved a breakthrough in the Purple Mansion realm before the age of 20, a talent so extraordinary that it defies belief. This revelation ignited intense jealousy among the various sect leaders and family heads, stirring a deep sense of envy within them. A shared thought emerged in their minds: how could the Jiang family possess such fortune? As if having Jiang Daoxuan, a monstrous talent, was not enough. 2 more prodigies have appeared to further provoke them. The leaders of the major factions were expressions of bitter envy, feeling an immense longing. However, what no one anticipated was that the Jiang family's prodigies did not number merely 2. Jiang Han, adhering to the principle of cautious development, had remained inconspicuous. Yet, through rigorous training in secret, he has now reached the 8th level of the innate realm, emerging as one of the top 10 cultivators within the Jiang family. Despite such rapid progress, it is still not the fastest pace for him. Should he activate the Huangquan demonic art to absorb the essence of others to enhance his cultivation, he would likely have already attained the Purple Mansion realm. However, while the methodical training on Kangwu Mountain may be slower, it is ultimately more secure. Jiang Han has resolved in his heart that once he breaks through to the Purple Mansion realm and attains the strength for self-preservation, he will venture out to hone his skills. Meanwhile, while the family members experience significant growth, Jiang Daoxuan's advancements have been even greater. Through the collective cultivation of the entire family, compounded with his own 2 months of training, he has broken through barriers with the ease of drinking water and now stands at the 6th level of the Star Wheel realm. In addition to his cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan has also made remarkable strides in swordsmanship. Not only has he stepped into the Sword Heart realm, but he has also cultivated it to a minor accomplishment. Now, once the news of his comprehension of the Sword Heart spreads, his name in the Sword sect is destined to be replaced by the title of Sword Marquis. Furthermore, after mastering the Sword Heart, Jiang Daoxuan has trained in the top-quality Saint-tier technique, the Skyslaying Sword Art, which has significantly augmented his combat prowess, successfully replacing the myriad swords converging as his current strongest sword technique. After 2 months of consolidation with his own strength combined with the collective strength of his family members, the Jiang family of Kangwu now appears to possess no weaknesses, vastly surpassing their previous feeble foundations, thus becoming a true hegemonic force. On this particular day, having just concluded his cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan unexpectedly received a notification from the system. Ding! Due to the influence of family fortune, the Hongmeng tree has advanced to level 2. Unlocking new effects. Newly unlocked effects. Level 2 Enlightenment. Within the family residence, slightly enhances the comprehension of the clan members. Level 1 Fighting Spirit. Within the family residence, marginally boosts the fighting spirit of the clan members. Level 1 Sudden Insight. Within the family residence, grants a small probability for clan members to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Level 1 Blessing. Within the family residence, all newborns will experience a slight enhancement in their constitution. Upon witnessing the Hongmeng tree's elevation to level 2, Jiang Daoxuan was pleased to note that, in addition to the heightened enlightenment effect, 3 new level 1 effects had been introduced. Through the course of recent developments, he had gained a deeper understanding of the significance of family fortune. Lately, there had been numerous reports of clan members embarking on journeys, only to serendipitously encounter fortuitous events, such as discovering spiritual herbs. As he reviewed these reports, Jiang Daoxuan realized that these occurrences were undoubtedly influenced by the family's fortune. This led him to ponder whether, with the continuous increase in family fortune, it might one day be possible for members to stumble upon celestial artifacts or acquire powerful legacies merely by falling off cliffs, resulting in a scenario where everyone would be favored by fortune-destined protagonists. The thought of such a vivid scenario piqued Jiang Daoxuan's immense interest. Meanwhile, In a distant mountain range, a robust, unkempt middle-aged man was traversing the woods with a large bow slung across his back and a treasured blade at his waist. Following closely behind him were two young boys. One, a resolute youth with fair skin, extended his hand to lead the companion clad in black, who, with his eyes covered by a black cloth, stumbled along, reliant on his friend for guidance. After walking several dozen paces, the middle-aged man suddenly halted. He scanned the surroundings and murmured, "I have heard that someone once discovered Qingxian grass here. I hope to find it this time." Noticing the sudden stop, the boy in black, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Uncle Yun, do you think we can return to the family?" The middle-aged man turned to face the two boys. His tone solemn as he replied, "I promised your father that I would bring you back safely one day. Now that I have reached the Yuanhai realm, if we diligently search, I am certain we will find our way home." The man was none other than Jiang Daoxuan, the father of Jiang Yan, who had departed from the Jiang family in Xuanqing many years ago. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi let out a slight sigh, choosing not to voice any further concerns. Noticing the dejection on Jiang Yi's face, the younger Jiang Hao grasped his brother's hand, his eyes bright and earnest as he declared, "Do not worry. Uncle Yun is now a Yuanhai realm cultivator. He will surely lead us back." As Jiang Hao's innocent voice faded, Jiang Daoyun's expression softened, turning slowly to gaze ahead, his eyes reflecting a profound uncertainty about the future. In recent years, for reasons unknown, his fortunes had plummeted remarkably, leading to several life-threatening encounters. Though he had managed to evade disaster, his clan brother Jiang Daoxuan, who accompanied him, had not been so fortunate. Due to the fragility of his family, Jiang Daoxuan, after expending considerable effort to forge connections, sought refuge by sending his young sons, Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao, to a sect overseen by a formidable expert of the Yuanhai realm. Originally, he intended for Jiang Daoyun to escort Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao on their journey. However, having lost his wife early on and left with only these two sons, he felt uneasy about their departure and thus volunteered to join Jiang Daoyun's party. The four of them set forth together. Tragically, during an unforeseen event, Jiang Daoxuan met his demise, leaving the two children in Jiang Daoyun's care. In the process of protecting Jiang Hao, Jiang Yi suffered grievous injury, losing his sight. Chapter 85. Jiang Daoyun. I shall surpass my ancestors. After years of arduous training, Jiang Daoyun advanced from the second level of the innate realm to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. 3 months ago, inexplicably, his fortunes began to change for the better. Not only did he encounter significantly fewer dangers along the way, but he also stumbled upon various fortuitous opportunities. Recently, while resting overnight in a secluded mountain, he fortuitously discovered the tomb of a knife sovereign of the Sun Cycle realm. Fortuitously inheriting its legacy, he obtained an exquisite Earth-grade treasure knife, an Earth-grade supreme technique, and an Earth-grade superior knife technique. He also acquired a spatial ring left behind by the deceased, filled with an abundance of spirit stones and resources, which accelerated his cultivation to an astonishing pace. In a brief period, he broke through several realms, ultimately reaching the first level of the Yuanhai realm. Beyond his cultivation, Jiang Daoyun inadvertently learned of the Qingxian herb, a spirit grass of inferior earth grade. Once ingested, it facilitates the opening of a cultivator's acupoints. The higher the consumer's realm, the weaker the effect. However, for his son, who had lost his cultivation, it was a veritable treasure. The serendipity of encountering such a rare item ignited a fervent hope within Jiang Daoyun. After years of hardship, he finally glimpsed a chance to heal Jiang Yan's peculiar ailment. Yet, amidst his joy, the location of his current predicament cast a shadow over his heart. After numerous narrow escapes and prolonged tribulations, he found himself far removed from Tiandu Prefecture, having ventured into the territory of Shanhai Prefecture. The Great Qin dynasty encompasses a total of 36 prefectures, separated by vast distances. Even with his Yuanhai realm prowess, he could not swiftly return to Tiandu Prefecture while accompanied by the two children. He pondered how much his family had changed over the years. A nostalgic expression crossed Jiang Daoyun's face. He resolved that once he successfully procured the Qingxian herb, he would exhaust every possible means to bring Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi back to Xuanqing, reuniting with his family. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. Surely, under his leadership, the family would achieve unprecedented glory. He was resolutely confident that he would surpass his ancestors and lead the Jiang family of Xuanqing beyond the esteemed household of Lord Wudan. He had never entertained a shred of doubt, especially since, prior to his departure, The main family had not even possessed a single expert of the Purple Mansion realm. He has now become a powerful practitioner of the Yuanhai realm. A few days later, 3 impeccably dressed gentlemen entered the city of Wudong. They surveyed their surroundings, surveying the filthy and chaotic streets with disdain. In such a destitute and remote place, were it not for the clan's orders, I would not have set foot here even if my life depended on it. Who could argue otherwise? If it were not for our ancestors' incessant thoughts about that woman, how could we have possibly come here? Alas, how is it that our illustrious ancestor, a figure of great renown, remains so fixated on this shameless woman, to the point of never marrying? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, each finding it difficult to comprehend. They were indeed the emissaries from the Tang family of Tiandu Prefecture. Not long ago, during a grand banquet celebrating the ancestor's 300th birthday, he had suddenly mentioned his intention to visit the Tang family in Wudong City to pay respects at that woman's grave. Thus, immediately following the banquet, the clan elders arranged for the 3 of them to set off for the Tang family in Wudong City, hoping to instruct them to make early preparations, lest any oversight provoke the ancestor's displeasure. Should the esteemed ancestor, a pillar of the clan, take offense, the entire Tang family would inevitably suffer dire consequences. It was for this reason that the 3 hastily made their way here, not daring to delay in the slightest. At this moment, recalling the mission assigned by the elders, they exchanged glances, yet none knew the current location of the Tang family or any pertinent information. Left with no choice, they could only follow the guidance of patrolling soldiers to the city lord's mansion, the place with the most comprehensive intelligence. Not long after, at the city lord's mansion, in the courtyard, Ding Xian reclined leisurely in a rattan chair. He appeared relaxed, with his eyes half closed and a smile playing on his lips, earnestly listening to a gentle tune while basking in the warm sunlight. Ever since the Jiang family relocated to Qianwu Mountain, Ding Xian, liberated from the burden that loomed over him, finally felt a sense of ease and was enjoying life to the fullest. As long as he refrained from provoking the elderly left behind in the ancestral home of the Jiang family, he could roam freely in Wudong City, becoming its sole master. However, today, this tranquility was destined to be shattered. A deep voice suddenly resonated. Lord Ding seems to be quite at ease. Upon hearing the voice, Ding Xian furrowed his brow and lazily opened his eyes, turning towards the source of the sound. Gazing at the 3 distinguished gentlemen before him, he instinctively sensed an ominous turn of events. Who are you? We are from the Tang family of Tiandu. We wish to visit our branch family here and kindly request Lord Ding to facilitate our inquiry by providing us with some information regarding this branch family. One of them replied. Upon hearing this, Ding Xian widened his eyes, his expression freezing in an instant. Indeed, what was destined to come had arrived. Ding Xian silently lowered his head, inwardly sighing. He then turned his gaze to the 3 from the Tang family. Aware that the news of the Tang family's downfall had already spread throughout the city, this matter was undoubtedly beyond concealment. To avoid being caught in a lie and incurring the wrath of the Tang family of Tiandu, Ding Xian cautiously stated, "The Tang family is no more." This statement initially left the 3 from the Tang family in stunned silence, but they quickly reacted, their faces contorting with fury. "What do you mean, Lord Ding?" Ding Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart filled with trepidation as he spoke. The Tang family was annihilated by the Jiang family 3 months ago. You have arrived too late. Upon receiving this grim news, the expressions of the 3 members of the Tang family darkened abruptly. No one could have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary visit to the Tang family in Wudong City would precipitate such a cataclysmic event. Fear began to creep into their hearts. With the ancestor preparing to arrive in Wudong City in just a few days, this sudden turn of events was indeed alarming. It was easy to imagine the fury that would ensue upon the ancestor's discovery of the Tang family's demise, and they feared that they too would suffer unwarranted calamity. Contemplating this, their gazes turned ominously bleak. The leader bellowed with rage. How dare they obliterate the branch of the Tang family in Tiandu? The Jiang family truly does not know the gravity of their actions. He then swiftly turned to Lord Ding, cupping his hands in respect, and inquired, "May I ask, Lord Ding, what is the origin of the Jiang family? How could they be so audacious?" As his words fell, a formidable aura emanated from him, suffused with an intense murderous intent characteristic of the Purple Mansion realm. Chapter 86. Lord Ding begins to question his life choices observing the scene before him. Ding Xian's countenance revealed no trace of panic. Instead, he appeared peculiarly contemplative. By discerning the aura exuding from his interlocutor, He instantly recognized that this individual had attained the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, a level that surpassed his own, in lesser locales akin to Wudong City. Such power could easily dominate all. However, in the face of the resplendent Jiang family, it was rather inadequate. To confront them head-on would be tantamount to courting death. It was highly probable that before they could even invoke Jiang Daoxuan's might, these three would meet their end at the hands of the Gujian sect. Ding Xian shuddered at the thought. He had no desire for those who had only just exited the city lord's mansion to meet their collective demise in Kangwu Mountain. Should this incident come to light, he would find himself at a loss for words, facing the ire of the city lord, perhaps even jeopardizing his own position. With this in mind, he sought to dissuade their reckless behavior and avert potential disaster by revealing some information regarding the Kangwu Jiang family. Upon hearing that the family head Jiang Daoxuan wielded sword intent and possessed the terrifying prowess to sever the Yuan Sea with a single strike, the three members of the Tang family were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They had not anticipated that in this remote place, one could emerge with such formidable strength as a swordsman. Such individuals were rare, even within their own Tang family, typically belonging to the ranks of elders. However, their shock did not end there. When they learned that Gu Xinjian had become a vassal of the Jiang family, they exchanged incredulous glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Given Gu Xinjian's reputation for seeking out formidable sword practitioners for duels within the Tiandu territory, even they had heard whispers of him. The fact that this powerful swordsman, who had mastered sword intent and reached the 9th level of the Yuan Sea realm, was now associated with the Jiang family, left them questioning the family's true origins. Tension mounted within them, and they could not help but swallow hard. At this juncture, they have finally come to recognize the formidable nature of the Kangwu Jiang clan, a rival far beyond their capacity to contend with, let alone intervene. With this realization, the three members of the Tang family promptly made their decision. After expressing their gratitude to Ding Xian, they departed from the city lord's mansion without the slightest hesitation. Faced with such a formidable adversary, they felt an urgent need to return to the Tang family in Tiandu to relay the news to the clan elders. Once the three members of the Tang family had left, Ding Xian relaxed his brow and let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that these individuals might, emboldened by their affiliation with the Tang family of Tiandu, underestimate Jiang Daoxuan and recklessly venture to Kangwu Mountain to their demise. Indeed, both the Tang family and the Jiang family were not to be trifled with. Reflecting on Jiang Daoxuan's enigmatic capabilities, Ding Xian dared not be careless. Steadying his mind, he lightly touched his toes to the ground and swiftly took to the air, soaring towards Kangwu Mountain. He needed to report the arrival of the Tang family representatives to ensure that the Jiang clan leader could prepare in advance. A short while later, Ding Xian entered the vicinity of Kangwu Mountain. Without pausing, he swiftly traversed the marketplace and arrived directly at the entrance of the Jiang family. Observing the 4 Jiang family members stationed at the gate, he instinctively employed his spiritual sense to scan them. Upon discerning their cultivation levels, Ding Xian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. All of these individuals were at the postnatal stage. He had not anticipated such a remarkable transformation in the Jiang family in just a few short months. It was important to note that prior to the Jiang family's relocation, he had visited them twice and was well aware of the cultivation levels of its members. At that time, counting all age groups, there were barely 30 individuals at the postnatal stage. Yet now, a mere 4 guards at the gate comprised such a significant portion. Moreover, these 4 appeared to be under 20, their innate talent evidently impressive. To see such gifted individuals not diligently cultivating, but instead assigned to guard the mountain gate speaks volumes about the profound resources the Jiang family possesses. Just as he was lost in thought, the 4 Jiang disciples stationed at the gate simultaneously noticed Ding Xian. Among them, one former clan member recognized his familiar face and immediately stated, "City Lord Ding?" Upon hearing this, Ding Xian slightly regained his composure, recalling the purpose of his visit. He turned to the 4 and said in a solemn tone, "I have urgent matters to discuss and need to meet with Jiang Jinxiu. I kindly ask you to relay my request." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the disciples exchanged glances and promptly sent one of their own up the mountain to deliver the message. Due to the delegation of various mundane affairs to the Elder Council, news of City Lord Ding Xian's visit swiftly reached the ears of the eldest elder, Jiang Hongguang. As he listened to the detailed report from the guarding disciples, a contemplative look crossed his face. This city lord had visited our Jiang family twice before, both times embarrassing himself before the clan leader. The fact that he dared to make a third visit indicated that the matter at hand must be of great significance. With this thought in mind, Jiang Hongguang immediately set off down the mountain. As Jiang Hongguang's figure gradually came into view of Ding Xian, the latter maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. After all, in his memory, this esteemed elder of the Jiang family had only recently achieved a breakthrough into the Purple Mansion realm. Faced with an opponent who had merely reached this level, he felt confident enough to assert, without a hint of exaggeration, that even if he were to relinquish one hand, he could easily defeat him. Throughout the entirety of Kangwu Mountain, only Jiang Daoxuan and Gu Shijian could evoke any sense of caution in him. However, this naive notion did not linger for long. As the two drew nearer, Ding Xian suddenly sensed an anomaly through his spiritual awareness. The aura emanating from the old man felt peculiar. His eyes narrowed, and a solemn expression unexpectedly overtook him. Noticing Ding Xian's scrutiny, Jiang Hongguang smiled nonchalantly, revealing no intention to conceal his true power as he unleashed a formidable aura unique to the Yuan Hai level. The instant Ding Xian's spiritual awareness collided with this overwhelming presence, he felt as though struck by lightning, his body stiffening in shock. At that moment, his face was etched with astonishment, and his pupils widened in disbelief. He then gazed at Jiang Hongguang in horror, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger, stammering, "Why, broken through to Yuan Hai?" Observing Ding Xian's reaction, Jiang Hongguang chuckled. "With the clan leader's assistance, I have fortuitously achieved this breakthrough." Boom. As his words fell, it was as if a thunderclap resounded within Ding Xian's heart. His pupils constricted, the sheer shock causing his heartbeat to falter. "I distinctly remember that barely 3 months have passed. How could this old man have reached Yuan Hai so swiftly? Is this truly the world I am familiar with?" At that moment, Ding Xian felt an overwhelming fatigue settle in his heart. "I did not rest well today. I am a bit off my game, so I will temporarily post 2 updates. I will strive to return to 3 updates tomorrow. Furthermore, I bow in gratitude for the support of all my esteemed readers." Chapter 87. Observations along the way, the Jiang family's peculiarities. Reflecting on his own progress at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, while the other had only been at the 7th level of the innate realm, and now had advanced to Yuan Hai, while he remained stagnant at the 6th level of Purple Mansion, he felt an intense disparity that began to strain his mentality. His lips twitched slightly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Ding Xian's silence, Jiang Hongguang reined in his smile and inquired softly, "What brings you here?" At the sound of his voice, Ding Xian regained his composure. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he instinctively glanced around before cautiously saying, "The Tang family from Tiandu has sent someone." As Ding Xian recounted the details, Jiang Hongguang raised an eyebrow, surprised. He was well aware of the formidable Tang family, bolstered by a master at the Moonwheel realm. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Hongguang understood the implications and promptly remarked, "This matter is of great significance. You should accompany me." Such a critical issue, which could threaten the very existence of the Jiang family, necessitated the clan leader's direct intervention. Ding Xian, standing before the formidable Jiang Hongguang of the Yuan Hai realm, refrained from presuming upon his status and immediately clasped his hands in greeting, expressing his gratitude. Jiang Hongguang nodded in acknowledgement. He first instructed the clan members surrounding them to maintain their vigil at the mountain gate, then produced the command token for the Binding Spirit Grand Array bestowed upon him by the clan leader. After attuning to Ding Xian's aura to nullify the suppression of his cultivation, he led him upwards into the mountain. As the two delved deeper into the core region of Kangwu Mountain, Ding Xian began to discern numerous anomalies. To his astonishment, he observed that both the acquired and innate members of the Jiang family were abundant in number, reaching an astonishing level that could rival those of prominent sects. It is known that even the once mighty Qianshan sect had most of its core disciples at best at the acquired or innate stages. Yet in the present Jiang family, such cultivators were abundant. Truly, the acquired were deemed lesser than dogs, while the innate flourished like weeds. What had transpired within the Jiang family during this time? Ding Xian furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Just then, a cacophony of intense combat erupted suddenly, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Ding Xian felt a twinge of confusion and instinctively turned towards the source of the noise. He beheld nearly 100 members of the Jiang family gathered nearby, raising their arms in fervent cheer. "Go, Brother Chen. We of the Tianshu lineage are not inferior to others. Brother Yin is mighty. Let them witness the prowess of our Tianxian lineage." The crowd, flushed with excitement, shouted with fervor. At the center of their enthusiasm stood an immensely large martial stage. At that moment, two figures were engaged in a fierce duel upon the stage, the sound of their strikes resonating with a deep thud. They were two remarkably handsome youths, their vital energy swirling around them as they exchanged blows with astonishing speed, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Their punches and palm strikes alternated between fierce like thunder and soft like willow, with purple lightning flashing through, exuding an impressive might that was truly breathtaking. All present were left in a daze, unable to discern the truth behind their techniques. Watching the duel, Ding Xian's gaze shifted, his expression suddenly turning grave. Jiang Clan and Jiang Yan, he murmured to himself. He had once visited the Jiang family with Su Gu and had a brief encounter with these two prodigies. However, at that time, despite their remarkable talents, they still required years of growth and did not warrant his full attention. Little did he expect that merely a few months later, they would both have broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, their talents astonishing and worthy of admiration. Just as Ding Xian intended to withdraw his gaze, a tremendous pressure erupted from another clash between Jiang Clan and Jiang Yan, enveloping the surroundings and casting a blanket of dread upon Ding Xian. How is this possible? I can sense danger emanating from them. A chill ran through Ding Xian as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Though he could not rival the elder of the Jiang family, a truly formidable cultivator at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, how could he possibly perceive a sense of peril from these two newly ascended Purple Mansion cultivators? In order to discern the truth, Ding Xian immediately unleashed his spiritual awareness, meticulously observing the two individuals on the martial arts platform. To his astonishment, his scrutiny revealed a revelation that nearly shattered his understanding. The two had astonishingly reached the 4th and 2nd levels of the Purple Mansion realm. After deriving this seemingly impossible conclusion through his spiritual perception, Ding Xian suddenly felt a dryness in his throat and could not help but swallow hard. Could it be that the rumors were erroneous? Was it not said that they had only recently broken through? How could their formidable strength nearly rival his own? As the Lord of Wudong City, he was acutely aware of the recent events that had sent shockwaves through numerous factions in this region. This was the news of the Jiang family's twin prodigies, who had both broken through to the Purple Mansion realm before even reaching their teenage years. Yet, in his understanding, it was already a stroke of incredible fortune for these young talents to have ascended to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm in such a short span. How could they possibly have consecutively surpassed several minor realms? Such rapid advancement among prodigies was indeed a rarity even throughout the entire Tiandu prefecture. Contemplating this, Ding Xian could not help but sigh inwardly, acknowledging the uncanny prowess of the Jiang family. Not only was their patriarch Jiang Daoxuan extraordinary, but the talents among his kin were equally remarkable. Just as Ding Xian was lost in contemplation, a figure in a black robe with an empty right sleeve abruptly entered his line of sight. The black-robed man held his head high, his eyes partially closed, with his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist, as if he were immersed in some profound realization. A faint sword intent pervaded the air, akin to a guardian spirit, diligently protecting its sovereign. Gazing at this individual, Ding Xian's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized him based on various physical traits. Gujian sect? The news of Gu Shijian becoming a vassal of the Jiang family had long spread through the surrounding territories. It was widely known and acknowledged. At this moment, sensing the scrutiny upon him, Gu Shijian lazily opened his eyes, following his instincts to look over. Their gazes met. Within those pitch-black eyes resided an astonishing sword intent, brimming with unfathomable brilliance. Just a single glance sent a tremor through Ding Xian's mind, conjuring an illusion of being surrounded by a celestial expanse, encircled by countless stars. The overwhelming pressure felt akin to a mountain bearing down upon him, rendering him incapable of suppressing his tremors, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Gu Xingjian merely cast a fleeting glance, upon realizing that Ding Xian possessed only the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm. He lost interest and soon redirected his focus back to contemplating his sword intent. Today, owing to the sparring match between Jiang Clan and Jiang Yan, Ding Xian had finally found a moment of respite, free from the incessant troubles posed by those younglings. Thus, this hard-won time was not to be squandered. As Gu Xingjian withdrew his gaze, Ding Xian felt the terrifying pressure, akin to falling stars, dissipate entirely. He relaxed, wiping the sweat from his brow, and with a lingering sense of trepidation, he stammered, "Under the multitude of stars, Gujian's sect has actually advanced to the star cycle?" Though he himself only possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, as a subordinate of the Tiandu Prefecture Lord, His insights were not inferior to those of the Yuan Sea realm practitioners. One can naturally discern the ominous pressure exuded by Guxing Zhan and its implications. Upon this realization, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. He had not anticipated that even Guxing Zhan, a revered figure in the Jiang family, had ascended to the Star Wheel realm. This revelation prompted a deep contemplation within him. If Guxing Zhan had indeed transcended to the Star Wheel, why would he still choose to remain in the Jiang family? Content to serve as their venerated guardian? Could it be that there exists a more formidable presence within the Jiang family? One capable of subduing this newly ascended master of the Star Wheel realm? With his heart racing in trepidation, Ding Xian finally arrived at the family's grand hall to pay his respects to the elder. The innate expert stationed at the entrance immediately bowed in deference. Following the monumental reforms within the Jiang family, Jiang Hongguang, the sole elder of the council, had attained a position of unparalleled authority, surpassing even the heads of the 7 branches. Consequently, the disciples of the 7 branches held him in the utmost respect, daring not to exhibit any semblance of disrespect. In response to their salutations, Jiang Hongguang first nodded in acknowledgement before addressing Ding Xian beside him. The clan leader awaits you inside. You may enter. Upon hearing this, Ding Xian felt his heart race uncontrollably as he steeled himself to push open the hall's door and step inside. After traversing several steps, he beheld the figure clad in white, seated upon the mat. Months had passed, and Ding Xian was taken aback to discover that the esteemed Jiang Daoxuan, despite not emitting a single trace of aura, merely by his presence alone, rendered the surroundings oppressively heavy, imbued with an aura of infinite majesty and enigma. Realizing this, Ding Xian instinctively understood that Jiang Daoxuan was far from ordinary. If both the common clansman and the elder had undergone such terrifying advancements, what of him, the clan leader? Ding Xian dared not delve further into his thoughts, suppressing his astonishment as he prepared to speak. Just then, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated through the hall. Calm yet commanding. Speak, what brings you here? The words carried immense authority, echoing within the vast chamber like a celestial decree, captivating all who heard. Faced with this sudden and formidable pressure, Ding Xian, a formidable figure of the 6th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, could scarcely endure for even 3 breaths. With a muffled sound, his body seemed to lose control, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, supporting himself against the cold ground with his hands. The awe he felt compelled him to lower his proud head, his gaze fixed upon the floor, unable to meet the gaze of that extraordinary figure. Overwhelmed by fear, he hastily recalled the events that had transpired at the city lord's residence and stammered, "It is the Tang family from Tiandu who have come. They learned from me about your annihilation of their clan and seek to trouble you." Acknowledging the formidable presence of the other party, Ding Xian dared not conceal the truth, opting instead to lay bare the entire situation. Once he recounted the events, a profound silence enveloped the room. Observing that the principal figure remained silent, Ding Xian could only suppress his anxiety and patiently await a response. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan fell into contemplation. Though surprised by the arrival of the Tang family's emissaries in Wudong City, he felt no fear whatsoever. It is essential to recognize that although the ancient ancestor of the Tang family possesses the formidable Thunder Spirit body, he is ultimately just a practitioner at the Moonwheel realm. In times past, he may have posed a considerable challenge, but after 2 months of profound contemplation, one need not even mention the terrifying combat strength I now command. Simply considering the sun cycle cultivation of Xiaobai, coupled with his ability to contend against myriad forces, it is evident that the Tang family ancestor is not a worthy opponent. Should he dare to tread upon the Kangwu mountain, he would only be courting his own demise. Upon this realization, Jiang Daoxuan could not help but chuckle softly. Hearing this mirthful sound, Ding Xian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the sudden laughter in response to the news of the Tang family's impending arrival. After all, they are a formidable power, commanded by the likes of Tang Feizhong. Even his own superior, the Lord of Tiandu Prefecture, would show them a modicum of respect. If such a force were truly to target Kangwu Mountain, who within the Jiang family could stand against them? Just as Ding Xian was engulfed in confusion, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated once more. "I am already aware of this matter. You may return." With that, Ding Xian lifted his gaze towards Jiang Daoxuan's retreating figure and, with a hint of anxiety, inquired, "What of the Tang family from Tiandu?" Jiang Daoxuan had no intention of elaborating further and casually replied, "I have my own plans. Should the Tang family come looking for you again, simply direct them to ascend Kangwu Mountain. Faced with such audacious words, Ding Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. While it is true that Jiang Daoxuan possesses extraordinary strength, capable of cleaving through the Yuan Sea with a single sword strike, he still lacks the stature to contend with the Tang family and its venerable ancestor endowed with the Thunder Spirit body. Ding Xian shook his head, deciding against further discussion of Jiang Jianzong's presumptuous claims, lest he inadvertently provoke the man. With this thought in mind, Ding Xian respectfully bid farewell to Jiang Daoxuan and promptly exited the Grand Hall, preparing to return to Wudong City. Once the surroundings settled into tranquility, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze deepened, revealing an astonishing sword intent. Perhaps this moment marks the time when the Jiang family of Kangwu will finally gain renown within the Tiandu prefecture. The Tang family? They may serve as a splendid stepping stone. Meanwhile, at the Tang family in Tiandu prefecture, the three who had departed from Wudong City returned to their clan, fearful of inciting the ire of their ancestor and thereby bringing misfortune upon all. Consequently, they hesitated to report the matter to the ancestor immediately. To ensure caution, they first approached the current clan leader, Tang Batian. Have you arranged the branch family in Wudong City? Tang Batian inquired with a hearty laugh upon seeing the trio return so swiftly. At that moment, feeling the stellar aura radiating from their clan leader, the three trembled with apprehension. They exchanged glances, realizing they could not remain silent on this matter. Should the ancestor arrive in Wudong City only to discover the branch family had been annihilated, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon them. Upon reaching this point, the leader of the group steeled his resolve and, summoning his courage, turned to his clan's patriarch with a mournful expression, lamenting, "Patriarch, grave news has befallen us. The branch family in Wudong City was annihilated months ago, and every member has perished without exception." Chapter 89. An Unexpected Encounter, The Wrath of Pei Qifeng. Tang Batian's countenance stiffened, his previously jovial demeanor darkened abruptly. What did you just say? The chilling weight of his words carried an aura of sheer terror. A shiver coursed through the three men, as if their very blood had congealed, rendering them frozen in a frigid abyss. Once Tang Batian retracted his imposing presence, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, their bodies feeling lighter. Yet, upon witnessing their patriarch's menacing gaze, they dared not hesitate further and immediately divulged all the intelligence they had gathered. After comprehending the sequence of events, Tang Batian cast a glance at the three and spoke solemnly. Given the gravity of this situation, I shall keep the ancestor occupied for now. You all understand the temperament of our patriarch. It is imperative that we resolve this matter swiftly. You must contact the third brother at once and instruct him to set out for Kangwu Mountain to obliterate the audacious Jiang family. Also, ensure that Jiang Daoxuan is left alive, capture him, and provide our ancestor with an explanation. At his words, the group quivered and nodded vigorously in assent. Simultaneously, a sense of anticipation brewed within them regarding the impending events. It is worth noting that the third master, Tang Batian, not only possessed an extraordinary mastery of sword intent, but also wielded the formidable strength of the fourth realm in the Star Wolf stage, making him the mightiest aside from the patriarch and the ancestor. With such a powerhouse taking action, the Jiang family would surely be extinguished with ease. Days later, in the territory of Kangwu Mountain, a massive white eagle soared rapidly from the heavens. Upon its back sat a middle-aged man with graying hair and closed eyes, the esteemed leader of the Day Sword Palace, Pei Qifeng. The grand competition among the 100 sects had concluded just days prior, and unable to quell his thoughts, he embarked on this majestic beast of the Yuanhai realm. Departing from the Day Sword Palace to arrive here, beside him sat a pair of young disciples clad in white attire, his adopted son and daughter, Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Under their adoptive father's tutelage, they had been groomed as heirs to the Day Sword Palace since childhood. Now, they had each grasped the rudimentary levels of sword intent, boasting strengths of the 6th and 4th realms in the Purple Mansion stage, respectively. Surveying their surroundings, Pei Bu and Pei Shan could not suppress their murmurs. Guxingjian truly lacks discernment, choosing to remain with such a meager family instead of the illustrious Day Sword Palace. Indeed, what merit could this barren land possibly hold? It cannot even compare to a fraction of our Day Sword Palace. In recent days, the news that Guxingjian, who had previously spurned an invitation from their sect leader, had now joined a small family as a vassal had spread throughout the Day Sword Palace. Everyone was left in utter astonishment and confusion at Guxingjian's choice. Moreover, there simmered a sense of indignation. You look down upon our great River Sword Palace, yet you turn and join a small family in a remote area. What face does this leave for our esteemed Great River Sword Palace? At this moment, Listening to the discussions of his adopted son and daughter, Pei Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. He beheld the gradually emerging Kangwu Mountain and murmured, "Today, I shall make you comprehend the extent of your erroneous and foolish choice." By this time, he had already made his plans. After forcibly suppressing the Jiang family, if Gu Xingzhan remained ungrateful, then he would personally bring about their destruction. As the saying goes, what I cannot possess, others shall not obtain either. As a practitioner of the moon cycle realm, Pei Qifeng had granted Gu Xingzhan several opportunities to choose, which was already a considerable favor. However, the latter repeatedly disrespected him, even joining this small family, bringing shame upon the entire Great River Sword Palace. It was high time to settle this score. Soon, Kanwu Mountain was within reach. Pei Qifeng, looking down from his elevated position, cast a glance at the mountain gate below, showing no interest in lingering. How could a mere family, guarded by only a Yuanhai practitioner, warrant his descent for a visit? He extended his right hand and gently patted his mount. Responding to the command, the white eagle beneath him suddenly surged forward, swiftly crossing the mountain gate and entering the Jiang family's territory. However, just as they stepped into the vicinity of the estate, an unexpected incident occurred. The Binding Spirit Great Formation was activated. In an instant, Pei Qifeng, the Moon Cycle Realm practitioner, remained oblivious. Yet, Pei Bu and Pei Shan's expressions changed dramatically as they realized their strength was being suppressed, plummeting instantaneously to the innate realm. How could this be possible? They trembled, astonished, having never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Meanwhile, since the Binding Spirit Great Formation affected not only human beings but all living creatures, the white eagle beneath them also succumbed to its influence. Under the terrifying suppression of the formation, the eagle's cultivation level suddenly fell from Yuan High to Purple Mansion. The unforeseen drastic change caused it to lose control of its power, spiraling wildly in the air, tumbling into the Jiang family estate. Faced with this shocking turn of events, the three hastily disengaged from the white eagle, momentarily suspending themselves in midair. At that moment, the eagle, propelled by immense force, crashed violently to the ground. A tremendous, thunderous sound erupted, shattering the earth and leaving the scene in utter chaos. The white eagle bore numerous ghastly wounds, blood splattering and feathers flying, presenting a pitiful sight. After a few breaths, Pei Qifeng descended to the ground with a sullen expression. He surveyed the alarming scene before him, feeling an immense surge of anger. He had never anticipated that upon arriving at Kangwu Mountain, his treasured mount would suddenly plummet from the sky. It now appeared gravely injured, unlikely to recover for months. How strange! What had transpired just moments ago? Furrowing his brow in confusion, Pei Qingfeng found it difficult to comprehend. Just then, Pei Bu and Pei Shan, who had just landed, provided him with a clue. The adoptive father remarked that there was something peculiar about the situation, as their cultivation had been suppressed. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingfeng's gaze flickered, as if struck by a revelation. He immediately unleashed his spiritual consciousness, scanning his cherished steed, only to discover that the aura emanating from it was alarmingly confined to the Purple Mansion realm. In an instant, a suppression of cultivation had occurred between man and beast. Could it be that this place harbors a grand formation capable of restraining the cultivation of living beings? As the master of the Great River Sword Palace and a Moon Wheel Realm cultivator who had comprehended the essence of the sword, thus earning the title of Sword Marquis, Pei Qingfeng had extensive connections and had interacted with numerous formation masters. The scene before him perfectly aligned with the effects produced by a specific formation. A grand formation? Pei Bu and Pei Shan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying astonishment. They were acutely aware that becoming a formation master required exceptional talent and aptitude. Even those capable of setting up basic yellow-tier formations were far rarer than those of the Purple Mansion realm. As for advanced formation masters who could establish earth-tier formations, they were exceedingly uncommon, even in the entirety of the Great Qin dynasty. Given that this grand formation could suppress the Yuanhai realm cultivation of his adoptive father's steed, it must surely be of at least the peak mysterious tier, if not the inferior earth tier. As this realization dawned upon them, Pei Bu and Pei Shan were suddenly struck with astonishment, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Wasn't the family residing on Kangwu Mountain merely a small clan boasting a Yuanhai cultivator? How could they possibly possess such a formidable formation? As the two pondered, the commotion caused by the White Eagle's descent attracted a number of members from the Jiang family, who gathered to spectate and murmured amongst themselves regarding the unfolding spectacle. Listening to the surrounding clamor, Pei Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Without a moment's hesitation, he released a wave of his aura. The unique pressure of the moon wheel realm surged forth, fierce and overwhelming, sweeping through the space like a tidal wave. In the face of this suffocating intensity, everyone felt an immense weight upon them, falling silent. In an instant, the area became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Satisfied with this display, Pei Qingfeng nodded approvingly. He turned to address the crowd, preparing to speak. However, at that moment, a powerful and sharp aura shot up from a distance, instantly countering the pressure he had just emitted. Pei Qingfeng's eyes narrowed as he recognized this aura as somewhat familiar. He raised his head to look ahead, where a well-known figure emerged from the crowd, Gu Xingjian, who had previously rebuffed his attempts at recruitment. Under his scrutiny, Gu Xingjian, with his left hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, spoke coldly. Palace Master Pei, as a moon-will true person, why must you trouble these youngsters? Would it not tarnish your reputation if word of this spread? This statement stirred a tempest of reactions, eliciting gasps from the gathered crowd. All present turned their astonished gazes towards Pei Qingfeng, unable to fathom that this individual who had so suddenly descended upon the Jiang family stronghold was indeed a moonwheel realm true person. What perplexed them was the fact that such formidable beings, who were renowned figures even within the entire Tiando mansion, could suddenly visit the Jiang family. Had the reputation of their patriarch already spread beyond the neighboring territories? Under the curious gaze of numerous Jiang family members, Pei Qingfeng exclaimed, "It has been years since we last met, and I am astounded by your remarkable fortune, having advanced to the Star Wheel realm in such a short span of time." Having sensed the essence of Gu Xingjian amidst their earlier clash of energies, he discerned the truth of Gu Xingjian's current state. Upon hearing this, Pei Bu and his companion were filled with astonishment. They had heard their adoptive father mention that it would take Gu Xingjian at least a decade to take that step. Yet now, how had he managed to achieve this so swiftly? It must be noted that the Star Wheel realm grants one 500 years of lifespan and earns them the revered title of real person among numerous cultivators. Even within the Great River Sword Palace, there were only 3 formidable beings who had reached such a level. This serves to illustrate just how terrifying Gu Xingjian had become. At this moment, as Pei Qingfeng's sigh of admiration echoed, Gu Xingjian shook his head, opting not to engage in pleasantries, but rather to address the matter directly. "What brings you here, Palace Master Pei?" Although he had an inkling of the reason, it was better to inquire directly. Pei Qingfeng replied coldly, "This insignificant Jiang family lacks the standing to warrant my personal visit. You must already understand my purpose, so why feign ignorance?" Recalling past events, Gu Xingjian felt a wave of trepidation and, with a tinge of resignation, stated, "I am but an ordinary person and do not deserve such attention from you. Moreover, I have now become a vassal of the Jiang family. Why must you impose such difficulty upon me, Palace Master Pei?" Pei Qingfeng let out a disdainful snort. "A vassal? Humph. Let me make myself clear. You are a person I, Pei Qingfeng, have taken a liking to, and I doubt anyone would dare to claim you as a vassal." Observing the pressure from the other party, Gu Xingjian's expression grew grave. He was well aware of the formidable strength possessed by Pei Jianhou. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the visitor's intentions were far from benign. If he were to provoke this individual, the entire Jiang family might find themselves unable to contend with him. The thought of entangling the Jiang family, due to his own affairs, weighed heavily on his conscience. At this moment, the surrounding Jiang family members began to understand that this mysterious moon-wheel real person had come to poach talent. Considering the recent diligent guidance Gu Xingjian had provided as their swordsmanship teacher, how could they stand idly by and watch him leave under threat? Thus, they began to persuade him. Listening to the voices around him warmed Gu Xingjian's heart, yet it also solidified his resolve to not involve the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Pei Qingfeng's displeasure became evident, and he turned to the crowd, barking silence. His overwhelming presence silenced all the Jiang family members present. In response, Gu Xingjian spoke in a deep voice, "I am willing to leave the Jiang family. Please do not make things difficult for them." Pei Qingfeng retracted his aura, revealing a hint of a smile. "A clear choice. Rest assured, I have no interest in dirtying my hands over such a small family." As the words were spoken, Pei Bu and Pei Shan could not help but chuckle. Their esteemed adoptive father held a position of great honor. Should he truly target these feeble beings, it would be a significant degradation of his status. Subsequently, Pei Qingfeng was preparing to depart with Gu Xingjian when suddenly, a voice imbued with immense authority resonated through the air. "In my Jiang family, we do not permit outsiders to take our own at will. If you wish to leave, I would like to see who has the audacity to compel you to do so." Upon hearing this, Gu Xingjian froze momentarily, hurriedly turning his head in the direction of the voice. Upon seeing that familiar figure clad in white, he could not help but exclaim, "Patriarch?" He had not anticipated that the Patriarch would risk offending a moon cycle realm cultivator by stepping forward to intervene. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Jiang Daoxuan's arrival, all the members of the Jiang family parted to create a wide avenue in the middle. They then raised their voices in unison, exclaiming, "It is the Patriarch! The Patriarch has arrived. Our esteemed Patriarch has assured us that he would never easily abandon any individual. We have all observed the conduct of Gu's offerings over these past months. How could we allow these outsiders to take him away so casually?" As the voices of the crowd echoed, Pei Qingfeng paused momentarily, then raised an eyebrow, gazing ahead. At that moment, he noticed a man in white accompanied by two youths approaching them. Chapter 91. The Combat Task, the High-Spirited Jiang Clan and Jiang Yin. Observing Jiang Daoxuan with a discerning eye, Pei Qingfeng suddenly narrowed his gaze, sensing something amiss, though he could not quite articulate what was wrong. Just as Pei Qingfeng found himself engulfed in confusion, Pei Bu and Pei Shan felt an overwhelming surge of confidence with their adoptive father nearby, leading them to admonish, "Humph. Allowing Gu Xingjian to leave would ensure the safety of your Jiang family. Why must you seek trouble and invite calamity upon yourselves? As the leader of a clan, should you not prioritize your family? Instead, you seem intent on plunging your clan into an abyss of despair. Do you truly think yourself worthy of the title of Patriarch?" As their scornful remarks resonated, before Jiang Daoxuan could respond, the surrounding members of the Jiang family could no longer contain their retorts. "Impudence! Our Patriarch is not someone you can slander. Who do you think you are to discuss our Patriarch? You too, looking so disheveled and disorganized, should have checked your reflections before stepping out. How dare you presume to instruct our Patriarch?" Faced with the derision of the crowd, the expressions of Pei Bu and Pei Shan darkened abruptly. They instinctively wished to retort, but with only two voices, how could they contend against such a multitude? At this juncture, Jiang Daoxuan turned his attention to Pei Qingfeng. First, he employed the chaotic Dao eye to discern the latter's cultivation level, discovering it to be the 5th layer of the moon cycle realm. He then casually inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Pei Qingfeng snorted coldly, remaining silent. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Bu and Pei Shan turned to Jiang Daoxuan, boasting, "Humph. We fear you might faint upon hearing it. Listen well. My adoptive father is the master of the Great River Sword Palace. What an esteemed identity he possesses. To personally visit your Jiang family is indeed a rare fortune for you. The patriarch of your insignificant clan, unaware of my adoptive father's presence, dares to confront and obstruct him. Such ignorance of mortality is truly astounding." Standing behind Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun seethed with rage upon witnessing these two audacious individuals reprimanding their clan leader. In Jiang Chun's heart, the patriarch was akin to a father. How could he allow anyone to defame him? With a fierce cry, he declared, "Though the patriarch possesses a generous temperament and refrains from retaliating against you, we cannot endure such insolence. Is this the conduct emblematic of your Day Sword Palace?" As Jiang Chen's voice resonated, Jiang Yin managed to maintain a semblance of composure. In order to ascertain the situation, he promptly summoned Elder Zhou within his mind. "Master, how does that individual measure against our esteemed patriarch?" Hearing the call, Elder Zhou swiftly employed his celestial perception to scrutinize Pei Qingfeng, revealing the latter's realm in an instant. Subsequently, he scoffed. "Merely a practitioner of the 5th layer of the moon cycle realm. Such strength may easily subdue other members of your Jiang family, but before your patriarch, he is bound to stumble severely, a pitiable fool, blind to the towering mountains." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yin felt a surge of confidence, and he raised his gaze towards Pei Bu and Pei Shan, coldly asserting, "How dare you act with such impunity within the Jiang family?" Observing the audacity of these two youths who dared to reprimand them, Pei Bu and Pei Shan's expressions darkened, nearly dripping with disdain. Although the suppression of the grand formation limited their spiritual senses, rendering them unable to extend beyond 3 meters, a moment's contemplation sufficed to comprehend the situation. Given their ages and familial backgrounds, reaching the acquired realm was likely the pinnacle of their achievements. The thought that two individuals of such low cultivation, unworthy even to be their servants, would dare to confront them ignited their fury. They could no longer restrain themselves and retorted, "You two possess remarkable audacity. Has your patriarch not taught you that one should not offend those who are beyond reproach? A small clan indeed, lacking in strength yet brimming with bravado. The confrontation escalated into a fierce argument, and had it not been for Jiang Daoxuan and Pei Qingfeng's presence, it seemed that all four would have resorted to physical conflict. Subsequently, Pei Bu, unable to endure the indignation any longer, turned to his adoptive father and respectfully requested, "I beseech you, allow my sister and me to teach these two impertinent youths a lesson." Pei Shan trembled with rage, her chest heaving as she echoed, "I implore you, grant us permission." As direct disciples of the Day Sword Palace and the adoptive children of the palace master, Pei Qingfeng, they had never encountered such affronts. Witnessing this scene, Pei Qingfeng did not even cast a glance at Jiang Daoxuan but merely nodded in approval of their request. To him, the entire Jiang family was but a mere ant, easily extinguished. Since they dared to offend Bu and Shan they would pay the price for their foolish words and actions. At that moment, having received Pei Qingfeng's consent, Pei Bu rolled up his sleeves, casting a menacing glare at Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun, sneering, "At such a tender age, your verbal prowess is commendable, yet I wonder how adept you are in physical combat." As his arrogant voice faded, Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun chose not to respond. Instead, they turned to their clan leader. In their eyes, a fierce spirit of battle burned brightly. Observing this, Jiang Daoxuan was just about to speak. Just at that moment, a notification from the system suddenly materialized before him. Ding! It has been detected that two chosen ones from the clan are filled with fervor. A temporary family task for a duel has now been activated. In the absence of the host's intervention, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin will battle Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Each victory will earn them a basic treasure blind box, with a maximum reward of 2. Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Jiang Daoxuan gazed at the pair behind Pei Qingfeng, and a look of understanding instantly appeared in his eyes. He then turned to Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin. Under their tense scrutiny, Jiang Daoxuan smiled warmly and casually remarked, "The children of the Jiang family are not inferior to others. Since they wish to fight, let us grant them the opportunity. Remember, you need only to showcase all that you have learned. Do not worry about any unforeseen circumstances, as I shall bear all consequences." Upon hearing this, both youths felt a tremor of their spirits, immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security and warmth. They then displayed joyful expressions and replied in unison, "Yes." Meanwhile, Pei Qingfeng, to avoid any unexpected occurrences, was silently assessing Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin. With the power of his divine sense, he quickly discerned their approximate cultivation levels. Purple Mansion Realm? Pei Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, filled with astonishment. Even he had never imagined that these two youths from a small family were cultivators of the Purple Mansion Realm. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he sensed something unusual about Jiang Yin. This lad was actually a spirit body. As a moon cycle realm cultivator, his insight was exceptionally sharp. Even though Jiang Yin had been concealing his prowess, he could not escape Pei Qingfeng's keen perception. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Given their innate cultivation levels, suppressed by the Grand Formation, they would undoubtedly be unable to defeat their opponents. With this thought in mind, Pei Qingfeng cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Daoxuan and coldly stated, "Since this is a sparring match between the younger generation, it would be inappropriate for us elders to intervene. However, your two juniors are cultivators of the Purple Mansion Realm, while my children, Bu and Shan, are constrained by the Grand Formation your Jiang family has set here, leaving them with only innate cultivation. How can they possibly compete? For the sake of fairness, why does the Jiang Clan leader not lift the formation suppression on them? Or is it that the Jiang Clan leader lacks confidence in his own juniors, resorting to such despicable means to secure victory?" Chapter 92. The Jiang family prodigies, unfathomably powerful. Accompanied by Pei Qingfeng's voice, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head and smiled nonchalantly. "It is merely a battle among equals. Why would the children of the Jiang family need to resort to such tactics?" With that, he leisurely produced the specially crafted core of the spirit-binding Grand Formation. After recording the two's auras, allowing them immunity to the suppression effects of the formation, Pei Bu and Pei Shan instantly felt a lightness throughout their bodies. Their internal energy surged forth, and their auras began to rise steadily, swiftly restoring them to their peak condition within the Purple Mansion Realm. As they felt the surging power coursing through their bodies, joy could not help but shine in the eyes of the two, although they possessed absolute confidence in their abilities. Upon discovering that the two adversaries before them were cultivators of the Purple Mansion, even they, formidable as they were, dared not to underestimate them. Should they engage in battle relying solely on their innate cultivation, they would likely face a dismal defeat. Fortunately, their adoptive father had detected this in advance. Otherwise, they might have suffered a significant setback in the treacherous waters of the Jiang family. Just as the two were secretly celebrating, sensing the aura radiating from them, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued, and he could not help but smile. It seems rather uninteresting to bully the weak, but now it is quite fitting. I wonder how many of my swords you can withstand? In recent days, due to the elders of the Purple Mansion being their seniors, he had refrained from issuing challenges and had instead engaged in sparring with Jiang Yin, who was of the same age. Now, encountering Pei Bu, he considered him the first outsider of the Purple Mansion he had met since achieving that realm. At this moment, not only was Jiang Chun filled with enthusiasm, but Jiang Yin was equally invigorated. He had originally intended to confront Pei Bu directly, but upon noticing the fierce battle intent emanating from his elder brother, his gaze flickered, and he altered his course of action, promptly declaring, "Brother Chun, leave this person to you. Allow me to face that woman." Jiang Chun nodded. In his perception, Pei Bu's strength was evidently superior and would further ignite his fighting spirit. Observing the confident demeanor of his opponent, Pei Bu let out a cold snort and then turned to Pei Shan, saying, "Sister, do not hold back. Teach these two arrogant brats a lesson they will never forget." With this intention in mind, Pei Shan's expression darkened. Confronted with the disdain from Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin, she felt a surge of indignation within her. Unable to suppress her anger any longer, she summoned her sword. As a crisp clang echoed, an intangible and sharp intent radiated outward, engulfing the surroundings. Sword intent. Jiang Chun maintained his composure, showing no hint of fear. Although his own swordsmanship was at the late stage of the sword origin realm, he wielded several earth-level techniques and possessed the foundation of celestial fire, leaving him with every confidence that he could easily overpower her. In the face of this exceptionally fierce sword intent, Jiang Yin remained even more unperturbed, bolstered by his Tsang Yin body. These merely introductory levels of sword intent were akin to a gentle breeze against his face, posing no threat whatsoever. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to their calm demeanor, Gu Xinjiang exhibited a hint of concern in his eyes. He was not worried about Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin. After all, over the past few days, their sparring had amply demonstrated their formidable strength. Even he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. In the face of such extraordinary combat prowess, Pei Bu and Pei Shan, despite having grasped the essence of swordsmanship, were utterly insufficient and could only anticipate defeat. His sole concern was this. Gu Xinjiang cast a sidelong glance at Pei Qingfeng. Should Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun emerge victorious, the proud sword marquis, Pei Qingfeng, would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his dignity after suffering a loss for the Pei family, leaving one to ponder how the Jiang family would withstand such retribution. Alas, the clan leader's folly. Had he not consented to this duel, the Jiang family would have incurred merely a silent grievance. However, with tensions now heightened, the situation had grown dire. Just as Gu Xinjiang lamented quietly, Pei Shan and Jiang Yin had already engaged in combat. After exchanging several blows, Pei Shan wielded her sword with one hand, continuously executing the exquisite techniques inherited from the Great River Sword Palace. In an instant, she transformed into nearly 100 sword shadows, accompanied by a chilling gust, charging towards Jiang Yin. Observing this, Jiang Yin felt no inclination to evade. Instead, he summoned all his strength and struck out with a palm. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding thud that echoed throughout the arena, a brilliant purple lightning flashed by. Subsequently, a relentless surge of pure yang elemental force erupted, instantly forming vast waves of energy that, like thunder, engulfed and obliterated the myriad sword shadows. Yet, the power Jiang Yin possessed extended far beyond this. With the body of Tsang Yin and a profound reservoir of elemental force, he surpassed the ordinary Purple Mansion. Thus, beneath this palm, the waves of elemental force that consumed all the sword shadows showed no signs of waning. Rather, they intensified, erupting with even greater ferocity. In the face of such overwhelming might, even Pei Shan, who had merely grasped the fundamentals of sword intent, found it difficult to withstand. In a mere exchange, she was engulfed by the tidal wave of pure yang elemental force, sent staggering back several dozen meters. As the pure yang elemental force that enveloped the surroundings gradually dissipated, Pei Shan lay amidst a pile of rubble, her attire tattered, her once flowing hair now a chaotic mess, resembling a vengeful spirit in utter disarray. Jiang Yin slowly retracted his right palm, sneering, "A disciple of the Great River Sword Palace? I expected much more, but upon witnessing this, I find it merely trivial." Having exerted only 70% of his strength, and without even employing the Song and Spirit Fire, he had already sent her to defeat. Such pitiful prowess. And yet she dared to bark orders at him, instructing the clan leader. Hearing Jiang Yan's derisive remarks, Pei Shan's face contorted with fury as she clenched her teeth. Fingers straining against the sword hilt, poised to rise and continue the fight. However, as she made the slightest movement, searing pain coursed through her body, causing her brows to furrow and a sharp breath to escape her lips. At that moment, Jiang Yan's voice rang out, "If you wish to strike again, I shall gladly oblige, but know that next time you may suffer far worse injuries, so ponder this carefully." Pei Shan's heart burned with indignation, yet she found herself powerless. For in just a handful of exchanges, she had come to comprehend the insurmountable disparity between them, an overwhelming chasm that instilled a sense of despair within her. The young man before us is undeniably formidable, exhibiting an almost sinister strength. Chapter 93. I shall strike only 3 times. Should I fail to defeat you, I shall concede defeat. Not far away, Pei Qingfeng gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished. Although he was aware of this young man's spiritual body and the fact that his combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers, the ability to vanquish Pei Shan in such a brief encounter was truly unexpected. What intrigued him further was that he could discern that the opponent had not exerted his full strength. To so effortlessly overpower Pei Shan without fully unleashing his potential was a testament to remarkable talent, igniting within him a fervent desire to recruit this individual. After all, such a gem would be tarnished and wasted within a small family. It would be far better for him to personally mentor the youth. With the accumulation of various resources, the results would undoubtedly far exceed anything this modest family could offer. This young man, endowed with a spiritual body, was destined to shine brightly in the future. On the other side, upon witnessing Pei Shan's swift defeat, Pei Bu's expression grew increasingly grave, even from a distance. He could infer from the overwhelming aura emanating from their clash that the opponent's strength might very well be on par with his own. Yet, how could this be? I possess the cultivation of the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. This boy is merely at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could he possibly contend with me? Stunned, Pei Bu silently regarded Jiang Chun across the way. Surely, in such a small clan as the Jiang family, the emergence of a prodigy could be considered a stroke of extraordinary fortune. There would not be a second. Contemplating this, he coldly declared, "I did not anticipate that your Jiang family harbored such a dazzling talent. My sister and I have indeed underestimated you." Drawing his longsword, Pei Bu firmly gripped the hilt, stating, "Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all talent is rendered insignificant. Now, do you dare to engage me in battle?" An exceptionally sharp sword intent began to bruise silently, poised to unleash a devastating strike. In response, Jiang Chun maintained his composure, exuding an air of haughty confidence. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a silver-white longsword from the Purple Mansion space. This was not the Earth-grade treasure bestowed upon him by the clan leader, but rather the treasured sword that belonged to the clan leader. A mere low-grade mysterious weapon that he had cherished all along. Holding the treasured sword, Jiang Chun coldly regarded Pei Bu. "Since you dared to speak so recklessly about our clan leader, I shall wield the very sword once used by him to demonstrate the perils of careless words." As his words fell, the silver blade gradually became enveloped in a layer of milky white light. This was a sword intent infused with pure yang elemental energy and sword essence, capable of significantly enhancing his lethality. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed as he solemnly proclaimed, "I will strike only 3 times. Should I fail to defeat you after 3 strikes, I shall concede defeat." Upon hearing this, all present members of the Jiang family erupted in astonishment. Wasn't he a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm? Could Brother Chen truly defeat his opponent with merely 3 strikes? Was this not overly ambitious? Humph. In these recent days, the encounters between Brother Chen and Brother Yin have been witnessed by all. If Brother Yin could vanquish that woman, how could Brother Chen possibly fail to defeat this man? Why elevate another's morale while diminishing one's own prestige? While I acknowledge Brother Chen's assured victory, it is indeed a precarious stance to boast before the duel, declaring one would triumph within 3 strikes. Nevertheless, I opine that this may not necessarily be the case. Considering Brother Jiang Chen's formidable prowess, it stands to reason that the disciple of the Great River Sword Palace is no match for him. "Oh, how do you know? That is a secret." Amidst the crowd, Jiang Han observed discreetly while smiling. His cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the innate realm. Although he had yet to reach the Purple Mansion realm, his mastery of various martial arts afforded him a keen perspective. Furthermore, having secretly spectated the sparring sessions between his two elder brothers on multiple occasions. He discerned much from their exchanges. Fully aware of Jiang Clan's immense strength, he could easily ascertain that the great River Sword Palace disciple before him was destined to face utter annihilation. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing the discussions around him, Pei Bu was consumed by rage, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. He never anticipated that, at this juncture, his opponent would still maintain such an arrogant demeanor. Daring to underestimate him so brazenly, he glared fiercely at Jiang Clan, exclaiming, "To claim you will defeat me within 3 strikes is truly the most amusing jest I have ever heard. However, since you have dared to declare such a challenge, if I do not respond, it would appear that I lack resolve. Thus, I relay this message to you. If you can withstand my 3 strikes without succumbing, then I shall concede defeat." At this point, in order to salvage his pride, Pei Bu was willing to risk it all. Though uncertain of his opponent's strength, he could not afford to fall behind after such a bold declaration. As his words echoed, he could no longer suppress the fury within him, transforming it entirely into combat intent. In an instant, the essence of the sword surged, rapidly reaching its zenith. The Great River Sword Technique. To regain his honor in the shortest time possible, Pei Bu unleashed the supreme technique of the Great River Sword Palace, the high-tier Earth-grade Great River Sword Technique. The speed of his strike was astonishing, creating an afterimage that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The overwhelming purple mansion yuan power enveloped the blade, vibrating at an extraordinary frequency, resonating with a sound akin to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river, creating a tremendous shockwave. An immensely powerful aura erupted, radiating boundless sharpness, causing all members of the Jiang family present to involuntarily retreat several steps. "Young man, allow me to experience your abilities." Pei Bu's expression darkened as he flicked his wrist, the sword resembling a dragon, unleashing a deafening roar as it surged forward. Faced with this formidable, seemingly lethal strike, Jiang Clan merely curled his lip, feeling that it was still too slow. Under the transformation of the celestial fire, his senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, had transcended those of his peers, reaching a terrifying level capable of rivaling those at the Star Wheel realm. Thus, what appeared to others as an incredibly swift strike seemed excruciatingly slow in his perception. As the sword descended, Jiang Clan swiftly discerned the flaw and promptly activated the movement technique acquired from the hidden skill pavilion. With a graceful shift, he evaded this potentially lethal strike in an instant. Before Pei Bu could react, Jiang Clan decisively unleashed the recently mastered Return to Origin sword technique. A formidable surge of sword energy erupted forth, startling Pei Bu momentarily. Yet, being a master of sword intent, he instinctively responded, hastily raising his sword to shield himself just in time, narrowly blocking the fierce attack in a flash. A resounding thud echoed before Jiang Clan's extraordinarily enhanced physique. Altered by celestial fire and honed through the great sun refinement technique, Pei Bu found himself utterly defenseless, instantly propelled away by an overwhelming force. Chapter 94. The Unveiling of Intent, Pei Qingfeng's Desire to Recruit. Boom. His body could not help but be flung back over 100 meters, crashing to the ground and shattering countless bricks, carving a deep trench in his wake. As debris flew past him, some even grazing his face, Pei Bu hastily summoned all his energy, gripping his sword tightly, and plunged the blade into the blue stone ground beside him. After sliding for over 10 meters, he finally managed to halt his flight. Feeling a tumultuous surge of blood within and experiencing intense pain throughout his body, Pei Bu, filled with dread, laboriously lifted his head to gaze ahead. In the next moment, his pupils constricted in horror at the sight before him. A young man clad in a blue robe, with a resolute expression, had inexplicably appeared before him. He held his sword in his right hand, the blade unwavering, its sharp tip aimed directly at Pei Bu. The sword tip hovered less than 3 fingers' breadth from Pei Bu's forehead, emanating a chilling aura that penetrated to his very core. At that moment, under Pei Bu's terrified gaze, Jiang Clan, with a cold and proud demeanor, spoke softly, "You have lost. No need for 3 strikes. Merely 1 is enough to determine the victor." "I lost," Pei Bu whispered in disbelief. He could hardly accept that after dedicating over a decade to swordsmanship, he had so easily succumbed to this youth before him. As Pei Bu grappled with his existential crisis, the onlookers from the Jiang family erupted in laughter at the rapid resolution of the duel. "So this is the famed River Sword Palace? With such a notable reputation, I expected something extraordinary, yet it appears to be nothing more than a silver fade." Just moments ago, Pei Bu had boasted grandly, but now he could not withstand even 2 strikes from Brother Chun, who gave him the audacity to bark so boldly. Indeed, I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Their strength is lacking, yet their arrogance knows no bounds. Laughter resonated throughout the surroundings. At that moment, Pei Shan, witnessing this scene, widened her eyes in disbelief, her lips parting in shock. She could hardly fathom that not only had she been defeated by a member of the Jiang family, but her own elder brother had met the same fate. After the initial astonishment, a profound sense of doubt began to stir within her. Could it be that the Jiang family, possessing two individuals of such terrifying prowess, was truly just a small clan? Not far away, Pei Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, unable to refrain from casting a few incredulous glances at Jiang Chun. His eyes brimmed with astonishment. Given his earlier knowledge of Jiang Yan possessing a spiritual body, he was not overly surprised by Pei Shan's defeat. However, the downfall of Pei Bu was indeed unexpected. After all, Jiang Chun appeared utterly ordinary, aside from his noteworthy cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm. There was nothing commendable about him, rendering him decidedly unworthy of being Pei Bu's opponent. Yet, the ultimate outcome revealed that he had vanquished Pei Bu, the strongest true disciple of the great River Sword Palace, who was poised to inherit the legacy. Just as Pei Qingfeng was engulfed in confusion, Pei Bu, the aggrieved party, was incensed by the mocking remarks of the surrounding Jiang family members. The taunts pierced his heart like steel blades, stirring a tumult of anguish within him. His face contorted in rage, and a glimmer of ferocity flickered in his eyes. His buried pride would not permit him to accept defeat so easily. Resolute, he gritted his teeth, exerted force with his right hand, and attempted to extract the sword embedded in the ground, eager to mount another assault. However, every subtle movement was laid bare under Jiang Chen's terrifying dynamic vision. As soon as Pei Bu drew the sword, Jiang Chen's 3-foot azure blade surged forth with astonishing speed, striking Pei Bu's right palm with the weighty back of the sword. A sharp crack echoed. Pei Bu could not suppress a pained howl as his right hand, racked with agony, faltered in gripping the sword, causing it to clatter to the ground. Jiang Chun then nonchalantly kicked the sword aside and, looking down from his elevated position, coldly remarked, "You have lost." Veins bulged on Pei Bu's forehead, and beads of sweat poured down his body. He pressed his left hand tightly against his throbbing, swollen right palm and silently lifted his head, casting a deeply troubled gaze at Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth and retorting, "Lost? How could I possibly lose to a mere child like you? Dream on." Witnessing Pei Bu's eyes brimming with tears of pain, yet still stubbornly defiant, Jiang Chen frowned, preparing to deliver another kick for a lesson. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice suddenly resonated from a distance. "Enough, stop embarrassing me out here." As the words fell, Jiang Chen paused. Pei Bu, visibly dejected, turned his gaze towards his adoptive father. Under his scrutiny, Pei Qingfeng let out a cold snort. "Come back here." Pei Bu's body trembled. Recalling his adoptive father's stern demeanor, he was instantly frightened into a hurried retreat. Pei Shan, understanding the gravity of the situation, dared not linger and promptly followed suit. When the two disheveled individuals returned, Pei Qingfeng finally turned his attention to Jiang Daoxuan and spoke in a frosty tone. "Your Jiang family truly possesses an abundance of talent. It has opened my eyes. If I were not certain this was your Jiang family's residence, I might have doubted whether this was the abode of some sacred ground." Jiang Daoxuan smiled non-committally upon receiving the reward for the dual assignment. At that moment, Pei Qingfeng scanned the surroundings and abruptly shifted the topic. "The defeat of my dear Buo and Shaner is merely a reflection of their inadequate strength. I, Pei Qingfeng, am not one to shy away from the truth. Thus, I concede this matter as a victory for the Jiang family. Now that this issue is settled, I wish to escort Gushi Zhan and your two young protégés away, bestowing upon them an opportunity for growth. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere became tense. Buer and Shanu abruptly lifted their heads, disbelief etched across their faces as they gazed at their adoptive father. They never anticipated that he would, at this moment, express an interest in nurturing talent, wanting to take these two who had just outperformed them to the Day Sword Palace. The thought of these two young prodigies returning to the Day Sword Palace posed a potential threat to their own standing, filling their hearts with reluctance. However, within the Day Sword Palace, the words of their adoptive father held absolute authority, and none dared to defy him. On the other side, Gu Xingzhan's expression darkened at this news. Although he was already aware of Pei Qingfeng's penchant for exceptional talent, his obsession even extending to treating them as collectibles, he did not foresee his adopted son and daughter attempting to recruit two individuals who had just bested them. This development was indeed troubling. Furrowing his brows, Gu Xingjian was engulfed by a wave of concern. He understood Pei Qingfeng's character all too well. Accepting his offer would equate to selling oneself, binding them for life to the Day Sword Palace. At that point, unless Jiang Yin and Jiang Clan experienced rapid advancement in their cultivation to surpass Pei Qingfeng, they would be bound to remain within the confines of the Day Sword Palace for eternity. Yet, how daunting a task it was to achieve such a feat. The Moonwheel realm was not easily attained. As this chapter was written in 3 parts and published together, I apologize for the delay in updates. And I appreciate your patience. Additionally, I, Cat 9, would like to share a few off-topic remarks, which do not count towards the word limit, by the way. This chapter contains 700 words. Firstly, as this is Cat 9's inaugural venture into family-themed narratives, I am in a phase of experimentation, exploring various plot techniques. Given that I am preparing to write a lengthy epic, the pacing may occasionally be slow to prevent the story from collapsing under rapid progression. Overall, I am quite apprehensive about tackling an unfamiliar genre. Should there be any shortcomings, I humbly ask for your understanding, and I am immensely grateful, kneeling in appreciation. Furthermore, the tone of this work is centered on a multifaceted family dynamic. Therefore, it is essential that the protagonist does not monopolize the spotlight, as that would render it indistinguishable from other narratives where a single character dominates. As the family members gradually evolve, they will embark on their unique developmental arcs. The role of the protagonist is to act as a steadfast pillar, providing unwavering support to all family members. In the future, beyond the destined family members, I will also contemplate the introduction of various other family archetypes. Once the narrative reaches a steady rhythm, I will gather feedback from readers to create templates for family members designed by you. Additionally, considering the nature of a family, an imbalance between genders would be undesirable. Thus, in the later stages, female destined members and family members will gradually be introduced. Rest assured, there will be no cliches of Navi or insipid characters, nor will there be any romantic subplots that induce discomfort among readers. In the book Cat 9, regardless of gender, the primary objective is the strengthening of one's family alongside personal growth, which serves as the narrative thread throughout. Ultimately, the book has achieved an impressive ranking of 14th on the new releases list, a feat made possible by the collective efforts of all, for which I am sincerely grateful. As for gifts, I shall not request any. I humbly ask only for a prompt continuation of the story. May everyone enjoy a delightful life. Chapter 95. Gu Xingjian stands firm. Gu Xingjian was consumed by worry. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling quite displeased. Your adopted sons and daughters cannot compete with us. Yet you seek to recruit us? At that moment, Jiang Yan's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the others. Upon learning from his master of his family's leader's formidable prowess, he felt no hesitation. He pointed a finger at Pei Qingfeng and retorted, "Recruit us? How utterly laughable. Your 2 adopted children exhibit such arrogance and disdain for others, which is a clear indication of the poor standards upheld by the great River Sword Palace that nurtured them. Such a den of filth, Humph. Do not speak of recruiting. Even if you offered me your master's position, I would not deign to accept it." The mere thought of these individuals, who constantly belittled smaller families, filled Jiang Yin with indignation as he held his family in high esteem. In his fury, he spoke candidly. His words took Jiang Chen by surprise. Given Jiang Yan's usual demeanor, he would never have spoken out so boldly unless he was entirely assured of his position. What prompted him to be so reckless this time? Even to the extent of cursing this Moonwheel cultivator? Simultaneously, Pei Bu and Pei Shan were struck with fear, their bodies trembling as they regarded Jiang Yin as if he were a ghost. Their esteemed adoptive father commanded such a noble status that even the Lord of Tiandu would show him respect. How could a mere junior dare to mock him? They could already foresee the brutal consequences that awaited their adversary. Quickly, they exchanged furtive glances at their adoptive father, only to find his expression as cold as ice, calm as an eternal glacier. Under their watchful eyes, Pei Qingfeng slowly began to speak. I initially believed, based on your talent, that you could be molded into something exceptional. Yet, I am dismayed to discover such ignorance. You cannot even discern the circumstances around you. Truly, it is no surprise that you hail from a remote and impoverished family, incapable of instilling even the most basic courtesies, allowing the younger generation to develop such arrogance, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. As Pei Qifeng spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan. He could not suppress a sigh of regret to encounter such fine steeds, yet ultimately, they cannot be harnessed for my purposes. Even so, they must be destroyed. He was acutely aware that today would mark the definitive downfall of the Jiang family. If he allowed the Jiang family to thrive, these two talented youths might one day threaten the great River Sword Palace. Throughout history, how many dominant factions have fallen prey to calamity for failing to eliminate burgeoning talents when they were still vulnerable? Thus, to prevent any missteps, he had already resolved to take drastic measures. At that moment, as Pei Qingfeng's words lingered in the air, Jiang Chen's forehead was marked by prominent veins. His teeth clenched tightly as he glared fiercely at Pei Qingfeng, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering deep within his pupils. The audacity to seek the downfall of another's family when unable to secure his own was truly infuriating. Pei Bu and Pei Shan exchanged glances, both filled with delight. The destruction of the Jiang family would certainly be advantageous for them. After all, as the true disciples of the Sword Palace and the adopted children of the Palace Master, they were exceedingly concerned about their reputation. Should they spare the Jiang family, news of their defeat would undoubtedly spread rapidly, reaching the great River Sword Palace. At that point, their failure to a mere minor family would become fodder for gossip, a source of ridicule. Such a profound humiliation was intolerable. However, if the Jiang family were to be obliterated, the circumstances would change. Aside from their adoptive father, no one would be aware of their embarrassing defeat. Contemplating this, Pei Bu and Pei Shan's eyes shone with increasing brightness, their hearts yearning for their adoptive father to swiftly act and annihilate the detestable Jiang family. Meanwhile, Yu Shijian sensed the gravity of the situation, taken aback by Jiang Yan's apparent foolishness. Reflecting on the care shown to him by the Jiang family over the past months, the trust bestowed upon him by the clan leader, and the respect from the younger members of the Jiang family akin to that of elders, he felt a pang of compassion. One is not made of stone. Who could remain unaffected? With a heavy sigh, Yu Shijian resolved not to hesitate any longer. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Yan. His countenance was stern. He unsheathed his sword with his left hand, holding it before his chest, aimed at Pei Qingfeng, and spoke coldly, "Palace Master Pei, if you truly intend to rely on your prowess to annihilate the Jiang family, you must first step over my dead body." At this declaration, even Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this usually taciturn Gu Xingjian would possess the courage to stand up at such a moment. It was noteworthy that no one in the Jiang family was aware of his breakthrough to the Star Will stage, let alone his comprehension of the Sword Heart. Thus, Yu Shijian's willingness to emerge at this critical juncture indicated his readiness to disregard life and death. This suggested that Gu Xingjian was indeed worthy of cultivation. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze flickered. Thoughts began to form in his mind. Since someone was willing to risk their life for the Jiang family, how could he turn a blind eye? How could he allow such a noble spirit to feel disheartened? Just as Jiang Daoxuan pondered, Pei Qingfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of cold arrogance, his presence commanding respect without the need for anger. Upon witnessing Gu Xingjian draw his sword, he suddenly bellowed, "Gu Xingjian, after years apart, I never imagined you would become such a fool. A swordsman who cherishes the blade would risk his life for these insignificant outsiders. What kind of poison has the Jiang family poured into your ears?" His words struck like thunder, resonating with a deafening clarity. Pei Bu and Pei Shan's expressions changed dramatically. Knowing their adoptive father's temperament, they understood that he was genuinely enraged. Meanwhile, Gu Shijian felt an immense pressure. For the weight of Pei Qingfeng's words carried the formidable might of the Sword Heart stage, an intensity that remained unperceived by outsiders. It enveloped him entirely. A powerful and chilling aura enveloped Gu Shijian, causing his eyes to redden and his teeth to clench with a grating sound. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Yet he did not retreat a single step. Under the immense pressure, Gu Shijian cast a silent glance around at the members of the Jiang family. As he beheld the youthful faces, memories flooded back of their frequent requests for him to impart his swordsmanship. In that moment, the solitude he had endured for over 20 years began to be filled. This extraordinary sensation was one he had never experienced in his solitary life. As his thoughts surged, Gu Xingjian turned his gaze to Jiang Daoxuan. Throughout his life, he had been clear about enmities and debts, returning enmity with vengeance and kindness with greater kindness. The patriarch had treated him with genuine sincerity, granting him freedom, bestowing the return to Origin's sword technique, and various other benefits, allowing him to utilize the spiritual energy of this place to break through the Star Will realm a decade earlier than anticipated. All of this required merely 3 years of his presence on Kangwu Mountain. Chapter 96. Gu Shijian's fortuitous encounter. Jiang Daoxuan takes action. Such generous treatment made it impossible for him to succumb to the strong and oppress the weak, betraying his principles. Such actions were beyond Gu Xingjian. As a swordsman, he would rather break than bend, resolute and undaunted. With this thought, the light in Gu Xingjian's eyes grew increasingly steadfast, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. He summoned all his strength to stabilize his form. Then, with his fingers gripping the sword hilt tightly, he unleashed a powerful aura, embodying the consummate sword intent he had mastered. The consummate sword intent rapidly ascended to its peak, instantly dispelling the pressure exerted by Pei Qingfeng. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan, poised to strike, suddenly sensed something amiss and halted his movement. Through the chaos eye, he discerned that Gu Xingjian was undergoing a transformation. Name: Gu Xingjian. Cultivation: Starwheel Realm. First level: Root Bone. Genius: Comprehension. Genius: Fate. Light purple. Originally black. Talent: Ordinary body. Fortune: On the brink between life and death. His essence has crystallized to its zenith, about to break through to perfect sword intent. Perfect sword intent? Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, astonished that the opponent would encounter such an opportunity at this moment. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. With a faint smile, Jiang Daoxuan temporarily dismissed the thought of intervening, preparing to patiently await the other's metamorphosis. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pei Qingfeng remained oblivious to Gu Xingjian's anomaly. Seeing his adversary daring to resist, he erupted in fury. I had initially intended to spare your life to serve the great River Sword Palace, but your stubbornness is a profound disappointment. Since you seek death, I shall grant you the opportunity to accompany this small family to their demise. With his voice laced with rage, Pei Qingfeng unleashed the small consummate sword heart he had mastered, erupting with overwhelming force, an imperious momentum rapidly expanding outward, sweeping all directions. Even a mere wisp of his aura compelled countless individuals to retreat in haste, avoiding its edge. Even Pei Bu and Pei Shan, who had grasped the rudiments of sword intent, could not bear this pressure and could only retreat far away. In an instant, the once bustling scene, filled with numerous spectators, had dwindled to just a handful of individuals, rendering the atmosphere eerily desolate. Before the overwhelming pressure exerted by the sword marquis, even Jiang Yin could not help but feel an immense sense of strain. Although his Sangyin divine body was formidable, the stark disparity in their realms ultimately rendered him incapable of fully resisting the oncoming force. Fortunately, at the critical moment when he was on the verge of succumbing, Old Shou, concealed within the ring, quietly released an aura that mitigated this oppressive weight. In contrast, Jiangchen experienced a far easier time. His demeanor remained composed, as all the pressure dissipated instantaneously before the celestial flames within him, leaving no tangible impact whatsoever. Glancing around instinctively, he noted Jiang Yin's ability to remain grounded, which did not surprise him. After months of observation, he had come to understand that his younger kin possessed certain unique fortuities, thus making it plausible for him to withstand such pressures. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the presence of a dark-haired youth standing amidst the crowd not far away. Enhanced by his extraordinary senses, he quickly discerned that this youth's expression was markedly different from that of the surrounding clansmen. It appeared he had not been affected by the oppressive force, but rather was engaged in a form of self-masking. Intrigued, Jiangchen recalled that the boy was named Zhang Han, although his younger brother was trying to conceal his true state. His lack of experience led to subtle flaws that Jiangchen was able to detect. Meanwhile, within the throng, upon feeling the weight of Jiangchen's gaze upon him, Zhang Han immediately stiffened, sensing impending trouble. Have I been exposed? He thought, pursing his lips. Ever since Pei Qingfeng had unleashed his pressure, all the force had been countered by the Huangquan magic diagram within him, leaving him unharmed. However, upon observing the surrounding clansmen being pushed back, he feigned being affected by the pressure to avoid detection, following the retreat of the other members. Yet, despite his efforts, Jiang Chun had still seen through him. Nonetheless, this incident served as a timely reminder for him. In a flash, Jiang Han adopted an expression of extreme fear. Lowering his head and discreetly observing his fellow clansmen from the corner of his eye, mimicking their behavior, he vowed to exercise greater caution in the future. On another front, Gu Xingjian, as the primary target of the oppressive force, experienced a sense of pressure that far surpassed that of anyone else. Confronted by this formidable amalgamation of sword intent and lunar energy, he struggled to maintain his grip on his sword, his form swaying uncontrollably, his feet even shattering the ground beneath him, sinking deeply into the earth until his knees were entirely engulfed. The intense sharpness of the pressure made it difficult for Gu Xingjian to keep his eyes open. He could only squint to catch a glimpse of Pei Qingfeng, Gritting his teeth, he felt blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, a resounding thud echoed throughout the venue. At that moment, the profound sword intent enveloping Gu Xingjian underwent a breakthrough, ascending to the pinnacle of sword mastery. What? Faced with this sudden turn of events, Pei Qingfeng's expression froze, caught in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that his opponent could, under his overwhelming pressure, momentarily transcend the boundaries of the sword realm. However, his expression swiftly darkened. Borrowing my power to comprehend the consummate sword intent? Gu Xingjian, if you desire enlightenment, then I shall grant you all the understanding you seek. As these words escaped his lips, an even more terrifying force surged forth. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from this force, Gu Xingjian could not help but reveal a look of despair. What did it matter if he mastered the consummate sword intent? In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, he could only wait helplessly for death. Yet, just as despair enveloped Gu Xingjian and he shut his eyes, bracing himself for the impending doom, an equally formidable aura suddenly erupted from behind him. Thunderous roars echoed. The atmosphere surged as if countless divine swords had simultaneously emerged, radiating an overwhelming sharpness. This astonishing force intertwined with the pressure unleashed by Pei Qingfeng, creating a counterbalance. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Gu Xingjian was taken aback. Stiffly turning to look behind him, there, a familiar figure clad in white came into view. It was none other than the current patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan. Gu Xingjian swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Is this the realm of the sword heart? As a practitioner of the sword path, he could naturally perceive the terrifying power contained within this aura. This level far surpassed mere sword intent, reaching the realm of the sword heart. It could even contend with the seasoned sword marquis, Pei Qingfeng, indicating that the patriarch's mastery was anything but rudimentary. Had the patriarch truly attained the minor completion of the sword heart? But how could that be? He had only been in seclusion for a little over 2 months. How could he have continuously broken through from consummate sword intent to minor completion of the sword heart? Such a leap seemed utterly implausible. What further astonished Gu Xingjian was that he sensed the unique aura of the Star Wheel realm emanating from the patriarch, and it had reached the 6th level. Am I dreaming? Gu Xingjian was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that the patriarch's first formal emergence from seclusion would bring him such a monumental surprise. In just 2 months, not only had he broken through to the minor completion of the sword heart, but his cultivation had surged from the Yuan Sea realm to the 6th level of the Star Wheel realm. Such a rate of progress was simply beyond his comprehension and left him profoundly shocked. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan were also taken aback. They had initially believed that they had made rapid advancements during this time, with their strength soaring, while they might not catch up to the patriarch. They at least thought the gap between them was narrowing. But who could explain to them why the distance between them and the patriarch had instead widened? Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. They had never heard of anyone who could cultivate faster at higher realms. On the other side, sensing his own aura being suppressed, Pei Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. His gaze left Gu Xingjian and turned toward the Jiang family patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan, who he had long overlooked. It appears that my initial intuition was not misplaced. Indeed, you are extraordinary. At such a tender age, you have already grasped the essence of the sword, a true prodigy. Alas, the more remarkable you are, the more difficult it becomes for me to retain you. As the words fell, Pei Qingfeng's fingers curled in a gesture of summoning, instantly conjuring a finely crafted sword of a copper hue. This sword, named Day, is a divine weapon of the highest order, a treasured legacy of the Dade Sword Palace, reserved solely for the palace's successive masters. With one hand gripping the sword, Pei Qingfeng cast a cold gaze upon Jiang Daoxuan. To die beneath this sword would indeed be a stroke of fortune for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan exhibited no interest in responding, instead turning to Gu Xingjian with a soft smile, saying, "What do you think of this sword?" Gu Xingjian was momentarily taken aback. Clearly puzzled by the patriarch's sudden inquiry, he instinctively replied, "The Day sword ranks 19th on the famed sword list of Tiandu Prefecture. An extraordinary weapon sought after by countless sword cultivators." Jiang Daoxuan then remarked with a sudden smile, "What if I were to procure it for you?" Of course, Gu Xingjian was momentarily speechless, utterly astonished that the patriarch would utter such astonishing words at that moment. Observing Gu Xingjian's stunned expression, Jiang Daoxuan gently stated, "What good swordsman would be without a fine sword? This one may just about be worthy of you. Once I claim it, it shall belong to you." This act of stepping forward also revealed Gu Xingjian's loyalty to him. Given this, what harm is there in granting a trifling benefit? It is merely a high-grade weapon. hardly worthy of his attention. This time, Gu Shijian clearly heard the words of his esteemed patriarch. His heart raced with anxiety as he cautiously glanced at the sword in Pei Qingfeng's hand, his eyes inevitably alight with desire. He understood that his own sword was merely of the profound grade. As a swordsman, how could he not yearn for a superior blade? To him, these renowned swords were akin to enchanting beauties, haunting his dreams and leaving him restless through the night. Yet, upon reflecting on Pei Qingfeng's power and reputation, Gu Xinjiang quickly regained his composure, suppressing his fervent longing, and turned to his patriarch, unable to suppress a hint of concern. But what about you? Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand dismissively, casually stating, "For me, obtaining the sword is as easy as reaching into my pocket." At this declaration, Gu Xinjiang was taken aback. Meanwhile, Pei Qifeng could not help but burst into laughter. "Haha, as easy as reaching into your pocket? What an audacious claim. Allow me to witness how you accomplish this. Should you fail, I shall annihilate your entire Jiang family today." As he laughed, Pei Qifeng's words were laced with a palpable intent to kill. As a master of the sword heart, a practitioner of the moon cycle realm, how could he allow himself to be humiliated by the patriarch of a minor clan? Then, Pei Qifeng's gaze sharpened, and the formidable power within him erupted wildly, soaring into the sky, casting a brilliant star and an enormous silver full moon above. Simultaneously, a tremendous force emanated throughout the entirety of Kangwu Mountain, signaling utter destruction. As this extraordinary phenomenon unfolded at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, amidst the bustling marketplace, a passerby inadvertently cast a glance towards Kangwu Mountain. Gazing at the celestial bodies above, he narrowed his pupils, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. How could this be? How could the moon and stars appear in broad daylight? His exclamation immediately drew the attention of those around him, leading to a fervent discussion. Perhaps what Brother Luo spoke of was not truly the moon and stars. I have heard that those who cultivate to the moon wheel realm can sense the stars and form wondrous phenomena of celestial convergence. Could it be, as you suggest, that a moon wheel master has descended upon Kangwu Mountain? But how could that be possible? Indeed, though the Jiang family is powerful in this region, it seems implausible that such a being would come here. Even across the entire Tiandu prefecture, masters of the moon wheel realm are exceedingly rare, their names widely known. Who could this esteemed figure arriving at Kangwu Mountain be? The crowd buzzed with excitement, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. No one had anticipated that a moon wheel master would grace Kangwu Mountain today, and judging by the atmosphere, it seemed they were poised to take action. Realizing this, a shared apprehension arose among the onlookers. Could it be that the illustrious reign of the Jiang family would come to an end today? Contemplating this, they grew increasingly anxious, eager to ascend Kangwu Mountain and discern the truth. Yet, recalling the formidable prowess attributed to cultivators of the moon wheel realm, they feared being annihilated by the aftershocks. Thus, they remained in place, gazing upwards at Kangwu Mountain, patiently awaiting the outcome.